I harbor a profound disdain for the full demand faction. Note, all skills in this book are modifications based on those from World of Warcraft. Intended solely for entertainment, please refrain from harsh criticism. This is the author's inaugural attempt at writing, and I kindly ask for your indulgence regarding any oversights. The repository of thoughts, responsible for refinement, ensuring the return is fragrant and delightful. Hey, Lausia, World of Warcraft has made a comeback. Shall we play? What? I have to tend to the kids. Fine then. Hey, Rabbit, World of Warcraft has returned. Are we diving in? Damn, are you serious? So busy, huh? All right. Hey, after a round of calls, I found that my former comrades had all laid down their arms, ensnared by the trivialities of life, unable to engage in battle any longer. Alas, I am the last one left. I might as well venture in alone, Lin Yuan sighed. Since World of Warcraft entered the domestic market in 2005, Lin Yuan, then a university student, commenced his adventures in Azeroth. He witnessed the exhilaration of the Gates of On, Kiraj opening, and secretly scorned the guild leader who forsook his comrades for a single sword of the Brotherhood, despite secretly desiring it himself. He fought alongside his allies from the Alliance, traversing from Outland to the icy realms of Northrend. Having played as a demon hunter and battled against the treacherous parricide, he endured the trials of Deathwing, journeyed to the enigmatic land of Pandaria to frolic with pandas. He charged alongside the leaders of the Alliance and once waved banners behind the Queen. From the very first class, the Druid, to the eventual Death Knight, Lin Yuan has mastered every profession. Since learning to ride at level 20 and acquiring his first steed, he has almost collected every mount available. In times past, he nearly went bankrupt grinding Karazhan for the Midnight Mount. And for the sake of invincibility, he reformed the wayward Scion. For the Phoenix, even the prince was prepared to abdicate. It can be said that the entirety of World of Warcraft is an irreplaceable fragment of Lin Yuan's youth. However, as the game evolved with updates, the content proliferated while playability diminished, and the number of friends willing to join dwindled. Eventually, the game company made the grave mistake of withdrawing from the domestic market. Thus, Lin Yuan bid a definitive farewell to the world of Azeroth. Until this year, when World of Warcraft resurfaced, with the most acclaimed version being the Wrath of the Lich King. Consequently, Lin Yuan began to rally his friends for another foray into Azeroth. Regrettably, his comrades had succumbed to the burdens of life. Some surrendered, while others fell. Left to his own devices, Lin Yuan ventured into Azeroth alone. After a moment of idle reflection, he launched the downloaded game. The familiar interface, the well-known classes, the recognizable queue screen. Damn it, if the queue is this long, there's no point in returning, Lin Yuan cursed as he observed a wait time of 3 hours. Back in the day, we waited hours too, but now it's the same. This return is utterly ridiculous. Yet, there was no alternative. This was not a theme park where one could purchase VIP tickets to bypass the line. He could only wait patiently. After what felt like an eternity, he finally accessed the server and pondered for a moment before choosing the Alliance. Ha! Lin Yuan smirked. Horde pigs, brace yourself for the wrath of the Alliance. As for his profession, he still chose his beloved Druid. Upon smoothly entering the game, he was immediately engulfed by nostalgia. Monsters were being contested by multiple players, and completing quests became an arduous task as he struggled to secure kills. With the identity of a seasoned player, Lin Yuan swiftly accomplished one task after another only to be met with frustration. At that moment, who amongst them was not a veteran player? Each one was adept at snatching kills, making Lin Yuan's quest for monsters increasingly laborious. 100 years later, after several hours of relentless effort, Lin Yuan finally reached level 15, granting him access to dungeons. No longer would he have to vie with that unruly mob for kills. The random dungeon feature was initially introduced in World of Warcraft to expedite gameplay and reduce the time players spent gathering teams. It allowed players to be matched with others by the system for dungeon runs, emphasizing simplicity and convenience. However, the unfolding events were far from what Lin Yuan had anticipated. In the following days, he sensed the underlying malice of the dungeon matching mechanism. During quests, he encountered numerous seasoned players, each performing flawlessly. Yet, upon entering the random dungeon, the quality of players was disheartening. There were tanks unable to hold aggro, healers who could not provide support, and damage dealers who merely stood idle, coupled with those who wandered aimlessly, leading to catastrophic team wipes. Lin Yuan felt that the difficulty of these random dungeons surpassed even the challenges he faced during his initial explorations. Finally, after toiling for over a week, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon reaching the maximum level and began to tackle team dungeons to gather equipment. However, after yet another all-night session, Lin Yuan emerged from a dungeon, fuming. Damn it, you're all nothing but loot beggars. What an absurdity for a cloth-wearing mage to demand leather armor. Fuming, Lin Yuan stood abruptly, ready to hurl his keyboard in frustration. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and all he could think was, I'm getting too old, I really shouldn't pull all-nighters. The dividing line time passed, though he could not tell how long. It's so hot. Lin Yuan felt as though he was enveloped by an immense heat, akin to being trapped in a colossal oven. A burning sensation coursed through his entire being, his lips cracked, and his throat parched, as if scorched by flames. Am I dead? Weakly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, struggling to rise from the sand, only to find himself surrounded by it, with a towering sand dune nearby. A desert? Have I descended into hell? Lin Yuan was bewildered. He had committed no grave sins. Why was he in hell? Licking his cracked lips, Lin Yuan began to climb to the top of the dune. After a strenuous ascent, he finally reached the summit and gazed into the distance. Before him lay an expansive desert wasteland, starkly different from his imagined vision of hell. Have I traveled through time? Lin Yuan pondered, feeling confused. Regardless, my immediate priority is survival. I must seek a water source. As he traversed another dune, he suddenly spotted a hint of green in the distance. An oasis? Or merely a mirage? I must investigate. Staying put will surely lead to my demise. Lin Yuan's face lit up with surprise. Licking his parched lips, Lin Yuan gradually made his way towards the distant site. After approximately half an hour of walking, the verdant landscape began to expand, and the scenery gradually came into sharper focus. It is an oasis. Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. After another half hour, the oasis finally revealed itself in all its glory before Lin Yuan's eyes. Salvation at last. Thank you, heavens. Lin Yuan's heart swelled with gratitude. Chapter 2. Talent. Before Lin Yuan lay a modest oasis, yet it brimmed with vitality and life. As he approached, he immediately spotted a small lake within the oasis. Its waters crystal clear, revealing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, rushing to the lake's edge, where he cupped his hands to drink deeply from the refreshing water. After quenching his thirst, he splashed his face, shaking off the lethargy brought on by the heat and dehydration. Finding a shaded spot beneath a tree, he sat down to contemplate his current predicament. It seemed he had indeed traversed into another world. Just moments ago, he had caught a glimpse of his reflection by the lake. His appearance remained unchanged, still handsome. Yet he felt remarkably youthful. As he patted his stomach, he noted the absence of any paunch, and running his fingers through his hair, he discovered it was now thick and lush. If this were indeed hell, it was a rather benevolent one, granting not only youth but also an increase in hair volume. If only programmers knew, they would surely fight tooth and nail for a chance at such an opportunity. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, for he had always possessed a somewhat easygoing nature, a touch of the laid-back spirit. He firmly believed in the adage that a boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Moreover, after years immersed in the world of time travel novels, he found it hard to believe that any avid reader had not prepared themselves for the possibility of an unexpected journey. He pondered the nature of this world, praying fervently that it was not one of mediocrity. Ideally, it would be one of invincibility. He fervently hoped it would not be a tale of suffering. Yet, he wondered if he possessed any extraordinary abilities. As he surveyed his surroundings, he felt nothing out of the ordinary. Sunbathing brought only warmth. He was no Superman, which was a pity. A glance at his hands revealed no rings or magical artifacts. Perhaps the old man had nothing of the sort. Great system? He called out, but received no response. Suddenly, before his eyes, a panel materialized. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Profession, druid. Equipment, none. Talent, wildness. Skills, bear form, cheetah form, flight form, aquatic form, travel form. Life, 100. Magic, 100. The interface was simple, yet as Lin Yuan beheld the familiar skills, he was momentarily stunned. Was this the character panel of his druid from World of Warcraft? Excitement surged within him. This was indeed a druid in World of Warcraft. The druid had always been Lin Yuan's favorite class, and for good reason. It was incredibly versatile and convenient, capable of tanking, healing, melee combat, and ranged attacks. These were not even the aspects he cherished most. What he truly adored were the shape-shifting abilities: bear form, cheetah form, travel form, flight form, aquatic form. Each form served a unique purpose, and most importantly, they could be activated instantly. Once upon a time, Lin Yuan's greatest delight was to leap from cliffs, transforming into a state of flight in an instant, soaring into the sky with a breathtaking grace. He often fantasized about the sheer exhilaration of possessing such abilities in reality. Now, this wish had indeed come true. Yet, why was he bestowed with merely one wild talent? Lin Yuan scrutinized the interface, searching tirelessly for a button to switch talents, but found only a few transformation skills. Could it be that his prior existence endowed him with this wild aptitude? What a significant loss that would be. Lin Yuan felt a pang of frustration. This was no trivial setback. However, accepting his fate, he pondered briefly before coming to terms with it. After all, he had arrived in this new world, armed with at least a golden opportunity, and these transformation forms proved to be remarkably practical. With this thought, Lin Yuan resolved to experiment with his transformation skills. In an instant, a surge of magical light enveloped him, and with a thunderous roar, a colossal bear, 5 meters in length and adorned with enigmatic runes, materialized before him. The bear stood upright and let out a tremendous roar, unleashing an invisible wave that diminished the fighting spirit of those nearby. Defying the laws of physics, the bear charged rapidly towards a massive boulder. With a powerful strike of its paw, glowing with magical energy, the bear shattered the boulder into pieces. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Moments later, another radiant glow enveloped the bear, and it vanished, only to be replaced by a sleek black panther. The panther, having barely materialized, swiftly disappeared again, entering a state of stealth. When it reappeared, it was crouched behind a large tree, and with a swift motion of its paw, it unleashed a crimson flash, effortlessly tearing the tree in half. With a triumphant roar, the panther transformed back into Lin Yuan, who wore a satisfied expression. This was simply exhilarating. After such exertion, Lin Yuan felt a gnawing hunger. Spotting fish in the lake, he smiled mischievously. Approaching the shore, he leaped into the air, and the magical glow enveloped him once more. With a splash, he transformed into a plump seal diving into the lake, easily catching a large fish with graceful maneuvers. Upon returning to the shore, he found his clothes completely dry. Truly, the nature of magic was astonishingly unreasonable. Gathering some dry twigs, he attempted to kindle a fire using the techniques he had seen in videos, and after several attempts, he successfully ignited a flame. As he placed the fish by the fire to roast, he glanced at his skills and activated the human tracking ability under his panther form, which allowed him to sense all humanoid beings within a 10-mile radius. To his astonishment, he realized he was in an uninhabited area. There was not a soul within 10 miles. Lin Yuan wore a look of astonishment. However, he felt no urgency within. Had it not been for the druid class, he would undoubtedly have perished in this desert. He glanced at his status panel once more. In the worst-case scenario, it seemed the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him, presenting an entire planet of sand. Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly low, as the flora and fauna he had encountered thus far suggested that he remained on Earth. After finishing his grilled fish, Lin Yuan reclined on a stone, gazing at the myriad stars, lost in contemplation. What kind of world was this? Fortunately, in his previous life, he had been a solitary figure. Yet succumbing to frustration over a game of Warcraft would be quite humiliating. It was all the fault of the all-demanding players. Their behavior was intolerable. His current physique felt remarkably youthful, brimming with vitality, far superior to when he was 15 in his former life. This must be the boon bestowed upon him by the druid class. He wondered if there still existed a rabbit family in this world, or if it remained unchanged. Alas, the frustration lingered. His falling stars had not accompanied him. What a disheartening reality. As he continued to ponder, Lin Yuan gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 3. Another System? As dawn broke, Lin Yuan was awakened by the piercing rays of sunlight. He stretched languidly before making his way to the lakeside to wash his face. Subsequently, he transformed into an aquatic form and leapt into the water, catching a fish for breakfast. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, a raven soared from the oasis, circling above before flying off into the distance. Embracing the refreshing breeze, Lin Yuan savored the moment. Suddenly, he spotted a winding road on the horizon, clearly a result of human construction. As he drew closer, several jeeps came into view, traversing the path. Jeeps? It seems I am still on Earth, and in modern society at that. However, I am uncertain of my exact location. I shall venture over to investigate. Resolute, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and soared towards the convoy. As he approached, he found himself above the vehicles. Military trucks? Glancing down, he observed machine guns and soldiers clad in uniforms that appeared to belong to the Americans. Could I be in their territory? Yet, it seems unlikely, as the Americans do not have deserts of this magnitude. A desert coupled with Americans, this must be the land of camels. The region is known for its unrest, and engaging with American soldiers could prove perilous. However, now that I recognize this as the land of camels, the solution is straightforward. If I maintain my current speed and head in the right direction, I can return home in a few hours. With this thought, Lin Yuan turned to depart. Suddenly, a series of voices echoed in his mind. Ding. Greetings, host. I apologize for my tardiness due to traffic. Ding. System binding in progress. Ding. Super invincible all-aid skill system binding successful. Ding. A fragmented druid profession panel has been detected. Repairs are underway. Ding. Repair successful. Ding. Skills are being optimized. Ding. Optimization countdown. 168,00,00. Ding. Please note that skills will be unavailable during the optimization period. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. A barrage of system notifications overwhelmed Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, he grasped a critical point. Skills unavailable during optimization? What the hell? Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of panic as he dove towards the ground. How could skills be rendered unusable? This new system surely has its quirks. Not only is it late, but it also deprives me of my enhanced abilities without warning. Does it not recognize that I am several thousand meters in the air? Should my skills fail, who knows if I would survive the fall, but I would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Finally, just 10 meters from the ground. With 1 second remaining on the system's countdown, Lin Yuan transformed into a colossal bear. Subsequently, he plummeted straight into the sand pile, the immense inertia propelling him like a stone skipping across water, causing him to arc gracefully above the sand before ultimately landing within its embrace. After a considerable pause, Lin Yuan emerged from the mound, his visage covered in dust, yet fortuitously, due to his robust bear form, he had sustained no injuries, merely appearing a bit disheveled. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, he exclaimed, "Dog system, come forth. Explain yourself. You nearly brought about my demise." Ding. Host, I am not a dog system. I am the super invincible all-purpose assistant skill system. How dare you show dissatisfaction? Do you realize you almost caused my death? Lin Yuan roared in indignation. Ding. Host, I apologize. Today is my first day on the job, and I nearly arrived late, which made me somewhat anxious. The system responded repeatedly with apologies. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. All right, a novice system it is. Now, please introduce yourself. Ding. Certainly, host. I am the super invincible all-purpose assistant skill system. As the name suggests, I provide auxiliary skills, the system replied in a serious tone. Your words are as enlightening as they are vague. Be more explicit about your functions. Lin Yuan retorted, his expression darkening. Ding. I have repaired your incomplete druid panel and can optimize and enhance your druid skills. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is my panel incomplete? Can you truly repair it? Does that mean I can acquire the other two talents? Ding. Well, host, perhaps you should observe for yourself. The system's voice hesitated momentarily. Fine. Lin Yuan, oblivious to the underlying implications, eagerly opened his panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Occupation, druid, optimized by the super invincible all-purpose assistant skill system. Mana strength, 1 talents. Wildness, healing life, 100 magic. 100 occupational skills, enhancing. Countdown. 167. For 9:25 system, what is this mana strength nonsense? Ding. Host. You may consider mana strength as a level. Following the system's repair, your panel's shackles have been lifted. As long as you exert sufficient effort, your potential will know no bounds. From now on, your skills will require support from your mana strength, and as it increases, the potency of your skills will correspondingly amplify. However, should your mana strength be inadequate, your skills will remain inaccessible. Is that so? That's indeed impressive. After all, even the mightiest druids in the game have their limits. Lin Yuan nodded, genuinely pleased with this enhancement. Ding. Host. I've just started my duties and have much to attend to. I shall contact you later. Farewell. With that, the system fell silent. Lin Yuan, perplexed, mused on the seemingly unreliable nature of this system. After standing still for a moment, he brushed off the sand from his clothes, feeling the desert sun's relentless heat. He licked his parched lips as an unsettling sensation surged within him. Lin Yuan was utterly exasperated. 7 days for optimization? You expect me to survive in this desolate wasteland for a week? I can barely last a day. The system, as expected, had proven to be utterly unreliable. While he cursed it, he found himself with no alternative. The pressing concern now was to devise a means of self-preservation amidst the harsh environment and the chaotic situation surrounding the camels. It seemed nearly impossible for him to endure until the system's optimization was completed. He realized he needed to approach those soldiers he had just spotted, hopefully. Their convoy had not ventured too far. When he had descended, he had been flying directly towards their direction, and, given the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the opportunity to alter his course. At his current speed, the convoy should still be within reach. With a sigh, Lin Yuan made his way toward the road. The spot where he had fallen was not far, merely a few hundred meters away. Upon reaching the roadside, the convoy soon came into view. Lin Yuan dashed onto the road to flag them down. "Help me," he cried out. The soldiers in the vehicle swiftly armed themselves and leaped out, shouting at him. "Who are you? Raise your hands." Bang, bang, bang. The end. Chapter 4. What? Where am I? Lin Yuan shivered, casting aside the peculiar thoughts that plagued his mind as he stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of a convoy. The convoy of eagle soldiers soon came into view, and the lead vehicle spotted Lin Yuan standing at the roadside. It halted, and a soldier disembarked, approaching him with a gun raised. In a hurry, Lin Yuan raised his hands and shouted, "Help! I'm from the rabbit family." Upon hearing this, the soldier's expression softened immediately, though he remained cautious as he approached to search Lin Yuan. Finding no weapons on him, he slung his gun behind him and asked, "Child, why are you here alone? Where are your family?" Feigning terror, Lin Yuan replied, "I have no family. I don't even know how I got here. I just woke up here." The soldier frowned slightly, saying, "Please wait a moment. I need to report this." He turned and walked back to the middle vehicle, conversing with someone inside. After a brief exchange, he beckoned Lin Yuan to come over. Hastily, Lin Yuan ran over, and the soldier informed him, "The officer has agreed. You may board. Once we return, we will take you to the Rabbit Grand Hall." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude profusely. He then climbed into the vehicle, where he found himself face to face with the gentleman the soldier had mentioned, impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses, and sporting a stylish little mustache. Lin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with the figure, though he could not place where he had seen him before. Noticing the gentleman looking at him, Lin Yuan smiled and greeted, "Hello, sir. Thank you for taking me along." The man smiled back and turned to converse with the soldier in front. Lin Yuan watched them engage in light-hearted banter, opting to remain silent and sit quietly. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Boom. Lin Yuan watched in horror as the vehicle ahead was blown into the air. A young soldier beside the mustached man, witnessing his companion's tragic demise, screamed as he leaped from the vehicle, only to be riddled with bullets. Realizing that all the bodyguards had perished, the mustached man abruptly seized Lin Yuan and dashed from the vehicle, taking refuge behind a nearby rock as he pulled out his phone, preparing to call for help. Just then, a missile struck nearby. The mustached man's eyes widened as he yanked Lin Yuan to his feet, intending to flee. Before they could escape, the missile detonated. Lin Yuan was engulfed in a blaze of crimson light, a tremendous force crashing against him, and then darkness descended as he lost consciousness. When Lin Yuan regained consciousness, a buzzing sensation filled his head, and every part of his body ached. Surprisingly, he found himself unscathed, with not even a minor wound. Summoning the interface, he checked his status, life at 100, indicating no internal injuries, and noted that the countdown for skill optimization still required 6 days. I must have been unconscious for several hours. Lin Yuan was taken aback, realizing that the explosion had indeed occurred in close proximity to him. However, the fact that he had emerged unscathed was a surprising stroke of fortune. He couldn't help but wonder about the older brother who had aided him, though he surmised that the man's fate was likely dire. With a deep sigh, Lin Yuan began to assess his surroundings. It seemed he had been brought to this place while unconscious. The setting resembled a cave, dimly illuminated only by the emergency lights overhead and those near a distant doorway. The interior was cluttered with mechanical components, haphazardly strewn about, giving the impression of an unwelcoming locale. A sense of foreboding washed over him as Lin Yuan rose to explore. A voice emerged from the shadows. "Child, you've awoken? Do you understand English? Is someone there?" Lin Yuan turned toward the source of the voice and spotted an individual seated in the corner. "I do understand. Who are you? Did you bring me here?" Lin Yuan asked, his guard instinctively rising. "It wasn't me. Like you, I was captured by those people," the stranger replied. "You? Who else is there?" Lin Yuan pressed. "Weren't you with him?" The man gestured toward another figure lying nearby. "According to what I overheard, he was holding your hand when you arrived, and it took considerable effort for the two of you to part. You must be someone significant to him." A jolt of alarm coursed through Lin Yuan. He rushed to the side of the prostrate figure, and indeed, it was the person who had urged him to board the vehicle. "What is wrong with him? Is he alive?" Lin Yuan inquired, noticing the bandages wrapping the man's chest, with several wires connected to a small box nearby. "He is alive, but not in good shape. Shrapnel struck his chest. I managed to extract most of it, but many tiny fragments remain lodged within. These small pieces may gradually penetrate his heart. Hence, I placed an electromagnet on his chest to draw the fragments in, powered by the car battery over there. Are you a doctor?" At that moment, Lin Yuan took a closer look at the speaker, who wore glasses and had a receding hairline. Although dressed in a suit, there was an unmistakable air of weariness about him. "Indeed, I am a doctor. My name is Ethan. What is yours?" "Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. "I'll just call you Lin. The name Rabbit tends to trip me up," Ethan said, extending his hand with a smile. "Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you, though I lament the circumstances that have brought us together." "I'm glad to meet you too, Mr. Ethan." Lin Yuan chuckled as he shook his hand. "Do you know where we are?" They refer to themselves as the 10 Commandments Organization, KB Organization. "This is one of their camps, and we have all been kidnapped by them." Ethan spoke with a disarming nonchalance, as if he were not one of the captives. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. The 10 Commandments Organization, that name sounds familiar. But what is their purpose in abducting me? What use could a mere child be to them? Ethan pointed toward the man lying down and replied, "Their target is him. You are merely collateral. However, fortune seems to favor you, miraculously. You emerged unscathed from such a nearby explosion, only to be taken captive by this group of unsavory individuals. They are certainly not known for their compassion and typically refrain from unnecessary actions. What a farce. Ever since this wretched system arrived, I have endured a series of calamities, a plane crash, an explosion, and now, abduction by these nefarious entities. This purportedly extraordinary assistance system appears more akin to a harbinger of misfortune." Lin Yuan's mind was rife with complaints. Who are these people? Why are they expending such effort to capture him? Lin Yuan pondered in confusion. "You don't recognize the illustrious Tony Stark? Weren't you colleagues?" Ethan inquired, equally perplexed. "I don't know him. Wait, what did you say his name was?" Lin Yuan intended to assert his ignorance, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Tony Stark, the most renowned capitalist in the world, a genius scientist, and a notorious playboy. Lin Yuan could no longer hear Ethan's subsequent remarks. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. This is serious. The silver lining is that he has traversed to a version of Earth. The downside is that this Earth is anything but ordinary. A Marvel universe, teeming with extraordinary beings, where apocalyptic scenarios are commonplace. Even the demigod Minter Cenarius from the Druids would likely find himself in a precarious situation here. What could this mere Druid possibly accomplish? Merely to amuse, perhaps? Lin Yuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Chapter 5. Tony has a warm heart. Ethan gazed at Lin Yuan, who suddenly appeared to be questioning the meaning of life, his face a canvas of confusion. What was the matter? Was it merely the mention of Tony Stark's name that stirred such excitement? Could he possibly be a fan of Stark? Ethan found himself perplexed. After a considerable pause, Lin Yuan composed himself and rallied his spirits. Alas, what is destined to be will be. One cannot escape fate. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. After all, I possess two fortunate abilities. I can endure. The main characters will shoulder the burdens anyway. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall return to the rabbit's abode and find a farm to cultivate. Even if I were to be erased by the snap of fingers in the future, I could return in 5 years, viewing it as merely a 5-year youth rejuvenation. Lin Yuan continued to reassure himself. According to the storyline, Tony would soon create the first Iron Man suit and make his escape. If I refrain from intervening, the plot should remain unchanged, and no significant surprises should arise. As for Ethan, once the skill optimization is complete, perhaps I can secure his life. Yes, that's settled. Lin Yuan silently plotted his course. Uncle Ethan. Lin Yuan called. Pointing at Tony, he inquired, how long until he awakens? Shouldn't be long. The effects of the anesthetic are wearing off, Ethan replied. Oh. Lin Yuan acknowledged and then engaged Ethan in casual conversation. Uncle Ethan, where are you from? I hail from a small town named Kamara. And your family? Lin Yuan wished he could slap himself, for he was aware of Ethan's general circumstances. They're at home. Once I escape, I will return to find them. Ethan answered with a relaxed demeanor. What about you? You're from the rabbit's place, right? What of your family? Sighing internally, Lin Yuan replied. I am indeed from the rabbit's place, but I do not know where my family is. It seems I've lost my memory. I woke up in this desert. And it was Tony who offered me a ride. You're quite unfortunate. Had you not gotten into Tony's car, you wouldn't have been kidnapped, Ethan remarked. Not necessarily. Had Tony not taken me with him, I might have perished in the desert. At least I am alive now, aren't I? Indeed. It would be quite difficult for a child like you to survive in the desert. By the way, how old are you? I am 15, Lin Yuan stated, affirming the age presented on his panel, silently thinking, this is not an act of youthful pretense. I am truly 15, as certified by the system. Wow, so young. But your English is excellent. Are all the children from the rabbit's place so proficient in English? Ethan asked, astonished, having assumed Lin Yuan was an adult who merely appeared youthful. Indeed, when did my English become so good? Lin Yuan realized at that moment that he had been conversing in English all along. As a self-proclaimed English novice, he was astonished by his fluency. System. Are you back? Lin Yuan called out in his mind. Host, could you exhibit a modicum of courtesy? The system retorted. Lin Yuan exclaimed in anger. You nearly left me to survive in the desert for 7 days. What is wrong with me cursing you a bit? Enough of this. What is the matter with my language skills? The system lamented. I am an all-encompassing assistant, fluent in every language. That is merely standard. I suppose you, this dog of a system, still possess some slight utility. Farewell. Lin Yuan discarded the system after use. What troubles you? What are you contemplating? Ethan inquired, noticing Lin Yuan's prolonged silence. Nothing, Lin Yuan replied. Very well, Ethan conceded, choosing not to delve deeper. Just as their conversation flourished, Tony, lying down, abruptly awoke. Lin Yuan observed as Tony removed the oxygen tube from his nose. The lengthy tube was rather unsettling. Tony then struggled to sit up, only to be seized by a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. Upon glancing down, he discovered his torso wrapped in bandages, with several wires protruding from beneath them, connected to a car battery resting on the table. Taken aback, Tony began to frantically tear at the bandages, his eyes widening in panic upon seeing the circular device on his chest. Just as he intended to pull the wires free, Ethan intervened. I advise against that, he cautioned. Tony turned to regard the two standing nearby. When his gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, he hesitated momentarily before directing his attention back to Ethan, asking, What have you done to me? I saved your life. Ethan replied, gesturing toward Tony's chest. You were hit by numerous shrapnel pieces. I managed to extract most, but a few remain lodged inside. Those fragments could penetrate your heart. This electromagnet holds them in place, and that wire connects to the power source. Tony glanced down, and with his keen intellect, quickly grasped the device's purpose. After a brief silence, he zipped up his jacket to conceal the machinery. He then surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting to the surveillance camera in the corner. Lin Yuan followed his line of sight, exclaiming, "Oh, there's a camera. How did I miss that?" No wonder it's Tony. He truly is sensitive to such details. Ethan chuckled, accustomed to the situation. No need to worry, just smile more. Since Tony had regained consciousness, Lin Yuan observed Ethan's evident excitement. It appeared that Tony Stark was widely recognized as a genius, likely idolized by many scientists. Lin Yuan mused. "Mr. Stark, greetings. I am Lin Yuan, but you may call me Lin. I failed to express my gratitude earlier in the car, so thank you for bringing me along," Lin Yuan said, extending his hand with a smile. Tony glanced at him but did not reciprocate the gesture. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, undeterred, as he understood Tony's general demeanor. Meanwhile, Ethan continued speaking to Tony. "We met before, at a tech conference in Bern." Tony shot him a glance. "I don't recall." "Of course. If I were that inebriated, I wouldn't have been able to stand, let alone deliver a speech on circuit concentration." Ethan's words carried a hint of bitterness from being overlooked. "Where are we?" Tony asked, his tone indifferent. Lin Yuan stifled a laugh. This was quintessentially Tony. Ethan cast a forlorn look at Tony, just as he was about to speak, when a shout suddenly erupted from the entrance. Ethan's expression shifted dramatically. Panic washed over him as he rushed to Tony's side, pulling him to his feet while urgently exclaiming, "Quickly, get up. Follow my lead. Mimic my actions. Lin, you too. Come over. Raise your hands above your head. Hurry." Tony, observing Ethan's frantic demeanor, complied without resistance, lifting his hands above his head and standing still in silence. Lin Yuan, aware that the KB molecules were about to invade, hurriedly emulated Ethan, raising his hands high and positioning himself beside Tony. Tony glanced at him, subtly shifting his body to shield Lin Yuan. Witnessing Tony's protective gesture, Lin Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. He was safeguarding him, wasn't he? Chapter 6. Call me brother. With a resounding bang, the doors swung open, revealing a man with a bushy beard, unmistakably resembling a dromedary, accompanied by a group of armed individuals. Tony immediately recognized that the firearms in their possession were models produced by his own company. He turned to Ethan and inquired, "These are my guns. How did they acquire them?" Ethan, visibly shaken and wearing a look of terror, urged Tony, "Do not speak. Raise your hands like I am." As the bearded man entered, he raised his hands high, a smile adorning his face, chattering animatedly as though he were a warm and hospitable local welcoming distant guests. Lin Yuan, observing from behind, scoffed, "Humph, a smiling tiger." The bearded man approached Tony and continued his animated chatter before gesturing for Ethan to translate. Ethan relayed to Tony. He says, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the most infamous mass murderer in American history. He feels honored and requests you to manufacture missiles for them, specifically the latest Jericho missile you showcased." Ethan then accepted a photograph handed to him by the bearded man and presented it to Tony. A glance revealed that it was indeed the latest Jericho missile, a design he had personally crafted. A sense of dread washed over him. How could these individuals possess a photograph of the missile? It remained classified, and such information should not have been leaked. There must be a traitor among them. After a moment of silence, Tony coldly replied, "I refuse." The bearded man's expression immediately darkened, and he gestured to his subordinates before pointing at Lin Yuan. Tony did not understand Arabic, but Lin Yuan comprehended the ominous directive, "Bring that boy here and give him a wash." Lin Yuan was bewildered. He recognized that the term wash was certainly not meant in a literal sense. Why should they torment him to compel Tony into compliance? Why should he be the one to bear the burden of the protagonist's plight? Before Lin Yuan could gather his thoughts, he was dragged before a basin filled with water. Two henchmen seized his head and plunged it into the water. Gulping and gasping, Lin Yuan was repeatedly submerged, uncertain of how much water he had swallowed, when he heard Tony's voice calling out, "Stop." "I agree." A wave of relief washed over Lin Yuan as he thought, "Brother, My dear brother, I am doing this for you. You must compensate me for this in the future. Seeing that Tony had acquiesced, the bearded man beamed with satisfaction, waving his hand for his subordinates to cease their torment of Lin Yuan. What about the materials? I require a substantial quantity, Tony stated with an air of indifference. The bearded man, upon hearing Ethan's translation, turned and led Tony and Ethan out of the cave, while Lin Yuan was unceremoniously tossed back like a lifeless fish. Outside the cave, the blinding sunlight enveloped Tony, instilling in him a sense of rebirth. Squinting, he surveyed the scene before him. The cave lay at the foot of a low mountain, surrounded by barren hills. The campsite outside was cluttered with an array of weapons, concealed beneath camouflage tents. Dozens of fully armed militants were busily transporting armaments. The surrounding hilltops were teeming with fully armed sentinels. As Tony surveyed the array of weaponry before him, his pupils contracted. Each piece bore the emblem of Stark Industries. He recalled that he had never supplied arms to this region. How had these insurgents acquired such firepower? It seemed imperative to investigate the possibility of a mole upon his return. With this thought, a shadow of despair crossed Tony's mind. He might not even survive to return. So why ponder such matters? The bearded man led Tony and his companions to the center of the camp, gesturing grandly at the weapons. Here lies everything you require to fabricate missiles. Compile a list of materials and commence immediately. Once you have completed your task, I shall grant you your freedom. Tony glanced at Ethan beside him and remarked, "They will not let us go." Ethan, well aware of the grim reality, replied, "Indeed, they will not." Upon entering the cave, they found Lin Yuan had already regained his composure. The three gathered around the fire, and Lin approached Tony. "Mr. Stark, I am grateful for your rescue." Although Lin felt that Tony had acted a bit late in halting the situation, he appreciated that Tony was willing to accede to the demands of the insurgents to save him. Tony stared into the flames, remaining silent. Lin, unperturbed, turned to leave when Tony suddenly spoke. "In the future, do not call me sir. Just use my name or refer to me as brother." He then fell into silence once more. Lin, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. "All right, brother." Tony continued to gaze into the fire, the pain in his chest relentlessly assailing his mind, leaving him in a state of despair. Ethan, sensing Tony's turmoil, urged, "Stark, there are surely those outside searching for you, but within these mountains they will not find you. Do you truly wish for your life's work to fall into the hands of those murderers? If you do not rally yourself, what you see outside will become your legacy. Is this truly the final stand of the great Tony Stark? Should you not devise a plan?" Lin, listening intently, thought to himself that Ethan was indeed a devoted fan of Tony. "What more can I do?" Tony interrupted Ethan, saying, "Whatever we do, they will ultimately kill us. Even if they do not, I doubt I can endure for another week. Isn't that week crucial?" Lin chimed in. "Yes, brother, you are Tony Stark, the smartest man in the world. Surely, you can think of something. I am counting on you to rescue me." Tony sat in silence by the fire, but gradually, his expression shifted, becoming resolute, decisive, and tinged with a hint of ferocity. Lin observed closely, recognizing that Iron Man was indeed a figure who would not easily concede defeat. From the current trajectory of events, it appeared that the storyline remained intact. Although he had inserted himself marginally into the narrative, the essence had not changed significantly. Thus, he resolved to adhere to the original plan and maintain a low profile while awaiting the completion of the first suit of Iron Man armor by the two of them. "Once my skills are restored, I shall undoubtedly deliver a resounding blow to that bearded man," Lin Yuan contemplated with deep resentment. Chapter 7. Idol of Excellence. In the ensuing days, the cavern buzzed with activity. At Tony's behest, a multitude of lighting apparatuses were set up alongside an array of tools and an overwhelming stockpile of materials. Subsequently, Tony commenced the disassembly of weapons and munitions with which he was intimately familiar, having designed each one himself. Ethan lent a hand, while Lin Yuan reclined at a distance, leisurely biding his time. "How many languages do you speak?" Tony inquired as he dismantled a rocket shell. "Many," Ethan replied, "but they are of little use here. They converse in Arabic, Urdu, Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, and Russian." He watched as Tony nonchalantly extracted a mechanism from the rocket shell, his heart racing at the audacity of such a move. "I understand all of those languages," Lin Yuan called out from the sidelines, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Children are such braggarts, Tony remarked as he continued his task. Who are they? He pressed on, extracting another component. They are your devoted customers. Self-styled as the 10 Commandments gang. They are not my customers, Tony retorted, casually knocking the warhead from the rocket. Outside, KB, monitoring their progress, pondered whether Tony's crude methods might lead to complications. Ethan, too, felt a sense of unease. If you don't tell me what to do, we could expedite this process, he suggested. Tony removed another element from the warhead, tossing it aside. Palladium, this one weighs only 0.15 grams. We need at least 1.6 grams. Go ahead and dismantle the other 11, he instructed. Although Ethan was uncertain of Tony's intentions, he complied and began disassembling the rocket shells. Their movements were swift, and as the requisite palladium accumulated, Tony set about crafting a mold. Lin Yuan refrained from intervening, not out of reluctance to assist, but from a fear of inadvertently igniting the munitions. In any case, he was content to enjoy his respite. Soon, Ethan poured the molten palladium into the mold. While Tony chattered nearby, "Be careful, we only have one chance." "Relax, my hands are steady," Ethan quipped, "or else how would I still be alive?" Watching Ethan pour the palladium with precision, Tony queried, "I still don't know your name." Ethan sighed. After all this time, Tony finally decided to ask. "I'm Ethan. Pleasure to meet you, Ethan." "How much pleasure?" Tony delicately used tweezers to extract the cooled palladium ring, placing it gently into a device. In the following days, Lin Yuan observed in awe as Tony assembled the world's first miniaturized arc reactor from what appeared to be mere scrap metal. Truly, he thought. No wonder he was recognized by the likes of the greats. It was astonishing that such seemingly worthless materials could yield something so remarkable. As the reactor before him emitted a captivating blue glow, Tony let out a deep sigh of relief. Ethan, standing beside him, gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "This hardly resembles a Jericho missile." Tony regarded him as if he were a fool, for what lay before them was a miniaturized arc reactor. "I have a larger one powering my factory. This should possess sufficient energy to immobilize the shrapnel." Ethan was nearly on his knees, exclaiming, "Idle. This is utterly remarkable. What is its power output?" "If my calculations are accurate," Tony, with an air of arrogance, replied, "I typically do not err in my calculations. It should generate around 3,000 gigajoules per second. That's enough to keep your heart beating for thousands of years. Or perhaps to power a hefty machine for 15 minutes. Ethan remained perplexed. Tony then produced a stack of blueprints. Ethan glanced at them, astonished. "When did you draw these?" "We've been together for days, and I had no inkling." "Mind your own business regarding genius," Tony retorted disdainfully, spreading the blueprints upon the table. As Lin Yuan squeezed in to take a look, Ethan stared at the incomprehensible lines on the blueprints, bewildered. "What have you drawn? I can't make sense of it." "This is our means of escape. You must view it this way." As he spoke, Tony adjusted the lighting, neatly folding and smoothing the blueprints. Under the illumination, a formidable steel giant emerged on the paper, detailed with an array of specifications. It was evident that these were the schematics of a refined design, ready to be constructed. Ethan fell to his knees once more. "Idle, this is incredible." With Ethan's assistance, Tony finally replaced the rudimentary electromagnet in his chest. Lin Yuan gazed at the reactor glowing blue on Tony's chest, drooling in admiration. "This is magnificent. I want one too." "What? You need a hole in your chest?" "Perhaps I'll pass and wait for Tony to update a version that doesn't require surgery." Free from the immediate threat of death, Tony could finally breathe, engaging in a type of chess with Ethan that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Of course, Lin Yuan would never admit it was a matter of his own intellect. "Damn. These scientists are truly perplexing. Even chess is beyond my understanding," Lin Yuan muttered as he lay down nearby. Perhaps I should just sleep. I'm mentally exhausted." "By the way, where are you from?" Tony inquired, taking a sip of water. "I hail from a quaint town called Kamara. It is a beautiful place." "Are your family still there?" "Indeed. Once we escape, I shall return to find them." Ethan lowered his gaze, then lifted it to ask Tony, "And you, Stark? Do you have family?" Tony looked at Ethan, smirking slightly. No, Stark, you possess everything, yet you have nothing," Ethan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tony smiled faintly, lowering his head. In the days that followed, Tony and Ethan clandestinely began to forge components for their battle armor. Lin Yuan expressed his desire to assist, only to be dismissed by Tony, who insisted he should return to sleep. According to Tony, he questioned whether Lin Yuan could even comprehend the parameters illustrated in the schematics given his intelligence. Lin Yuan, feeling indignant, nonetheless complied and retreated to a corner to rest. That day, as Lin Yuan slept soundly, drool escaping his lips, a sudden notification interrupted his slumber. Ding! Skill enhancement complete. Startled, he sprang up from the ground, shocking both Tony and Ethan, who were diligently working nearby. Lin, what's wrong? Ethan inquired hastily. I'm fine. Please, continue. Lin Yuan quickly reassured them before settling into a corner to summon the system panel. Chapter 8, Introduction of Skills. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Occupation, druid. Super invincible all-around support. Skill system optimization, mana. Strength, 1. Talents, ferocity. Healing. Health, 100. Magic, 100. Mana does not equate to mana strength. The latter gradually increases over time, influencing the effects and duration of all skills. Occupational skills, super invincible all-around support. Skill system optimization, fury. You strike, I retaliate. The druid can evoke the anger within the target, inciting rage, no consumption. Moonfire, I illuminate you on behalf of the moon. The druid can summon a beam of moonlight to shine upon the target, no consumption. Later discovered hidden effects include blindness and dizziness. Starfire, a spark of stars can ignite a prairie. The druid can launch a starfire projectile, no consumption. Later discovered hidden effects are currently limited to illumination. Thorny vines, I am a rose with thorns. The druid can summon natural energy to form an invisible layer of magical thorns around themselves, causing enemies that attack to feel pricked. Duration, 1 hour, no consumption. Later discovered hidden effects inflict excruciating pain on enemies. Swarm, I embody the swarm. The druid can summon a multitude of insects to encircle the target, no consumption. Later discovered hidden effects induce itching in enemies. Gale, hurricane. No air conditioning can compare to the refreshing breeze of nature. The druid can summon a cool breeze directed at the target. Note, the hurricane's winds may be stronger, no consumption. Later discovered hidden effects include blowing enemies away. Falling stars, let us witness a meteor shower gracing the earth. The druid can conjure a shower of meteors streaking across the sky. Later discovered hidden effects activate beyond the atmosphere. Bear form, rabbit family exclusive skin version possesses magical skin, offering formidable defense, and includes skills. Dissuading roar, emits a roar that diminishes the combat spirit of nearby hostile targets. Challenging roar, enemies that hear your roar will prioritize you as their target. Duration depends on enmity levels. Charge, swiftly rushes toward the target, stunning them for 5 seconds. This form cannot utilize magic. Cheetah form, rabbit family exclusive skin version possesses magical skin, strong defense, and remarkable speed. Includes skills. Sprint, significantly increases movement speed. Stealth, enters an invisible state. Casting a skill will break the state. Feline grace, thick paw pads greatly reduce fall damage. This form cannot utilize magic. Aquatic form, rabbit family exclusive skin version transforms into an aquatic form. Possesses magical skin. Capable of thriving in any water body, greatly enhancing movement speed. This form cannot utilize magic. Flight form, rabbit family exclusive skin version transforms into a flying form. Possesses magical skin, enabling rapid flight. This form cannot utilize magic. Touch of healing, consumes mana to cast a healing spell on the target, restoring a substantial amount of vitality and rapidly healing wounds. Skill cooldown time, 5 minutes. Rejuvenation, consumes mana to cast a healing spell on the target, continuously restoring their vitality, stamina, and mental strength. The duration increases with the intensity of mana, lasting up to a maximum of 24 hours. Tranquility, continuously consumes mana to summon a rain of life centered on oneself, healing all allied targets and rapidly restoring their vitality, stamina, and mental strength, while swiftly mending injuries. The cooldown period is 7 days. Nourishment, consumes a substantial amount of mana to implant a natural seed within the target's body. This seed absorbs natural energy, continually nurturing the target's physique, gradually enhancing their constitution. When the target is near death, the seed will unleash energy for a swift recovery. After the seed dissipates, residual energy will prevent the birth of new seeds, with the dissipation rate decreasing as mana intensity increases, lasting up to 12 months. Bloom of Life consumes a considerable amount of mana, sacrificing the target's vitality to regenerate lost limbs. Resurrection consumes all mana to summon the target's soul back to the body, thereby reviving the target. Warning: the soul of the deceased belongs to the Lord of Hell. Summoning it may provoke the Lord of Hell. Use with caution. Activation unleashes one's potential, rapidly restoring mana for a duration of 1 minute. Wild Mark consumes mana to summon natural energy, forming an invisible layer of natural armor on the target's skin. This armor can absorb substantial damage until it dissipates, with a maximum duration of 24 hours. Wild Blessing consumes mana to bestow blessings upon oneself or all allied targets within the vicinity, enhancing all aspects of their attributes. The more targets blessed, the greater the mana consumption, lasting for 1 hour. Entangling Roots consumes mana to summon vines that ensnare the target, rendering them immobile. The strength of the vines increases with level, lasting for 10 seconds and affecting up to 10 targets simultaneously. Grasp of Nature consumes mana to form a layer of natural energy on the surface of one's body, causing all attacks directed at oneself to trigger Entangling Roots. The skill lasts for 10 minutes. Whirlwind consumes mana to summon a magical whirlwind that lifts the target into the air and spins them continuously for 30 seconds. Curse Removal eliminates all curses afflicting the target. Passive effect: Druids are immune to curses. Detoxification removes all toxins from the target. Passive effect: Druids are immune to toxins. Barkskin passive: Druids bathe in natural energy, rendering their skin exceptionally resilient. Fairy Fire summons an intangible fairy fire to mark the target. Druids can sense the location of the fairy fire, with duration increasing with level, up to a maximum of 24 hours. Animal Soothing: Druids can calm animals, inducing tranquility. Sleep calms the target, lulling them into slumber. Skill descriptions are set to be viewed actively for reader convenience. All skills are listed here, and further detailed descriptions will not be provided. Newly acquired skills will not be added here. Gazing at the newly unveiled panel, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Though it is peculiar that the talents available are solely related to ferocity and healing, without the presence of balanced talents. The existence of skills associated with balanced talents leads one to speculate that this novice system might indeed have made an error. Lin Yuan now eagerly anticipates the extent to which the system's promised skill optimization might enhance his abilities. Delightfully, he opens the description for the skill Falling Stars. This skill, which already possesses considerable power by summoning meteorites to assail foes, could reach even greater heights might the meteorites become larger and more formidable. However, upon perusing the bizarre skill description, Lin Yuan rubs his eyes in disbelief. Surely, he has not misread. What is this absurd introduction? Even after traversing worlds, he can still be ambushed by this F4? Moreover, what does it mean to traverse the sky? Where is the target? Subsequently, Lin Yuan hastily opens the descriptions for other skills. What the devil? What kind of nonsense invokes anger? Summoning moonlight to illuminate foes. What is this? Am I merely providing a spotlight for my enemies? Furthermore, the description for Starfire claims that a mere spark can ignite a prairie. What nonsense is this? Cursed system, cursed system. Come out here and explain to me what you mean by painful to the touch and refreshing natural breeze. Ding. Host, please remain calm and do not be agitated. Calm. How can I remain calm when you present me with these ridiculous skills? Ding. Host, I have already informed you. I am an auxiliary skill system. Your initial panel was inherently flawed, and I have rectified it. Furthermore, you were never meant to possess skills associated with balanced talents. And yet I have preserved them for you. Should I be grateful then? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ding. There is no need for thanks, host. Get lost. If you had simply removed all skills related to balanced talents, I would not be nearly as angry. Look at what you've optimized. This is utterly absurd. I demand you revert these skills back to their original state. I want my falling stars. Chapter 9. Is it not quite normal for children to be abnormal? Lin Yuan felt as though the very sky above him had turned to ash. System, I implore you. Perhaps it would be best if you departed. I would much prefer the initial panel. That way, my heart would not be so heavy. Lin Yuan found himself disenchanted with life. Leave me be. Seek out a more worthy host. Do you not see that handsome fellow over there? Go find him. He is the protagonist. Associating with him would surely be more beneficial than with me. Beep. Host, I am devoted and unwavering. I shall never betray you. I do not require your fidelity. My true companion is the druid panel. You are merely an afterthought, an interloper. I beg you, hasten your departure. Beep. Host, I shall not leave. Even in death, I shall remain by your side. Lin Yuan felt his heart turn to dust, lying on the ground like a lifeless fish. I am weary. Let it all be obliterated. In the distance, Ethan and Tony observed Lin Yuan's erratic movements as he seemed to converse with the air, only to subsequently collapse as if he had lost everything. Tony paused his actions, perplexed, and inquired of Ethan, "What is wrong with him?" Ethan, equally bewildered, replied, "I have no idea. Perhaps it is a rebellious phase. Children at this age often exhibit such inexplicable behavior. Could it be that he is bottling up his feelings?" Tony pondered, furrowing his brow. That seems likely, after all. He is but a child, and his current circumstances must be quite overwhelming for him. We need to accelerate our efforts. With this thought, Tony quickened his pace, leaving Ethan somewhat confused by the sudden change. What is going on? Everyone seems so peculiar. Lin Yuan lay there, gazing at the ceiling of the cave, utterly disenchanted. The system interjected, "Beep, host, I truly do not comprehend why you are behaving this way. Initially, you possessed only a wild talent, and now you have at least two abilities. Your balanced talent skills have not been lost, they merely manifest in a different form alongside you." Lin Yuan weakly replied, "You do not understand. Humanity is such that it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. Had I not possessed any hope at the outset, I would not have yearned for it. Yet you bestowed upon me this sliver of hope, only to cruelly extinguish it. You cannot fathom the depth of this pain." The system appeared contemplative. "I still do not grasp. Forget it. There is much for you, a novice, to learn. By the way, why are all my skills support-oriented, devoid of even a single offensive spell? Host, I have already informed you. I am a support skills system. Hence there are no offensive skills at your disposal." Lin Yuan felt the urge to curse once more. How am I to survive in the Marvel universe as a druid without any offensive capabilities? Host, who said you lack offensive power? You simply lack offensive spells. You can still engage in hand-to-hand combat. Oh right, Lin Yuan suddenly realized, then began to examine his other skills. Hey system, what does the rabbit-themed skin behind the giant bear form signify? He asked, intrigued by the descriptions accompanying several transformation skills. Beep, host, you shall discover it through experience. TCH, still playing coy. It is not suitable to test transformation skills here. Let us discuss it once we are outside. By the way, system, shouldn't the bear form and cheetah form be classified as offensive skills? Did you not claim to be an auxiliary skill system? Host, these are inherent to the interface. Moreover, transformation skills can also be considered auxiliary. As for the transformation itself, I cannot simply remove your claws. Quite a compelling argument, indeed. Lin Yuan felt somewhat swayed by the system's reasoning, yet he stubbornly retorted, however, transforming into a bear is of little use here. This is the Marvel universe after all. Surely, Captain America could easily overpower a bear. Ding. The host can also exhibit cuteness. Get lost. Ding. Alright then. Nourish. Lin Yuan continued to examine the skills. Noting the description of Nourish, this skill has been significantly enhanced. I recall it was originally a healing ability, and now it can actually bolster physical constitution, complete with a built-in life-saving feature. Excellent. This must be utilized immediately. Lin Yuan hastily rose from the ground. The first use of a reinforcement skill deserves a sense of ritual. Lying down would be a disrespect to the new skill. With a mere thought, he activated the skill. No sensation? Lin Yuan wondered. Could it be that my movements were incorrect? Bala Bala energy, Shero Shero, Little Witch transform. Goddess of Darkness, Gunala. Hu, Dark Magic transformation. Grant me strength, for I am He-Man. Moon Prism Power transform. Burn, my little universe. Appear, Red God Eagle. Revive, my warrior. Oh. That should be inappropriate. In the distance, Ethan and Tony gazed at Lin Yuan in perplexity. What is wrong with him? I have no idea. He's just a child. It's normal for him to be a bit lively. Alas, this child seems to have gone a bit daft. Exhausted, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, panting heavily. This is impossible. Previously, casting skills was so straightforward. System. Ding. Host, could it be that your magical power intensity is insufficient? Huh? Ding. Nourish is a relatively advanced skill, and with your current magical power intensity of only 1, it is certainly inadequate for activation. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Ding. You didn't ask. What did you see just now? Ding. This system saw nothing. Consider yourself fortunate. By the way, how can I enhance my magical power intensity? Host. Simply participating in combat or practicing daily will increase your magical power intensity. If you are so lethargic that you wish to do nothing, fear not. The system will absorb ambient energy to augment your magical power intensity, albeit in small amounts. Lin Yuan nodded. That is indeed quite beneficial in the Marvel Universe. There is no shortage of battles. After the system's explanation, Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of his abilities. However, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. System. Could you perhaps devise a solution or summon your colleagues to grant me a few offensive spells? Wah. Host, you cannot behave like this. We are all bound and cannot change our fate. You must simply accept it. Lin Yuan. Oh. Chapter 10. Why must I also play the supporting role? Time slips away like the balance on a bank card, vanishing with the slightest misstep. Lin Yuan, gauging the tally marks etched upon the wall, discerned that over 2 months had elapsed. Despite his inactivity during this period, his magical prowess had notably increased, enabling him to wield several fundamental skills. Throughout these 2 months, Tony and Ethan had tirelessly endeavored to advance their project. Lin Yuan would drift into slumber amidst the clanging of metal, awakening to the same rhythmic sounds. And he began to question whether he could find rest without the familiar clangor once he stepped outside. Now, the fundamental components of the armored suit were nearing completion. Today, with Ethan's assistance, Tony commenced testing the suit's hydraulic system. Outside the cave, a group of KB molecules, their cerebral CPUs nearly overheating, stared at the surveillance monitors. Bewildered by the images before them, how could this appear so dissimilar from the photographs? Perhaps it had been modified. Nonsense. The tail fin is clearly incorrect. It's inverted. I'm certain. Are you sure of anything? You illiterate. Are you just as clueless? Why point fingers at me? In front of the monitor, a bald man, stroking the ring on his finger, observed Tony's testing of the suit's leg mechanism, his eye twitching slightly before he commanded, "Go investigate what is happening." Meanwhile, Tony was welding the armor when he heard the door creak open. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his head. The motion executed with a familiarity that tugged at one's heartstrings. Lin Yuan also heard the door and quickly retreated into a corner to diminish his presence, believing this situation had nothing to do with him. As the entrance swung open, the bearded man from earlier stepped inside. Unlike before, he did not approach Tony but quietly took his place among the others, standing in formation. The bald man strode in with an air of arrogance, twirling the ring on his finger as he fixed his gaze on Tony. "Don't be nervous. He speaks English," Lin Yuan reassured Tony, who was taken aback yet lowered his hands. The bald man approached Tony, scrutinizing the emblem on his chest, a bow and arrow, once the pinnacle of weaponry, which Genghis Khan wielded to sweep across the Eurasian continent. Yet today, only those equipped with Stark's most advanced armaments could aspire to dominate the world. And that individual would be me. Lin Yuan, hidden in the shadows, rolled his eyes at the bald man's delusions of grandeur. Did he truly believe he could conquer the world? The 5 notorious criminals were not mere decorations. A villain of such caliber could never survive beyond a single episode. After delivering his proclamation, the bald man glared menacingly at Tony and, in Arabic, bellowed, "Why have you disappointed me?" Ethan understood the bald man was addressing him. "We are working diligently. I spared your life, and this is how you repay me?" Tony cast a surprised glance at Ethan, sensing a deeper understanding of the situation. Ethan feigned composure. "The task is intricate. He has exerted considerable effort. Bring him here and make him kneel." The bald man shouted to his subordinates. One of the lackeys was about to seize Ethan when the bald man interjected, "Not him. Bring that boy over here," pointing at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered, wondering why it was him again, having already taken on the responsibilities of the protagonist. Why must he also shoulder those of a supporting character? Had his salary been adjusted? As he observed the minions charging at him with ferocity, Lin Yuan resigned himself with a sigh, quietly bestowing upon himself a mark of ferocity. Now he possessed a skill. Whatever they planned, he would concede if they uttered a single word. As the minions dragged him down to his knees, a bald man retrieved a piece of red-hot coal from the furnace, declaring, "Do you think I'm a fool? I will uncover the truth." Ethan, still defiant, insisted, "We are working." Lin Yuan sensed a decrease in Ethan's previous anxiety. "MMP, open your mouth." The bald man blew on the coal, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Tony, feeling the tension rise, could not comprehend the words spoken. But he recognized that the bald man's actions boded ill. "Tell me what you are doing." The bald man approached Lin Yuan, coal in hand, relentlessly pressing for answers. Lin Yuan, however, remained unfazed. With the protective shield granted by the mark of ferocity, the coal posed no threat to him. Yet, Ethan and Tony were clearly terrified. Ethan kept shouting, "We are merely constructing missiles." Though Tony did not understand their discourse, he grasped the bald man's intent. "What do you want? The delivery date?" He stepped forward, causing the minions to raise their guns in alarm. Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes at their cowardice. The bald man shot a sidelong glance at Tony. Tony exhaled, "He is my brother. I need him." Lin Yuan felt warmth spread in his heart. The bald man then turned his gaze to Ethan. "He is a good assistant. He can help me." The bald man regarded Tony with a penetrating stare before discarding the coal. "By tomorrow at the latest, I want to see the finished missiles." With that, he turned and departed with his minions. As soon as they exited, Ethan collapsed onto the ground. Tony rushed over to help Lin Yuan up, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just feeling like I've done something I shouldn't have." "It's all right, brother. What shall we do next?" "We must expedite our progress." With that, he pivoted and returned to work. Finally, with the quenching of the last component, the helmet, the construction of all parts of the battle suit was complete. Tony donned his leather outfit, equipped himself with protective gloves and a neck guard, and, with Ethan's assistance, began to put on the exosuit. Ethan reminded Tony to remember the exit route, and Tony responded promptly. All of this unfolded within a blind spot of surveillance. As Tony vanished from the monitors, an unsettling feeling surged within the leader, prompting him to hastily send minions to investigate. 2 minions rushed to the entrance, shouting the names of Tony and Ethan. Tony, visibly anxious, inquired of Ethan, "What are the people outside saying?" Ethan continued to work, binding the assembled battle suit. "I don't understand. They are speaking Hungarian. I cannot comprehend." At this moment, Lin Yuan interjected, "They are demanding to see us. Otherwise, they will come in." He then shouted toward the door, "Wait, I'm in the restroom. I will be right out." The minions outside appeared skeptical, their shouts growing louder, until they forcibly opened the door and barged in. Boom. 2 henchmen were propelled by the explosion of the bomb that Tony had affixed to the door. The bald man, witnessing the detonation on the monitor, immediately triggered the alarm. A throng of KB miscreants surged inside. Tony had donned his battle suit and awaited the importation of the control program, yet the progress bar lingered at halfway. The cacophony outside grew increasingly imminent. Ethan, his face etched with tension, resolved to make a stand. "I'll buy you some time," he declared, seizing the gun from the ground and charging outward. Tony, bewildered, exclaimed, "I mean, buddy, how much time do you think you can buy by going out there alone? This is sheer folly. Could you please adhere to my grand plan?" Lin Yuan, sighing behind him, was aware of Ethan's resolve. Persuasion would be futile. With a swift gesture, he bestowed upon him the wild mark and rejuvenation. "All right, my friend, the buffs are in place. Go make your sacrifice." Ethan felt an exhilarating rush coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. Raising his weapon, he unleashed a barrage akin to Rambo, then bellowed as he charged forth. Just around the corner, he was met by a throng of armed adversaries. "Rambo Ethan, time to buy 3 seconds." Chapter 11. The atmosphere was slightly awkward as Tony anxiously watched Ethan dash outside, his gaze fixed on the progress bar on the computer, which continued to fluctuate. Hurry up, hurry up. Finally, the progress bar reached 100. And the first suit of Iron Man armor, Mark I, was officially activated. With the mask secured, Tony turned to Lin Yuan and instructed, "Stay behind me. Adhere to the plan, and ensure your safety." Lin Yuan nodded, casting a wild mark and rejuvenation spell on Tony. Together, they surged into the cave, where darkness enveloped them. They advanced cautiously, when suddenly, a beam of light illuminated before one of the KB molecules, only for him to be propelled away by an overwhelming force. Lin Yuan's experience bar on his system interface surged. First blood. The slaughter commenced. In the shadows, a colossal iron figure advanced slowly, where gunfire and screams echoed in its wake. The ambience felt eerily reminiscent of a horror film, and Lin Yuan followed closely behind Tony, captivated by the unfolding scene. Armed with skills, he occasionally deflected bullets that struck the wild Marquess shield, proving ineffective against his skin. Lin Yuan felt invincible, as Marquis wreaked havoc. Tony called out for Ethan, who remained unresponsive. It was only as they neared the cave's entrance that Tony spotted Ethan lying on the ground, appearing to have been shot. Just as he prepared to investigate, he suddenly heard Ethan shout, "Be careful." Tony instinctively swerved, narrowly avoiding an RPG fired by a bald-headed adversary. As a small missile detonated against the cave ceiling above him, the bald man let out a pained cry, collapsing under the falling debris. Tony disregarded his fate. Casting aside the sandbags that pinned Ethan down, his heart heavy as he observed Ethan bloodied and battered. "Come on, we need to leave. Follow me. We prepared for this. We must stick to the plan." "We have always followed the plan, Stark," Ethan said weakly. Tony understood his implication but encouraged him nonetheless. "Come on, you're about to see your family." "My family is dead, now I must go meet them, Stark." Indeed, Tony's suspicions were confirmed. "It's going to be all right. I hope so." He gazed at the fading Ethan, fighting back tears. "Thank you for saving me. Don't waste your life." As he uttered those words, Ethan's head drooped. Witnessing Ethan's tragic end ignited a fury within Tony, prompting him to seek vengeance against the KB molecules. Yet, he suddenly noticed Ethan stirring once more. Feeling that he was not yet defeated, Ethan attempted a playful tilt of his head again. "Not dead yet?" Observing Ethan's endearing antics, Tony's rage was abruptly interrupted. Ethan chuckled awkwardly. "I think I can hold on for a while longer." An uncomfortable silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. "Uncle Ethan, you can live for a long time. Tony and I still need you." Lin Yuan emerged from the shadows with a gentle smile, casually casting a healing touch upon Ethan. As a faint green glow illuminated the surroundings, Ethan felt a warm sensation enveloping him, banishing the earlier weakness that had consumed him. The wound on his chest began to writhe, as the bullets lodged just beneath the surface of his skin were expelled, clattering to the ground. Rising to his feet in disbelief, he touched his body in astonishment. "How is this possible, Lin? I was hit by so many bullets, yet I remain unharmed?" "This is one of my special abilities," Lin Yuan explained, still smiling. "Before you charged out, I enveloped you in an invisible energy shield. Although the bullets penetrated the shield, the remaining force was insufficient to breach your skin. I suspect your anxiety, compounded by significant blood loss, led you to believe you were on the brink of death." Ethan, who had resigned himself to his fate, felt a newfound resolve after skirting the edges of death. He realized he should not perish so easily. He had to take action for himself and in memory of his lost family. Ahem, Tony cleared his throat, lowering his mask as he strode toward the cave entrance. "I will take care of the outside. You all stay put for now." "Go for it, brother. I've provided you with a shield as well." Lin Yuan cheered from behind. Suddenly struck by an idea, he cast a spell of elven fire upon Tony. Tony turned back, offering Lin Yuan a deep, meaningful glance before stepping out of the cave. Outside, the KB molecules were poised for battle. A colossal iron giant emerged from the cave, imposing and formidable. "Open fire!" rang out, and a barrage of bullets rained down on Tony, all easily deflected by the armor of Mark I. Raising his hands, 2 jets of flame erupted, igniting the KB molecules and causing them to wail in distress. One KB molecule on the nearby hillside, witnessing the chaos, grabbed a heavy machine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Mark I, the sheer force causing Tony to stagger. Suddenly, a bullet struck the hydraulic mechanism of Mark I's leg, rendering it immobile. Without hesitation, Tony ignited the ammunition at the cave entrance, activating his flight system and soaring into the sky. As the base's munitions exploded, the terrorists within were obliterated. Mark I ascended amidst a great ball of flame before turning back towards the ground, plunging into a sand dune. Tony lay amidst the shattered remnants of Mark I, basking in the searing heat of the desert sun, feeling as though he had been reborn. Finally out. Not bad. He assessed his body, noting, I'm unscathed. With such a tremendous impact, it would be impossible to escape without a scratch, even with the armor's cushioning. I feel no fatigue at all. In fact, I feel better than before my abduction. Could it be Lyn's doing? Suddenly, a thought struck Tony. Lyn and Ethan are still inside. He resolved to find them and, glancing in the direction of the cave, began his march back. After a short distance, he spotted Lin Yuan and Ethan approaching him, chatting and laughing. Their steps light and carefree. Brother, you were incredibly impressive just now. Lin Yuan greeted Tony. Thank you, Tony replied, his heart swelling with emotion as he gazed at the smiling child. It's nothing, brother. You have saved me several times. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively and asked, what shall we do next? Where shall we go? Let us head that way. The military is certainly searching for us. Tony pointed in a direction. The trio began walking towards it, the effects of the rejuvenating spell continuously restoring their strength. Having finally escaped the oppressive darkness of the cave, they walked with ease. Ethan, where do you plan to go next? I do not know. I have no place to return to. I should probably visit my hometown to pay respects to my family. How about this? I will accompany you, and then you can come help me afterwards. I need your assistance. All right. I have no destination either. I will assist you. Their heartfelt exchange made Lin Yuan feel a shiver run down his spine. Lin, you should join me as well. From now on, you will be my brother. Tony suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and said. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, sure. I will rely on you from now on. Chapter 12. What guarantees? As two helicopters soared overhead, Lin Yuan realized that this desert journey was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, the helicopters soon descended, and a throng of American soldiers rushed towards Tony, led by none other than Colonel Rhodes, Tony's close friend. Colonel Rhodes had initially expected Tony to be weary and weakened after enduring such an arduous trek in the desert. However, the sight before him was quite perplexing. Aside from an unfamiliar object on Tony's chest and a somewhat disheveled appearance, he seemed remarkably more vigorous than Rhodes himself. Tony, did you go on a vacation in the desert? Indeed, it was a rather splendid trip. And these two? This is Dr. Ethan, and this is Lin. They are the ones who rescued me. Tony introduced Lin Yuan and Ethan. Thank you both. Rhodes shook hands with Lin Yuan and Ethan in turn before embracing Tony. Let us go. They are waiting for you. With that, they proceeded to the military airport of the American forces. Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, along with his driver and bodyguard, Happy, watched anxiously as the transport plane's door slowly opened. During the time Tony was kidnapped, they had not rested well and had never ceased their search for him. Happy had been plagued with guilt for not protecting Tony adequately. Upon receiving news from the military that Tony had been found, they rushed over at the earliest opportunity to await his return. As the door finally opened, Tony emerged, and both Pepper and Happy were taken aback. The frail, weakened figure they had envisioned was nowhere to be found. Rather, Tony appeared impeccably dressed, his complexion vibrant, and, aside from a slight tan, healthier than he had been prior to his abduction. Pepper and Happy were left speechless. What was happening? He had been kidnapped for 3 months and returned in such high spirits, it defied logic. Dismissing the medical personnel who offered a stretcher, Tony remarked, Do I look like someone in need of a stretcher? Hi, Pepper. Hi, Happy. Tony greeted them with a smile. Pepper felt her tears had been in vain. Did he truly resemble someone who had been kidnapped? Are you all right, Tony? With a grin, Tony replied, Do I seem unwell? Are you crying because you were worried about your missing boss? I'm overjoyed. I just didn't want to find a new job. Ah, yes. Your vacation has come to an end. As everyone piled into the vehicle, Pepper insisted on taking Tony for a medical checkup, which he firmly declined. Do I look injured? I've been confined for 3 months, and right now, I have 2 priorities. First, to devour a cheeseburger, and second. Before Tony could finish, Pepper interrupted. No. That kind of thing is out of the question. Lin Yuan, who was sipping water in the car, couldn't help but spit it out. True to form, Pepper knows Tony all too well. It was no surprise, considering Tony's history. He simply could not function without the presence of a woman. Tony shot Lin Yuan a disdainful glance and handed him a tissue. With a look of astonishment, Pepper Potts gazed at Tony. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to care for someone, even if it was merely handing over a tissue. Who are these two? Pepper inquired. Her curiosity piqued, having focused solely on Tony and completely overlooking the others. This is Lin. He will be my brother from now on. And this is Ethan, a friend of mine. I owe my return to the help of both of them. Tony introduced Lin with a pat on his shoulder. Hello, I am Lin Yuan. You may call me Lin, Lin said with a cheerful smile as he greeted Pepper. Taken aback by the youthful visage before her, Pepper felt a surge of surprise. This was indeed a first, Tony exhibiting such warmth towards another man. The fact that Tony had just referred to him as his brother was somewhat alarming. After all, this was none other than Tony Stark himself acknowledging a sibling. The significance of that was not to be underestimated. With a smile, Pepper responded, Hello, Lin. I am Pepper Potts. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving Tony. Of course, it was nothing. Tony has saved me numerous times as well, Lin replied modestly. Pepper, the second matter I need to address is that I am holding a press conference, immediately. Right now. A press conference? For what? Pepper's face was etched with confusion. To announce something right after returning seemed rather peculiar. You will find out soon enough. Now, let us go grab some hamburgers. Very well, sir. Inside the luxurious car, Lin enjoyed his cheeseburger, observing Tony relishing his meal with delight, and could not help but exclaim, Brother, is this the food you have longed for over the past 3 months? Ethan chimed in, equally pleased. I think it tastes great. Well, as long as you're happy. Lin sighed, cramming the remainder of his burger into his mouth, mumbling to himself, once things stabilize here, I must treat myself to a proper meal at Rabbit's. The vehicle soon arrived at the gates of Stark Enterprises, where a bald man led the employees in a rousing welcome, applauding Tony's return. Adjusting his suit collar, Tony turned to Lin and instructed, Lin, stay close to me. Lin nodded in compliance, following Tony as they exited the car. The bald man approached with a hearty laugh, embracing Tony warmly. Tony reciprocated the embrace, both exchanging pleasantries as they made their way to the press conference venue. Lin quietly trailed behind, recognizing the bald man as Obadiah Stane, a key figure in the Stark Empire and one of Tony's most trusted associates, though he had ultimately betrayed that trust. It was crucial to find an opportunity to caution Tony. Whether he would heed the warning remained uncertain. Inside the conference hall, a throng of reporters awaited eagerly. Having been missing for 3 months, Tony Stark's return and subsequent press conference signified an important announcement, and the journalists were rife with anticipation. As Tony greeted the jubilant crowd while making his way to the stage, Pepper could not suppress a smile at the sight of him, surrounded by admirers and engaging in lively conversation. This was the quintessential Tony Stark. Lin, standing beside her, echoed her sentiments with a sigh of admiration. Mr. Lin, may I have a word with you? A gentle voice resonated nearby. Lin Yuan turned to look, and to his surprise, it was none other than Phil Coulson, the village chief of the Marvel Novice Village. His hairline was scarcely better than Ethan's. Coulson extended a friendly hand towards Lin Yuan, introducing himself. I am Agent Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. From where? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. What division? Chapter 13. Is this work genuine? Mr. Lin, we are familiar with you. This time, we seek your insight into the details surrounding Mr. Stark's escape. From what we understand, Tony emerged virtually unscathed. Could you elucidate what transpired? Coulson astutely redirected the conversation with a direct inquiry. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, Tony called him to the stage. I'll go up first. We can discuss this later. Coulson courteously gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed at his leisure, recognizing that there was no urgency. Tony took Lin Yuan by the arm and introduced him to the reporters below, saying, This is Lin Yuan. Henceforth, he shall be my brother. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Tony Stark personally acknowledging a brother during a press conference was indeed monumental news. Lin Yuan was taken aback. My biological brother? Although I am thrilled to have the support of Stark Industries, I am merely an auxiliary. Shouldn't I remain in the background? Why pull me to the forefront? Perhaps in this moment, Tony believed that since he had acknowledged Lin Yuan as his brother, the world must also recognize this bond. In a few years, however, having endured pain, Tony would undoubtedly take great care to shield his family from the public eye, unlike the grand display unfolding now. Feeling a mixture of gratitude and helplessness, Lin Yuan could only smile and wave to the reporters below. Suddenly, wow, my eyes are dazzled by the flashing lights. Lin Yuan was momentarily blinded by the camera flashes. Tony smiled as he observed Lin Yuan rushing down from the podium, but his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Now, I will address the second matter of today's press conference. The room fell silent. I once believed that the weapons I created were safeguarding humanity. Yet I witnessed a young face extinguished before me, killed by the very device I designed to protect them. A reporter inquired, "What happened there?" Tony did not respond directly. Instead, he continued, "During this time, I have come to realize that I can contribute far more to this world than merely manufacturing explosive devices. Consequently, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately, until I can determine the future direction of this company." The announcement reverberated through the venue as if an explosion had occurred, with reporters clamoring to voice their questions. Obadiah Stane, visibly enraged, rushed to the stage to halt Tony from continuing. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic scene, reflecting, "This is quintessentially Tony." After the press conference concluded, Tony took Lin Yuan and Ethan on a tour of Stark Industries. Gazing at the massive arc reactor before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Tony's genius. This colossal structure looks entirely different from the smaller versions. How could he possibly create a finished product in such a brief span? The prowess of this technological titan is truly formidable. As he pondered, Obadiah Stane stormed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Ethan, there are matters I wish to discuss privately with Tony." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and turned to follow Ethan back to their car. After waiting for a while, Obadiah Stane and Tony emerged, their shoulders linked and laughter echoing between them. Lin Yuan understood that Tony had divulged the secret nestled within his chest to Obadiah. Alas, this matter has always been a lurking threat. One wonders if Tony now dares to extract the fragments from his chest. Perhaps he should seize an opportunity to discuss it with him. In the subsequent days, the news Tony announced sent shockwaves across the globe, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet. Yet, Lin Yuan, Tony, and Ethan enjoyed a rather pleasant existence. Tony and Ethan busied themselves in Tony's underground laboratory, re-engineering the arc reactor. After all, the current arc reactor had been hastily constructed, with both materials and craftsmanship being rather mediocre. Now that circumstances allowed, it was imperative to create a superior one. As it pertained to Tony's very life and fortune, Lin Yuan, feeling particularly content, had Happy escorting him on a culinary exploration throughout New York. Over these days, he indulged in an array of exquisite dining experiences, sampling both Chinese and Western cuisines across various high-end restaurants. However, to be frank, the culinary offerings were somewhat lackluster. Despite the abundance of options, they did not quite suit his palate. The Chinese food, in particular, was disappointing, with only a few dishes living up to their reputation. One day, after savoring a delectable meal, Lin Yuan made his way to the laboratory to find Tony. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the arc reactor beneath a glass casing at the entrance. "Ah, my dear brother, have you upgraded your gear? Did Pepper have a hand in this?" Lin Yuan tapped on the glass. "Indeed, I had her dispose of the old one, but she insisted on keeping it as a memento," Tony replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "What about Uncle Ethan? I haven't seen him." "He was with you earlier," Lin Yuan inquired. "He returned home to pay respects to his family. I had Rhodey arrange for his protection. I intended to accompany him, but he refused." Lin Yuan found a seat and settled in, observing Tony as he diligently worked. "Brother, do you wish to extract the fragments from your body and seal the wound? I can assist you, 100 safe, with no scarring whatsoever. I am aware of your capabilities, Lin." Tony replied, momentarily taken aback, contemplating before continuing. "For now, I still require this apparatus. I plan to reconstruct the device from the cave. I had hoped to enlist Rhodey, but unfortunately he declined." He then smiled at Lin Yuan. "Regardless, I trust that with your abilities, even in the event of an accident, you would be able to save me, correct?" "Of course. I am the gold standard support. Lin Yuan asserted, treating the matter with nonchalance. By the way, do keep a close watch on Obadiah. I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ill intentions. You're being overly cautious, dear brother. Stain has watched me grow. He would not harm me. He may just be a bit upset, given that I announced such significant news without consulting him first. We had cleared the air during our last conversation. Upset? He'd rather see you dead. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just remain vigilant. Relax, relax. Tony responded, seemingly unfazed. Lin, tell me, is your brother good to you? Tony approached and wrapped his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, grinning as he spoke. How have you been? Lin Yuan, exhibiting a touch of pride, responded nonchalantly. Tony leaned in closer. How about you assist me once more with that rejuvenation technique of yours? Lin Yuan, somewhat perplexed, replied. But you have no issues at the moment. Why would you need that technique? With an air of mystery, Tony declared, ever since you employed that rejuvenation technique on me, I have felt an extraordinary endurance. I can work tirelessly without fatigue. Lin Yuan, amused, asked, are you referring to genuine labor? Absolutely, without a doubt, Tony asserted. I find that hard to believe. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and, with a casual gesture, performed a rejuvenation spell. With my current abilities, this will last approximately 6 hours. Once it fades, you can come back for more. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan decided to also grant Tony a protective charm. All right then, hurry along. I must commence my work. Having achieved his goal, Tony promptly began ushering Lin Yuan away. Indeed, this work was rather unorthodox. Chapter 14. The armor has lost its appeal. Brother. Lin Yuan rushed into the laboratory in a flurry. Lin, just in time. I was about to test the flight system of the suit. Could you assist me with the recording? Before Lin Yuan could respond, Tony directly enlisted his help. Oh, all right. The words he nearly uttered were swiftly swallowed. Ready to begin? Tony prepared himself. Wait, let me grant you a buff. Lin Yuan bestowed the wild mark upon Tony. As for the rejuvenation spell, it had been continuously active on Tony, providing sustained vitality that further fueled his already obsessive work ethic. Ready? Tony asked. Then let us commence. Increase thrust by 20. Prepare for takeoff. With Lin Yuan's South magical protection in place, Tony boldly initiated the ascent. Almost immediately, Lin Yuan watched as Tony collided with the ceiling, creating a gaping hole, followed by a resounding crash as he plummeted to the ground. A nearby robotic arm, seemingly delayed, sprayed Tony's face with a cloud of confetti. Lin Yuan doubled over in laughter. These moments were destined to become Tony's comedic history. In the following days, Lin Yuan refrained from discussing his own matters, instead immersing himself in the captivating process of Tony's continual enhancements to the suit's capabilities. Witnessing the authentic Iron Man armor gradually take shape was an experience worth commemorating. In truth, Lin Yuan's greatest admiration lay with JARVIS, and the operations he had previously only seen in films filled him with envy. He determined that once Tony was finished, he must procure a similar system for himself. It would surely be exhilarating to engage with such technology in gaming. He found himself lost in delightful daydreams. This brother of his was exceptional in many ways, though he often displayed moments of foolishness. Observing Lin Yuan's goofy grin, Tony shook his head, affixing the suit's hand components before calling out, Lin, stop grinning like a fool. It's time to test the flight stabilization device. Oh, right. Lin Yuan snapped back to attention. Go ahead, brother. With me here, you need not worry about a thing. At that moment, Pepper Potts approached, carrying a cup of coffee. Tony, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. I thought you had ceased weapon research. She gazed at what Tony was holding, perplexed. This isn't a weapon. It's merely a flight stabilizer, Tony clarified, preparing for the test. Suddenly, with a cacophony of sounds, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was comically buried beneath a heap of scattered components. Lin Yuan quickly pulled out his phone, capturing the moment. Iron Man's comedic history photo 1. Upon returning to the upper floor with Tony, they found Obadiah Stane leisurely playing the piano. After exchanging pleasantries, Obadiah got straight to the point. Tony, the board has requested you to cease your work. They believe you are suffering from post-traumatic stress. Those fools on the board. Isn't it just you, you bald-headed tyrant? Pushing this agenda? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Is this all because the stock dropped by 40 points? Tony expressed disbelief. It's actually 56. 5. Pepper emphasized. Does it even matter? I hold the majority stake in the company, Tony retorted, his agitation evident. The board possesses the authority to assess your new project. Believing it does not align with the company's interests, you must present them with something substantial. Show me the reactor embedded in your chest. Let me use it to persuade the board. Obadiah gestured towards the chest reactor, feigning concern for Tony. Absolutely not. That belongs solely to me. And there's no room for negotiation. Tony rejected him outright without a second thought. Obadiah attempted to persuade him further, but Tony disregarded him and headed straight for the laboratory. At this moment, Tony's singular focus was on perfecting the armor, yearning to demonstrate to the antiquated members of the board that he, Tony Stark, remained the world's foremost genius. In the underground garage laboratory, on the 11th day and the 37th test of version 2.0, come on, brother, Tony urged. Jarvis, begin incrementing from 1 gradually. As he prepared, beams of pure white light emanated from his hands and feet, allowing him to hover steadily before landing smoothly. Excellent. Now, increase the thrust by 2.5. The control had improved significantly this time. Tony soared through the parking lot, narrowly avoiding igniting his luxury vehicle with flames, yet he landed safely without incident. Lin Yuan applauded from the sidelines, reveling in the excitement far more than any film could offer. A nearby robotic arm, equipped with a fire extinguisher, attempted to spray Tony. But he quickly intervened, noticing a hint of disappointment in Lin Yuan's eyes. In truth, Lin Yuan shared that disappointment, eager to witness Tony getting sprayed. I can fly now. Haha, Tony exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. With the flight system test completed, the next step was to assemble the armor. As the exterior plating of the Iron Man suit was fully affixed, apart from its color, the first true suit of armor, Mark II, was officially complete. Looks amazing, brother. I want one too, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his desire nearly spilling from his eyes. It's impressive, isn't it? I'll make sure to get you one in the future, Tony replied with pride. Jarvis, let us get to work. With that, Jarvis activated, and the system initiated a self-check. Once the diagnostics were complete, preparations for shutdown began, followed by data analysis. Let us check the weather conditions and flight restrictions. And monitor ground control, Tony suggested. Jarvis understood immediately. Sir, we must prepare thoroughly before actual flight. Jarvis, before learning to walk, one must first run. Ready? 3, 2, 1. As flames erupted from his hands and feet, the inaugural flight of Mark II commenced. With a thunderous roar of flames, Mark II soared from the garage. And within the suit, Tony shouted with elation, "Oh yeah." The sensation of flying freely in the air sent adrenaline coursing through Tony. It was an unprecedented experience. After circling the city, Mark II shifted direction, soaring swiftly into the sky. Suddenly, Jarvis issued a warning. Sir, something is approaching rapidly at high speed. Before the words had fully registered, a magnificent bird, over 1 meter in length with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, appeared beside Tony. Brother, I'm here. Lin Yuan's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Lin? Tony gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this avian creature is none other than Lin Yuan, who has now unlocked his transformation ability. Previously, he sought out Tony to discuss this very matter. He has acquired the ability to fly and intends to visit the rabbit's abode. However, upon witnessing Tony testing the Mark armor, he found it intriguing and chose to linger in the laboratory. It was not until just moments ago, as he observed Tony soaring into the sky, that he remembered his own intentions. To his delight, the unique skin associated with his flying form resembles the legendary rock. Of course, it is merely a skin, and its size is akin to that of an ordinary large raptor. Were it to truly resemble the colossal rock, he would hesitate to utilize it. Despite its somewhat diminutive stature, its speed is nothing short of remarkable. For instance, at this very moment, he can effortlessly pursue the Mark II armor. Lin Yuan senses that as his magical potency intensifies, his flight speed will only increase. The canine system undoubtedly serves as an extraordinary and unparalleled auxiliary system. The optimization of supportive skills is truly commendable. Lin Yuan cannot help but exclaim that this flying form deserves a 5-star rating. He is equally eager to explore the potential of his other forms. Meanwhile, Tony glances at his armor and then at the dashing bird soaring beside him, feeling as though his own armor has lost its allure. This bird is simply magnificent. He desires it. Chapter 15. I can adorably end your life, Jarvis. What is the operational altitude of the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? The record for fixed-wing aircraft stands at an astonishing 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be shattered. Come on, Lynn, let us see who can soar higher. Even if you can metamorphose into a bird, it is impossible for avians to ascend beyond the capabilities of machinery. Not necessarily so. I am not just any bird. I am the legendary rock, the mythical beast of the rabbit clan. Let us compete then. With a flash of silver and gold, two figures launched toward the heavens. As they ascended, Lin Yuan felt a chilling breeze, noticing that frost had begun to coat the surface of the Mark II armor beside him. At that moment, Jarvis issued a warning. Sir, the surface of the aircraft is experiencing ice formation. This could lead to significant system failures. Lin, are you all right? Tony yelled over to Lin Yuan. Absolutely. Lin Yuan responded, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Then let us continue. Tony's competitive spirit surged anew. 3 seconds later, the dropping temperatures caused an accumulation of ice on the aircraft's surface, resulting in a complete system failure. The Mark II abruptly powered down. Tony let out a long, lamenting scream as he plummeted toward the ground. Lin Yuan chuckled, transforming back into his human form and promptly taking several photos with his phone. Iron Man's embarrassing moment captured, +1. Transforming back into his avian form, the rock let out a mighty screech and dove downward. In an instant, the rock caught up to the tumbling Tony, extending its claws to grasp the feet of the Mark II. Once stabilized, it looked down and taunted. What has happened, brother? Why are you faltering so easily? Tony, infuriated, clenched his teeth. Just you wait. Once I make improvements, I will ensure you regret this, and I shall call you brother. Lin Yuan burst into laughter. All right, first, you need to remove the ice. We can discuss matters later. I have something to tell you as well. Before long, the Mark II successfully rebooted and resumed flight, with the two conversing as they returned to their seaside villa. On the villa's rooftop, Tony hovered in midair. Deactivate power, he commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, the Mark II crashed through the rooftop, obliterating a piano and the floor beneath. Landing with a crash on an expensive car in the underground parking lot. The nearby robotic arm, finally seizing the opportunity, excitedly sprayed Tony in the face. Lin Yuan discreetly took out his phone. Iron Man's embarrassing moment, another +1. After restoring order to the chaotic scene, Tony sat before his computer. Holding a cup of a green concoction, Jarvis diligently recorded Tony's proposals for improvements to the Mark armor. Brother, you're drinking that to alleviate the toxicity of palladium. Aren't you? Lin Yuan mused, believing that Tony, under the influence of some rejuvenating magic, would not suffer from palladium poisoning as he had before. Evidently, he had underestimated its potency. How did you know? Tony asked, astonished, as he had disclosed this to no one. Is it serious? Lin Yuan inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. With your magic, it's not a major issue. Tony replied nonchalantly. Please do let me know if anything arises, in due time. I should be able to assist you in resolving this issue, Lin Yuan declared with a confident expression. At present, I am unable to employ the detoxification technique. But once I can, no poison shall pose a challenge. Lin, what is this transformation of yours? Tony inquired, redirecting the conversation with curiosity. What kind of bird is that? It looks truly impressive. That is one of my abilities, Lin Yuan explained. I possess a total of 4 forms: the giant bear, the cheetah, the flying form, and the aquatic form. The bird you just saw is my flying form, resembling the legendary Dapeng. The Dapeng? What kind of bird is that? Tony pressed for clarity. Lin Yuan elaborated. It is a mythical bird from Chinese folklore, known as Kuanping. As recorded in Zhuangzi, free and easy wanderer, it states, in the northern abyss, there is a fish called Kuan, whose size is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is named Peng, and its back is equally vast, spanning thousands of miles. I embody this Peng, and I suspect my aquatic form is akin to Kuan. Of course, my transformations cannot match the legendary scale. That's so cool. Tony exclaimed, visibly impressed. What about your cheetah and giant bear forms? How do they appear? I have yet to try them out. They should resemble the unique animals of the rabbit family, Lin Yuan admitted, uncertain. Then hurry up and show me. Tony urged with eager anticipation. I suggest I document this. That's all right. I shall begin now, starting with the cheetah form. With that, Lin Yuan vanished from sight, only to reappear before Tony as an orange cat. Indeed, an orange cat. Tony paused for a moment before erupting in laughter. Huh, Lin, is this truly your cheetah form? It looks more like a chubby cat. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had always envisioned his flying form to be as magnificent as Kuanping, and naturally assumed the cheetah form would not be lacking either. He had expected something akin to a mythical creature, or perhaps a northeast tiger or a snow leopard. But never did he anticipate that it would manifest as a plump orange cat. System, come forth and explain this to me, Lin Yuan demanded inwardly. After a prolonged silence, the familiar voice of the system resonated in Lin Yuan's mind. Host, you are not using your cheetah form for combat. Why must it be so impressive? Consider how delightful and safe a cat can be. But you needn't have chosen an orange cat. Out of all the felines, you picked the stoutest one. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Host, in this world, orange cats are no ordinary creatures. Lin Yuan gasped, suddenly recalling a peculiar species from this world. Very well. I shall accept this fate. Tony continued to chuckle. Come on, let me pet it. Haha. Lin Yuan shot him a disapproving glance before reverting to his human form. Wait, I'm not laughing anymore. That cat is indeed quite adorable, albeit a bit on the hefty side. You might want to suppress that smile of yours first. Are we going to see the other forms? All right. I shall stop laughing. Tony managed between giggles. Continue. Though initially reluctant to engage with Tony, Lin Yuan found himself compelled by Tony's insistence to proceed. Just don't laugh. I'm starting now. With a flourish of magical light, the form of the giant bear materialized. My goodness, this is absolutely splendid. Tony, with an expression of sheer astonishment, rose to his feet and embraced Lin Yuan wholeheartedly. Jarvis dutifully projected Lin Yuan's current appearance in a holographic display before his eyes. Before him stood an irresistibly adorable giant panda. Indeed, it was a giant panda, the legendary creature known as the bamboo-eating beast, the Mount of Chiyu, who, with its aid, triumphed over the Yellow Emperor. Lin Yuan stared in disbelief at the holographic projection, then glanced down at the black and white patterns adorning his own body. This is truly a panda. Is this confounded system intending for me to use this guise to charm my adversaries to death? Nevertheless, Lin Yuan mused. It might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 16. If I cannot do it well, I shall do it myself. Brother, you have been at it for half an hour. May I not return to my original form? A panda lay on the ground, its head being gently patted by a hand, its face etched with a profound sense of existential ennui. Do not stop. Just a bit longer. After all, it is a panda, replied Tony, lost in the sheer delight of petting the panda. When little Pepper arrives, you must allow her to pet you as well. Lin Yuan struggled to extricate himself from Tony's grasp, hastily transforming back into human form. Alas, what a pity, Tony lamented, retracting his hand with a dissatisfied expression. What abilities do you possess in these various forms? In my flying form, I move at extraordinary speeds, far surpassing that of your suit. Although I have yet to conduct a precise test on just how fast I can go. In my aquatic form, I can thrive in any body of water. Also with remarkable speed. My cheetah form allows for invisibility, while my giant bear form possesses formidable defensive capabilities, Lin Yuan explained. Such convenient abilities, Tony exclaimed in admiration. Then with a mischievous grin added, Lin, transform into a panda again. I'll snap a photo to send to little Pepper. Do not even think about it. Jarvis has already captured plenty of photos, and you only wish to pet my head. Lin Yuan firmly rejected the idea, noting that if he continued to be petted, he would become a bald panda. Very well, what a shame, Tony sighed, expressing his regret. At that moment, the television suddenly announced that Stark Industries was holding a charity gala. Tony paused. Jarvis, did I receive an invitation? Negative, sir. No invitation was sent to you. Lin Yuan burst into laughter. Haha, brother, your situation is quite pitiful. Your own company is hosting a charity gala, and yet you received no invitation. Tony was unfazed. He had never placed much importance on such matters. Moreover, if Little Pepper had not mentioned it, it was certainly not of great significance. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take the car keys, thinking it had been a while since he last made an appearance, and it would be good to check it out. Lin, are you coming? Tony inquired. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No, I despise such gatherings. They make me feel utterly uncomfortable. Very well, I shall take my leave. You stay at home, Tony declared before departing. Left alone at home, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of boredom. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not visit Rabbit for a midnight snack? Then return after breakfast tomorrow. Ah, splendid idea. Let us proceed. Without delay, he transformed into the rock once more, its wings flapping as it soared eastward, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Flying above the clouds, Lin Yuan sensed that his speed far exceeded that of sound. Yet, the flight was remarkably serene, devoid of sonic booms or even the sound of rushing air. Indeed, magic defies the laws of science. Lin Yuan marveled to himself. In just over an hour, Lin Yuan arrived at Rabbit's home. Where shall I dine first? He pondered, momentarily paralyzed by the plethora of delicious options at Rabbit's abode. Let us start with barbecue. Although I long for hot pot, it feels rather solitary to indulge alone. I shall invite Tony and the others next time for hot pot. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yuan returned to Tony's seaside villa, only to find that the lights in the underground garage were still on. Has Tony returned from the banquet already? Why is he back in the lab working? Pondering this, Lin Yuan made his way directly into the laboratory. There sat Tony, clad in the Mark armor, deep in thought, oblivious to Lin Yuan's approach. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yuan had a good idea of what had transpired at the evening's gathering. Lin, you were right. Obadiah indeed has issues. A look of despondency clouded Tony's face, his tone growing heavy. He has been secretly selling weapons to those terrorists. Today, Ethan reached out to me. His hometown was attacked by the Tin Rings. I saw the photographs from the scene, and the weapons they used were all produced by Stark Industries. Lin, do you think I am wrong? My inventions do not bring peace. Tony's voice was low, tinged with bitterness. No, it is certainly not your fault. The weapons themselves are not to blame. It is the individuals wielding them who are at fault. Tony gazed at Lin Yuan, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He seemed to be contemplating Lin Yuan's words, searching for solace or clarity. After a moment, he slowly spoke, but if it weren't for my inventions, they would not have the means to harm others. Lin Yuan shook his head, resolutely asserting, no, even without your weapons, those with malicious intent would find alternative methods to wreak havoc. Your technology was originally intended to protect people. It is merely misused by the wicked. Brother, you hold yourself to excessively high standards, always striving for perfection, yet sometimes things do not unfold as we wish. Lin Yuan gently patted Tony's shoulder, offering encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Tony endeavored to calm himself. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Yuan and smiled, saying, Thank you, Lin. Your words have lifted my spirits. Perhaps I need to reassess my thoughts and goals. Lin Yuan nodded, replying with a smile. Of course, wherever and whenever. I will always be by your side to support you. You are a remarkable inventor, and your talent and wisdom will change the world. As long as you hold on to your beliefs and trust in your abilities, everything will turn out well. Brother, you will become the greatest hero this world has ever known. I have always believed this. Thank you, Lin. I feel much better. Tony embraced Lin Yuan gently, then turned his gaze to the Mark armor, lost in contemplation. He then stood up, transforming the flight stabilization device into an arc pulse cannon, shattering the glass in front of him. With each piece of glass that fell, his expression grew increasingly resolute. Brother, call me when you head to Chimera. Lin Yuan understood that Tony had made up his mind. Since his inventions could not be utilized correctly by others, he would take matters into his own hands. Certainly, Tony replied briskly, continuing his work without hesitation. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan remained in the laboratory alongside Tony, witnessing him gradually enhance the Mark II armor. Tony opted not for the ostentatious yellow hue he deemed excessive, but rather for a striking red and yellow combination reminiscent of a vintage automobile nestled in his garage. Lin Yuan remarked that this color scheme was indeed more flamboyant, yet undeniably striking, as he beheld Tony standing upon the platform, surrounded by mechanical arms gracefully assisting him into the latest iteration of the Iron Man suit. The Mark III, Lin Yuan felt tears welling at the corners of his mouth. It was simply magnificent. This was truly a man's sanctuary. However, the armor was still in its nascent stages, and once Tony refined it further, Lin Yuan intended to implore him to craft a set of armor for his bare form, granting him a modicum of offensive capability. After all, one cannot solely rely on appearances to vanquish foes. Chapter 17 The Bald Man Lin, let us embark, Tony exclaimed, ready for action. Absolutely, Tony. Lin was exhilarated to partake in Iron Man's inaugural mission. The two ascended into the sky in an instant. Lin, can you keep pace with my speed? Brother, do you underestimate me? The real question is whether you can keep up with me. Lin felt insulted. Then shall we have a race? Tony doubted. Let us race. Watch closely. You won't even see my tail. With a mighty flap of his wings, Lin surged ahead, leaving Tony far behind in an instant. Staring at the colossal bird that vanished from sight, Tony was astounded. Jarvis, what is my current speed? Sir, your flight speed is currently at Mach 3. Goodness! Tony exclaimed in disbelief. What about Lin's speed? Exceeding Mach 10, sir. Remarkable. 5 minutes later, a fatigued Lin appeared beside Tony. As he was unfamiliar with the route to Kamara Town, and this desolate place had no mobile signal, rendering navigation futile. Brother, when we return, I absolutely need a navigation system for my flight mode. There is no signal here. Last time I visited Rabbit's house, I didn't get lost. Lin lamented. Not a problem. That is a simple fix. But wait, when did you go to Rabbit's house? On the day you attended the banquet. I was free and went to Rabbit's house for a barbecue. Tony fell silent. Next time, invite me along. Of course. In Kamara Town, a KB thug was about to execute a disobedient villager as a lesson. The villager's wife and child looked on in despair as their husband and father faced imminent death. Suddenly, a boy in the woman's arms gazed up at the sky in astonishment. A humanoid mech descended gracefully from above. The KB thug, startled by this unexpected arrival, began firing frantically. The bullets merely left faint marks on the Mark III armor. Unfazed, Tony systematically eliminated the KB thugs with his hand-mounted arc pulse cannons, then swiftly dispatched the thug holding a hostage with his auto-targeting feature. Show off, but undeniably cool, Lin thought, opting to remain aloft while bestowing a buff upon Tony and watching him in awe. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed. Oh, look who it is, my old friend, the bearded thug. The bearded leader, hiding behind an earthen wall in a cave, felt fortunate to have evaded danger. Suddenly, he beheld a magnificent bird soaring before him, transforming into a familiar-looking boy. The boy greeted him with a casual hi. Then he saw the boy morph into a striking black and white bear, who swiftly swatted him away, causing him to recoil in pain and fly several meters. Lin, having sent the bearded thug flying with a single swipe, felt utterly elated. Fetch me some water, will you? If it weren't for the stars falling and that wretched system causing the chaos, I would have unleashed a torrent of meteoric strikes upon you. Lin Yuan was about to deliver a final blow to the bearded man when Tony's voice interrupted. Lin, let us go. Leave this person for the villagers to vent their frustrations upon. We shall proceed to obliterate the base over there. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, Tony executed a suave turn and took to the skies, leaving behind the remark, "You may deal with him as you wish. What a flawless facade he has." Lin Yuan smirked, morphing into a great bird and pursued Tony. Only the bearded man remained, facing the furious villagers, who began to unleash their wrath with a chorus of anguished cries. As Tony soared above the Ten Commandments gang's base and prepared to strike, a shell struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground. The Mark III, now disheveled and covered in dirt, struggled to its feet, looking quite pathetic. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. What a grand performance. Quite the slap to the face, isn't it? He then took out his phone, snapping several pictures. Another embarrassing shot of Iron Man added to the collection. With a look of reproach, Tony glared at his younger brother, then fired a small rocket to obliterate the tank that had downed him, ignoring the ensuing explosion behind him. He ascended into the air and unleashed an enhanced arc reactor blast, igniting the munitions within the base. Without acknowledging Lin Yuan, he flew away. Lin Yuan found the situation amusing, aware that Tony had not sustained any injury. The Mark III was equipped with formidable protection, and with his enhancements, injury was nearly impossible. Lin Yuan speculated that Tony felt humiliated in his presence. "Oh brother, this is merely the beginning. When I organize an exhibition of Iron Man's most embarrassing moments, only then will you truly grasp the affection I have for you." Lin Yuan chuckled mischievously, transforming into a great bird and soaring homeward. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He could no longer discern the direction home, and this desolate location had no signal. With no other option, he chose a random direction to fly, hoping to regain a signal to pinpoint his location. As he flew, Lin Yuan sensed something amiss. The mountain before him appeared unusually towering. He had not encountered such a height on his way here. Wait, is that a temple atop the mountain? Lin Yuan approached the structure, and upon getting closer, he confirmed it was indeed a temple, bustling with people engaged in synchronized movements on the square. So many individuals. What temple is this? Oh no, it's that bald-headed figure. How did I end up here? Lin Yuan nearly panicked, resisting the urge to flee. Inside the temple, a bald figure raised her gaze towards him. Oh no, is she looking at me? I must not run. I'll simply fly by as an ordinary bird. She surely won't notice me. Lin Yuan continuously reassured himself, steeling his resolve as he flew over the temple and accelerated away. Surely, she didn't spot me. Thank goodness, now is not the time to confront her. A wave of relief washed over Lin Yuan. He finally understood his location. In the temple, the monk gazed at the distant mythical bird, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. At last, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, exhaling a breath of relief. Ah, I'm finally back. I'm utterly exhausted. Jarvis, has Tony returned? Yes, sir. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Lin Yuan made his way to the underground lab, where Tony was engrossed in his work. Hey, I'm back, Lin Yuan greeted. Why so late? I got lost, of course. Hurry and set up a navigation system for my flight mode, the kind that connects to satellites. That can wait. First, I need your help. I've asked Pepper to gather evidence against Obadiah. Could you please ensure her safety? I recall your cheetah form has the ability to become invisible. Why send her? It's too dangerous. I can go. You're not familiar with the locations, but Pepper has a better understanding. Oh, you're right. When is she going? She should be going in the next couple of days. You'll need to accompany her. Sure thing. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 18. A culinary journey through the rabbit's abode in the lair of the Ten Commandments gang. The bald-headed leader was receiving his benefactor, Obadiah Stane. Inside the tent, Stane gazed at the humanoid armor before him, his eyes reflecting an insatiable desire. He traced his fingers over the circular opening in the armor's chest, lost in contemplation. The bald leader rambled on, fantasizing about how he would dominate the world once such armor was created. However, that was where the narrative ended. Stane easily subdued him with high-tech ultrasonic paralysis, and soon after, the entire base of the Ten Commandments gang was cleansed. If Lin Yuan had been present, he would undoubtedly have spat at the bald leader's face, questioning how someone of his caliber could even dream of ruling the world. At Stark Enterprises, Lin Yuan transformed into an orange cat and stealthily followed Pepper Potts into the building. Once inside, she proceeded to copy data from the computer in her office, while Lin Yuan stationed himself outside as a lookout. Lin Yuan soon spotted Obadiah Stane approaching the office. Observing that Pepper was still occupied, he sighed, acknowledging yet another busy day ahead. Disengaging from his invisibility, Lin Yuan sauntered towards Stane, who was puffing on a cigar as he made his way to the office. Suddenly, Stane encountered the plump orange cat before him and shouted for security. Security! There's a cat in here, get rid of it. Lin Yuan ambled leisurely, then halted in front of Stane before leaping into action. Cat's cross-claw, he exclaimed. Stane immediately felt 2 sharp scratches appear on his face, and he cried out in distress. Security, capture that wretched fat cat. Security rushed in, frantically attempting to seize Lin Yuan, who effortlessly evaded their grasp. Chaos erupted throughout the floor. Inside the office, Pepper successfully copied the incriminating evidence against Stane, hurriedly organized her belongings, and exited the office, fleeing amidst the turmoil. Watching as Pepper made her safe escape, Lin Yuan adeptly dodged several security guards attempting to apprehend him, retreating to a secluded corner where he activated his invisibility, leaving behind a bewildered group of guards and a fuming Stain. Returning to his office, Stain, still cursing, keenly noticed that his computer had been tampered with. Exercising caution, he immediately reviewed the surveillance footage. The image of Pepper appeared on the screen. Observing her hurried departure from the office and descending the stairs to leave with a government official waiting below, Stain's fury escalated, and he smashed the screen before him, his eyes narrowing with a fierce determination as he watched Pepper's retreating figure. After completing his mission, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, exchanged pleasantries with Tony, and prepared to indulge in a feast at the Rabbit-S abode, intent on savoring every culinary delight it had to offer. Days later, having thoroughly enjoyed the gastronomic offerings, Lin Yuan flew back leisurely. Alas, I had thought my speed would allow me to savor every delicacy at the Rabbit-S place. Yet I barely ventured beyond the panda's home. What a disappointment, Lin Yuan lamented, asserting that it was certainly not due to any inadequacy in his abilities, but rather the overwhelming abundance of exquisite cuisine at the Rabbit-S abode. Hello, brother. What's the matter? Lin Yuan, soaring through the skies, received a call from Tony. Lin, where are you? I need your help. Tony's voice was laced with urgency. I'm on my way back. What has happened? Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yuan accelerated his flight. Obadiah attacked me. He took my arc reactor. Tony's tone was fraught with concern. Are you all right? Lin Yuan's anxiety grew. He had assumed that because of his assistance, Pepper would remain undetected by Obadiah, allowing Tony time to act. He had underestimated the cunning nature of that bald villain. I'm fine. Just when I felt I was on the brink of death, a surge of energy coursed through me, rapidly replenishing my strength. I managed to retrieve the original arc reactor that Pepper had secured for me. Is that your ability? Lin Yuan could hear the relief in Tony's voice, as if he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. It's a spell I cast for you previously. It can save your life in moments of dire need. Lin Yuan recalled the nurturing spell he had bestowed upon Tony and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin, you have saved my life once again. Tony's gratitude was palpable. No need for such formalities. We are brothers, after all. What do you need me to do now? By the way, Pepper and some agents have gone to find Obadiah. I need you to help me stop him for a moment. I will be there shortly. Tony's voice was once again charged with urgency. Rest assured, I will arrive promptly. Pepper will be all right. After ending the call, Lin Yuan hastened his pace, streaking through the night sky like a golden flash. At the entrance of Stark Tower, Pepper was leading several agents into Stark Industries, preparing to apprehend Obadiah Stane. However, shortly after their entrance, a violent explosion erupted from the basement of Stark Industries. In a panic, Pepper rushed out of the building, dialing Tony's number. Suddenly, a colossal iron suit burst forth from the ground before her. It was Obadiah Stane piloting the Ironmonger. With a menacing grin, Obadiah raised his hand, poised to eliminate Pepper. A shrill eagle's cry pierced the air, followed by a golden flash that whisked Pepper away in an instant. Enraged by her sudden disappearance, Obadiah bellowed and began sprinting towards Tony's villa. In the air, Lin Yuan grasped Pepper's arm with his eagle talons, lifting her aloft. Startled, Pepper cried out and struggled. Pepper, it's me. Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. Lin? Recognizing his voice, Pepper halted her struggles, bewildered. What is going on? I will explain later. Let me first secure you. Return to the villa. I must confront Obadiah. Lin Yuan set Pepper down in a safe location and then turned to pursue Obadiah Stane, who was recklessly charging towards Tony's home. Although he possessed the ability to fly, he chose to run, leaving one to ponder his intentions. As Lin Yuan observed the Iron Titan racing down the road, vehicles desperately swerved to evade its path. Those unable to escape were sent flying, leaving a cacophony of wails and cries for help in their wake. Cursing under his breath, he soared through the air, transforming into human form before unleashing a tendril of entangling vines towards the Iron Titan, only to revert back into the majestic rock. The Titan found its legs ensnared by a robust vine, the sheer force of inertia driving it face first into the ground. Struggling to rise, Obadiah gazed at the vines wrapped around the Titan's feet, confusion etched across his face. What is this? Where did these vines come from? 10 seconds later, The effect of the entangling vines dissipated, and the tendrils vanished. Obadiah, now bewildered at the sudden disappearance of the vines from his feet, was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Chapter 19. Alas, this may be the end. After a brief moment of confusion, the Iron Giant pressed on, this minor setback failing to hinder his advance. Lin Yuan sighed. After all, the flight form could not possibly impede the Iron Giant's relentless march. There was no alternative but to summon the national treasure. Hopefully, this bald-headed fellow was a cat enthusiast. Suddenly, the rock appeared before the Iron Giant, instantly transforming into an adorably clumsy panda. Charge! The panda dashed toward the Iron Giant with an astonishing swiftness. The spell of charge had a powerful magical effect that left Obadiah Stane momentarily dazed. Lin Yuan's panda stood upright, delivering a hefty paw slap to the Iron Giant's face. Yet, the Iron Giant remained utterly unfazed. A raven flew overhead, leaving Lin Yuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regaining his composure, Obadiah controlled the Iron Giant to strike back, landing a punch squarely on Lin Yuan's panda face. Thanks to the formidable defense of the bear form and the shield of the primal mark, Lin Yuan felt as though that punch was merely a tickle. It was a battle of beast and machine, each exchanging blows in a cacophony of sound. Onlookers were astonished. Was that black and white creature truly a panda? It certainly appeared so. But aren't pandas in the zoo supposed to be adorably cuddly? Whose panda was this, exhibiting such ferocity? With claws that stung somewhat, Lin Yuan's panda expressed its frustration. The system optimization had rendered the bear form devoid of offensive skills, and its paw could not penetrate the Iron Giant's armor. Although Lin Yuan had magical protection and was not afraid of the Iron Giant's onslaught, this wearisome exchange was exhausting. Tony, please hurry. Obadiah Stane was equally exasperated. Having just dealt with a bird that whisked away Pepper, now a panda was incessantly pestering him. He decided to ignore the panda and unleashed a torrent of flames from his jets, intending to soar past. Observing the Iron Giant preparing for takeoff, Lin Yuan promptly issued a challenge with a roar. Obadiah was suddenly engulfed by a surge of rage, an overwhelming impulse to shred the panda before him. He turned and unleashed a barrage of missiles at Lin Yuan, then bellowed as he charged directly at him. Lin Yuan was caught off guard by the explosion of missiles, and before he could gather his wits, the Iron Giant had appeared before him, seizing his foot. With a sense of hopelessness, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, feeling as though his existence as a bear had lost all meaning. Great, another overtime shift. This time, it's to cover for Loki. Curse this system. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Lin Yuan blamed the system for his misfortunes. As the Iron Giant raised his foot to crush the panda's head, a crimson figure streaked in, colliding forcefully with him. Brother, you finally arrived. Lin Yuan nearly wept. Are you all right, Lin? Tony observed Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. You go ahead. I just need a moment to reflect on life. Lin Yuan waved his hand, his bare form still splayed on the ground. Subsequently, Tony charged angrily at the Iron Giant. And then, there was silence. Iron Man utilizes the latest arc reactor from Tony Stark's chest, providing ample energy. In contrast, Tony now relies on a makeshift reactor crafted from scrap materials within a cave, barely sustaining the operation of the Mark III suit. While Iron Man boasts a robust physique and formidable armor akin to a heavy-armored warrior, Tony's suit resembles that of a light-footed assassin, albeit one lacking sufficient energy. This lightweight assassin finds itself in direct confrontation with the heavily armored warrior, leaving Tony questioning his very existence amidst the onslaught. Fortunately, unlike the original narrative, Tony benefits from Lin Yuan's assistance. Previously, the restorative effects he experienced gradually enhanced his physical condition. And now Lin Yuan has further augmented him with the rejuvenation spell and the wild mark effect. Although Tony is unable to retaliate against Iron Man's relentless strikes, he remains physically unscathed apart from the embarrassment. With swift determination, Tony breaks free from Iron Man's grasp and ascends into the sky. Confident that Obadiah's hastily constructed Iron Man cannot rectify the weaknesses he has personally discovered. Indeed, as he soars to great heights, Iron Man quickly succumbs to freezing temperatures, causing his systems to malfunction and him to plummet to the ground, crashing in front of Stark Tower and leaving a substantial crater in the roadway. Soon after, Tony descends unsteadily from the sky, with Lin Yuan rushing to greet him. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, just running low on energy. What about Obadiah? Did you handle him? He fell into the sewer. I believe he should be fine. What now? I'm out of energy, Tony expresses his concern. Lin Yuan rolls his eyes and leans closer to Tony's ear. Brother, just do as I say, and leave the rest to me. Can you manage? Tony inquires, a hint of worry in his voice. Relax, even if it fails, he can't kill us. Worst case, we let Rhodey clean up the mess. Lin Yuan responds nonchalantly. All right, let's do it. Tony resolves with newfound determination. On the road in front of Stark Tower, Iron Man emerges from the ground, disheveled and frustrated. His excellent shock absorption capabilities have spared Obadiah from injury, yet he is seething with anger, feeling humiliated by Tony's antics. He resolves to end this swiftly. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind him. Well, if it isn't the bald-headed giant. Who are you looking for? Obadiah turns to see Lin Yuan and asks, You? Where's Tony? Has he sent a mere child to meet his demise? You needn't concern yourself with Tony's whereabouts. I'm here to convey a message. Lin Yuan maintains his cheerful demeanor. What is it? Obadiah, now intrigued, wonders what the child could possibly have to say at this juncture. Lin Yuan faces Iron Man, his lips forming a clear shape that imprints itself in Obadiah's mind. FXXKU, BITCH. In the next moment, he transforms into a panda and unleashes a resounding roar of challenge at Obadiah. Obadiah Stain. Whether due to the effects of his skills or the affront of being attacked by Lin Yuan, felt a rush of blood to his eyes, his anger surging forth. At that moment, his sole focus was the panda before him. He yearned to transform it into a mere carpet. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, casting forth a tendril that ensnared the legs of the ironmonger. With a crash, the ironmonger fell face first to the ground. Rage-fueled, Obadiah struggled to rise, only to have Tony emerge from his concealed position, stepping onto the ironmonger's back and severing the exposed wires at its neck. Obadiah felt darkness enveloping him as his optical connections faltered. In a fit of fury, he opened the cockpit of the ironmonger. His face contorted with rage as he directed it towards Tony, shouting, Tony Stark, I have dedicated 40 years to this company, leading it from nothing to what it is today, and you dare to obstruct my path? I shall not permit anyone to hinder my progress. With a powerful blow, the ironmonger sent Tony crashing into Stark Tower, and Obadiah followed closely behind. Hey, Tony, you may have halted weapon development, but you have crafted the most formidable weapon. He taunted, advancing step by step towards Tony. Tony remained silent, charging at the ironmonger. In an instant, the ironmonger seized him, its hands tightening around the Mark III. The suit emitted a cacophony of metal being crushed, while all Tony could hear was the incessant alarm blaring from Jarvis. This is bad. I might not make it out of this. Panic began to seep into Tony's mind. Chapter 20. Brother, I really don't want to go to school. Hey, baldhead, look here. Lin Yuan, witnessing Tony's dire predicament, unleashed a swarm of insects upon Obadiah. Initially, he intended for the summoned creatures to serve as a distraction, allowing Tony a chance to escape. However, to his astonishment, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. They swarmed the cockpit of Ironmonger, and the density was such that it would likely induce a panic attack in anyone afflicted with entomophobia. Obadiah screamed in horror, hurling Tony away and frantically swatting the insects from his face. What on earth? So many insects. Lin Yuan could hardly fathom the potency of the swarm skill. It seemed that post-optimization, the attack abilities warranted further exploration after this ordeal. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he swiftly transformed into an orange cat and launched a flurry of feline strikes towards Obadiah's eyes. Obadiah let out a pained cry, momentarily ignoring the insects on his face, and began firing indiscriminately with Ironmonger, intent on obliterating the troublesome orange cat with missiles. Lin Yuan, noticing a missile hurtling towards him, nimbly dodged, only to watch as it barreled straight toward the arc reactor of Stark Enterprises. Goodness! Lin Yuan gasped, executing a backflip midair and transforming into a great bird, soaring through the exit. As he burst out of the building, he snatched Tony, who was poised to rush inside, and swiftly ascended into the sky. A tremendous explosion resonated behind them as a brilliant blue light shot into the heavens. The arc reactor, struck by the missile, experienced catastrophic overload. engulfing the entire building in energy and creating a gaping hole in the sky. Lin Yuan carried Tony to the rooftop of a nearby building, both gazing at the blue beam before them, while Tony remained silent. In the distance, police cars finally arrived, surrounding Stark Enterprises. "Let us head back, brother," Lin Yuan said, giving Tony a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Pepper is waiting for you at home." Upon hearing this, a faint smile emerged on Tony's face. "All right, let us go back first." At the seaside villa, an anxious Pepper paced the hall, repeatedly inquiring of Jarvis. "Miss Potts, Mr. Stark has returned and is currently in the laboratory," Jarvis announced. Pepper's expression brightened, and she dashed towards the lab. Upon seeing the battered exterior of Mark III, her eyes welled with tears. Tony, with the aid of mechanical arms, finally managed to extricate himself from the deformed suit. As he stepped off the platform, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Without regard for Lin Yuan's presence, Pepper rushed forward, embracing Tony and tenderly inspecting him. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" "You scare me to death, Tony," she exclaimed, her voice laced with emotion. Tony gently wrapped his arms around Pepper, reassuringly stating, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Their eyes locked, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, with their faces drawing closer together. Lin Yuan, observing their oblivious display of affection, coughed lightly, interjecting, "Ahem, brother and sister. There are minors present." It was only then that Pepper realized Lin Yuan was also nearby, and she quickly pushed Tony aside, blushing as she greeted Lin Yuan. Tony cast a hostile glance at Lin Yuan, but then a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Lin, how old are you this year?" Lin Yuan, perplexed by Tony's abrupt change in demeanor, responded, "Why do you ask?" "I'm 16. "Oh, 16 already," Tony exclaimed, a devious grin spreading across his face as he turned to Pepper. "Pepper, please help me contact the best high school tomorrow. A 16-year-old simply cannot be out of school." Pepper was taken aback, but soon smiled in agreement. "Of course, boss." "Wait, what? Bro, how can you do this? I thought of you as my real brother. And now you want me to go to school?" Lin Yuan was stunned, unable to fathom Tony's cruelty. Children must attend school to prevent them from wandering aimlessly and witnessing things they shouldn't, Tony declared, ignoring Lin Yuan's lamentations as he led Pepper out of the laboratory, leaving Lin Yuan questioning his existence due to his brother's petty revenge. In the following days, the battle between Iron Giant and Panda and Iron Man against Iron Giant caused a considerable stir. The explosion at Stark Industries drew immense media attention. To quell the situation, Stark Industries announced a press conference, with Tony Stark himself addressing the rumors. At the press conference, Colonel Rhodes emphasized that everything was an accident, merely a malfunction of a robot prototype that led to the arc reactor explosion. Behind the scenes, Tony was preparing as Agent Coulson repeatedly reminded him of what to say during the conference. Lin Yuan listened nearby, smirking. "I'm quite curious how you guys plan to explain the Iron Giant versus Panda incident." Agent Coulson frowned. "There was no Iron Giant versus Panda. It was merely a dyed black bear from a circus that ran amok. And you may refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. He then turned to leave. "Dyed black bear? Who would believe that?" Lin Yuan scoffed, watching Coulson's retreating figure, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. "Agent Coulson, I hope your hairline can maintain its current state." As Coulson stepped out from backstage, he suddenly felt a chill on top of his head. Indeed, after a barrage of meaningless banter at the press conference, Tony made a statement that shocked the world. "I am Iron Man." In the backstage, Lin Yuan chuckled at the spirited Tony. "Now that's the Tony Stark I know. That's the essence of it." On stage, Rhodes looked utterly bewildered at Tony. "Dude, you've just made what I said earlier sound like nonsense." In the audience, Coulson buried his face in his hands, sighing, "This is so off script. My poor hairline." When Lin Yuan saw Tony return backstage, he gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you were amazing." Tony smiled back. "In a while, you'll be going to school. Pepper has already made arrangements." Lin Yuan protested, "If you don't mention that, we're still good brothers." Upon returning to the villa that evening with Tony, Lin Yuan opened the door to find an unexpected figure standing before the large windows. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed a spell of lunar fire, a blinding beam of moonlight cascading down to envelop the individual in the shadows. The startled figure, caught off guard, let out a yelp. Damn it. You blinded my titanium eyes. Lin Yuan, momentarily taken aback, instantly recognized the person. Who else but that infamous bald egghead could possess such peculiar tastes? He had been eager to test out these modified attack skills, and to his delight, the lunar fire spell proved to be a splendid surprise, functioning splendidly as a flashbang. Quite satisfactory, indeed, yet another useful skill to add to his repertoire. Lin Yuan mused that the dog system wasn't as disappointing as he had initially thought. Moments later, as the figure's vision returned, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yuan and lamented, "Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to have one's grandstanding interrupted?" Lin Yuan chose to ignore him. Tony, however, was forthright in his inquiry. "Who are you?" Nick Fury, regaining his composure, turned to Tony and replied, "I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.D.L.D. I am here to invite you to join the Avengers. And you too, Lin Yuan, I extend the same invitation." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Tony outright rejected the offer. "Why?" Nick Fury inquired, though he was not particularly surprised by the refusal. "He's a minor. He still has school." Tony pointed at Lin Yuan. The bald egghead interjected, "That reason is unassailable." Lin Yuan sighed, "Brother, I truly do not wish to attend school." Chapter 21. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan at the break of dawn. Little Pepper eagerly sought out Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, still dazed, he was pulled from his slumber by her exuberance. "Sister Pepper, what brings you here so early?" he lamented, his tone tinged with weariness. Ignoring his protest, Little Pepper, brimming with excitement, insisted, "Lin, hurry. I want to see a panda." Lin Yuan, utterly baffled, replied, "Sister Pepper, how could I possibly have a panda? I cannot admit to such a thing, lest I be subjected to ridicule. Come on, Tony told me. You can transform into a panda and even into a fat cat." Little Pepper's expression conveyed her disbelief. "Damn Tony. I'll be sure to share those embarrassing photos of him on social media." Lin Yuan seethed, determined to avenge Tony's indiscretion. He then attempted to placate Little Pepper, saying, "Sister Pepper, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. How could a person turn into a panda? Surely, Tony has had too much to drink." With an expression that suggested she found his reasoning absurd, Little Pepper retorted, "If a person can't turn into a panda, can they turn into a giant bird instead? Do you think I am foolish?" Caught off guard, Lin Yuan realized he had forgotten that Little Pepper had indeed witnessed his flying form. It seemed she would only relent when faced with undeniable evidence. "Jarvis," she called, her voice filled with anticipation. In just 5 minutes. A black and white ball of fluff lay sprawled on the floor. Little Pepper gleefully petted the panda's head, occasionally leaning down to nuzzle against its soft fur. "Sister Pepper, have some decorum. Essentially, you are snuggling with me." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You are my brother. What does it matter?" Little Pepper replied nonchalantly. "Besides, pandas are so adorable. Who needs decorum?" Unfazed, she continued to enjoy her moment with the panda. At that moment, Tony arrived, and Lin Yuan, desperate for assistance, called out, "Brother, help me." Yet, Tony seemed oblivious, approaching and playfully ruffling the panda's head. Lin Yuan, astonished, thought he might lose his mind under their relentless affection. Seizing an opportunity, he transformed into a cheetah and eluded their grasp. Little Pepper, upon noticing the panda had vanished, was intrigued to see a plump orange cat in its place. "What a fat cat. Come here, brother, let me pet you." Lin Yuan shivered at her enthusiasm and swiftly exclaimed, "Sister Pepper, I have urgent matters to attend to." Without hesitation, he leapt through the villa's seaside window and plunged into the ocean below. Startled, Little Pepper rushed to investigate, only to witness the plump cat transform into a peculiar fish as it dove into the depths of the sea. Lin Yuan, exhilarated, reveled in his aquatic form. Indeed, he had become the Kuan. In an instant, he vanished beneath the waves, only to emerge as a magnificent rock soaring above the ocean. The great rock flaps its wings and soars high into the sky, only to dive into the ocean and transform into a Kuan. This cycle repeats itself endlessly. As it murmurs, in the northern sea, there is a fish called the Kuan. Its size is so vast that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Pa, pa, pa. The Kuan's enormity is unfathomable, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is named the Ping. In the villa, Tony stands side by side with Pepper at the window, watching Lin Yuan frolic joyfully in the sea, a smile gracing his lips. How wonderful, Pepper exclaims, holding Tony's hand and resting her head on his shoulder. Tony, too, tightly grasps Pepper's hand and nods. Indeed, it is wonderful. Perhaps it is fate. From their very first encounter, he found Lin Yuan to be remarkably endearing, compelling him to instinctively protect him even in the direst circumstances. Yet, in truth, it is Lin Yuan who offers him more protection. Observing Lin Yuan's exuberance in the water, Tony turns to Pepper and says, "We need to expedite matters at school. My dear brother, I am doing this for your own good." How can a child be so carefree? Suddenly, Lin Yuan feels a chill on his back while swimming. He turns to scan his surroundings but sees nothing amiss. How strange, could the water be too cold? Lin Yuan wonders, puzzled. No matter, it is still early. Shall I go to Rabbit's house for breakfast? Lin Yuan silently contemplates. What a splendid idea, let us go. Brother, I'm heading to Rabbit's house for breakfast. He shouts towards Tony at the villa. Did he just say yes, going to Rabbit's house for breakfast? Pepper asks Tony incredulously. You heard correctly. Tony grinds his teeth. While he too is capable of flight, should he fly directly to Rabbit's house, Road would likely be infuriated. Indeed, children should remain at school, otherwise they can be rather bothersome. Tony mutters through clenched teeth. Yet, he cannot help but feel envious. The allure of the armor pales in comparison. Jarvis, I want Chinese food for lunch. At Rabbit's house in a bustling small southern city, Lin Yuan indulges in a feast, his mouth smeared with grease. Initially intending to have breakfast, he lost track of the time difference and settled for a delightful late-night snack instead. Please disregard the minor inconsistencies regarding time differences. Ultimately, the author holds the final say, hee. The lively eatery buzzes with chatter as Lin Yuan savors snails and sips soda, reveling in the delightful atmosphere of Rabbit's establishment. After finishing his meal and glancing at the time, Lin Yuan suddenly yearns to visit Tiananmen Square, curious if there is a flag-raising ceremony in this world. Without a moment's hesitation, he finds a secluded spot and transforms. Tiananmen, here I come. In no time, Lin Yuan flies above Tiananmen Square, observing the throngs of people below. He quickly descends to Q, realizing that this is not an event to be viewed from the skies. As the first rays of morning sunlight grace the earth, accompanied by stirring and melodious music, the vibrant red flag rises slowly. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Yuan feels an overwhelming sense of excitement. He had imagined witnessing the flag-raising ceremony countless times, yet in his previous world, he had never been able to fulfill this wish. In this unfamiliar world, he has finally fulfilled his wish. Gazing at the fluttering flag, Lin Yuan could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion, no matter where one is. The vibrant red of the rabbit family symbolizes the deepest affection and faith in the hearts of the people. Once he composed himself, he realized there was still ample time. Since he was here, why not try the legendary doji? Half an hour later, ugh, as he soared through the air, Lin Yuan felt a wave of sourness rush to his head. Indeed, some foods are not meant for everyone. Perhaps next time, I shall venture to taste herring in a can. At that point, I might transform into an orange cat. After all, cats eat fish, and it shouldn't be too unpleasant. Yes, it's settled. I will seize the opportunity to try it. With a firm resolve, Lin Yuan, now satisfied and well-fed, leisurely made his way back. Such a tranquil life was undeniably delightful. How infuriating of Tony to insist on sending me to school. Is this something a person should do? Upon returning, I must devise a plan to thwart this endeavor. Tony the monster, brace yourself for my triumph. Ha, ha, ha. Chapter 22. Whose hammer was thrown? On the return journey, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. The gallant Lin Yuan was lost in contemplation on how to vanquish the monstrous Tony when he suddenly noticed an increasing luminosity before him. What could it be? Lin Yuan came to his senses. A shooting star? But it seemed to be growing larger. Holy moly! With a swift evasion, a dazzling sphere of light zipped past him, and Lin Yuan felt an intense wave of heat wash over him. Goodness gracious, that nearly turned me into a roasted bird. Still trembling from the near miss, Lin Yuan cursed. Which fool tossed that hammer? It almost landed on me. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt an unsettling realization. A hammer? Oh no. My apologies, Odin. I wasn't cursing at you. Please forgive my impudence. Lin Yuan bowed deeply towards the heavens, albeit in the guise of a bird, which appeared rather peculiar, yet his intentions were sincere. The hammer had arrived, indicating that the clumsy giant Thor had already preceded him. At this moment, he must have been incapacitated by a stun gun and subsequently collected like a trophy. However, how could a grand god of thunder be subdued by a mere stun gun? It was truly a sight unworthy of the eyes. Alas, despite its lowliness, this oaf was still a formidable ally. I should investigate and seek an acquaintance. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan turned and pursued the trajectory of the hammer's descent. Soon enough, the hammer struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. This was inescapable. I must first locate a nearby vehicle, as that foolish giant should be in Jane Foster's car at this moment. Lin Yuan quickly noticed a car speeding away in the distance. That must be it. I shall follow and observe. Tailgating Jane Foster's vehicle, he watched as the trio transported Thor to the hospital. Lin Yuan transformed into an orange cat, stealthily trailing them inside. He then witnessed Thor awaken, struggle, and be administered a tranquilizer in the rear. The mischievous orange cat, with a smirk, pulled out his phone. Click, click, another embarrassing shot of the God of Thunder one. The next day, the beleaguered Thor, having finally escaped, was once again knocked to the ground by Jane Foster. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan hurried over, crouching beside Thor and meowing. Upon realizing she had collided with someone, Jane Foster turned pale with fright and rushed to check. To her astonishment, it was the same oaf from yesterday, accompanied by a plump cat. The three of them clumsily lifted Thor into the car, and Jane Foster turned to scoop up the orange cat, exclaiming, "This cat is so heavy. Did it eat your family's meat?" Lin Yuan silently mused. But being cradled by a beautiful woman, he decided to forgive her. Back in the vehicle, after examining Thor, they discovered that the oaf was merely famished and lacked strength. Relieved, Jane resolved to treat this clumsy giant to a meal, feeling quite guilty for having knocked him down twice. In a quaint little shop in town, Lin Yuan, the orange cat, silently sighed as he observed the god of thunder devouring his food ravenously. The son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, reduced to fainting from hunger? It was an utterly pitiful sight. Jane Foster found herself intrigued by the disheveled giant before her. Although he bore the appearance of a vagabond, there was an unmistakable aura about him that suggested he was no ordinary drifter. His claims of divinity and his seemingly erratic demeanor further piqued her curiosity. However, she could not deny that his physique was indeed remarkable. As she recalled the moment when Thor had changed his attire, her thoughts began to wander. Cradling Lin Yuan's orange cat, she absent-mindedly began to pet its head. Lin Yuan, bemused, let out a gentle meow to draw Jane's attention back. Apologizing profusely, Jane exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, dear cat. Did I hurt you?" Lin Yuan, ignoring her, wriggled free and leapt onto Thor's shoulder, who was engrossed in his meal. Despite his mortal form, Thor paid no mind to the added weight. Jane Foster and her companions could not help but observe them intently. The previous day, they had captured a silhouette in a photograph of a meteor shower, and Jane suspected that the figure might well be this peculiar giant. Meanwhile, other patrons in the small CAF were animatedly discussing the meteor that had struck the ground the night before. They had rushed to the site at dawn, only to discover they could not lift the tiny meteorite, which was truly miraculous. Upon hearing their conversation, Thor realized that his hammer had accompanied him and promptly rose to inquire about the meteor's location. Once he learned where it lay, he dashed out of the CAF. Jane hurried after him, asking, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to retrieve my belongings," Thor replied, unabashed. "Did you not hear that area is under government control?" Jane cautioned. "And it's a full 40 miles away. How do you intend to get there?" "If you can take me there, I promise to share everything with you once I reclaim Mjolnir," Thor asserted. "Meow? Are you referring to the cat?" Jane asked, perplexed. "Not this fat cat," Lin Yuan retorted, exasperated, and playfully struck Thor with her paw. Nearby, Professor Eric Selvig observed Thor's eccentric behavior and quickly ushered Jane away, convinced that the man was utterly mad. Who but a lunatic would proclaim himself as the god of thunder and claim to hail from the mythical Asgard? As Jane was led away, Thor's gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure, displaying a keen interest. "Are you not going to retrieve your hammer?" A strange voice interrupted, startling Thor and causing him to dislodge the orange cat from his shoulder. Lin Yuan landed gracefully on the ground, looking displeased at Thor's sudden movement. What was that for? No need to startle me, she chided. How can the mighty god of thunder be so timid? Thor, attempting to assert his bravado, replied, I am not afraid. I am Thor, the god of thunder. It's just that you spoke so suddenly near my ear. Anyone would be taken aback. Right, Mr. Tough Guy? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yuan, a druid. With a light leap, she returned to Thor's shoulder, extending her paw toward him. Thor, somewhat puzzled, reached out to shake the orange cat's paw. Hello, I am Thor. May I call you Lin? I'm quite curious about this druid you mentioned. Is it the name of a fat cat? Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he swatted Sol's face, leaving a mark akin to a plum blossom. Being a druid is merely a profession. This orange cat is but one of my abilities. Furthermore, I am not fat. I am merely plump. Have you not noticed how light I am? Sol let out a hearty laugh, inquiring, what did you look like before? Naturally, I was human. But it is inconvenient for me to transform back at the moment. I shall explain when no one is around. I look forward to it, Sol replied. By the way, Lin, I am off to fetch my hammer. Would you care to join me? Sol patted the cat's head as he asked. Lin Yuan, feeling exasperated, brushed Sol's hand away, retorting, unless you are a beauty, do not come near me. Of course, I cannot miss such an exciting event. However, I have a question. How do you plan to get there? Why, I shall buy a horse. Sol responded with an air of certainty. Indeed. Lin Yuan covered his face with his paws, exclaiming, Brother, do you not keep abreast of the developments on the planets you govern in Asgard? Even a cursory glance would reveal that here, we no longer travel by horse. Sol remained unfazed, insisting, I do not need to concern myself with such matters. I am simply meant for battle. Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. No wonder you, this oaf, are so easily played by your brother. Your mind consists solely of muscle. Odin, I can now empathize with your sentiments. Having such an air is truly exhausting. Chapter 23, Snowflakes Dance, The North Wind Whispers. Is there no horse for sale? Thor, with a foolish grin, scratched his head, then let us just run over. Sighing, Lin Yuan thought. This big fool can't possibly think things through. Just a few steps later, a car pulled up beside them. Hi, need a ride? Jin smiled. Thor beamed with delight. Lin Yuan leaned in and teased him softly, it seems this lady has quite the interest in you. Of course, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor replied with a proud expression. The car drove towards the site where the hammer had fallen. Jin felt a bit anxious. She had never driven alone with a stranger before. I've never done this before, she admitted. Thor was intrigued. Then you were quite brave. They stole all my research. I have nothing left to lose, Jin expressed her anger. But you are very intelligent, far smarter than the people of this kingdom. Lin Yuan's face darkened. Thor. What are you saying? That's awkward. She just mentioned her work being stolen, and you compliment her intelligence? How do you expect her to respond to that? You can't even flirt properly. Do I need to teach you? Unexpectedly, Jin seemed unfazed. She was curious about the kingdom Thor mentioned, oblivious to the awkwardness of the conversation. Lin Yuan sighed, realizing it was his narrow perspective that was limiting him. This pair of fools seemed to fit together for a reason. The two chatted happily, occasionally stealing glances at one another. Who exactly are you? Jin asked, her curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough, Thor teased. Jin turned to him, slightly annoyed. You promised to tell me. Lin Yuan, watching from behind, felt exasperated. Sister, you're driving. Focus on the road. Talk is one thing, but don't keep staring at him. I want to get out. I'd rather run there myself. Thor, unfazed, grinned. I know you're looking for a bridge. Jin perked up. Are you referring to the Einstein-Rosen Bridge? Indeed, we call it the Rainbow Bridge. Goodness. I hope you're not insane. As they arrived at the hammer's crash site, darkness had fallen. The meteorite crater was surrounded by a fortified makeshift research base that stood tall and illuminated. Both of them gazed at the brightly lit facility, and Jin exclaimed, This cannot possibly be a satellite incident. They Haven T removed the debris and instead built a base here. This is utterly unreasonable. Thor gallantly draped his coat over Jin and instructed, Stay here while I go in and retrieve my belongings. How will you do that? Can't you see all those guards? Jin felt he was truly out of his mind. I'll fly out as soon as I have what I need. Lin. Stay here with Jin. Lin. Where did he run off to? Never mind. Jian, I'm going in. Thor confidently strode towards the base, while Jian looked on, incredulous, as he approached the facility. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, soon giving way to a torrential downpour. As Thor approached the mythical hammer, Mjolnir, it seemed to sense its master's proximity, emanating waves of energy that disrupted all equipment within the base. Thor stealthily infiltrated the facility, being a seasoned warrior with extensive battle experience. Such covert operations were second nature to him. However, he was unprepared for the advanced technological developments on Earth. Before long, alarms blared throughout the base, and all guards began to converge on Thor's location. Chaos ensued as Thor charged forward recklessly, throwing the base into disarray. Coulson, gripping his walkie-talkie, inquired about the situation from Hawkeye. Hawkeye, perched in the lift basket, aimed his bow at Thor from above. Should I eliminate him, sir? I believe you should ascertain his identity before issuing any orders. Coulson responded, but was startled by a voice that suddenly interrupted him, followed by a weight on his shoulder. Turning to see a hefty cat perched there, he exclaimed, Lin, what are you doing here? What do you mean by identity? Patience, just enjoy the show. Tell them to refrain from using lethal weapons. Lin Yuan stretched languidly, unfazed by Coulson's awareness of his feline form. Given the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., he assumed Coulson was already stripped of his dignity, yet it mattered little, as he was there to garner favor. Meanwhile, through the walkie-talkie, Hawkeye continued to ask whether he should neutralize the target. Coulson quickly interjected, no need to kill him. We need him alive. Oblivious to the bow aimed at him, the naive Thor remained blissfully unaware, although even if he had known, he would have felt no fear. Gazing at the hammer that was so tantalizingly close, Thor's eagerness was palpable. He was on the verge of impressing the ladies, filled with joy. He reached out, attempting to lift it with flair. Yet, to his disbelief, it did not budge. With both hands extended, he exerted every ounce of strength, but still, it remained immovable. He realized he was no longer worthy to wield Mjolnir. Amidst the deluge, Thor threw back his head and let out a mournful wail, utterly despondent. Lin Yuan, perched on Coulson's shoulder, observed the scene with amusement, his tail playfully swatting at the back of Coulson's head. Watching Thor kneel before the hammer, Lin Yuan could almost hear a dramatic soundtrack playing in the background, snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. Thor was unresistingly escorted to the interrogation room within the base. Coulson and Lin Yuan watched him through a glass partition. Coulson asked Lin Yuan, who is he? His skills are not those of an ordinary person. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? Lin Yuan queried. Yes, but why do you ask? Coulson replied, puzzled by Lin Yuan's question. That hammer is the legendary Mjolnir, and its master is none other than the man sitting inside, with his head hung low. Surely, you understand now. Lin Yuan pointed at Thor. You mean to say he is the god Thor? Impossible. Coulson exclaimed, incredulous. Why is it impossible? Isn't he a figure from mythology? Is he not standing right before you? Lin Yuan remarked with a smile directed at Coulson. So is he a deity? Yet, how can a god be so feeble? Shouldn't divine beings possess the power to obliterate worlds? Coulson's incredulity was evident. Do not be astonished. Gods are merely a more formidable form of life. They too experience aging, illness, and mortality. They can be wounded and bleed. However, in comparison to humans, they wield greater power and enjoy a lengthier lifespan. As for him, his situation is rather exceptional, Lin Yuan elucidated. Under normal circumstances, he is immensely powerful. A mere handful of you cannot possibly restrain him. Then why has Thor, the god of thunder, descended upon Earth? Coulson inquired. That is a rather long tale. Ultimately, it boils down to a wealthy father who believes his son is disobedient. He has suspended his credit card, compelling him to fend for himself in the world for a time. Had Barton released the arrow he was holding, although I cannot ascertain whether it would have been lethal to Thor if it had indeed resulted in his demise, I cannot guarantee the safety of Earth. However, I can assure you that S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly face ruin. Lin Yuan jestingly patted Coulson on the back. Coulson felt a chill creeping up his spine. Chapter 24. My dear, do you require rejuvenation? What shall we do with him next? Coulson inquired. Let things unfold naturally. Soon someone will come to take him out, and you can simply go with the flow, Lin Yuang responded. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a figure appearing before Thor in the interrogation room. Loki? What brings this rascal here? Ah, of course, he has come to deceive this big oaf. Lin Yuang glanced at Coulson, who appeared utterly oblivious to the additional presence in the room, observing the scene inside. Lin Yuang found it amusing to see Thor oscillate between surprise, shock, and ultimately despair, devoid of any fighting spirit. Goodness, is this fellow truly so gullible? He thought, shaking his head and deciding to refrain from intervening, allowing the big guy to experience some hardship first. Wait, what hardship could he possibly face? He arrives on Earth and encounters Jane, a stunning beauty, who saves him, provides him with clothing, food, and shelter. To top it all off, she eventually becomes his girlfriend. How is that fair? Lin Yuang felt a pang of envy, his teeth clenched at the thought. Why did I end up in a desert? Nearly perishing due to a treacherous system, only to be bombarded and kidnapped? Although my current life is quite pleasant, comparing it to Thor's situation makes me wish for death. When will I, too, be graced by a beauty's kindness? Lin Yuang sighed dramatically. Oh, but I am still a minor, so perhaps it's for the best. After a while, one of his subordinates entered to report that someone had come to escort Thor away. Lin Yuang looked over and recognized yet another familiar bald head. The bald man glanced at the hefty cap perched on Coulson's shoulder, clearly puzzled by its sudden appearance, as he had never seen it before. Coulson nodded and exited with him. Lin Yuang observed that it was indeed Professor Eric Selvig. Watching him struggle to explain the reason for Thor's intrusion into the base in a most clumsy manner. Taking advantage of the situation, Coulson handed Thor over to him. Once they were out of sight, Lin Yuang patted Coulson on the back. Old Coulson, I'm heading home now. I haven't returned in a few days. And Tony has called me several times. Pausing briefly, he continued, keep an eye on that big oaf. He means no harm. Coulson, perplexed, remarked, what is this old Coulson nonsense? Lin Yuang pressed on. If you happen to see 4 oddly dressed individuals seeking Thor, do give me a call. I'd like to witness the spectacle. What spectacle? Coulson asked, intrigued. You'll find out when the time comes, Lin Yuang replied, leaping off Coulson's shoulder and vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Lin Yuang found the place shrouded in darkness. It seemed Tony had gone to bed. He quietly opened the door and stealthily removed his shoes. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ear as he heard Pepper's voice. Oh, so you've decided to return? After days of worrying about you. Do you have any idea how concerned we've been? With that, the villa lights flickered on, revealing Pepper tugging at Lin Yuang's ear while chiding him. As Tony sat on the sofa, wearing a serious expression. Ouch. I'm sorry, Pepper. I want to do it again. Lin Yuang quickly pleaded for mercy. Is there to be a next time? Little Pepper's brows furrowed as she exerted a bit more force. No more. No more. I want to dare again. I was wrong. All right. Pepper, let him go, Tony interjected. Lin, tell me, where have you been? Lin Yuan recounted his encounter with Thor in vivid detail. As Tony listened, he fell into deep contemplation. The god of thunder? Do gods truly exist? It seems there is still so much in the universe that eludes my understanding. I must hasten my pace, though my body sigh. After Lin finished speaking, he observed Tony lost in thought and chose to remain silent. Pepper, noticing the two in silence, spoke up. Lin, you must be tired. You should rest first. We can discuss this tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tony snapped back to reality, saying, Go rest, Lin. You needn't worry about these matters. I will handle whatever arises. Lin felt a warmth in his heart and replied, All right, brother. He turned to head to his room. But halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and turned back with a mischievous grin. Pepper, why are you still here so late? Could it be Little Pepper's face flushed crimson at Lin's teasing, and just as she was about to respond, Lin added, Brother, do you need rejuvenation therapy? Tony perked up at this, exclaiming, Yes, I need it desperately. With a cheeky smile, Lin administered another dose of rejuvenation therapy to Tony before swiftly exiting the scene. Pepper, puzzled, asked Tony what rejuvenation therapy was, to which he leaned in and whispered something that made her blush fiercely and give him a playful punch. Back in his room, Lin contemplated the events of the past few days and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Lin awoke to find the house empty. Jarvis. Where are Tony and Pepper? Sir, Miss Potts has gone to work, and Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Lin made his way to the lab, where he found Tony engrossed in enhancing the Iron Man suit. Good morning, Lin greeted with a smile. Morning, Tony replied, focused on his computer without glancing up. What are you working on? Optimizing the suit again? Lin asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed. You mentioned Thor yesterday, and I thought since he wields electricity, I should modify the suit accordingly. Tony continued his work. Lin was taken aback. I merely mentioned Thor yesterday, and you've already begun devising countermeasures. Is this what genius entails? I can't compete with that. I'm off. Lin stood to leave. Wait, Lin. Tony suddenly recalled something and called him back. Soon. I'll be heading to Monaco for a car race. You should come along. Monaco? Lin murmured to himself, then turned to Tony and said, Sure. Just call me when the time comes. With that, he made a swift exit. Tony watched Lin's retreating figure with a smile before returning to his work. Once outside, Lin felt a bit aimless. What should he do? He had just visited the rabbit's home a few days ago, so he decided not to go there today. Perhaps he could see what Thor was up to? Previously, before departing, Lin Yuan had bestowed the fire of the elves upon Seoul. Now, the effects of that enchantment lingered, allowing Lin Yuan to sense Seoul's whereabouts. In just a few minutes, he found himself soaring above New Mexico, and with a slight attunement, he pinpointed Seoul's location. Upon arrival, he discovered that Seoul was sharing a meal with Jane, both engaged in a tender display of affection. Although their actions were not overly intimate, even a fool could discern the ambiguity in their gazes. Lin Yuan turned away, feeling disheartened. What a morning to be inundated with such romantic displays. Should I encounter this pair of lovebirds again, I shall not be held accountable for my reactions. Defeated, Lin Yuan returned in silence. Chapter 25. Greetings, young lady. Lin Yuan, having indulged heartily in dog food, expressed a profound sense of emotional turmoil, one that could only be alleviated by the finest culinary delights. For an entire week, he visited the rabbit's abode daily, savoring the local delicacies from a quaint southern town, diligently exploring every gastronomic treasure. The aspiration to sample every dish at the rabbit's home was indeed a formidable journey ahead. Hey, old Cole, what's up? One day, after finishing his meal, Lin Yuan received a call from Carlson. Oh, you're here, right? I'm on my way. Carlson informed him that 4 individuals clad in ancient armor were seeking Thor, recalling Lin Yuan's earlier words, thus prompting him to notify Lin Yuan. Upon hanging up, Lin Yuan quickened his pace, with the 3 foolish ones from the Celestial Palace and Lady Sif already in pursuit of Thor. It was only a matter of time before Loki unleashed the Destroyer-S armor upon the earth. Indeed, as Lin Yuan approached the small town where Thor resided, he encountered a formidable gathering of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were currently examining the intricate patterns formed by the Rainbow Bridge on the ground. Suddenly, the skies darkened ominously. A colossal vortex of cloud materializing above, followed by howling winds that rendered the agents unable to keep their eyes open. Once the tempest subsided, the agents beheld the emergence of a gigantic humanoid mech from the swirling clouds. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath and hastened towards the scene. Carlson, typically astute, had momentarily lost his wits, brandishing a loudspeaker and imploring the destroyer to surrender. The destroyer appeared to comply, retracting its helmet, only to reveal not a face, but a blazing conflagration. Realizing the peril, Carlson shouted, "Run!" and sprinted away, with the other agents scattering in panic. The destroyer commenced indiscriminate attacks on its surroundings. Carlson dashed swiftly, yet the fiery beams surged forth even faster. Although the rays did not strike him directly, they obliterated the vehicle ahead, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave, accompanied by flames and debris, surged towards him, and Carlson felt the chilling proximity of death. It's over. He closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Yet, he was unexpectedly propelled through the air. Curiously, he felt no pain, only the sensation of being grasped by something before being gently placed back on solid ground. What are you still doing with your eyes shut? Hurry and run, Lin Yuan admonished, his tone exasperated. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in bestowing a full suite of buffs upon Carlson, transforming into a great rock to catch the flung agent, Carlson might have faced a dire fate. I thought it was Mr. Stark's new product. Coulson's voice was barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito. Let us move. Lin Yuan urged as he noticed the flames within the destroyer's helmet beginning to coalesce once more. After applying a full set of buffs to himself, he transformed into a panda and activated his charge skill. At that moment, charging was the only ability capable of interrupting the impending catastrophe. Indeed, the destroyer was struck by the charge, the fiery rays within its helmet momentarily disrupted. Lin Yuan, assuming the form of a panda, utilized the momentum of the charge to unceremoniously topple the destroyer to the ground. However, the destroyer swiftly regained its footing, showing no signs of harm from Lin Yuan's impact. After unleashing a fiery ray towards Lin Yuan, the destroyer turned and proceeded towards the town, clearly fixated on Thor. Observing the destroyer's trajectory, Lin Yuan instantly transformed back into human form and summoned entangling vines. Tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the destroyer's feet. Alas, the vines, which were meant to last a full 10 seconds, succumbed within 3, torn asunder by the destroyer. It was evident that the current level of entangling vines was insufficient to contend with a magical entity of the destroyer's caliber. They were merely effective against lesser foes like the Iron Giant. Lin Yuan sighed. Coulson, head of the town, and summoned Thor and the others. This creature is targeting him. We must prevent the battle from encroaching upon the village. He promptly dialed Coulson on his phone. Subsequently, Lin Yuan transformed back into a panda and activated his Roar of Challenge skill, prompting the destroyer to advance towards him, its fiery rays coalescing once more. The taunting skill proved advantageous. Regardless of its nature, the destroyer was compelled to direct its fire at him. Lin Yuan adeptly evaded the ray's assault and unleashed a diminishing roar. The destroyer, affected by the roar, experienced a noticeable decline in its battle spirit, resulting in a marked reduction in both its energy accumulation and movement speed. It seemed that a waning fighting spirit also impeded its energy gathering and agility. Lin Yuan silently noted this additional effect. However, he soon discerned that the frequency of the destroyer's attacks was escalating. It appeared that Loki, who controlled the destroyer, was becoming increasingly anxious. At that moment, Loki indeed felt a surge of urgency. Ever since this peculiar black and white creature had arrived, he experienced a strange compulsion, a relentless desire to eliminate the bothersome entity, a feeling utterly beyond his control. This was most unsettling. He resolved to eradicate this pesky fly before seeking out his dear brother. As the destroyer's attacks accelerated, Lin Yuan found it increasingly challenging to evade. Given his current defensive capabilities, he could not fully withstand assaults of such magnitude. While he might not perish, the pain would certainly be considerable. Damn it. Why are Thor and his companions taking so long? If they don't arrive soon, I'll have to become a perpetual third wheel when I meet Jane. In the distance, the figures of the four from Asgard were hastily approaching. Thor was absent, having been transformed into a mortal and likely trailing behind in a vehicle. Upon their arrival, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, essentially non-existent against the destroyer, leaving him reliant on skills to divert its attacks. Upon returning, he must implore Tony to forge him a suit of armor. Otherwise, enduring such relentless beatings was utterly exasperating. As Lin Yuan contemplated these matters, he leaped to evade one ray of attack, only to be struck head-on by another, sending him hurtling backward. Lin Yuan felt a searing ray strike him, the formidable energy piercing through the shield of his wild mark and impacting directly upon him. The scorching beam seared his skin, charring his black and white panda fur into a singed mess. How painful. Fortunately, my defenses are sufficiently high. Otherwise, I would have perished with a single hit. Soaring through the air, Lin Yuan swiftly regained his human form, casting healing touch and rejuvenation upon himself, his wounds mending rapidly. Sif, following the trio of foolish beings from the Celestial Palace, raced towards the destroyer. From a distance, she noticed the destroyer relentlessly assaulting a peculiar black and white bear she had never encountered before. It looked utterly adorable. Each time the destroyer attacked, the bear skillfully dodged with a delightful twist of its rear, evoking an inexplicable desire to embrace it. Then, she watched in dismay as the adorable bear was struck directly by the destroyer's fiery ray. She silently lamented the fate of such a charming creature, thinking it a great pity. However, The subsequent events left her astounded. The bear struck by the ray transformed midair into a strikingly handsome young man, who came flying directly towards her. Instinctively, she reached out, catching the young man in a princess carry. Lin Yuan looked up to find himself cradled in the arms of a beautiful woman. With a wide grin, he greeted her. "Hello, miss. My name is Lin Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Eve stared blankly at the young man she was holding, momentarily stunned, before replying, "My name is Sif. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 26. Panda? God, what is happening in this world? Lin Yuan leaped from Sif's embrace, gazing at the still-dazed young woman, and pointed towards the other three who had already charged towards the destroyer. "Sister, are you not going to lend a hand?" At that moment, the three fools from the Celestial Palace had reached the destroyer. Vandal, wielding a massive axe, executed an impressive leap and swung at the destroyer's head. The destroyer merely raised a hand, and with a gentle slap, Vandal was sent crashing to the ground like a mere fly. The other two, startled, hurriedly attempted to divert the destroyer's attention. From a distance, Lin Yuan sighed, observing the scene. Three warriors from the Celestial Palace? Is this it? Noticing her comrades in distress, Sif disregarded Lin Yuan and charged towards the destroyer with her weapon drawn. Lin Yuan swiftly cast Rejuvenation and Wild Mark spells upon her. Despite her being several centuries his senior, he felt compelled to protect her. As Sif ran, she suddenly felt her body, previously fatigued from her swift pace, rejuvenated with vigor. Though puzzled, she prioritized defeating the enemy before pondering the reason. Without hesitation, she continued her advance. With a nimble leap, Sif vaulted onto the back of the destroyer, thrusting her spear into its neck. The brilliance emanating from the destroyer's head gradually dimmed, ultimately extinguishing. The destroyer slowly lowered its head, as if bereft of the life force sustaining it. The three fools, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in excited cheers, exclaiming, "Well done." They applauded Sif's valor while expressing admiration for her formidable prowess. Sif, equally elated, was astonished at how effortlessly she had vanquished the destroyer. She had anticipated a grueling battle, only to find the foe's strength less formidable than imagined. However, just as she prepared to celebrate her victory, Lin Yuan's voice rang out from afar, "Be careful." Suddenly, the destroyer's body glimmered anew, its armor rippling, and it turned to face Sif. The helmet of the destroyer opened, energy converged within, and then a beam of fire erupted forth. Sif, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly dodged as the beam whizzed past her. The three fools, alarmed by the sudden turn of events, rushed to assist, and the four resumed their fierce battle against the destroyer. In Lin Yuan's perspective, the destroyer seemed to be single-handedly overpowering all four, who could only barely evade the magical beams, occasionally being hurled away by the explosive shockwaves. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a horn echoed behind Lin Yuan. He turned to see Jane arriving in a vehicle with Thor. To be fair, Jane was indeed courageous for coming here despite the peril. Thor, his face etched with worry, leaped from the vehicle, witnessing his friends being mercilessly battered by the destroyer, his heart heavy with anxiety. At that moment, he profoundly missed the strength he had lost. Just then, Thor heard a familiar voice. "Have you not yet found what your father hoped you would seek?" Thor lifted his head and beheld a handsome youth gazing at him. To his surprise, he recognized Lin. "Do you comprehend the true intent behind your father's exile to Earth?" Thor furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He understood that his father's decision to cast him out held profound significance, yet he had never grasped its essence. Now, confronted by Lin's inquiry, Thor felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Thor's face flushed with guilt. "I do not know. I have been searching for the reason. Alas, it seems that by the time this simpleton comes to understand, it will be too late, given today's circumstances. Who knows if Loki will annihilate those around him before he targets this fool." "Thor, do you know what is most vital for a king?" Before Thor could respond, Lin continued, "It is guardianship. A king may lack grand achievements or territorial conquests, yet he must vigilantly protect his realm and safeguard his people. During your time here as a mortal, have you not yearned to protect something?" Observing Thor deep in thought, Lin glanced at the four individuals being tormented by the destroyer and added, "When you come to clarity, join me." With that, he transformed into a panda and charged towards the destroyer. Standing beside the vehicle, Jane was utterly bewildered. What had she just witnessed? A youth conversed with Thor for a moment before morphing into a panda. Such a delightful, adorable creature, wiggling its round bottom as it sprinted toward that terrifying entity. How could this panda be so charming? She thought it rather inappropriate to entertain such thoughts at this moment, yet she truly wished to cuddle it. As Lin charged forward, he suddenly felt a chill on his head, shook it off, and let out a roar as he collided with the destroyer. The magical projectile from the destroyer was interrupted by his charge, and it retaliated with a punch that struck Lin's armor, sending shockwaves rippling through his panda form and toppling him over. Without a moment to ponder, Lin quickly rose, evading the incoming flames, and let out a challenging roar followed by a rallying cry. While dodging, he shouted to Sif and the others, "Sister Sif, the aggro is stable. You can unleash your attacks now. And you three, step it up. Your combined DPS is still lower than Sif's alone." Although the trio of fools did not comprehend Lin's words, it was evident that they felt the sting of his disdain. Seizing a moment of respite from the destroyer's onslaught, Lin reverted to his human form to bestow buffs upon the trio. "Hey, you three, stop dawdling. I've granted you buffs, now rush in and deliver," the trio retorted. "Do we not have names?" Suddenly, they felt their stamina replenishing rapidly, and their previous injuries began to mend. Their spirits lifted. Was this the buff the panda had spoken of? It was truly exhilarating. With renewed vigor, they brandished their weapons and charged once more towards the destroyer. Lin Yuan expressed that, were it not for the fact that he could not yet utilize the wild blessing, he would undoubtedly have sent these three bumbling fools soaring into the heavens. Unfortunately, both Sif and the three fools were far inferior in strength compared to the destroyer. Even with Lin Yuan's buffs, they could only barely ensure they would not be obliterated. What was most terrifying was that the destroyer, being a magical construct, did not tire nor incur injuries, leaving Lin Yuan uncertain if he could wear it down. Given the current situation, the most likely outcome was that Lin Yuan's magical energy would be exhausted, resulting in the destroyer slaughtering everyone except himself and Thor. In the next round, Lin Yuan was once again sent flying by the fiery rays, with large charred patches already appearing on his body. His recovery speed could not keep pace with the rate of his injuries, while Sif and the three fools were in an even worse state, nearly unable to rise. Were it not for Lin Yuan's protective buffs, they would have already met their demise. "Thor, are you still not ready?" Lin Yuan shouted, charging once more towards the destroyer, skillfully evading the incoming rays. As Lin Yuan's voice faded, in the distance, the hammer of the thunder god suddenly shot into the sky, imbued with unparalleled power. Racing towards them, its speed was astonishing, streaking across the heavens like a bolt of lightning, leaving a long trail behind. Thor extended his arm, firmly catching the hammer of the thunder god. The moment he grasped the hammer, a colossal flash of lightning struck it from the sky. Thor held the hammer tightly, his entire body enveloped in electricity, forming a dazzling shield. His thunder god armor appeared in shimmering pieces upon him, and his bright red cape billowed majestically behind. Jane stood in awe, her worldview completely transformed. First, she witnessed a young boy transform into a panda, and now she beheld her beloved truly embodying the legendary thunder god. In the distance, the destroyer sensed the commotion from Thor's direction, abandoning its assault on Lin Yuan to gather energy aimed at Thor. A hammer flew in, shattering its incantation, before returning to topple it to the ground. Subsequently, Thor, wielding the hammer of the thunder god, soared into the air, channeling the energy of lightning. Withstanding the destroyer's ray attacks, and with a single strike, reduced the destroyer to scrap metal. The transformation from thunder god to the destroyer's destruction occurred in a mere 2 minutes, not accounting for the time spent posturing and showing off. Lin Yuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Such an elite ADC was indeed fearsome. Chapter 27. Welcome to Asgard. Observing the destroyer being effortlessly subdued by Thor, Lin Yuan glanced down at his pudgy paws, then unleashed a tirade at the system. "Damn system. You wretched thing. I could have been just as dashing. Return my attack skills." Ding. Host, please recognize your own limitations, even if you possessed attack skills. You could never be this suave. Get lost. Ding. Understood. Exhausted, Lin Yuan collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any desire to engage in further activities. All he yearned for was a moment of respite. Thor approached Lin Yuan, extending his hand with a smile, inquiring, "Lin, is this one of your abilities? It appears quite endearing." Lin Yuan, languid and sprawled out, pushed Thor's hand away. "Please describe me as handsome." Just leave me be. I need to rest for a bit. I'm utterly spent. The trio of fools from the celestial palace surrounded Thor, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Lady Sif crouched beside Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hesitant yet eager to reach out and touch him, Lin Yuan, indifferent, closed his eyes in a bid to rejuvenate. In the distance, Jane spotted the conclusion of the battle and rushed over with fervor. Thor, noticing Jane approaching, beamed with anticipation, arms wide open, ready to embrace the beauty. However, Jane dashed past him, leaping toward Lin Yuan, leaving Thor in a state of bewilderment. Panda. Oh, Panda. I've always wanted to cuddle a panda, Jane exclaimed, launching herself onto Lin Yuan, showering him with affection. Lady Sif, witnessing Jane's enthusiasm, couldn't contain herself either and began to affectionately rub Lin Yuan's panda head. Lin Yuan was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Is this really happening? Aren't you all a bit too forward? I am, after all, still a man. 10 minutes later, the two ladies, having thoroughly indulged in their panda play, finally got up to seek out Thor, leaving behind a Lin Yuan who appeared utterly defeated. Regaining her composure, Jane gazed at the striking Thor with admiration. Is this truly how you usually present yourself? Thor, who had just moments before felt disheartened, instantly revived with renewed vigor, enveloping Jane in a warm embrace. Indeed. Would you like to see the Rainbow Bridge? He then turned to the four from the Celestial Palace, declaring, let us head to the Rainbow Bridge. We must return to Asgard. I have matters to discuss with my brother. At that moment, Coulson arrived, accompanied by agents, along with Professor Eric Selvig and his bespectacled assistant. Coulson greeted Thor with a friendly nod. Thor, in turn, represented Asgard, forging an alliance with Earth and reclaiming the research materials that had been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor then invited Jane to stand with the professor and the others to witness the Rainbow Bridge, assuring her he would return to find her. They exchanged heartfelt sentiments, bidding a reluctant farewell. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, still lying on the ground, was grappling with the meaning of life when he noticed Thor and the Celestial Quartet standing beside him. What brings you all here? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Just then, he heard Thor call out, Heimdall. Wait, Thor, I'm still here. Lin Yuan shouted in panic, not wishing to venture to Asgard. But it was too late. The radiant light of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Thor, the four from the Celestial Palace, and the sprawled Lin Yuan. As the radiance faded, a long exclamation of disbelief lingered in the air. Coulson stared in astonishment as Lin Yuan was taken away, his mind racing with thoughts of how to explain this to Tony. In Asgard, when Thor and his companions emerged from the Bifrost, Lin Yuan suddenly collapsed before Thor with a resounding thud. Having traversed the Bifrost for the first time, he felt overwhelmingly nauseous. It was only then that Thor seemed to notice Lin Yuan, his face lighting up with surprise. Lin, you've come too. Lin Yuan, filled with frustration, rose to his feet and bit Thor's head, muffled curses escaping his lips. You, how can you even ask? Do you think I wanted to be here? All you see is Jane, right? Did you even glance at your feet before calling the Bifrost? Thor, completely unfazed, chuckled as he patted Lin Yuan's panda head. All right. Since you're here, stay and have some fun. I owe you one for your help. Sif, why don't you take Lin Yuan to explore Asgard? I have some matters to attend to with Loki. With that, Thor hurled his hammer and sword away, leaving the others in stunned silence. Lin Yuan glanced at Sif, who was gazing at him with starry eyes, and shivered, hastily reverting to his human form. The sparkle in Sif's eyes dimmed, and Lin Yuan sighed in relief, narrowly escaping what could have been an awkward situation. The three stooges of the Celestial Palace stared at the boy who had single-handedly drawn the destroyer's fire, utterly bewildered by the sight of such a youthful figure. However, they quickly regained their composure, enthusiastically patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder and praising him as a true warrior. Vandal, the muscular one, even embraced Lin Yuan tightly, nearly crushing him against his chest. At that moment, Lin Yuan regretted not maintaining his panda form, as at least there would have been a sisterly figure to hug. Nearby, Heimdall lay, feeling a pang of sorrow, after being encased in ice for so long. He had fought through injuries to shatter the ice and open the portal to bring everyone back, yet they seemed oblivious to his plight, leaving him feeling disheartened. Lin Yuan then noticed Heimdall, exhausted and lying on the ground with a defeated expression. Breaking free from the grasp of the three stooges, He approached Heimdall and crouched down, gently poking him. Are you all right? Heimdall glanced at Lin Yuan. No, my heart is heavy, seemingly ignoring the response. Lin Yuan invoked the healing touch and rejuvenation spell upon Heimdall, extending his hand and introducing himself. Hello, I am Lin Yuan. Heimdall felt an unusual warmth enveloping him, his wounds mending swiftly and his fatigue dissipating. Is this your magic? Quite an impressive ability, Heimdall remarked as he stood up, examining the young boy before him. With a smile, he extended his hand to grasp Lin Yuan's. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lin. I am Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard. Subsequently, Sif led Lin Yuan on a tour of Asgard, while Heimdall, under the enthusiastic insistence of the Three Stooges, was escorted to the Celestial Palace's infirmary for treatment. As for Thor, no one paid him any mind. It was a matter solely between him and his brother Loki, and outsiders ought not to interfere. Strolling through the streets of Asgard, one could sense the fierce spirit of its people. The young ladies encountered along the way were mostly acquainted with Sif, greeting her with smiles and occasionally teasing Lin Yuan, which made him feel a bit bashful, if not exhilarated. After wandering for a while, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and the distant Bifrost Bridge activated, unleashing a beam of energy into the void. Unlike the usual brief transmissions that lasted only a few seconds, this one persisted in emitting a column of radiant energy. This was troubling. Something was amiss with the Bifrost. Sif wore a grave expression. Lin Yuan, too, suddenly recalled something, his face paling. Sif, I must go over there. Without further ado, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent rock and soared towards the Bifrost Bridge. Sif gazed in astonishment as Lin Yuan morphed into a majestic bird and took flight, thinking, that bird is remarkably striking. As he approached the Bifrost transmission hall, Lin Yuan spotted Thor raising his hammer to strike the bridge. No, Lin Yuan cried out in despair, witnessing Thor shatter the Bifrost with a single blow. The entire transmission hall began to collapse, losing its support. Thor, you fool. You've doomed me. It was over. There would be no returning now. Chapter 28. If love endures, why yearn for the daily dawn and dusk? Lin Yuan landed on the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge. Gazing at the sorrowful Thor, who was mourning the loss of his brother, anger surged within him. Transforming into an orange cat, he leaped onto Thor's head, scratching and swatting him. What are you mourning for? Your brother is as tough as nails. He is perfectly fine. The one in trouble is me, as I cannot return now. It's all your fault. His frustration escalated, and his paws left shimmering trails in the air. Upon hearing Lin Yuan declare that Loki was unharmed, Thor's spirits soared. For reasons unknown, he had an unwavering trust in Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan said Loki was safe, then Loki was indeed safe. Thor reached up, scooping Lin Yuan into his arms and showering him with kisses, exclaiming, Thank you, Lin. I must introduce you to my mother. She will surely welcome you. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, Thor summoned Mjolnir with a flick of his hand, launching them straight towards the Celestial Palace, leaving behind a lingering meow that echoed through the air. In no time, Thor stood before the goddess Frigga. Mother, come quickly. I've brought a friend to play. Frigga raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wasn't he her son off chasing Loki? Where had he found a friend? Thor, where is your friend? How is Loki? Thor, exuberant and carefree, presented the dazed, plump cat in his grasp to Frigga. Loki fell into a black hole, but Lin says he is all right, and I believe him. Behold, this is Lin. He helped me greatly on Earth. A cat? Frigga pondered, but soon, as a powerful sorceress, she sensed the magical aura emanating from the feline. This magic was peculiar. She had never encountered its like before. With grace, Frigga took the chubby cat into her arms, stroking its head gently. Greetings, little one. Thank you for aiding Thor. At that moment, Lin Yuan regained his composure, wriggling free from Frigga's embrace, transforming back into his human form, and blushing as he greeted her. Auntie, hello? I am Lin Yuan. Frigga admired the handsome youth before her, her affection unmasked as she drew Lin Yuan closer, inquiring about his well-being. Lin Yuan, caught in her warm embrace, glanced pleadingly at Thor for assistance. However, the big fool appeared oblivious, merely chuckling to himself. With no other option, Lin Yuan continued to respond to Frigga's inquiries. Finally, a commanding and authoritative voice resonated through the air. Thor, bring your friend to me. Lin Yuan felt a surge of delight. It must be Odin wishing to see him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was relieved to escape Frigga's enthusiastic interrogation. Mother. I will take Lin to meet father, Thor informed Frigga. Go ahead. I shall prepare a feast to properly welcome Lin Yuan, Frigga replied, her reluctance evident. Auntie. We're off now. We will see you shortly. With that, Lin Yuan hurriedly tugged Thor away. Thor, looking bemused, retorted, Lin, why are you running? Do you even know where my father is? You know nothing. Let us hurry. Lin Yuan was filled with a desire to kick Thor's backside. You took a wrong turn. Head that way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Soon enough, Lin Yuan found himself in the grand hall, face to face with the deity Odin. To his surprise, there was no overwhelming aura of power. Odin appeared to be an ordinary, kindly old man. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Odin greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Yuan. Welcome to Asgard. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully and replied, It is an honor, great Odin. Odin regarded Lin Yuan and suddenly wore an expression that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Didn't you previously call me Odin the Great? I recall that great implies uncle in your rabbit family, so you may call me uncle from now on. Lin Yuan was taken aback, silently thinking, wow, it was the turtle who mentioned throwing the hammer, and the great deity truly heard it. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and denied it. Haha, that's just like me. Very well, Uncle Odin, may I inquire as to why you summoned me? Lin Yuan responded without a hint of formality. Since Odin invited him to call him uncle, he would oblige. After all, he was a significant figure, even more formidable than Thor. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to meet you, and to thank you for assisting Thor, Odin said earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Ah. It was but a minor matter. Since you have allowed me to call you uncle, we are family now, and family does not speak in such formalities. Helping each other is simply what we do, Lin Yuan replied confidently. Odin was momentarily surprised, then burst into hearty laughter, clapping Lin Yuan on the shoulder with great affection. Good child. Such a good child. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of bitterness. Why did everyone in the celestial palace enjoy patting shoulders so vigorously? That evening, at the banquet in Asgard, Thor introduced Lin Yuan to the guests, loudly proclaiming that Lin Yuan was now his dear brother. The three fools from the celestial palace cheered enthusiastically. Lin Yuan had earned their recognition through his battle against the destroyer on Earth. When the banquet commenced, the trio approached Lin Yuan, eager to challenge him to a drinking game. Lin Yuan chuckled, I am underage. I cannot drink. The three were momentarily stunned. Yet they persisted and ended up filling Lin Yuan's belly with juice, laughing heartily as they returned to their revelry. As Lin Yuan savored the exquisite cuisine of Asgard, he listened to the trio boast about their heroic deeds against the destroyer, feeling exceedingly content. He then noticed Lady Sif, dressed in a vintage gown, exuding an air of elegance, conversing with a group of lovely maidens, occasionally gesturing towards Lin Yuan's direction, which elicited gasps and giggles from the surrounding ladies. Lin Yuan was puzzled, yet he sensed that whatever Lady Sif was saying was likely not favorable. It seemed he would need to keep his distance from her for the next few days. Thor, looking dejected, exited the banquet hall while Frigga watched him with concern. Lin Yuan approached her and reassured, Auntie, leave it to me. I shall speak with him. Frigga nodded. I appreciate your assistance, Lin. Ah, Auntie, you flatter me. After all, Thor is also my brother. I shall take my leave now. Behind them, Sif gazed at Thor's retreating figure, her expression melancholic. But she soon rallied her spirits and turned back to continue her merry drinking and chatting with her friends. Lin stepped out of the banquet hall, where Thor and Odin were engaged in a heartfelt conversation on the balcony. Odin, gazing at the sunset over Asgard, expressed his contentment to Thor. You will make a splendid king. Thor, with a hint of sadness in his demeanor, replied, There will be no king greater than you, nor a father better than you. I still have much to learn from you. Perhaps one day I shall make you proud. Odin smiled softly, patting Thor's shoulder. I am already proud of you. He then turned to glance at Lin, gave a nod, and made his way back to the banquet hall. Lin approached Thor, standing beside him as they admired the crimson sky painted by the setting sun. Do you miss her, Thor? Indeed, I do. Yet there remains much for me to accomplish. And with the Rainbow Bridge gone, I cannot visit her, Lin, Thor replied, his face reflecting sorrow. Do you know, Thor, in our land of rabbits, we have a saying, if love is true, What need is there for daily companionship? This means that as long as two hearts remain steadfast in their love, the distance is but a trivial matter. As long as you love Jane and she loves you, distance can never be an obstacle. Lin wished to embrace Thor's shoulders, but being considerably shorter, it felt awkward. Instead, he gave Thor a firm pat on the back. Thor seemed to take the words to heart, pulling Lin into a tight embrace and playfully ruffling his hair. "You little rascal, you haven't even sprouted all your hair yet. Yet you seem quite knowledgeable about matters of the heart." Lin nearly gasped for breath as Thor tightened his hold, finally managing to break free and indignantly kicked Thor's leg, exclaiming, "You big oaf. Besides fighting, what do you even know? I've read more romance novels than you've eaten grains of rice." Thor burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around Lin's shoulders as they walked away. All right, you're impressive. Come on, let us go drink." "Goodness, you're going to strangle me. Let go. I'm underage, I don't drink." "Then we shall have juice." Chapter 29. The enthusiastic Asgard in the following days. The trio insisted that Sif invite Lin Yuan to their banquet as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. Consequently, Lin Yuan found himself inundated with fruit juice daily, clattering back to his abode in the fairy palace. The most arduous part was the limited culinary offerings in Asgard. After several days of feasting, the monotonous dishes, initially delightful with their exotic flavors, became rather tiresome. Lin Yuan found himself yearning for the delectable cuisine from his earthly home. Finally relieved after attending all the banquets, Lin Yuan encountered an odd occurrence. While strolling through the streets of Asgard, he was frequently regarded by young maidens with peculiar, longing gazes. For a moment, he pondered whether these Asgardian ladies possessed some unusual preferences. This speculation intensified when, during a shopping excursion, a bold maiden approached him and inquired, "Lin, may I touch you?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. Were the maidens of Asgard truly this audacious? Just as he was about to acquiesce, she continued, "I heard from Sif that you can transform into an adorable creature. I wish to pet you." With a mix of disbelief and exasperation, Lin Yuan thought, "Oh no, Sif. You have led me into this predicament." He declined the maiden's request and turned towards the fairy palace. However, on his way back, he was intercepted by several more maidens, all clamoring to see the panda. As the crowd swelled around him, Lin Yuan sensed the urgency of his situation. Before he could escape, he was ensconced by enthusiastic admirers. And when he finally squeezed out, his face was adorned with numerous lipstick imprints. With no time to wipe them off, he swiftly transformed into a rock and soared away to the fairy palace. The maidens, witnessing his majestic flight, did not feel disheartened. Instead, they erupted in cheers, with one particularly bold maiden exclaiming, "Lin, I love you. Your bird is magnificent." High in the air, Lin Yuan nearly lost his balance, feeling a wave of panic wash over him. The fervor of the maidens in the fairy palace was truly overwhelming. Upon returning, he immediately encountered Frigga. Observing the myriad of lipstick marks on Lin Yuan's face, Frigga smiled warmly and remarked, "Ah, it seems our little Lin Yuan is quite popular with the ladies." Lin Yuan forced a chuckle. "Oh, Frigga, please spare me your jests. Is there something you need?" Still smiling, Frigga grasped his hand and said, "My dear Lin Yuan, might I trouble you with a request?" Lin Yuan thumped his chest and assured her, "You need not worry, Frigga. Whatever it is, just tell me." Frigga tightened her grip and continued, "Well, I heard from Sif that you can transform into a rather splendid creature called a panda. I would very much like to see it." Lin Yuan was left speechless, realizing once again that Sif had placed him in another predicament. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, while Freya gently caressed the panda's head. Miss Sif, arriving shortly thereafter, seized the moment to drape herself over the panda's back, her face nearly buried in its fur. Lin Yuan groaned, "Sif, could you show a bit of restraint? After all, I am a boy." "Oh, what restraint are you talking about? You are my little brother, and besides, I am hundreds of years older than you. What are you afraid of?" Sif replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid of being left with a bald panda." Lin Yuan silently grumbled to himself. "Little Lin Yuan, is this magic? I have never encountered such magic before. Is this panda a creature from Earth?" Freya inquired, stroking Lin Yuan's head with great interest in the panda. "Indeed, Aunt Freya, I am a druid, and this is one of my transformation forms, albeit a special one. As for the panda, it is indeed a creature from Earth, a national treasure of our rabbit clan. Lin Yuan expressed his respect for Freya. Who could not respect such a gentle, wise, and caring elder? Is that so? Then I must visit Earth to see the panda. It looks utterly adorable. Freya's eyes sparkled with affection for the panda. Haha. Indeed, pandas are universally adored, whether by Earthlings or extraterrestrials, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Feeling quite pleased, though, he said, "All right, Aunt Freya, when you arrive on Earth, I shall be your tour guide. I assure you, apart from pandas, our rabbit clan has an abundance of delectable cuisine." Lin Yuan rambled enthusiastically about the culinary delights of the rabbit clan while Freya, stroking the panda, listened with a smile. Sif occasionally chimed in with questions, her laughter ringing like bells. The three shared delightful banter, enveloped in a warm, harmonious atmosphere. After satisfying their panda cravings, Freya and Sif departed, leaving Lin Yuan to rush back to his room. He had noticed that the maidens in the celestial palace had a gleam in their eyes. This cannot continue. I must seek Heimdall tomorrow to inquire if there is any way to return to Earth. As a teleporter, he might possess some knowledge. Lin Yuan lay in bed, resolved to consult Heimdall the next day. If he continued like this, he truly might end up bald. The following morning, Lin Yuan eagerly made his way to the Rainbow Bridge to find Heimdall. Heimdall stood motionless at the edge of the broken bridge, while Thor, beside him, was inquiring about something. Ever since the bridge's rupture, Thor had been visiting Heimdall every few days to seek news of Jane. Heimdall's eyes, after all, could see anything across the 9 realms. Lin Yuan expressed his desire for such sight. Hey, system, aren't you an auxiliary system? Shouldn't this vision count as an auxiliary skill? Could you awaken such an ability for me, so I might contribute to the peace and development of the 9 realms? Ding. Host, your aspirations are falling flat on my face. I suggest you return to sleep. Everything you desire awaits you in dreams. Useless, Lin Yuan retorted. After concluding his conversation with the system, Lin Yuan stepped forward to greet them. Good morning, Thor. Heimdall, he exclaimed. Thor, are you here once again to inquire about Jane? Any good news? You look as cheerful as a child. Lin Yuan couldn't resist teasing Thor, noticing his broad grin. Unfazed, Thor chuckled heartily. Heimdall mentioned that Jane has been searching for me. Haha, that's splendid. When I return, I'll convey your message. By the way, Heimdall, aside from the Bifrost, is there another way for me to return to Earth? Heimdall, with his usual impassive demeanor, replied coolly, Indeed. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in delight. Really? Do tell. Heimdall gestured towards the grinning Thor and said, Ask his father. Lin Yuan paused, realizing that as the protector of the 9 realms, Thor's father would undoubtedly know other means to reach Earth. Thank you, Heimdall. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent rock and turned to Thor. Thor, I'm off to seek Uncle Odin. Would you care to join me? Thor, excited at the prospect of his father knowing the way to Earth, swung his hammer and followed Lin Yuan to find Odin. Heimdall observed their retreating figures, a hint of a smile gracing his lips before he resumed his watch over the 9 realms. Chapter 30. Finally able to go home. Odin, Uncle, Father. 2 voices echoed simultaneously in Odin's grand hall. Odin glanced at the pair, a human and a bird, who had flown in unexpectedly, furrowing his brow. What is the commotion about? As Lin Yuan landed, he transformed into his human form and eagerly inquired, Uncle Odin, do you know if there are other ways to get to Earth? Thor, having also landed, looked at Odin with a hopeful expression. Odin regarded Lin Yuan with a gentle smile. What's this, young Lin Yuan? Has Asgard failed to entertain you properly? Are you so eager to return home? Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, I'm having a great time here. However, I was inadvertently brought over by Thor this time, and didn't he inform my family? I'm worried they might be concerned about me. Upon hearing this, Odin shot Thor a disapproving glance. Thor sheepishly scratched his face and chuckled. Odin turned back to Lin Yuan and said, I do indeed know of a way to get you to Earth. Lin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Really? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Odin replied. You did not ask. Lin Yuan conceded. All right, that's my fault. Odin, observing Lin Yuan's enthusiasm, cautioned, do not be too hasty. There are indeed methods, but it is up to you to choose. Wow, there is more than one option? Uncle Odin, please tell me. Lin Yuan's joy intensified. Odin composed himself and raised 2 fingers, slowly articulating, "First, I can have a friend from Earth come to retrieve you." Lin Yuan was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Uncle Odin, your friend Isnt referring to that one from Kamartaj, are you?" "Yes, do you know her?" Odin was intrigued by Lin Yuan's knowledge of such a person. Indeed, that formidable individual. Odin's friend must also be of great stature, and the most powerful figure on earth is none other than that bald sorcerer. However, for someone like him to come and fetch Lin Yuan felt unworthy of such an honor. Realizing this, Lin Yuan quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No, no, no. Please, Uncle Odin, do not trouble that great individual. I am merely a small fry." Odin regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity but chose not to elaborate further, instead continuing. "The second method involves my use of dark magic to teleport you back." Dark magic? Lin Yuan pondered silently, although he did not grasp the intricacies of the magical principles. He was aware that in the Marvel universe, dark magic often came with a significant cost. Consequently, Lin Yuan hastily asked, "Uncle Odin, will using dark magic inflict severe harm upon you?" Seeing Lin Yuan's concerned expression, Odin laughed heartily. "Do not worry, child. This small price will not greatly affect me. However, I had sustained serious injuries previously and have yet to fully recover. Thus, to send you back to Earth, I will require at least 1 or 2 years to regain my strength to support the use of dark magic." Gazing at the seemingly unscathed Odin before him, Lin Yuan pondered silently. It appears that Uncle Odin's notion of being injured diverges from my own understanding of injury. I am uncertain whether my abilities will be effective in healing his wounds. Nonetheless, it is worth a try. If I could restore him, it would be splendid, allowing me to return home sooner. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan addressed Odin. "Uncle Odin, as you are aware, I am a druid. Druids excel not only in shape-shifting spells but also in healing magic, which is one of our specialties. Would you permit me to attempt a spell to heal your injuries?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan felt a pang in his heart. Druids are also adept in nature magic. "Alas, dear system, return my offensive skills to me." "Oh, you possess healing spells?" Odin, intrigued, rose and said to Lin Yuan, "Show me a few of your spells." Lin Yuan, undeterred, began with Touch of Healing, followed by a rejuvenation spell, and after a moment's consideration, added a recently acquired antidote spell. "Ah, nature energy, is it? Quite an impressive spell. It seems to have some effect, remarkable indeed. Alas, the little fellow is too weak. My primordial injuries cannot be mended by magic of this caliber. However, it is commendable. With repeated use, it might yield some recovery. The second spell has a lingering effect, splendid. The third spell is an antidote? Remarkably. It has eradicated all the toxins lingering within my body, extraordinary." As expected of the King of Gods, Odin discerned after a single experience that Lin Yuan was employing nature magic, and he accurately assessed its effects. Most astonishingly, the antidote spell disregarded levels and eliminated the toxins that had accumulated within him for years, though such toxins posed no threat to him. Nevertheless, it certainly took him by surprise. This little fellow, once grown, could indeed be of assistance to him. However, time waits for no one, and Odin could not afford to wait for Lin Yuan to mature. "Ah, young Lin Yuan, your spells are quite commendable. Regrettably, you are too feeble. While your current spells are somewhat beneficial, their impact is minimal. However, they will indeed expedite my recovery. Here's what we shall do. Come each day to assist me in healing. The first spell can be cast 3 times. Beyond that, it bears no effect. The second spell is a sustained one, so simply maintain it. The third spell is unnecessary, as it offers no benefit to my injuries." Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. It sufficed that it was effective. Yet, he was somewhat astonished at the extent of Odin's injuries, how terrifying they must be, to render even his healing spells ineffective. Reflecting on this, he began to chastise the system once more. "Oh, wretched system. How dare you claim to be a superlative auxiliary system when you cannot even heal a wound? What use are you?" The system, clearly agitated, responded with a distorted voice. "Ding. Host, have some self-respect. Did you not hear them say that you are too weak? I have already informed you that the effectiveness of your skills is influenced by your magical strength. Have you considered your current state? Since arriving in this world, what have you accomplished? You merely eat, play, sleep, and awaken to eat again. The battles I have participated in can be counted on one hand. And it is solely due to my ability to absorb the surrounding energies that your magical prowess has been enhanced. How can you still dare to claim otherwise? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the system's lengthy output, finally muttering apologetically, all right. I concede I was wrong. I'll strive harder from now on. Is that not sufficient? Ding. A promising student, indeed. Keep it up, young one. The system's tone was laced with a sense of pride, relishing this rare opportunity to educate its host. However, a sudden realization struck Lin Yuan after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Wait a minute. That cunning system nearly led me astray. How dare it criticize me when my offensive skills have been rendered ineffective by its own doing? Am I to engage in battle with my teeth? Oh no, it has caught on. The system began to sweat, responding, ding. Host, you can still engage in combat using your teeth in your transformed state. Get lost. Ding. Understood. Now that Lin Yuan had discerned the way back home, he resolved to no longer be idle, diligently checking in at Odin's realm every day. At long last, 2 months later, Odin informed Lin Yuan that his injuries had nearly healed and he was fully capable of wielding dark magic once more. Tears of joy filled Lin Yuan's eyes. He could finally return home. How splendid! Chapter 31. Farewells and Gifts in the Grand Hall of the Celestial Palace. Thor, Heimdall, Lady Sif, and the trio of misfits gathered to bid farewell to Lin Yuan. The trio approached, embracing Lin Yuan without hesitation, and this time he reciprocated their affection, embracing the three simpletons wholeheartedly. During his stay in Asgard, Thor and the trio had formed an inseparable bond, often inviting Lin Yuan to drink with them. Although he always opted for juice, the four of them were undeterred, indulging in revelry to the point of inebriation. Lin Yuan often wondered if they used him as an excuse to drink, yet he had grown fond of the trio. Despite their apparent foolishness, particularly with Thor among them, it was evident that they shared a common spirit, naive, generous, and devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Yuan likened them to individuals whose heads were filled with muscle rather than intellect. This very disposition allowed them to bond effortlessly, and Lin Yuan relished the camaraderie they shared. By this day, the entirety of Asgard was aware that the youth accompanying Thor and the trio was under their protection, recognized as a brother by the Prince of Asgard and the three valiant warriors. Now, a stroll through the streets of Asgard would not only expose Lin Yuan to the warm hospitality of the ladies, but also to a myriad of muscular giants inviting him to partake in their drinking festivities. Consequently, he hesitated to wander the streets, fearing he might succumb to the overwhelming allure of Asgardian brawn. One of the trio, Vandal, jovially patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Lin, we must visit Earth one day for a drink, and you shall not be allowed to order juice." Lin Yuan retorted, "Could you be gentler? At this rate, I may never grow taller." Rubbing his sore shoulder, he flashed a broad smile and added, "When you come to Earth, I will take you to my hometown to savor our exquisite wines and delicacies. You must promise not to leave until thoroughly intoxicated." Agreed. We want tea leave sober. The trio laughed heartily in unison. Turning to Lady Sif, clad in traditional Asgardian attire, Lin Yuan remarked, "Sif, it's rare to see you so ladylike. You look stunning." Sif playfully tapped Lin Yuan on the head, responding, "Hey, you cheeky little brother, dare you mock your sister?" Rubbing his head, Lin Yuan pouted, "I merely spoke the truth." With a radiant smile, Sif gently embraced Lin Yuan, whispering, "Little brother, I will visit you on Earth someday." Lin Yuan embraced her back lightly, replying, "Absolutely, Sif. I welcome you to Earth, where I will show you a real panda." Sif's eyes sparkled with delight. "Can I pet it?" "Oh, I believe that is not allowed." Sif pouted, "Then I shall just settle for teasing you." Lin Yuan decided to ignore her playful banter. "Thor." Lin Yuan approached Thor, playfully punching his chest, and cheerfully declared, "Upon my return, I shall immediately enlist Jane's help to send you a message." Thor was overjoyed, embracing Lin Yuan tightly and patting his back. "Good brother." Lin Yuan nearly suffocated from Thor's muscular chest and pushed him away, kicking him lightly in annoyance. "Are you trying to smother me? I need to eat more supplements when I get back. I wonder what the Asgardians consume to grow so tall and strong, and why they enjoy hugging so much." Lin Yuan mused internally. Thor, unfazed by Lin Yuan's actions, laughed heartily. Observing this silly giant, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully punched Thor's arm and said, "Next, you should learn from Uncle Odin how to be a competent king. Make sure to read more books and don't fill your mind solely with muscles. And be a bit more discerning. Don't take everything others say at face value. It shouldn't feel like a life and death situation. Once the Bifrost is repaired, I will come to Earth to visit you." Thor chuckled, completely disregarding Lin Yuan's words. "It's a promise. A promise." Lin Yuan glanced at the stoic Heimdall nearby and nodded at him, to which Heimdall returned the gesture. Indeed, he remained as cool as ever. Odin and Frigga watched Lin Yuan bid farewell to the others with warm smiles, not rushing him at all. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Yuan chuckled sheepishly, "Uncle Odin and Frigga, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Frigga smiled gently, reaching out to tenderly grasp Lin Yuan's hand, her eyes brimming with love and care. She then meticulously tidied Lin Yuan's somewhat disheveled hair, her touch delicate and refined, as if handling her most treasured possession. "Good child. Remember to visit Asgard again when you have the time. You will always be welcome here," she said softly. Lin Yuan felt a wave of emotion. During his time in Asgard, he had experienced a profound maternal love from Frigga, something he had never felt in both of his lives. Overwhelmed, he hugged Frigga lightly, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt Frigga." She gently patted his back, saying little in return. Odin observed quietly from the side before finally speaking up. "All right, young Lin, it's not as if we will never meet again. There will be many days ahead." Lin Yuan, feeling a bit shy, released Frigga and replied with a smile, "Yes, there will be many days ahead. Uncle Odin, I am ready. Please send me back." Odin nodded, preparing to cast his spell when Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and quickly interjected, "Wait, Uncle Odin, I have a gift for you." Odin halted his actions, looking at Lin Yuan with curiosity, as did everyone else. Lin Yuan summoned his magical power, casting a nurturing spell upon each individual present. "This is one of my spells. It plants a magical seed within your bodies. The seed will absorb the surrounding energy to nourish you, and most importantly, it can save your lives in times of dire peril." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude eagerly. Lin Yuan signaled to Odin that he could proceed. Odin gazed deeply at Lin Yuan for a moment, said nothing, and began to cast the dark teleportation spell. After a surge of magical energy, Lin Yuan vanished before the eyes of the Asgardians. On Earth, in Kamartash, the meditative bald sorcerer opened his eyes, glanced into the distance, and then closed them again, returning to his state of contemplation. Upon emerging from the teleportation, Lin Yuan felt utterly disoriented and nauseous. The discomfort of this dark magic-esque transportation was far inferior to that of the Bifrost. He was overwhelmed and could hardly bear it. After a while, once he regained his composure, Lin Yuan began to survey his surroundings. He found himself perched upon a cliff by the sea, gazing at the boundless, shimmering azure ocean before him, while behind lay an expansive, verdant plain. The scenery was indeed splendid. As Lin Yuan contemplated the vastness of the ocean, a sense of tranquility washed over him. At last, he had returned. He hoped that Coulson would provide him with a plausible excuse. Otherwise, after being out of touch for so long, Tony and Pepper would surely be furious with him. Chapter 32. Do you even ask me before showing off? Taking out my phone, I glanced at it. It must be said, this was indeed the smartphone modified by Tony Stark, after more than 2 months. The battery was still remarkably full. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phone erupted with notification sounds. An avalanche of messages accumulated over the months, flooding in all at once. Lin Yuan glanced at the hundreds of missed calls and text messages from Tony and Pepper. Feeling as though doom was imminent, there was no skill that could save him from this situation. Might as well return a call. For death is inevitable, whether it be sooner or later. Early death, early rebirth. Trembling slightly, he dialed Tony's number. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. Lin Yuan found it odd. Not only was there no answer, but even J.A.R.V.I.S. was unresponsive. This was utterly improbable. Had something occurred? With a rising sense of urgency, he searched for Pepper's number and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and Pepper's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" She must have been busy with work, not even glancing at the caller ID. "Pepper, it's me, Lin Yuan." His voice faltered slightly. "Lin, you still know to come back? Where have you been all this time?" Pepper's tone escalated dramatically, causing Lin Yuan to hastily pull the phone away from his ear. 5 minutes later, after she had vented her frustrations, Lin seized the opportunity to apologize. Pepper, I was wrong. It was truly an accident this time. I won't dare do it again. I know, but both Tony and I have been very worried about you. Pepper's voice suddenly softened. Lin Yuan felt a warmth bloom in his heart. It was a comforting sensation to be cared for. Don't worry, Pepper. I'm fine. He quickly reassured her. Then added anxiously, but Pepper, I just called Tony, and he didn't answer. Not even J-A-R-V-I-S is picking up. Has something happened to Tony? Silence lingered on the other end. After a long pause, Pepper's voice emerged, thick with fatigue and concern. After your disappearance, Congress held a hearing to discuss confiscating Tony's armor. He staunchly opposed it, believing he could maintain world peace alone. Rhodey supported him, assuring that he would never misuse the suit. However, for reasons unknown, Tony has been flaunting the armor everywhere. At his birthday party last night, he even used it to smash bottles. Rhodey was furious and confronted him in the Mark II, resulting in a scuffle. In the end, Tony absurdly allowed Rhodey to take the Mark II away. This is highly unusual, Lin. At this point, Pepper's voice took on a note of vulnerability. Tony has also hired a beautiful secretary. I can clearly see the way he looks at her. He even donated all the modern art we collected together. I used to think that him making me the CEO was a sign of trust, but now I feel something is amiss. I know he must be hiding something from me, but he refuses to confide in me. I don't know what to do, Lin. I'm really worried about him. Her voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly reassured. It's all right, Pepper. I'm here for you. I'll go find him now. Leave this matter to me. After hanging up the phone, Tony's call came in. Lin, are you back? Come see me. I wish to discuss something with you. The call ended abruptly, and Tony's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Soon after, Tony sent his location. Lin Yuan flew swiftly, and upon arriving, he found Tony clad in his armor, wearing sunglasses, seated amidst a large donut advertisement, savoring a cheese donut bite by bite. You really ought to join me for a meal in bunny country. You seem to live on such dreadful food. Lin Yuan transformed into his human form beside him, eyeing the donut with disdain. He then gently embraced Tony, apologizing. I'm so sorry for missing your birthday party, brother Tony. Tony paused, chuckling softly as he patted Lin Yuan's back. It's good to have you back. The two sat side by side on the donut advertisement, watching the sunset. After a while, Lin Yuan spoke up. Pepper informed me about your situation. It seems a lot has transpired in the 2 months I was away. He nudged Tony's shoulder with a serious expression. Brother Tony, do you doubt my abilities? Why do you ask that? Tony replied, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yuan pointed to the terrifying purple lines on Tony's neck, his voice tinged with anger. If you believe in my capabilities, why did you not confide this in me? Do you think you're doomed, that I lack the power to assist you? Thus, you entrusted the company to Pepper and took the opportunity to hand Mark II over to Rhodey. Tony fell silent, mumbling, You know about that? I just. He faltered, struggling to articulate his reasons. Lin Yuan sighed and said, Brother Tony, to be honest, while my abilities may not have reached their zenith yet, they are beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way, even if you were to die now, I could pull you back from the depths of hell. He silently added, Of course, once I resurrect you, we would likely be pursued by Mephisto. Tony stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Why would I go to hell if I die? Lin Yuan deadpanned. Is that really the focus of your concern? He then patted Tony's shoulder, releasing a purifying spell. Instantly, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. The agony from palladium poisoning vanished, leaving him invigorated and revitalized. The return of his long-lost health nearly brought him to tears. See, such a simple matter, and you had to make it life or death. You are Iron Man. After all, have you seen the embarrassing things you've been up to lately? I heard you even urinated in public view. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to tease Tony. Maybe I should just die. How humiliating. Tony lamented, wishing he could vanish into a crevice. Hey, brother Tony, these are mere trifles. I am now curious about how you intend to placate Sister Pepper. Lin Yuan suddenly chuckled mischievously, raising his eyebrows and speaking to Tony. Tony was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the end for him. At that moment, a dark figure approached them. Lin Yuan pointed at the approaching figure and remarked to Tony, "What do you think he wants with you?" Tony responded with disdain, "He likely wishes to recruit me once again, though I wonder what his reasoning might be this time. I suspect he is here to put on a show, attempting to lure you in by offering to address the issues at your heart. However, it seems he has little to boast about now." Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. Nick Fury arrived beneath the donut, hands on his hips, and called up to the two above. "Gentlemen, might you descend from the donut?" Noticing Lin Yuan and Tony staring at him, he chose silence and turned to stride towards the nearby CAF. Lin Yuan turned to Tony and said, "See, he is already putting on an act. Come on, brother Tony, let us see what he has to say." Upon entering the CAF, they found Nick Fury seated by the window. The establishment was empty, likely cleared out by SHIELD. Lin Yuan approached with a grin, greeting, "Hello, Director Egg, long time no see." Veins bulged on Nick Fury's forehead. "Calm down, he is still but a child." Nick Fury silently urged himself. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Iron Man's demeanor was unusually off. He appeared far too lively. Devoid of the pallor associated with palladium poisoning, and the purple markings on his neck had vanished. Nick Fury thought it ominous and, with reluctance, asked Tony, "Have you recovered from your palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan interjected with a grin, "Of course, I am perfectly fine now that I have returned. Such minor issues pose no challenge." Nick Fury shot Lin Yuan a resentful glance, his mind racing with expletives. "Damn it, not you again. The last time I tried to impress, you shone a spotlight on me. This time, I intended to showcase the might of SHIELD before Tony Stark, yet you have preemptively cured him. How am I to proceed now?" Lin Yuan felt uneasy under his gaze, leaning back to distance himself from the director. "What are you doing? Please, don't look at me like that. I'm not interested." At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed in, "Then how may I assist?" Chapter 33. Your posture is so impeccable that I couldn't help but intervene. The speaker was a stunning beauty with striking features and an impressive figure, none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow of SHIELD. Upon recognizing her, Tony was taken aback. "Wait, isn't she my newly hired secretary? Goodness. It turns out she is an agent of SHIELD. This egghead is quite infuriating, using her charm. Fortunately, I, Tony Stark, possess unwavering composure and was not ensnared." Lin Yuan, hearing this, turned to look as well. "Wow, it's the Black Widow. She's incredibly beautiful and has an amazing figure." He added playfully, "Sister, I'm still a minor." Natasha approached Lin Yuan, gently ruffling his hair, and smiled. "It's all right. I can wait for you to grow up." Upon hearing this, Tony swiftly pulled Lin Yuan behind him, gazing warily at Natasha. "What is this? Are you trying to set your sights on my brother? I haven't settled the score with you yet." Ignoring him, Natasha sat down beside Nick Fury and winked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled but remained silent. Nick Fury introduced her. "This is Agent Romanoff. As soon as you appeared unwell, I had her keep an eye on you. She is responsible for reporting your condition to me, which is how we became aware of your distress. So, I should thank you then," Lin Yuan remarked. Tony's expression darkened as he directed a sarcastic tirade at Natasha. Natasha, unfazed, smiled lightly. No need to mention it. At this point, Nick Fury steered the conversation back to serious matters, stating gravely, "Tony, I am aware that you have not been acting like yourself lately." Tony's face fell. He sensed a reprimand looming. "No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm completely normal." Nick Fury's irritation was palpable as his voice rose. "If you're normal, then why did you entrust your company to your girlfriend? If you're normal, why did you give your armor to a friend? Allowing him to soar through the skies in your suit?" Tony made a final attempt to defend himself. "It was teamy. He took it." Natasha chimed in. "As far as I know, Mr. Stark's database security protocols prevent unauthorized use of his products." All right, I concede. No need to pile on." Tony, now lacking the dignity to argue further, shifted the topic. "What do you need from me?" Nick Fury nearly erupted at this question, exclaiming, "What do we need from you? You dare ask? You have become a problem, one that I cannot ignore." Taking a moment to compose himself, Nick Fury continued, "I had brought medication to alleviate your palladium poisoning. but since you appear to be fine, it seems unnecessary now. He then turned to Lin Yuan, asking, can your magic cure palladium poisoning? Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed to the arc reactor in Tony's chest. My spells can eliminate all toxins. But as long as this device remains in your brother's chest, the toxins will continue to accumulate. At this point, Tony interjected. I've been searching for a substitute for palladium. I've experimented with every known element in various combinations. Lin Yuan interrupted him. No, you Haven T tried every element. Tony looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. Lin Yuan grinned and pointed at Nick Fury, saying, you should ask him. Nick Fury felt somewhat annoyed, thinking, you've just stolen my chance to show off. However, noticing Tony's unwavering gaze, he relented and said, it's not the whole story, Tony. Your father left you a gift. But it's not something I can discuss openly. Let's talk at your home. He then turned to Lin Yuan and added, by the way, you should tell me where you've been. Lin Yuan shrugged, feeling indifferent, as there was nothing to conceal. As the four of them exited the CAF, Lin Yuan smiled at Natasha and asked, sister, how will you get there? Do you need me to accompany you? Nick Fury interjected, no need for that. We'll drive. You and Tony can wait for us at home. Lin Yuan made a face, thinking, what a killjoy, interrupting my time with the beautiful sister. All right then, we're heading back, he declared, transforming into a great bird and soaring homeward. Natasha, witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation for the first time, displayed a curious look but remained silent as she climbed into Nick Fury's car, heading towards Tony's villa. Inside the seaside villa, Lin Yuan surveyed the disarray and inquired of Tony, brother, are you planning to renovate the house? Tony, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and sidestepped Lin Yuan's comment. Soon, Nick Fury arrived, carrying a large box marked with the words property of H. Stark. The three casually found seats and began conversing while gazing through the windows, which lacked glass. Without delay, Nick Fury got straight to the point, indicating the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and stating, this device is based on an incomplete technology. Tony interrupted, visibly displeased, it's quite complete now. It was only incomplete until I miniaturized it. Ignoring Tony, Nick Fury continued, no. Your father mentioned that the arc reactor was merely the cornerstone of a significant open project. His ambition was to shrink the nuclear reactor to the size of a 7 battery. Was he alone in this? What about Anton Vanko? Tony inquired again. Anton Vanko is different. He merely sought to profit from this, which is why your father dismissed him. Later, he was exiled to Siberia, drinking heavily and descending into madness. What kind of normal child could emerge from such an environment? The man you encountered at the Monaco racing event was his son, Nick Fury explained, pausing briefly before adding. He said that you are the only one capable of inheriting your father's legacy and achieving his goals. Tony scoffed, that's impossible. He never liked me. He was always distant, never expressing any affection. The notion that he wanted me to take over his work is beyond my comprehension. Lin Yuan, who had been listening attentively, couldn't help but interject. Is it possible that your father, like you, simply struggled to express his emotions? Turning to Lin Yuan, Tony pointed at himself and exclaimed, me? Struggling to express my emotions? What are you joking about? Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, expressing his affirmation. Tony's expression darkened as he ignored Lin Yuan and turned to Nick Fury, saying, you seem to know him well. Of course, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury replied, glancing at his watch before rising to his feet. What? Tony exclaimed in shock, about to say more when Nick Fury interrupted him. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must leave. In the box, there are items left for you by your father. Also, Natasha will continue to stay at Stark Industries. Lin, you have met Coulson, haven't you? You should discuss your matters with him shortly. With that, Nick Fury made his exit but paused halfway, turning to widen his single eye, extending 2 fingers to gesture at his eye, and then pointing at Tony, declaring, Tony, I will always be watching you. His eye remained wide open for emphasis. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Nick Fury let out a pained scream, exclaiming, damn it, you again, my titanium dog eye. It's blinding me once more. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together, apologetically stating, I am truly sorry. Your stance was just too impeccable. I couldn't help but take action. Chapter 34, Brother, our father is truly remarkable. Nick Fury departed, shielding his eyes. Lin Yuan was perplexed about how he could navigate the path with only one eye concealed. Nevertheless, he sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Tony, gazing at the crate, wore a countenance of deep discontent. This rascal had spoken at length yet failed to furnish him with a solution. He found such enigmatisms particularly irksome. Standing nearby was Coulson, maintaining his signature hairstyle and that ever-present smile. "Ah, old Coulson, it has been a while." Lin Yuan greeted him. "What a peculiar address," Coulson mused inwardly. Yet his smile remained unwavering. "Mr. Lin, could you perhaps share what transpired during your disappearance?" Lin Yuan, having no intention of concealing the truth, recounted how he had inadvertently been transported to the legendary Asgard by Thor, the reason for the Thunder God's arrival on Earth, and the true mastermind behind the destroyer. Tony listened in utter astonishment, a torrent of questions escaping his lips. "You claim you went to Asgard? Does the Einstein-Rosen bridge truly exist? You have become brothers with Thor? And Odin himself used magic to return you? Are they truly gods? Are there other deities in the cosmos? Gods are merely humans endowed with extraordinary abilities. The universe is home to a myriad of races. Asgardians are but one among them. Will they covet Earth? And what is their technological advancement?" Tony's mind raced with concern. "Fear not. Earth is presently quite secure. As for technology, we still have a considerable way to go," Lin Yuan candidly remarked, laying bare the state of Earth's advancements. A sense of alarm surged within Tony, his hair standing on end. Lin Yuan reassured him, "Worry not, brother. There is no need for such immense pressure. Focus on the tasks at hand. Earth has its guardians, one of whom is that rascal. She is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of combat prowess." Natasha and Coulson stood astounded, for their knowledge within S-H-I-E-L-D far surpassed Tony's. Yet much of what Lin Yuan had disclosed exceeded their comprehension. "Enough of this discourse. I have shared all that is pertinent. Tony, do not fret excessively. There is a saying in our homeland, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself out. Allow things to unfold naturally, and all will be well." Lin Yuan concluded the topic to alleviate any undue pressure on Tony. Tony fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he hoisted the crate and entered the laboratory. He was eager to discover what his father had bequeathed him, longing to augment his strength. Noticing Tony's disquiet, Lin Yuan exchanged pleasantries with Natasha and Coulson before following him. Upon reaching the laboratory, Tony opened the crate. The contents were rather simple: a blueprint, 2 reels of film, and a notebook. Tony placed the reels into the projector as he perused the notebook. Lin Yuan plopped down beside him, captivated by the film. On the screen, Howard Stark stood before a layout of a futuristic city, articulating his visions for the future. Tony remained indifferent, dismissing the outdated information presented before him. After a brief moment of viewing, he felt there was nothing of value and was about to leave when Lin Yuan grasped his arm, gesturing towards the screen. Turning back, Tony heard Howard call his name. "Tony, this future city is a design crafted for you. You may not comprehend its worth at present, but one day, you shall understand its significance. With the technology and knowledge of my era, I am unable to bring it to fruition. Yet I believe that only you can realize my vision in the future. Tony, regardless of the passage of time, my greatest invention is you." These words struck a chord deep within Tony. Lin Yuan, brimming with excitement, pulled at Tony's sleeve. "See, I told you. Your father merely struggles to express himself. Now, he can articulate his heartfelt sentiments alone in front of the camera, just like you." Tony shot Lin Yuan a glance. "He's our dad." Lin Yuan replied, "Oh." After watching the film, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Moments later, as if resolute, he rose to his feet. Lin Yuan inquired, "What shall we do next?" "First, I will apologize to Pepper tomorrow and retrieve this," Tony said, indicating the model of the future city on the screen. "Are you coming?" "Absolutely," Lin Yuan exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing what promised to be an extraordinary performance. The following day, Tony drove with Lin Yuan towards Stark Industries. Along the way, he spotted a strawberry vendor and contemplated stopping to buy some. Lin Yuan intervened. "Tony, I advise against purchasing strawberries." Bewildered, Tony asked, "Why not? Don't you recall? Pepper is allergic to strawberries." Lin Yuan was merely looking out for Tony's well-being. "Oh no," Tony exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. "Good brother," he said, patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder in gratitude. They soon arrived at Stark Enterprises, where Tony nudged Lin Yuan towards the CEO's office, encouraging him to enter and gauge the atmosphere. Lin Yuan pushed the door open to find Pepper on the phone, seemingly discussing the ownership of Mark II. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, her face lit up with surprise, signaling him to wait a moment. Unfazed, Lin Yuan took a seat at the desk. Once Pepper concluded her call, she rose and embraced Lin Yuan, her joy palpable. Lin Yuan reciprocated the hug gently, asking, "Pepper, how does it feel to be CEO?" Instantly, Pepper's expression fell, and she began to vent. "Lin, while I adore this position, Tony has offloaded nearly all responsibilities onto me, creating immense pressure. To make matters worse, he recently proclaimed to the world that he is Iron Man, pledging to uphold global peace. Yet, just look at his recent antics, it's absolute madness. And here I am, left to clean up his mess." Lin Yuan quickly defended Tony. "Pepper, Tony has his reasons. I assure you, from this point forward, he will amend his ways. If he does not, I shall help you teach him a lesson." As the conversation unfolded, a voice resonated from outside. "Mr. Stark, what are you doing out there?" Natasha entered, carrying documents, prompting Tony to follow her with an awkward smile directed at Pepper. Upon seeing Tony, Pepper's expression fell once more, and she turned away, ignoring him. Lin Yuan greeted Natasha with a warm smile, saying, "Hello, Natasha." He then exchanged knowing glances with Tony, encouraging him to say something kind to Pepper. At that moment, Tony, in a moment of folly, inquired why Natasha was at Pepper's place, having believed they weren't particularly fond of each other. Lin Yuan couldn't help but facepalm. Pepper, currently in a fit of anger, had no desire to engage with Tony, seizing the opportunity to cool off as she was about to leave on a business trip. After a brief embrace with Lin Yuan, she circumvented Tony and headed out to catch her flight, watching his driver and bodyguard, happy, follow Pepper with her luggage. Tony felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. He had lost this battle completely. Natasha, unperturbed by Tony's glare as she organized the documents on the desk, cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan before leaving. Dejected, Tony sank into his office chair, feeling disheartened that the woman he adored was upset with him. His newly hired secretary had been swayed, and even his driver and bodyguard had turned against him. Lin Yuan found amusement in Tony's dismal demeanor and, suppressing laughter, nudged him while pointing at the model in the office. "Come on, don't be like this. Pepper is just upset. It will pass. Why not take a look at the future city model Dad left for you?" Tony perked up and began to examine it. As he observed, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly pulled Lin Yuan over to help transport the model back to the lab. Upon returning, Tony instructed JARVIS to scan the entire layout of the model into the computer, methodically removing unnecessary trees, roads, and other distractions. Ultimately, the central structure formed a framework, with surrounding buildings resembling neutrons and protons arranged into a perfect sphere. At last, with a swift motion of his hand, the spherical structure magnified, revealing a brand new element before the two of them. Lin Yuan, astonished, tugged at Tony's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, it seems Dad was even more brilliant than you." Tony smiled and replied, "Indeed, he was the best father." He then patted Lin Yuan's head and said, "Now, let us get to work and prepare for a large-scale model transformation and the development of new hardware. First, we must dismantle everything." Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He had longed to take things apart. He transformed into a whirlwind of activity, enthusiastically tearing everything down, as Tony wielded a high-energy ion beam. Slicing through half of the lab's contents, it illuminated the fixed triangular material. After a brilliant flash, the new element within the triangle began to glow. It was a success. When Tony placed the new element into the new reactor, JARVIS's voice resonated. "Sir, the new energy adaptation is successful." Thus, a new era dawned. Chapter 35. Delivering the message. Lin Yuan gazed quietly at the birth of new elements, taking immense pride in the completion of the new arc reactor. After all, he had dismantled the old structures, transported the materials, and constructed the protective measures. Thus, by all accounts, he could indeed regard himself as one of the inventors of this new element. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Once he had completed these tasks, Tony still needed to remain in the laboratory to await Jarvis's collection of reactor data. It was then that Lin Yuan recalled an important matter he needed to address. Far away in Asgard, a rather large fellow awaited his correspondence to his beloved. Having just returned and been preoccupied with Tony's affairs, he nearly forgot about this task. Now, with matters here seemingly settled, he decided to attend to this duty before indulging in a delightful meal at Rabbit's home. The culinary offerings in Asgard over the past few months had been quite unsatisfactory. Tony, carry on with your work. I shall step out for a moment. After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Yuan contacted Coulson. Hello, Coulson. Could you do me a favor? After inquiring about Jane's whereabouts, Lin Yuan took flight toward her location. Ever since the incident with the destroyer, Jane, along with Professor Eric Selvig and the bespectacled Daisy Lewis, had been under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D., effectively joining their ranks. Following her first-hand experience of the legendary Bifrost, both Eric and Jane had become increasingly captivated by this area of research. As Heimdall had mentioned, Jane had been diligently working for the past few months. However, it was unfortunate that the technology of the Bifrost was beyond the current capabilities of Earth. Despite significant progress in her studies, Jane found herself perpetually falling short of her aspirations. On this particular day, after a long day's toil, Jane sat alone on the balcony of her residence, gazing at the brilliant stars overhead. She pondered the whereabouts of Thor, wondering on which distant star he might be. He had promised to find her, yet time had stretched on without his arrival. Was something amiss? A mixture of longing, anxiety, and a hint of resentment filled her heart. During this period, all those around her urged her to relinquish hope, claiming that once Thor returned to his realm, he would not return. Nevertheless, she steadfastly clung to her belief that he would indeed come back for her. Suddenly, she spotted a large bird soaring through the sky, reminiscent of an eagle, albeit unlike any she had ever known. The creature's silhouette crossed the luminous moon and flew directly toward her. Before Jane could fully process the sight, the magnificent bird transformed before her eyes into the form of a handsome young man. Lin? Jane exclaimed in surprise, for she recognized this youth as the panda who had fought alongside Thor, later whisked away by the Bifrost. If Lin had returned, did that mean Thor had come back as well? Her excitement was palpable. Lin Yuan greeted her with a warm smile. It has been quite a while, dear Jane. Lin, you're back. Where's Thor? Has he returned too? Jane's voice rose with anticipation. Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. Calm down, dear Jane. This time, I have returned alone. Thor, due to certain circumstances, is unable to return to Earth at this moment. Jin's entire being seemed to sag. Her head bowed in silence as tears cascaded down to the floor. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Sister Jin, please don't cry. Come, take a seat, and allow me to recount the events that transpired after our arrival in Asgard. He gently guided Jin to a nearby chair, beginning to narrate the occurrences. Jin listened quietly, her emotions gradually settling. Is it true? Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge to save the lives of an entire planet? He acted rightly. He is a hero. There was a blend of pride and melancholy in Jin's gaze. Lin, how did you return? Can Thor come back to Earth? Jin looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes. He nodded, saying he can. This time, I was transported by Thor's father using dark magic. However, dark magic is a one-way transfer. If Thor were to come here, he would be unable to return temporarily, and as the future king of Asgard, he cannot forsake his people. Moreover, Thor's father is injured and cannot utilize dark magic repeatedly for a while. Thor asked me to convey that he is diligently working to repair the Rainbow Bridge, and once it is restored, he will certainly return to you. Jin murmured, I knew he wouldn't forget me. He will find a way back. Then she lifted her head, a smile illuminating her face as she said to Lin Yuan, Thank you for bringing me this news. I will wait for him. Yes, he will be back soon, Lin Yuan assured her, not merely offering comfort, but speaking the truth. Thor would indeed return to Earth shortly. Well then, Sister Jin, I've shared what I needed to, and I must take my leave now, Lin Yuan said as he stood to bid her farewell. Why not stay for a bite before you go? she suggested. No, I'm heading to Rabbit's house for something delicious. I must tell you, Sister Jian, there's hardly any good food in Asgard. I've been craving Rabbit's delicacies for months. Unable to resist chatting a bit more, Lin Yuan transformed into a majestic bird, waving his wings at Jian. I'm off now, Sister Jian. I'll catch breakfast at Rabbit's. I'll come back to play with you next time. With that, the bird flapped its wings and vanished into the night sky. Jian gazed enviously at the departing creature, murmuring to herself, Rabbit's cuisine? I wish I could have some too. Lin's ability is extraordinary. He looks so impressive and flies so swiftly. And he can even transform into a panda. Next time he visits, I must ask him to turn into a panda so I can pet him. While flying toward Rabbit's house, Lin Yuan was contemplating where to eat next when his phone rang. Hello, who is this? Lin Yuan answered, somewhat displeased. Lin, it's me. Tony Stark's voice resonated on the other end. Tony, what is going on? I just had an intrusion from Ivan Vanko in my communication lines. Tony's tone was heavy, likely due to his suit. What? Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock, realizing the impending events. Tony's voice echoed once more, stating his intention to conclude 40 years of the Stark family's legacy within the span of 40 minutes. I traced his call. He was on the East Coast. I surmised he aimed to strike at the Stark Expo, likely linked to Hammer Industries products. Today, they were set to unveil their drone technology at the Stark Expo. Pepper was also present, and I feared for her safety. I was en route to assist, having already sent you my location. No problem, Tony. I'm on my way. Under the night sky, the great bird of prey spread its wings, carving a golden silhouette as it soared toward the East Coast. Chapter 36. I am not. I do not know. On the East Coast, at the Stark Expo press conference in the main hall, CEO Justin Hammer personally hosted the product introduction at the Hammer Technology booth, with a tone laced with sarcasm. He first belittled Tony's armor before he began to unveil his own company's offerings. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present to you our latest creation at Hammer Technology, the Hammer Iron Soldier. As Justin Hammer gestured, a series of drones ascended slowly from beneath the stage, each equipped with the latest weaponry from Hammer Technology. Amidst the audience's cheers, Justin Hammer pointed to the center stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now making his entrance is the first prototype of the Iron Soldier, a comprehensive threat response combat armor, along with its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. In the spotlight at the center of the stage, Rhodes emerged from the platform clad in the War Machine armor, raising his hand to salute. A gesture echoed by all the Iron Soldiers behind him. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as Justin Hammer, microphone in hand, was about to say something more when a thunderous roar of flames erupted from the sky. Tony, donned in the latest Mark VI armor, soared into the venue and landed gracefully on the stage. The audience erupted into even more fervent applause as Tony waved to the crowd, amplifying the excitement in the air. Leaning in close to War Machine, he whispered urgently, Listen, Rhodes, I suspect Justin Hammer is colluding with Ivan Vanko. They are planning something here. Rhodes, taken aback, replied, Ivan Vanko is alive? Disregarding the audience, Tony marched directly up to Justin Hammer, demanding, Where is Ivan Vanko? Justin Hammer feigned ignorance, vehemently denying any knowledge. Just then, the War Machine's weapon systems activated, its guns locking onto Tony, while the weapons of all surrounding drones followed suit, aiming at him. Tony was startled, exclaiming, What the hell? Rhodes, what are you doing? Rhodes, in a panic, responded, Tony, the system has been compromised. I can't control the armor. Reacting swiftly, Tony shot upwards, darting out of the expo hall. The weapons mounted on War Machine fired directly at Tony, with the other drones joining in the assault. Bullets pursued Tony, shattering the glass ceiling of the expo, shards raining down upon the horrified audience. Chaos ensued as screams erupted, and everyone scrambled toward the exits. The War Machine's flight propulsion activated, trailing after Tony along with the capable drones. Tony adeptly evaded their relentless attacks while contacting Lin. Lin, where are you? I'm here. How are you, Tony? Came the reply. I'm fine. Head to the expo. There are still many who can't fly. As Lin Yuan spoke, he had already ascended into the venue's airspace. Inside the hall, army soldiers clad in steel, equipped with sniper cannons, and Navy soldiers, armed with rocket launchers, moved with the crowd towards the exit. Fortunately, The primary target of Ivan Vanko, who was maneuvering from behind, was Tony, and the remaining unmanned mechs did not engage the audience. However, as the mechs emerged outdoors, the army soldiers began to lock onto Tony with their sniper cannons, initiating an assault. Tony adeptly dodged the bullets, which instead struck an unmanned mech trailing behind him. The mech was obliterated, its debris raining down upon the crowd below. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Yuan seized a piece of wreckage and hurled it into an unoccupied area. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers commenced indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding ground with their rocket launchers. Goodness, how ruthless! Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. He had no means to prevent the rocket launches, and explosions erupted around him, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Curse these capitalists. They truly disregard human life. Sighing, he resolved to plunge into the throng of mechs below. As the rock neared the ground, it transformed into an adorable panda, and with a mighty roar, activated the challenge roar skill. All unmanned mechs within the skill's radius instantaneously shifted their targets to the panda. Ivan Vanko, orchestrating the mech from the shadows, was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did all systems appear normal, yet every mech bizarrely focused its attack on that panda? Lin Yuan paid no mind to Ivan Vanko's confusion. He was now engulfed in a barrage of fire. The concentrated assault rained down upon him, and although he was shielded by magic, it still hurt considerably. He charged into the densest cluster of unmanned mechs, using their own firepower to annihilate them. Soon, the majority of the unmanned mechs were destroyed by their own attacks, and the few remaining mechs were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Yuan's panda form with a single strike to their heads. Phew, finally dealt with that. Lin Yuan sighed in relief and hurried to find Pepper in the venue. Upon arriving backstage, he found Pepper urging the staff of Hammer Technologies to expedite the system repairs. Just as Lin Yuan intended to greet her, Natasha's and Tony's icons appeared in the communication window. Meanwhile, in the exhibitions backstage, Natasha questioned Pepper about the situation with Justin Hammer. As Hammer attempted to prattle on, Natasha lost her temper and forcefully pinned him to the table, extracting information about Ivan Vanko's whereabouts from his lab. After leaving Pepper to report Hammer to the authorities, she directly set off for the heart of the matter. Happy drove Natasha toward Hammer Technologies, during which Natasha changed into a sleek bodysuit that nearly left Happy wide-eyed. Upon storming into the laboratory, Happy managed to dispose of a guard, eager to boast to Natasha, only to find she had already cleared the area. Staring at the fallen guards scattered about, Happy was left in astonishment. When Natasha located Ivan Vanko's room, he had already fled, yet the computer remained operational. As a top-tier agent, Natasha effortlessly rebooted Rhodes' armor. In the sky, Tony evaded attacks, utilizing the terrain to dismantle several drones. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was struck from the side by War Machine, and they tumbled into an ecological greenhouse. War Machine pinned Tony down, and the machine gun on his shoulder unleashed a volley of fire aimed directly at him. Concerned about injuring Rhodes, Tony refrained from using heavy weaponry, instead enduring the threat of War Machine's gun, determined to avoid being hit. Suddenly, War Machine powered down, devoid of energy, prompting Tony to swiftly push him away. At that moment, Natasha's communication window appeared before Tony. Your partner is back. Thank you, Agent Romanoff. Tony expressed his gratitude hastily. No need for thanks. Your new suit's energy is stable and significantly more powerful, and your vital signs are normal. Indeed. I'm not dying anytime soon, thanks to you. What? Tony, were you on the brink of death before? You kept such a monumental matter from me? Pepper's voice resonated in their ears, laced with indignation. Tony was taken aback and quickly explained, I'm sorry, I truly wanted to tell you. But so much happened that I didn't have the chance. I'll explain everything later. At that moment, Natasha detected multiple drones closing in on Tony from the surveillance radar and promptly alerted him. Pepper recognized that this was not the time for such discussions and suppressed her anger for the moment. She then turned to glare at Lin Yuan, gritting her teeth. My dear brother, were you aware of this? Lin Yuan felt a tightness in his chest and immediately denied. I wasn't. I didn't know anything. Sister, I was just going to help Tony. After saying that, Lin Yuan swiftly transformed into a giant eagle and flew towards Tony. Chapter 37. ADC's Underperformance. Support emerges not long after Lin Yuan took flight. A thought struck him, prompting him to return to Little Pepper's side. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, Lin Yuan transformed back into his human form, bestowing upon her the wild mark and rejuvenation spell. He then cautioned her, "Sister, when we head out, keep your distance from those mechs by the entrance. They may explode." Little Pepper nodded in understanding, and only then did Lin Yuan feel assured enough to hurry towards Tony. As he soared above the botanical garden, Lin Yuan observed Tony and Rode surrounded by a multitude of drones. He quickly cast buffs upon the two, then took to the skies to spectate. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, rather, he felt powerless in his role as a support. After all, dealing damage was best left to the two ADCs below. Tony, sensing the familiar energy enveloping him, looked up to see Lin Yuan soaring in the sky. Instantly, his resolve strengthened. With support by his side, those mechs were nothing more than mere fodder. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Rode, "Did you feel that? Our ally has arrived. Let us take them down." With that, Tony charged forward. This was Rode's first experience of Lin Yuan's buffs, and he was amazed as he felt his wounds and stamina rapidly restored, although he was unaware of who Tony's ally was. Seeing Tony advance prompted him to follow suit without hesitation. As the battle escalated, the drones surged towards them. The duo, exhibiting flawless synergy, fought back-to-back with a variety of weapons, effortlessly dismantling the drones one after another. However, the sheer number of mechs was overwhelming. Even with Lin Yuan's protective buffs, they found themselves increasingly fatigued. Eventually, Tony could no longer bear it. The slow method of taking them out was proving too cumbersome. He shouted, "Rode, duck." In that moment, the bond between the two friends shone through. Upon Tony's call, Rode instantly crouched, their coordination impeccable. The Mark 6's hand energy surged, and with a swift rotation, a crimson laser erupted forth, severing all nearby mechs in half. Lin Yuan, watching from above, could hardly contain his awe at such a spectacular display, thinking to himself, "How impressive! Truly remarkable. I wish I could do that." Rode, casting a glance of mild reproach at Tony, remarked, "That move is incredible. You should have used it earlier." Tony, retracting the laser device from his arm, explained, "It's a one-time use, saved for critical moments." Before Rode could respond, Natasha's voice echoed, "Be careful. Another mech is approaching, and this one seems different. The energy readings are too high." Instantly alert, the two men turned their attention to the descending mech. As it landed and its visor opened, they recognized the formidable Ivan Vanko. With an air of arrogance, Ivan Vanko landed, brandishing two whips crackling with high-voltage electricity. Rode, spotting the ultimate boss, felt a surge of excitement. Finally, it was his turn to shine. He bellowed, "Let me handle this. Watch as I annihilate him with my ex-wife's missile." Lin Yuan, observing from above, brimmed with anticipation. Here it comes, the iconic scene. Rod's shoulder-mounted missile launcher ejected a small missile that ignited and shot towards Ivan Vanko. Ivan, indifferent, made no attempt to evade. He had already perused the database and knew the caliber of such a missile. As anticipated, the missile collided with Ivan's mech, only to fall to the ground with a spark, rendered inert. Lin Yuan, watching from above, laughed heartily, while Tony regarded Rod with incredulity. "Hammers?" Rod sheepishly admitted, "Yes. Allow me to take over." Tony, seizing the initiative, activated the mech's automatic targeting system, which instantly locked onto Ivan's exposed head and vital chest area, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Regrettably, Ivan was well prepared. His helmet descended instantaneously, absorbing the onslaught. As combat erupted, Ivan lashed out with his electric whip toward Tony and Rod, who hastily dodged and counterattacked. However, clad in his iron armor, Ivan was impervious to their bullets. With a flick of his whip, he severed the weapon from War Machine's shoulder. Tony attempted to take flight for an aerial assault, but was yanked down by Ivan's whip. Following that, Ivan unleashed several strikes, leaving deep gashes on the Mark 6 armor. Rod rushed to assist but was ensnared by the whip and pulled to the ground. The War Machine, lacking electrical resistance, suffered severe interference in its control systems, rendering it incapable of a counterattack. Ivan Vanko stomped on the War Machine, intending to crush it. Tony attempted a sneak attack but was flung away by a whip strike, which then coiled around the Mark VI's neck. Grasping the whip, Tony yanked hard, causing Ivan to stumble, allowing Rod to escape. Yet, Ivan retaliated with another whip, ensnaring the War Machine. Instantly, the two were immobilized, caught by the electric whips, each gripping tightly as they maintained a precarious balance. Ivan, perhaps sensing victory, removed his helmet and mockingly gazed at them. Tony shouted, "Rod, do you remember what happened at the banquet?" Rod instantly understood. They raised their hands, energy emitters in their palms gathering power, intending to unleash a dual laser blast to obliterate Ivan. Upon noticing their movements, Ivan swiftly donned his helmet and yanked hard, causing both to stumble, their lasers misfiring. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Had the villain actually displayed cunning? This was deviating from the script. What would happen next? With renewed strength, Ivan flung both away, disregarding the war machine as he advanced toward Tony, raining down lashes upon the Mark VI, which Tony could barely withstand. Lin Yuan sighed. His ADC was performing poorly while the opposing ADC was excelling. It was time for his seasoned support to step in. The rock dove down, its claws aimed at Ivan's head. Taken by surprise, Ivan stumbled. Reacting quickly, he lashed his whip toward Lin Yuan, who effortlessly dodged and landed, transforming into a panda. As Ivan Vanko charged forward, he was suddenly confronted by a panda that barreled towards him with astonishing speed, arriving before him in an instant. When the panda's paw struck him, an enigmatic force surged into his mind, causing his vision to darken as he slipped into unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan raised his paw and unleashed a flurry of ferocious strikes upon Ivan Vanko, the panda's claws leaving behind fleeting afterimages. 5 seconds later, Ivan Vanko regained consciousness. Utterly unscathed, Lin Yuan, exasperated, shouted to Tony, "Tony, once this is over, you must craft me a battle suit. This is utterly frustrating." Struggling to his feet, Tony replied, "No problem. Once this is done, I will create one for you." As Lin Yuan adeptly evaded Ivan Vanko's attacks, he pondered his strategy. Given the current circumstances, Ivan Vanko's electric whip completely countered Mark VI and War Machine, and both of their close combat abilities were utterly ineffective against him. Furthermore, Lin Yuan's own attacks amounted to little more than a mere annoyance, incapable of inflicting harm upon Ivan Vanko's fully armored form. It seemed there was no choice but to resort to that particular tactic. Chapter 38. Are you crying? Tony, Rhodey, I can hold him in place for 10 seconds. You two can use that move again, Lin Yuan shouted while evading the whip strikes. Absolutely. The duo responded in unison, raising their hands to aim at Ivan Vanko. Unaware of their intentions, Ivan Vanko felt an overwhelming sense of danger, compelling him to abandon his assault on Lin Yuan and rush toward Tony. Lin Yuan would not allow this to transpire. Shifting into his human form, he unleashed his entangling root skill. A thick vine swiftly ensnared Ivan Vanko, leaving him astonished. He raised his whip, attempting to sever the vine. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yuan transformed into a panda and bellowed, "Hey, you scoundrel!" Activating his challenge roar skill, Ivan Vanko felt a surge of malevolence rise within him. The whip changed direction and lashed out at Lin Yuan. Caught off guard by the sudden speed, Lin Yuan was ensnared by the whip, his body involuntarily trembling. It hurts so much. Tony, do something. Seeing Ivan Vanko bound, Tony and Rhodey raised their hands toward one another, unleashing two beams of laser energy that collided before Ivan Vanko. The ensuing explosion hurled Ivan Vanko away, and as the smoke cleared, he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. There was no fear of death in his eyes. Instead, he inexplicably uttered to Tony, "You lost," before taking his final breath. Immediately, the armor on his body illuminated with red lights, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Soon, all the drones also began to shine with ominous red lights. Rhodey understood the implication and shouted, "These mechs are going to self-destruct. We need to get out of here." "Tony, Pepper is at the venue," Lin Yuan reminded him. Tony understood instantly. Flames erupted forth as Mark VI surged toward the venue at full throttle. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, amused by Tony's urgency. "Tony, don't blame me. This is all for your own good. Consider it a contribution to your relationship." Meanwhile, in the backstage area of the venue, Pepper Potts, having handed Hammer over to Uncle Ben, made her way outside. Upon seeing the debris glowing ominously red, she recalled Lin Yuan's warning and instinctively stepped back, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, all the debris exploded simultaneously. In an instant, Pepper was engulfed by a raging inferno. At that moment, Tony was racing toward her, witnessing the love of his life being consumed by flames. No, he cried out, a heart-wrenching scream filled with boundless sorrow and anguish escaping his lips. Tony dashed toward Pepper with utmost urgency, his eyes filled with despair and dread. Upon finding her lying there motionless, his heart felt as though it had been torn asunder. No, this cannot be. Unable to accept the grim reality, he knelt beside her, trembling hands caressing her cheek, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Little Pepper, you shall not come to harm. You must not. I cannot fathom a life devoid of you. I need you. Please do not leave me. Tony knelt upon the ground, embracing little Pepper, overwhelmed with tears. A hand gently caressed his face, accompanied by a familiar voice. Are you crying? Tony was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the radiant woman before him. Little Pepper smiled, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Tony. Regaining his composure, he wiped away his tears and stubbornly retorted, I am not crying. You must be mistaken. He then embraced little Pepper tightly, exclaiming, I am truly relieved that you are unharmed. Lin Yuan and Rode observed the scene with delight. Rode excitedly shouted, He cried. Did you capture it on video? Lin Yuan raised his phone with a smug expression, of course, in high definition. I shall send you a copy later. Tony helped little Pepper to her feet, only to discover his two brothers capturing his embarrassing moment, inciting his ire as he attempted to snatch the phone away. Lin Yuan, however, would not let him succeed, with Rode assisting in blocking Tony. Little Pepper watched the playful antics of the three brothers, a smile adorning her face. In truth, she harbored a deep dislike for Tony's ventures to uphold peace. It terrified her, for she feared that one day he may not return. Yet, having personally witnessed Lin Yuan's magic today, surviving such a fierce explosion unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, her perspective shifted. She now believed that as long as Lin Yuan was by Tony's side, he would remain safe. Since Tony relished donning his armor and soaring through the skies, she resolved to alleviate his worries and safeguard his rear. After some time, the trio concluded their playful tussle, and Tony embraced Lin Yuan earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lin. You have once again saved me and my future. Lin Yuan recognized that Tony was thanking him for saving little Pepper and replied with a smile, Come on. What are brothers for? Besides, Pepper is not just my sister. She is also my future sister-in-law. I cannot bear to see her in peril. Similarly, Tony, I shall ensure your safety as well. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two brothers, Rode felt slightly envious, remarking, It seems I am the only extraneous one here. Lin Yuan playfully approached and delivered a light punch to Rode's chest. Oh, Rode, I have not forgotten you. During the earlier scuffle, I bestowed a buff upon you. Rode suddenly understood. You are the support Tony mentioned. Your abilities are truly remarkable. And you can transform into a bird and a panda? Can I learn that magic? Lin Yuan chuckled. That is not possible. It is my unique skill. I have even more impressive abilities. Would you like to experience them? Rode patted his chest confidently. Bring it on. Let me feel just how formidable you are. Here I come, Lin Yuan declared, raising his hand as he unleashed his magic. Rode felt it wash over him but remained puzzled, asking, Is this what you refer to as more formidable? Why do I not feel anything? Lin Yuan explained. This skill will continuously enhance your physical constitution and save your life in times of peril. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Rod nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Indeed. It's truly remarkable. Thank you, my friend. Tony leaned in and asked, Lin, is this the same skill that saved my life before? He recalled the surge of power he experienced when Obadiah had taken the reactor from his chest. Yes, Tony. This skill is called nourishment, and Pepper possesses it as well. Really? I have it too? No wonder I've been feeling increasingly healthier lately, despite my lack of time for exercise. I cannot thank you enough, Lin, Pepper said, her face alight with surprise as she expressed her gratitude. Hey, there's no need for thanks. I wouldn't let anything happen to you, Pepper. Lin waved dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. Tony's voice, laced with a sinister tone, interrupted from the side. So, you've known all along that Pepper would be fine. And you just wanted to see me embarrassed? Embarrassed? No. If I hadn't done this, how would Pepper know her significance in your heart? I'm merely assisting you. All right, Lin replied, a proud smile on his face. All right, assisting me, is it? Then I shall assist you as well, Tony said through gritted teeth, turning to Pepper. No matter the cost, I want to see him in the classroom next week. Lynn stared in astonishment at Tony's ingratitude. No. Chapter 39. Have you heard? Is it true? The incident involving Ivan Vanko and Lin Yuan's injuries from the KB attack has reached a flawless conclusion. Rhodey refrained from returning the war machine to Tony, fully aware that Tony had intentionally gifted him the armor, albeit during a time when Tony was on the brink of death. However, Rhodey is now resolute in retaining the suit. As a military personnel utilizing the war machine, it has, in effect, become the property of the military, thus alleviating considerable pressure from Tony. Having just shared heartfelt confessions with Pepper, Tony was in a tender moment, and Lin Yuan felt it prudent to distance himself, opting not to play the third wheel. He sensed a hint of jealousy in Tony, prompting him to visit Rabbit's home for a few days. After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Yuan soared toward Rabbit's abode. Following a few months in Asgard, he was eager to indulge in a delightful meal, only to be abruptly summoned back by Tony. After such prolonged anticipation, he could finally relish the culinary delights. Ah, gourmet food, here I come. Upon arriving in a quaint southern town near Rabbit's residence, dawn was just breaking. Yet the vibrant atmosphere of the city brought Lin Yuan immense comfort. This is what life should be. Elated, Lin Yuan cherished this lifestyle. Rabbit's home in this world mirrored the tranquility of his previous one, although he longed to remain at Rabbit's. The system had warned him that due to the influence of the world's will, various incidents would inevitably seek him out. Thus, he decided to stay at Eagle's home, especially given the abundance of superheroes there. Doghead, finding a bustling breakfast shop, Lin Yuan reveled in his meal. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, sat beside him. Lin Yuan assumed he was simply another patron and shifted slightly to make room. Mr. Lin Yuan, good day. May I have a word with you? To his surprise, the man addressed him by name. Lin Yuan was perplexed. He had no relatives in this world, nor did he possess an identification card. How could this person recognize him? Nonetheless, he felt no fear. The man appeared quite amicable, likely harboring no ill intentions. Sure, just a moment while I finish my meal, Lin Yuan replied while continuing to eat. Take your time, we are in no rush. The man responded gently. Lin Yuan hastened his pace, but remained unhurried. Finally placing his utensils down after the last bite. Wiping his mouth, he stood and said, All right, now we can discuss serious matters. Where shall we talk? This way, please. Mr. Lin. The man led Lin Yuan out of the breakfast shop into a sleek black sedan, opening the door for him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan entered the vehicle, and the man followed suit, taking a seat beside him. As the car commenced its journey, the man extended his hand towards Lin Yuan, introducing himself. Greetings, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am Zhang Xian, the director of the Spear Bureau. Taken aback, Lin Yuan realized he was in the presence of the Spear Bureau. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure, shaking Zhang's hand and responding, It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang. Zhang Xian regarded Lin Yuan before inquiring. May I ask what you know about our Spear Bureau? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the organization. Zhang Xian smiled and explained. Our Divine Spear Bureau is an agency dedicated to managing extraordinary events, akin to the Shield of Eagle Sauce. Lin Yuan nodded and asked directly, So, Director Zhang, what brings you to seek my presence? Zhang Xian maintained his smile and calmly replied, Mr. Lin, the moment you first entered the rabbit house, our monitoring division astutely detected your arrival and promptly commenced a thorough investigation. After an in-depth inquiry, we made a startling discovery. Our demographic database yielded no information regarding you whatsoever. This has left us both perplexed and intrigued. According to our records, your identity was first documented when Stark Industries submitted your information. Prior to that, it appears that there were no traces or records of your existence in this world. Such a situation is exceedingly rare and utterly baffling. Lin Yuan, remaining composed, inquired, So, Director Zhang, what does this imply? Are you here to arrest me? He had anticipated this scenario, knowing that his arrival in this world was devoid of any prior existence, leading him to assume that the relevant departments of Eagle Sauce would be the first to seek him out. It now seemed they had been deterred by Tony. Zhang Xian hurriedly clarified, No, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. Our observations unanimously indicate that you harbor no ill intentions towards the rabbit house, and we shall continue to extend goodwill towards you. What I mean to propose is whether you would be interested in joining us." Lin Yuan remained silent for a considerable time before responding. "Director Zhang, to be honest, I would love to live in the rabbit house, but due to certain special circumstances, I cannot remain here long term. Therefore, I regret to say that I cannot join you. However," he paused, "rest assured, as long as the rabbit house needs me, I shall certainly return." Although Zhang Xian had anticipated this response, he expressed his regret, saying, "Very well, it is truly a pity. While we may not be able to work together, we warmly welcome you to visit the rabbit house anytime." Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Thank you. I will certainly visit often. By the way, Director Zhang, there is a small favor I wonder if you could assist me with." Zhang Xian promptly replied, "Mr. Lin, please do not hesitate to speak. We shall do our utmost to assist with whatever is within our capabilities." Lin Yuan chuckled. "It's nothing too significant. I simply wish to request your help in obtaining an identification card." Zhang Xian paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ah, is that all? Of course. It's no problem. Mr. Lin, once the documents are ready, I will inform you so you can come and collect them." Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you very much, Director Zhang." Zhang Xian waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. This is merely a small matter. Is there anything else you require our assistance with?" Lin Yuan hesitated briefly before asking, May I bring some friends to the rabbit house to visit in the future?" Zhang Xian answered without hesitation, "Certainly. Just give us a heads up in advance." Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That is splendid. I was concerned that I might cause you trouble." Zhang Xian replied with a smile, "How could that possibly be a bother? Mr. Lin Yuan's friends are also our friends." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian inquired, "Mr. Lin Yuan, may I ask if your friend refers to Tony Stark?" Lin Yuan, without reservation, responded generously, "No, it is not Tony. Rather, it is my friend from Asgard. It is Odin, the All-Father, along with his queen and his son, Thor, perhaps even their younger son, the god of mischief, Loki." Zhang Xian was left in astonishment. "Have you heard of this? Is it true?" Chapter 40, The End of the World? After sending off the skeptical director Zhang Xian, Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had successfully resolved his identity issue with the official channels, allowing him to finally cease his daily shuttling between the rabbit house and the eagless abode. While it did not consume much time, the back and forth had been exhausting. Now, with the prospect of an identity card, everything would become so much more convenient. After a brief phone call with Tony, where he explained his situation, Lin Yuan found no opposition. Tony had grown to trust Lin Yuan implicitly, especially after his extended stay on an alien planet. What was there to worry about with a mere trip abroad? Thus liberated, Lin Yuan embarked on a delightful escapade. Following his parting from Zhang Xian, he made his way to northeast China to savor a sumptuous dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. In the afternoon, he ventured to the beaches of Hainan, where he admired the beauty of sun-kissed bikini-clad women, indulging in a lavish seafood feast before reclining on the warm sand, soaking up the sun. Lin Yuan declared that this was the life he had always desired. He was grateful that his journey in this world had led him to Tony, who provided an exceptional economic advantage, perhaps comparable to a fortuitous golden finger. Zhang Xian was swift in his actions. That very night, he contacted Lin Yuan to inform him that his identity card had been processed. Lin Yuan hurried over to collect his identification from the rabbit house in this world. Gazing at the familiar document in his hand, Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of belonging in this unfamiliar realm. After securing his identity card, he resolved to celebrate. "Boss, I'll have 20 skewers of beef, 10 of lamb, and 5 of," he paused, "and a bottle of chilled soda, please." "Certainly. Please find a seat. Your order will be ready shortly." As Lin Yuan settled into his seat, the phone rang. "Hello, Tony, what is up?" "Lin, I have something to tell you." Tony's voice resonated through the receiver. "What is it?" "I've become a consultant for SHIELD. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Yuan replied, his heart unperturbed. "Aren't you even a little curious?" "What is there to be curious about? It seems rather inevitable, doesn't it?" "All right then. Let us not dwell on that. In 2 days, there will be a commendation ceremony. Will you attend?" I requested that the egghead who made my life difficult during the hearing personally present me with the award. Tony's tone brimmed with pride. Tony, you're being quite childish. This isn't childish, it's about clarity of grievances. Lin Yuan silently scoffed, recognizing the small-mindedness in Tony's demeanor. Of course, such thoughts were kept to himself. He dared not voice them. Tony, I think I'll pass. I'm still young and prefer to keep a low profile. You and Rhodey can take the spotlight. Fine, suit yourself. With that, Tony abruptly ended the call. As Lin Yuan glanced at the disconnected line, he resumed enjoying his barbecue. What was the point of fame? There was nothing quite as satisfying as quietly relishing delectable food. Let the spotlight shine on the frontline ADCs. He was content to linger in the shadows as a supportive presence. For 3 whole days, Lin Yuan wandered across the vast expanse of the country, indulging in whatever culinary delights caught his fancy and visiting whichever locales beckoned him. Lin Yuan expressed his profound admiration for the flight form skill of the druid. While it may not quite compare to the mesmerizing twirls of the Karmatai, he possesses the ability to transform into a panda, something the Karmatai surely cannot achieve. He pondered whether he could learn to twirl as well. Perhaps a visit to the Karmatai would be in order? Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled this dreadful thought from his mind. No, he must not indulge. He must remain steadfast. How could he entertain such a terrifying notion? Lin Yuan patted his heart, which was racing in fright, and decided to treat himself. It seemed he had yet to savor mushrooms. Perhaps he should head to Kainan for some? In his previous life, while watching videos from various influencers, he had longed to try mushrooms in Kainan but had never found the opportunity. Now, why should he hesitate? If he thought of it, he would simply do it. Upon arriving in Kainan, he sought out a renowned local mushroom establishment and began to place his order. Dear proprietor, I would like 1 plate of every variety of mushroom. The more toxic, the better. After all, he possessed the skill of toxin immunity and had heard that the more poisonous mushrooms were often the most delectable. Surely, he had to give them a try. Dear customer, please do not jest. Mushrooms cannot be toxic. Our establishment guarantees that our mushrooms are completely safe. The owner was adamant in his denial. All right, I misspoke. Please expedite my order. Of course, just a moment, please. Soon, a large pot was brought to the table, filled with an assortment of mushrooms. The server ignited the flame beneath it and placed a timer on the table, cautioning Lin Yuan repeatedly. Customer, you must wait until the timer goes off before you can eat. Please remember. Lin Yuan readily agreed, though internally he scoffed, as if I need reminding. I am not a child. However, as the delightful aroma of the mushrooms began to waft from the pot, Lin Yuan found himself salivating. With the timer counting down over 10 minutes, he struggled to resist the temptation. What if I just taste a little? The moment this thought crossed his mind, it spread like wildfire. By the time he regained his senses, his hand had already reached into the pot, extracting a slice of mushroom. This is not my fault. My hand acted first. Moments later, he consumed the slice. It was exquisite, simply divine. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. It truly lived up to its reputation. And he found it utterly delectable. Unable to resist, he grabbed several more pieces. Had he possessed chopsticks, he would have devoured the entire pot before the timer even rang. As for the risk of poisoning, ridiculous. He was a druid. After all, immune to toxins. Mere mushrooms were nothing to fear. Finally, the timer rang, and the server presented him with chopsticks. Lin Yuan eagerly began to feast. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Next time, I must bring Tony and his partner along. I wonder if he could fly over in his battle suit. Probably not. It would cause quite a stir. Lost in thought while eating, Lin Yuan's chopsticks never ceased moving, and soon the pot was emptied. Burp. After finishing an entire pot of mushrooms, Lin Yuan rubbed his belly, a look of complete satisfaction on his face. In a moment, I will inquire with the server whether they sell mushrooms, intending to procure some for my dear friend Tony. After settling the bill, I asked the server about the mushrooms, and then I proceeded to purchase several varieties that I found particularly delectable. With a leisurely flutter of my wings, I soared towards Eagle Sauce's abode, reveling in the splendid scenery, utterly delightful. Suddenly, an unexpected figure emerged before me. A being with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a deer appeared in the air ahead. I executed an abrupt halt mid-flight. momentarily forgetting to flap my wings. Good heavens, is that Cenarius? I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. Almost immediately, another figure materialized beside Cenarius, with demonic horns adorning his head, expansive wings sprouting from his back, and wielding 2 blades of Azzinoth. This visage was strikingly familiar. By the light, it is the demon hunter Illidan Stormrage. Following him was the Moon Priestess Tyrant, brandishing a moon blade while riding a white tiger, the Lich King Arthas, gripping Frostmourne, and Deathwing, Neltharion, clad in molten armor. And the list continues. One after another, iconic figures from my previous life in the world of Warcraft manifested before my eyes. I stood there, utterly astounded, urgently calling upon the system. System, you wretched thing, come forth. An unprecedented calamity has befallen us. You must see this. Azeroth is invading the Marvel Universe. This is catastrophic. The end of the world is upon us. Chapter 41. The water entry pose is exquisite. Lin Yuan gazed at the formidable bosses before him, trembling with fear, for they were beyond his current capabilities. So many powerful entities had descended upon Earth, and not even the great Ancient One had noticed. As Lin Yuan lamented the ineffectiveness of these titans, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Host, have you lost your mind? What nonsensical chatter is this? In a panic, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, pointing at the myriad bosses ahead, shouting, "You blind system! Can you not see the multitude of bosses before us? That Deathwing is even roaring at me. Ding! Host, these are merely figments of your imagination." The system's voice sounded oddly amused, as if it were stifling laughter. Could it be that you consumed undercooked mushrooms? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. I possess detoxification abilities that render me immune to toxins. Lin Yuan retorted with conviction, firmly denying any such notion. Ding! Host, I did not imply that you were poisoned. I merely stated that you ingested undercooked mushrooms. What difference does that make? Ding! Host. Mushrooms cannot be toxic. They are merely uncooked. Good grief, system, are you from Kainan? Upon realizing that his predicament stemmed from consuming undercooked mushrooms, Lin Yuan fell silent. Observing the chaos before him, he resolved to close his eyes and fly back, reasoning that if he could not see it, it could not harm him. Moreover, given his altitude, even if an aircraft approached, he could hear the engines roar and open his eyes to evade it in time. Thus, he leisurely flew with his eyes closed for several hours before finally opening them. Phew! Lin Yuan sighed deeply in relief. Thankfully, he had returned to normal. Otherwise, his fragile heart could not withstand such exhilarating sights. Where have I arrived? Looking down from the skies, he beheld a bustling city below, illuminated as brightly as day. Lin Yuan descended, eager to discover his whereabouts. As he lowered his altitude, he suddenly witnessed vehicles on a busy street being hurled into the air by some immense force, crashing into buildings and subsequently exploding, flames erupting in all directions while people screamed and fled in terror. A calamity had struck. Lin Yuan hastened his pace. As he drew closer, he finally discerned that the source of this overwhelming force was a terrifyingly muscular giant. Abomination. It is he. This implies that Banner must be nearby as well. Lin Yuan muttered as he observed the giant below, then lifted his gaze to spot a helicopter overhead. That must be it. The elderly gentleman must be General Ross. TSK, TSK, TSK. Banner certainly has his fair share of luck. Betty Ross is indeed a stunning beauty. With keen eyesight, Lin Yuan quickly identified the 3 individuals aboard the helicopter. However, now is not the time to scrutinize them. The rampant destruction wrought by the abomination was the pressing concern at hand. Given my current diminutive stature, a single blow from the abomination would likely send me flying far away. I cannot withstand such an encounter. Sigh. First, I must lure this creature to a more open area. The crowd here is far too dense. If Hulk arrives and engages in combat with this fiend, the entire neighborhood will be laid to waste. Lin Yuan scratched his head, contemplating how to draw the abomination away. He decided to call Old Cole, requesting that he find a way to communicate with General Ross to ensure there are no interruptions. Lin Yuan retrieved his phone and dialed Coulson's number. Hello, Old Cole. I've encountered a situation concerning General Ross. Yes. Could you please reach out to him and ensure they won't interfere? I intend to draw that creature to Central Park, where there are fewer people. All right, hurry up. I'm about to take action. Central Park was just within Lin Yuan's sight, a place with sparse crowds and lush greenery, providing him ample opportunity to evade. After ending the call, Lin Yuan sighed, lamenting, "Why must I, as support, assume the role of a tank? How unfortunate." He dove down, delivering a striking blow to the abomination, then perched before him, defiantly raising a middle finger, before finally transforming into a panda to unleash a challenging roar. This series of actions would surely accumulate enough aggro without risking an overtake. The abomination was wreaking havoc on the street, smashing cars and obliterating everything in his path, seeking to provoke Hulk into a confrontation. Suddenly, he was struck on the head by an odd large bird, which audaciously raised a middle finger at him. He was perplexed as to how this bird managed to perform such a gesture with its wings. Moments later, the bird morphed into a panda. Yes, he rubbed his eyes. And indeed, it was a panda. Then, he heard the panda emit a fierce roar, and in that moment, his world shifted entirely. The only being that occupied his thoughts was the panda before him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to tear it apart. With a thunderous roar, the abomination seized a nearby car and hurled it toward the panda. Lin Yuan, startled in his panda form, swiftly transformed into a giant rock to evade the incoming vehicle, which narrowly missed him and collided with another car behind. The explosion erupted in a brilliant display. Goodness, that was intense. If caught, I'd surely become a mere morsel. Terrifying indeed. Time to flee. Lin Yuan began to entice the abomination in the direction of Central Park, cautious not to soar too high to avoid losing its aggro. Maintaining a low altitude, the abomination leaped between towering buildings, his gaze fixated on the large bird. Though he couldn't fathom why the infernal panda had reverted to a bird, he yearned to shred it regardless. To make matters worse, the bird taunted him mid-flight. "Oh, so close. Keep trying. You can do it. Just a bit higher, and you could catch me. Keep at it, darling." At that moment, the abomination dismissed any thoughts of Hulk. The only thing that mattered was to annihilate this insufferable bird. Soon, seizing the moment when the bird was distracted, he unleashed his full power, leaping atop the bird's head and delivering a crushing blow to its face. Although the bird had transformed back into a panda, striking the panda felt far more satisfying. Revulsion surged through him like a refreshing breeze, prompting an uncontrollable roar of exhilaration. What a delight! Lin Yuan swiftly lured Revulsion into the expansive confines of Central Park, where the vast emptiness was only interrupted by the fleeing homeless. Casting a glance at the helicopter hovering nearby, Lin Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. His task was accomplished, and it was now Hulk's turn to take action. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed the moonlight being obscured by an enormous shadow. Oh my goodness! He gazed in terror as Revulsion loomed above him, its colossal fist growing larger in his sight. "Please, not my face." With a desperate cry, Lin Yuan transformed midair into a panda, only to be struck squarely in the face by Revulsion's fist. The panda's visage contorted from the blow, saliva splattering as its entire form spun like a projectile, crashing into the park's expansive lake and sending forth a tremendous splash. Water entry, 0 points. Revulsion landed at the lakeside, surveying the gradually calming surface of the water before unleashing a primal roar. Chapter 42, Farewell. At the lake's bottom, Lin Yuan, transformed into an aquatic form, gazed silently at the raging abomination on the shore. Alas, one must not be too reckless. Fortunate for me, my spells are formidable enough. Otherwise, a blow like that would surely mar my visage. Now, it is Hulk's turn. If he possesses any sense, he should descend now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure plummeted from the heavens, splashing against the water's surface before slowly sinking. Lin Yuan instinctively recoiled, baring his teeth and rubbing his nose. That must hurt terribly. Banner is indeed a brave soul. Soon, the figure's submerge began to swell, its skin gradually shifting to a vibrant green. And the garments were rent asunder by the expanding muscles, save for a resilient pair of shorts that valiantly maintained its post. Hulk. Lin Yuan shielded his eyes. Unable to bear the sight of this foolish Hulk, he had not to shout underwater. It lacks any semblance of grandeur. Having sunk to the lake's depths, Hulk suddenly exerted his legs, causing the lake bed to erupt as if from a nuclear explosion, propelling him skyward like a missile. The abomination, reveling in the triumph of having dispatched that loathsome bird, witnessed the violent explosion on the lake's surface, followed by the emergence of a green figure. Hulk. The abomination's excitement surged. Today was indeed a fortuitous day, having just vanquished that accursed bird, and now Hulk presented himself as a further challenge. Hulk landed by the lakeshore, locking eyes with the abomination. Two colossal beasts, they regarded each other as if long-lost lovers reunited. Suddenly, they surged forward simultaneously, charging at one another as if to express their pent-up longing. The two commenced their fervent exchange of blows, each strike imbued with unparalleled power and velocity. Their forms danced amidst the flurry of punches, accompanied by the resounding echoes of their collisions, as trees and park structures were obliterated in their wake. The cacophony reverberated, as if Central Park were undergoing a barrage of artillery fire. Hovering in the air, Lin Yuan surveyed the devastation below, marveling. Wow! The destructive force of these two combatants is indeed formidable. Should they engage in the city, who knows how many lives might be lost. The battle raged on below. Yet Hulk gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the Abomination's original form was that of a professional soldier, possessing far superior combat awareness and skills compared to Hulk, who relied solely on instinct. Before long, Hulk was pinned beneath a stone. The Abomination's elbow spikes pressing against his chest, gradually piercing through, eliciting a pained roar from Hulk as blood began to seep forth. In the helicopter, Betty watched in horror as Hulk neared defeat, crying out as she attempted to leap from the aircraft, only to be restrained by those aboard. General Ross, having heeded the counsel of S.H.I.E.L.D., this time refrained from intervening, thus preventing the Abomination from destroying the helicopter, ensuring that Hulk would not unleash even greater power due to Betty's peril. Lin Yuan watched Hulk fall into peril and sighed, realizing it was up to him to intervene. But what could he possibly do? With the formidable power of the Abomination, his own bare form was as futile as a mere scallion. Defeating the Abomination in his bare form was out of the question. Currently, the only force capable of overcoming the Abomination was Hulk's strength. Lin Yuan could enhance Hulk with buffs, yet his buffs were primarily defensive and restorative, areas where Hulk was already sufficient, thus their impact would be minimal. Regrettably, his wild blessing was still on cooldown. Otherwise, applying it to Hulk would have sent him soaring. As Lin Yuan perused his skill list, he lamented his misfortune. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a nearly forgotten skill, Rage. Originally a primary damage-dealing ability for druids, it had been optimized by the system to merely provoke anger in a target. Generally speaking, inciting anger could lead to irrationality, offering little utility. However, Hulk was different. His nature thrived on rage, amplifying his strength infinitely. One could say that rage was Hulk's exclusive buff skill. With a face alight with excitement, Lin Yuan swiftly descended, concealed behind a tree, transformed into his human form, and unleashed the rage skill towards Hulk. As the Abomination bore down on him, nearly piercing his chest, Hulk paused momentarily, then his eyes blazed a furious crimson. With a thunderous roar, his muscles swelled, and his physique expanded further. He pried open the Abomination's left hand with his left, while his right hand grasped the spiked elbow of the creature, gradually pushing the piercing spike out of his chest. The Abomination was taken aback, yet despite its efforts, Hulk continued to pry its hands apart. In an instant, Hulk delivered a headbutt, staggering the Abomination. Following this, he unleashed a devastating punch, striking the creature's grotesque face and sending it hurtling away. Hulk propelled himself forward with explosive force, soaring towards the Abomination like a cannonball. He relentlessly pursued the creature, each punch imbued with boundless fury and strength. The Abomination twirled in the air, attempting to evade Hulk's onslaught, but to no avail. Hulk's fist rained down like a torrential storm upon the Abomination, producing a series of resounding thuds. The creature was forced back with each blow, each strike inflicting excruciating pain. It attempted to retaliate, yet Hulk's speed and power were overwhelming, leaving it no opportunity to counterattack. Indeed, I cannot compare to Hulk. Before the Abomination could finish its lament, Hulk charged once more, delivering an uppercut that launched it into the air. With a mighty leap, Hulk's form appeared above the creature, his fist crashing down upon its face. The Abomination was knocked unconscious, spiraling from the sky into the lake below. The splash was a sight to behold, and from a distance, Lin Yuan cheered enthusiastically. Yes, that's how you fight. What a thrill. Upon landing, Hulk's crimson eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, causing his smile to freeze and a sense of dread to wash over him. Indeed, the Hulk charged directly towards him, shattering every tree in his path into splinters. Lin Yuan was nearly terrified to death and hastily attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, Hulk, we're on the same side. I just helped you." The Hulk showed no signs of slowing down. In a moment of panic, Lin Yuan unleashed his entangling vines to impede the Hulk's advance. The vines ensnared the Hulk's feet, and with a thunderous crash, he fell face first to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, the Hulk lifted his head, a stream of blood trickling from his nostrils and splattering onto the earth. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly ferocious. In an instant, Lin Yuan exploded with fury, pointing at the Hulk and shouting, "Are you trying to pull a fast one? After taking so many hits from the abomination, not a scratch on you, and now a simple fall causes you to bleed? Nonsense. What are you looking at? I refuse to take the blame for this." The Hulk slowly rose, completely ignoring Lin Yuan's tirade, and clenched his fist as he charged towards him. Bro, Hulk bro. I was wrong. We're allies. Don't come any closer." Lin Yuan pleaded as the Hulk approached menacingly, but suddenly an epiphany struck him. Wait a minute. I can fly. Why should I fear you? With that, he defiantly gestured with his middle finger at the Hulk and transformed into his flying form. I'm not sticking around. Farewell. Chapter 43. Absolutely no poison after mocking Hulk. Lin Yuan was preparing to ascend into the sky and return home. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his claws. And upon looking down, he was greeted by a wicked smile from a green face. What the? Lin Yuan let out a shriek. Hulk grasped Lin Yuan and plummeted to the ground, holding the large bird before him. Hanging upside down, Lin Yuan looked at Hulk, the bird's face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Well, Hulk, if I were to say that this middle finger signifies friendship, would you believe me? Hulk remained silent, merely twitching the corners of his mouth. Lin Yuan sensed imminent danger and instantly transformed into a panda. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a series of resounding slaps echoed around them. Hulk paid no heed to whether he held a bird or a panda. He relentlessly battered Lin Yuan before carelessly tossing him aside. Hulk gazed up at the helicopter hovering nearby, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes, and then with a few mighty leaps, he vanished into the distance. Lin Yuan, now sprawled on the ground as a panda, allowed a few crystalline tears to escape from the corners of his eyes. Woe is me! Why must misfortune always befall me? Loki, do hurry and come. I no longer wish to cover for you. This is the second time. General Ross, witnessing the defeat of Abomination, hastily summoned his subordinates from outside the park to clean up the aftermath. After the helicopter landed, Ross instructed his men to take Abomination away and subsequently approached Lin Yuan alongside Betty. Observing the panda lying on the ground, Betty's sorrow was somewhat alleviated, and she poked the panda gently, whispering, "Hey, are you all right?" Lin Yuan, reluctant to speak, raised his hand to indicate that he was fine. General Ross gazed at the panda sprawled on the ground, pondering whether he should take the shape-shifting youth away. He wondered if the boy's abilities could aid in the research of the super soldier serum. Unfamiliar with Lin Yuan, Ross had only learned through S.H.I.E.L.D. that a person with special abilities would assist in dealing with Abomination, ensuring he would not interfere. He observed the boy transform from a bird to a panda, and despite being used as a punching bag by Hulk, he remained unscathed. This ability and resilience were undoubtedly on par with that of a super soldier. Lin Yuan lay on the ground, eyeing the elderly man before him. The old fellow was muscular, clad in military attire, exuding a quintessential tough guy persona. Lin Yuan recognized General Ross from movies of his past life. Back then, he had perceived him merely as a villain who consistently opposed Hulk. However, having entered this world and encountered Banner, Hulk, and Betty, Lin Yuan began to view General Ross in a less negative light. One could imagine the torment of a father whose daughter was whisked away by a volatile young man with wild hair, incapable of providing her happiness. What father could endure such a fate? This understanding allowed Lin Yuan to empathize with Ross, yet understanding did not equate to allegiance. After all, the birth of Hulk was partly attributable to Ross, and the elderly man's recent gaze towards him had been somewhat unsettling. Lin Yuan grew wary. If this old man dared to set his sights on him, he would undoubtedly ensure that Ross experienced the true might of a formidable steed of Chiyu. On high alert, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the familiar sound of flames jetting through the air. He looked up to see Tony descending gracefully in his Mark 6 armor. Tony glanced at Lin Yuan on the ground and asked, "Lin, are you all right?" Lin Yuan got up, transforming back into human form, and shook his head. "I'm fine." "What brings you here?" "I learned from Carlson that there were some issues here, and knowing you were involved, I came to check on you." "It seems my timing is impeccable," Tony replied, casting a sidelong glance at General Ross. General Ross offered an awkward smile and greeted Tony. Tony approached General Ross, pointing at Lin Yuan. "That's my brother. You must not entertain any ideas about him. Furthermore, I doubt your super soldier initiative will be successful. I have warned you before, there's a reason the super soldier program was discontinued." He gestured to his armor, adding, "I still believe in the reliability of hardware." General Ross offered a wry smile, but remained silent. Tony continued, "We are in the process of assembling a team, and Hulk is one of our targets." Before General Ross could respond, Tony turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Let us head home." "All right, bro." Without waiting for General Ross's reaction, the two took to the skies, disappearing into the night. General Ross was left watching their retreating figures, lost in silence. In the air, Lin remarked, "How did you get involved in this mess?" "Ah, let us not go there. I happened to be here and saw that giant causing destruction below, so I thought I'd lure him away. Next time, steer clear of such situations. The waters run deep here." "Understood, brother." "Did you enjoy your visit to Rabbit's place?" "Absolutely. I must tell you, I savored many delectable dishes I had longed to try, and I even brought some back. I'll cook for you and Pepper. It's a famous delicacy from Rabbit's southern home." "Is that so?" "I am looking forward to it." Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan entered the kitchen carrying a bag of mushrooms. Seeing him come in, Pepper looked at Tony with a hint of concern. "Tony, it looks like Lin brought back a lot of mushrooms, many of which I haven't seen before. Are you sure this is safe?" Tony shrugged helplessly. "I'm not certain. He said they were delicious at Rabbit's, so he wanted us to try them." "Pepper, we mustn't undermine the child's confidence. Rest assured, with Lin's skills, even if he were to encounter poison, he could handle it." Tony had immense faith in Lin Yuan's abilities. Lin Yuan busied himself in the kitchen for an entire hour before finally presenting the mushrooms. Tony and Pepper stared at the dish in silence. "Lin, are you sure this is edible?" Pepper asked, hesitantly picking up a piece. "Don't worry, Pepper. It's definitely safe and exceptionally tasty. You must try it," Lin Yuan exclaimed, popping a piece into his mouth. Delicious. While it may not compare to restaurant quality, it's still quite good." Seeing Lin Yuan enjoy it, Pepper took a piece for herself and, upon tasting it, her eyes brightened with delight. "Wow, this is incredibly fresh. It was truly delectable. I had never experienced mushrooms in such a manner." Tony also took a piece, sampled it, and his eyes lit up in delight. Indeed, it was splendid. The three of us, alternating with our chopsticks, swiftly devoured the entire large plate of fungi. After our meal, the trio reclined on the sofa, engaging in conversation, primarily as Lin Yuan shared his observations from his visit to the Rabbit's home. Suddenly, Tony rose, pointing at the air before him, exclaiming, "Little Chili, Lin, quick look. There's a flying little sprite here." Little Chili gazed intently for a moment before responding seriously. "Where is the sprite?" "Clearly, it is a tiny unicorn. Look how adorable it is." Lin Yuan retorted, "What kind of eyesight do you two possess? Can't you see that enormous slime? Just look at how bouncy it is." With utmost seriousness, Tony insisted, pointing to the air, "No, the little sprite is right here. I have never encountered a sprite before. Jarvis, do a scan." Jarvis responded, "Sir, I detect no other life forms in this vicinity besides the three of you." Silence reigned, a silence akin to death. After a considerable pause, Tony hesitantly spoke. "Lin, are you certain that the mushrooms we consumed are not poisonous?" Lin Yuan replied firmly, "The mushrooms cannot possibly be toxic. Perhaps I simply did not cook them thoroughly." Chapter 44. The New Year. After a night of turmoil, the three of them finally regained their composure. With the detoxification spell in effect, their physical well-being was assured, yet the psychological toll lingered. At present, Tony and Pepper were imparting lessons of love to Lin Yuan. He bowed his head in contrition, vowing never again to personally cook mushrooms, and strongly suggested that Tony and Pepper visit Rabbit's home to indulge in a mushroom feast. Although they verbally declared their aversion to such dishes, the eagerness evident on their faces was unmistakable. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan enjoyed a tranquil and pleasant existence, soaring off to Rabbit's house whenever craving struck, feasting to his heart's content before returning home to play video games. As for attending school, that was out of the question. After relentless persuasion, Lin Yuan finally convinced his brother Tony to abandon his ruthless plan. However, Tony did not relinquish all hope. He asserted that Lin Yuan must attend university in the latter half of the coming year, leaving the choice of institution to him. Lin Yuan pondered this. As long as he could avoid school for now, he would deal with next year when it arrived. Time slipped away with the swiftness of a great mythical bird. And soon, Lin Yuan found himself once again at Rabbit's home for another culinary adventure. Yet, this time, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The entire Rabbit Kingdom was enveloped in red lanterns, red couplets, and red foo characters. Was the new year approaching? Alas, it had been nearly 2 years since he arrived in this world. How swiftly time had flown. The previous new year had found him trapped in Asgard. Devoid of any festive spirit, this year marked his inaugural experience of the New Year's essence at Rabbit's home. Determined to add a touch of ritual to his first celebration in this world, Lin Yuan resolved to embark on a grand shopping spree. Upon returning to the villa, he was laden with bags of various items. Tony, eyeing the contents with curiosity, inquired, "Lin, what have you bought? Why the multitude of bags?" One by one, Lin Yuan unveiled the treasures from his bags, introducing each item to Tony. "This is a couplet, this is the foo character, and these are red lanterns. What are these for?" Tony asked. "Brother Tony, these are essential for celebrating the new year." "The new year? Do you mean New Year's Day?" No, not New Year's Day. I mean the Spring Festival. This celebration holds great significance for the people of Rabbit's household. Do you need any assistance?" "Indeed. Come on, Brother Tony. Let's start by putting up the couplets." At the entrance, Lin Yuan affixed the couplets, hung 2 large red lanterns on either side of the door, and adorned the door with the foo character. He then decorated each window of the villa with window flowers and foo characters, and ensured that the balcony on the second floor was also adorned with red lanterns. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the villa was transformed. Now, Tony's residence radiated an entirely new ambience, aptly described in a single word, festive. When Pepper returned from work and beheld the villa's vibrant red transformation, she was left speechless in astonishment. "Lin, Tony, what on earth have you done? Why are there so many red lanterns and such an abundance of red paper?" Lin Yuan hurriedly explained, "Sister Pepper, with the new year approaching, according to the customs of the Rabbit family, we must hang red lanterns and paste couplets with auspicious characters. It certainly looks quite splendid, all red and vibrant. On New Year's Eve, I will personally prepare the reunion dinner for you all, allowing you to experience the festive spirit of the Year of the Rabbit." Tony and Pepper exchanged glances, cautiously inquiring, "We won't be having mushrooms for the reunion dinner, will we?" Lin Yuan's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. "No mushrooms. There are plenty of other delectable dishes in the Rabbit family. Just wait and see." Tony and Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that mushrooms would not be on the menu. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Yuan busied himself, as numerous guests were expected, friends of Tony and Pepper. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan would be celebrating the Year of the Rabbit at home, eagerly decided to join the festivities. Consequently, Tony and Pepper resolved to host a small gathering, limited to close friends. As for Lin Yuan's own friends, they were likely still on some distant planet, pleading with Heimdall to grant them a glimpse of their significant others. Thus, Lin Yuan knew he must perform admirably today, preserving the honor of the Rabbit family in both worlds while ensuring that these esteemed individuals from another realm could truly feel the essence of the Rabbit family's New Year celebration. When it came to culinary skills, Lin Yuan felt confident. Despite the trials posed by the troublesome system, its self-proclaimed auxiliary feature proved to be genuinely helpful. While not divine, his cooking abilities were certainly at the level of a master chef, and preparing a lavish reunion dinner was well within his capabilities. Throughout the morning, Lin Yuan completed the preliminary preparations for the evening's dishes, even commencing the cooking of certain items that required early preparation. Shortly after noon, the doorbell rang, and to his surprise, the first guest was Ethan. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy. He hadn't seen Ethan in ages, ever since Ethan began working at Stark Industries. He had become a veritable workaholic, spending almost all his time ensconced in the laboratory. Lin Yuan had found it more challenging to see him than to meet the president. After embracing Ethan, Lin Yuan teased, "Aw, Uncle Ethan, you busy bee, have you finally decided to emerge from the laboratory?" Ethan chuckled, "Well, as a solitary soul, I can only pass the time with work." "What do you mean by solitary? You don't consider us family?" Lin Yuan feigned indignation. Ethan burst into laughter, quickly acknowledging his faux pas. My mistake. According to our rabbit family customs, admitting fault requires a drink, so you'll have to indulge a bit more later." "Not a problem." Lin Yuan welcomed Ethan inside, and he immediately sought out Tony for a chat, discussing topics that Lin Yuan found utterly incomprehensible, the lament of a struggling student. Before long, Happy and Natasha arrived. Natasha was still an employee at Stark Industries, and since the last incident, her relationship with Pepper had blossomed. Thus, her presence at Lin Yuan's gathering was hardly surprising. "Hey, Happy." "Hi, Sister Natasha." Natasha winked and smiled. "I hear that my little brother is cooking today. I am quite looking forward to it." Lin Yuan patted his chest confidently and declared, "Sister, just wait and see. The dishes I prepare will be exquisite. Then I shall eagerly anticipate." Natasha chuckled, twisting her body as she sauntered off to chat with little Pepper. Lin Yuan gazed at Natasha's retreating figure with admiration. Though she was slightly older, her figure was truly remarkable and undeniably captivating. Nearby, Happy observed the interaction between Lin Yuan and Natasha with a look of resentment, saying, "We arrived together, yet you merely greeted me before leaving me here in solitude. Do I not deserve a bit of attention?" Rod was the last to arrive. Lin Yuan had expected him to soar in directly, but, to his surprise, he arrived in a car, as usual. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Jarvis's voice announced, "Sir, there is a new guest." Tony was puzzled, for all the friends he and little Pepper had invited were already present. Could it be one of Lin Yuan's friends? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he had not invited anyone. "Jarvis, project the surveillance from the entrance." "Certainly, sir." The projection revealed two unexpected figures standing at the door. Chapter 45, The Dog Magnate. At the entrance stood two figures, Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, and his capable assistant, Phil Coulson. "What brings them here?" Tony murmured under his breath. Nevertheless, he instructed JARVIS to open the door, allowing them to enter. As they stepped into the villa, each carried a bottle of red wine as a gesture of goodwill. "Hey, Tony. Long time no see." Nick Fury greeted, his face adorned with a rare smile. Well, if at ISNT are busy, Director Fury. What brings you to my humble abode?" Tony responded, teasingly. "I heard Lin was celebrating the spring festival at the rabbit's home, so Coulson and I thought we'd immerse ourselves in the festive atmosphere, hence our uninvited arrival." Nick Fury declared unabashedly, showing no signs of awkwardness at his unexpected visit. "All right then, guests are always welcome. Let us sit and chat." Tony conceded, recognizing that with their presence, it would be impolite to usher them away. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan engaged in conversation with Coulson. "Old Coulson, I haven't properly thank you for your help last time." "Ah, Lin, it was a trivial matter. After all, you were also trying to save someone," Coulson replied, flashing his characteristic smile. "I must still express my gratitude. You chat with them for a while. I'll start preparing the dinner. You'll have to sample my culinary skills later." With that, Lin Yuan retreated to the kitchen to prepare the evening's feast. He had already decided on the menu, opting for a variety of dishes that showcased the culinary traditions of both northern and southern China, with dumplings as the main staple. He intended for everyone to join in the dumpling-making process, enhancing the festive spirit. As time passed, the guests in the living room were suddenly enveloped by a tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Wow, that smells amazing. I'm eagerly anticipating dinner," exclaimed Pepper, her face alight with delight. "Indeed, I never expected your brother to be such a talented cook. I'm looking forward to it." Natasha chimed in, echoing her enthusiasm. The others nodded in agreement, their anticipation for the meal mounting. Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth the prepared dough and retrieving the dumpling filling he had concocted earlier that morning. "Now, let us make dumplings. Who among you is interested in joining?" he invited. And everyone eagerly responded, Even Nick Fury expressed his willingness to give it a try. As Lin Yuan rolled out the dumpling wrappers, he guided everyone in the art of dumpling making. Yes, that's it, Pepper. Just fold it over like this. Oh dear, too much filling. Use a bit less, otherwise it will leak. Very good, Natasha. Yours looks splendid. Wow, Director Fury, I never imagined you were so skilled. Lin Yuan remarked, astonished to discover that Nick Fury, of all people, was adept at such delicate work. Of course, I am an exceptional agent. Being handy is only natural. Nick Fury replied with a hint of pride. Are you sure about that? Lin Yuan chuckled, gesturing toward Coulson, who was in a flurry, struggling with his dumplings, which were a chaotic sight. Some were torn, while others were bursting at the seams. Ah, Coulson is indeed an exception. Just look at how splendidly Natasha has wrapped the dumplings. Fury still wishes to salvage some dignity for the agents. Laughter erupted among the group. Lin Yuan entrusted the task of rolling dumpling wrappers to Natasha while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare other dishes. Soon, steaming plates of aromatic delicacies graced the dining table. The braised pork glistened with a rich hue and offered a deep, savory flavor. The sweet and sour ribs were a delightful balance of tangy and tender. The stewed pork knuckle was delectably soft and indulgently rich. The crispy fried meat boasted a golden crunch with a delightful sweetness. The poached chicken retained its pure essence, with skin golden and meat pale. The braised fish was tender and flavorful, infused with a robust sauce. The ate treasure rice was sweet and sticky, a colorful feast for the eyes. An array of culinary delights from both the northern and southern regions of Rabbit's home made mouths water, and those wrapping dumplings nearby could hardly suppress their salivation, hastening their hands in the task. Before long, the dumplings were neatly wrapped. Natasha carried the tray of dumplings into the kitchen to hand to Lin Yuan, then returned to the living room with a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall that Lin Yuan had begun simmering the day prior. Crafted from the finest ingredients personally selected by him, truly authentic and of the highest quality. Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen with the boiled dumplings and placed them on the table, beckoning everyone to join him for the meal. The dining table had been custom designed by Tony, and Lin Yuan believed that enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner around a round table was essential for fostering a sense of unity among family. The Western tradition of individual servings seemed rather uninspiring in comparison. As everyone settled at the table, their curiosity regarding this novel dining arrangement was palpable. Gazing at the array of exquisite dishes, they could hardly contain their anticipation. Lin Yuan, with a smile, encouraged, "Please, everyone, don't hold back, dig in." Among the attendees were accomplished individuals, well-versed in the art of using chopsticks, and Tony was the first to dive into the braised pork. "Delicious, Lin. From now on, you shall be in charge of our meals. I had no idea you possessed such culinary prowess," Tony exclaimed, savoring every bite and unable to contain his praise. Pepper chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. Lin, you must cook for me more often. This is absolutely divine." Hearing their compliments brought immense joy to Lin Yuan, though he humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely home cooking. I'm delighted you enjoy it." Just then, Rhoda approached with a grin, inquiring, "Can I come over for dinner every day?" Tony jokingly retorted, "No way. I fear you might develop a taste for it and steal in a way." Laughter erupted once again. Observing the happiness radiating from his friends as they feasted, Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of contentment. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world, he felt fortunate to have met Tony and forged numerous friendships. In this often solitary existence, sharing New Year's Eve dinner with such a large group was truly a blessing. Try this Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a real treasure. Do savor it. Lin Yuan served each person a bowl of the dish. As Tony took a bite, his eyes widened in delight. "Wow, this is even better. Pepper, you must try it." Turning back to Lin Yuan, he added, "This is exquisite. We need to make this more often." Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Tony, your imagination is quite fanciful. Not only are the ingredients for this dish of the highest quality, but the preparation is also exceedingly time-consuming. I began preparing this pot several days in advance." He proceeded to introduce the ingredients and the lengthy process involved in making Buddha jumps over the wall, leaving everyone in awe. Such a delicacy is certainly beyond the reach of the ordinary person. What if the ingredients are top-notch? Do you think I, Tony Stark, cannot afford it? Tony retorted dismissively. And as for time, you've been quite idle lately. What's the big deal about cooking a dish? I am indeed quite busy. Lin Yuan defended himself, but upon seeing Tony's knowing smile, he quickly relented. All right, fine. If you really want it, I can simply go to the rabbit's home and bring some back. Their chef specializes in this dish, and I'm certain it will taste far superior to my own efforts. That works. I want to eat it for an entire month. Tony responded with satisfaction. A unified thought echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. What a lavish spender. Chapter 46. The Form of the Beast. The New Year's Eve feast continued. With an abundance of delectable dishes, the guests savored the culinary delights, singing praises for Lin Yuan's culinary skills and the exquisite cuisine from the rabbit house. They all expressed a desire to relish Lin Yuan's creations once more if given the opportunity, to which Lin Yuan readily agreed. When the chance arises, I shall prepare a mushroom feast from the rabbit house for you all. It is simply divine. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their eager anticipation. Tony and Pepper remained silent, focused on their meals. Jarvis activated the projector, showcasing the rabbit house's spring festival gala. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled something amiss. The background music had ceased. As the program played on, Lin Yuan nodded, recognizing the familiar melody. The guests watched curiously, expressing their admiration for the songs and dances. However, they found the comedic skits perplexing and refrained from commenting. After the New Year's dinner, Lin Yuan took the fireworks he had purchased and stepped outside to play. Pepper and Natasha, intrigued, followed him to enjoy the fireworks, while the others continued their conversations indoors. Lin Yuan, Pepper, and Natasha each held a sparkler, chatting amiably in the cool evening air. Lin, may I touch the panda later? Pepper inquired, twirling her sparkler with hopeful eyes. Natasha chimed in, yes, brother. I too wish to feel the panda. I have yet to do so. Lin Yuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Sisters, I will be 18 next year. I am no longer a child, and you cannot just touch me at will. Uft. We are not referring to you. We desire to touch the panda. Besides, I am your sister. In my eyes, you shall forever be a little brat. Pepper retorted with a playful assertiveness. Indeed, indeed. The little brat has such fanciful thoughts. Natasha added, embellishing the banter. Hurry, if you do not allow me to touch it, I shall have Tony escort you to school. Is that so, Pepper? Wasn't this matter already settled? How can you threaten me with that? Lin Yuan gazed at Pepper in disbelief. This is not a threat. It is a sisterly affection. She insisted. Now, stop dawdling. Are you not a man? Just moments ago, you called me a child, and now you question my masculinity. Lin Yuan thought to himself, yet dared not voice his objections, fully aware of the persuasive power of the gentle winds of intimacy. At present, Pepper's standing in the villa was undoubtedly paramount, and Lin Yuan's status was scarcely better than that of a pet, though no dogs resided in the villa. In a bid for self-preservation, Lin Yuan devised a clever ruse. Sister Pepper, Sister Natasha, touching the panda is always an option, but today, since we are many, allow me to teach you a popular game from the rabbit house. It is exceedingly entertaining. Is that so? Pepper regarded Lin Yuan with skepticism. You are not deceiving me, are you? Impossible. How could I ever deceive Sister Pepper? Lin Yuan assured her earnestly. Let us return inside, and I shall instruct you. Leading the two back to the villa, Lin Yuan unveiled the mahjong table he had previously purchased, secretly commending himself. Indeed, I possess foresight. This mahjong will serve its purpose splendidly. What is this? Pepper inquired with curiosity. This is mahjong, a game that nearly everyone in Rabbit's household is adept at, and it is indeed quite entertaining. Lin Yuan enthusiastically introduced the game and then called out to the group engaged in conversation nearby. We are 3 players short. Who will join us? The curious onlookers gathered to learn about mahjong, and Lin Yuan took the opportunity to enlighten everyone on the game's mechanics and rules. Their eyes sparkled with interest, and they expressed eagerness to participate. Consequently, Tony, Little Pepper, Natasha, and Lin Yuan formed a table to showcase a demonstration. After just one round, everyone, except for the oblivious Happy, grasped the gameplay. After all, the attendees were either scientific luminaries, business elites, or elite operatives, all of whom could easily navigate the straightforward rules of mahjong. However, from the second round onward, Lin Yuan faced a dismal fate. Seated at the table were a super genius, a business tycoon, and an elite operative collectively, their cunning surpassed even the pores on Lin Yuan's skin. In the first round, Lin Yuan managed to win a few hands due to his understanding of the rules, but as the second round commenced, he was thoroughly trounced, unable to eat, unable to meld, and frequently causing others to win with his discarded tiles. The level of frustration was palpable. After another round, Lin Yuan could no longer endure the humiliation and declared, "You all continue playing. I shall return with a new mahjong set." He then fled the scene in haste. When Lin Yuan returned with the new mahjong table, he found that the previous quartet had transformed into Tony, Ethan, Natasha, and Nick Fury. These four consisted of 2 scientists and 2 operatives, and the intensity of their gameplay was fierce as they engaged in a spirited battle, employing various strategies with fervor. Lin Yuan watched for a moment, drenched in cold sweat. Grateful he had escaped quickly, playing mahjong with such astute individuals was truly a recipe for self-inflicted misery. Thus, he sought out softer prey. Turning his gaze to the observing Happy, he cheerfully proposed, "Come, Happy, let us start another table." Lin Yuan then invited Happy Rhodes and Little Pepper to join him at a new table, igniting another round of competition. Initially reluctant to play, Little Pepper agreed only after Lin Yuan wagered that he would turn into a panda if he lost. Filled with bravado, Lin Yuan was prepared to dominate the game. An hour later, however, he was drenched in sweat, the light in his eyes extinguished, as he watched Happy reveal his hand. "I've won, with a great 4 wins. Despair engulfed Lin Yuan. He could hardly fathom that while Happy's skills were lacking, fortune favored him. For a full hour, Happy had drawn nearly every high-ranking tile, while Lin Yuan hadn't even managed a single trivial win. The outcome was unmistakable. Lin Yuan emerged as the sole loser, indeed, the only one. Everyone else had triumphed. Lin Yuan lamented his misfortune, having intended to dominate the game only to be outplayed. The unpredictable ebbs and flows of life were truly bewildering. Little Pepper, with her eyes gleaming, smirked at him, signaling that he must fulfill his wager. With no recourse, Lin Yuan resigned himself to the outcome, acknowledging the stakes of the game. Transforming into a panda, he lay there in humiliation and secret delight, while Little Pepper, her eyes alight with mischief, eagerly began to pet him, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. Natasha, witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation into a panda, abandoned her game and approached to join in the fun. As others glanced over and saw the adorable panda being petted, they eagerly joined in. Lin Yuan felt a sense of isolation. Had he known this would happen, he would have allowed the interaction outside. Now, not only were there beautiful women, but also a throng of men joining in the delightful act of petting the cat. What a loss! Lin Yuan, within the depths of his heart, silently vowed, "From next year onward, anyone who wishes to pet a panda shall face my wrath." Just as Lin Yuan was resolutely making this promise to himself, Jarvis began the countdown. "Sir, it is almost midnight. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. This countdown had been prearranged by Lin Yuan. With the conclusion of the countdown, the new year arrived. Ding! The system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Host, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, system." Lin Yuan responded, wishing to engage in a pleasant conversation during this festive time. Ding! Host. With the new year comes a fresh start. The system will present you with a New Year's gift package. Why did I not receive one last year? Lin Yuan seized upon this inconsistency. Ding! Last year, you were not on Earth. Being off-planet does not count as celebrating the new year. The system's voice was noticeably tinged with guilt. Goodness, you forgetful system. Is that what happened? Lin Yuan retorted angrily. The system's voice came through with a gritted tone. Ding! Enough with the chatter. Do you want the gift package or not? Yes. 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 Lin Yuan hastily exclaimed, while inwardly thinking, this wretched system must have indeed forgotten. I will claim this gift first and deal with it later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the New Year gift package. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding! Gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Behemoth Form. Chapter 47. New Year, new atmosphere, is that it? Lin Yuan asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Ding, that's all. Just one skill, and you dare to call it a grand gift? Who in their right mind includes only a single item in a grand gift? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and questioned. Ding, it's from my household. The system responded with a cheeky tone. Isn't it better to say it nicely, host? Don't be too greedy. Having something is already a blessing, so I don't get worked up. It won't do any good to stress myself out. Lin Yuan reassured himself. One skill is better than none. At least the druid's owl beast form is a valuable asset. It's the cornerstone of the druid's balanced talent. With this core, his output capabilities should become significantly stronger, right? Wait a moment. Lin Yuan suddenly realized a dreadful truth. I don't have any output skills. Doggone system. What do you mean by giving me the owl beast form? Are you mocking me? On New Year's, do you really want me to curse your entire family? Lin Yuan seethed with rage, his chest heaving noticeably, leading Xiao Jiao and the others to mistakenly believe he was enjoying himself a bit too much. Ding, host. Please don't say that. Even without attack skills, the owl beast form is still quite useful. The system's voice timidly chimed in. Then tell me, what good is it? Ding, it can be cute. Given the festive season, Lin Yuan refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses. He decided to endure until after the new year, when he would surely unleash his wrath upon this foolish system. Finally, the gathering, where everyone else was elated while Lin Yuan felt wounded, came to an end. Everyone returned home to their respective families. The following morning, Lin Yuan knocked on Tony's door. With sleepy eyes, Tony opened the door. Lin, why are you knocking so early? Happy New Year, Tony. I brought you some clothes. Tony began to awaken. What clothes? And what are you wearing? At that moment, Lin Yuan was adorned in a distinctive Northeast-style floral cotton jacket, holding two matching pieces. Tony, it's a custom from the rabbit family. We wear new clothes for the new year. So, I brought you some new attire, he said, handing over the garments. You want me to wear this out? Tony looked incredulously at the bright red floral cotton jacket in his hands, shaking his head vigorously. Even if I were to leap off this village cliff, I would refuse to wear this outside. Xiao Jiao, who emerged behind him, glanced at Lin Yuan's outfit and then at the clothes in her hands, firmly declaring she would not wear such attire to work. After all, she was a president and had her dignity to uphold. Alas, what a pity. I think it looks quite nice. Lin Yuan tugged at his bright red cotton jacket, a look of regret on his face. Tony and Xiao Jiao stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a fool. Then you too can wear these. Lin Yuan reluctantly handed over the other set of clothes to them. Tony and Xiao Jiao skeptically accepted the garments and retreated to change. Tony was the first to emerge, clad in a striking red tank suit that Lin Yuan had gifted him. He is inherently an exceptionally handsome individual, and when he dons a crimson tank suit, his allure is further amplified. Gazing into the mirror, Tony nods in satisfaction, remarking, "This ensemble is rather splendid. What is this attire called?" "It's a tank suit." Lin Yuan, admiring the dashing Tony, cannot help but exclaim, "Tony, you truly look magnificent in that tank suit." "Of course, I look handsome in anything," Tony replies with a smug expression. At that moment, the voice of Pepper Potts floats in. "Do you all think I look all right?" The two turn their heads, their eyes lighting up in unison. Pepper emerges from her room, clad in a stunning red cheongsam. The fitted design of the garment accentuates her flawless figure, while the vibrant hue enhances her complexion, making her resemble a blooming peach blossom. Tony's mouth nearly waters at the sight, and Lin Yuan cannot suppress his admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Pepper, you are truly suited to wear a cheongsam. You look absolutely exquisite." Feeling slightly bashful, it is evident that Pepper adores her attire, as she continues to admire herself in the mirror, glancing left and right. Tony subtly nudges Lin Yuan and whispers, "You should have several of these cheongsams custom-made for your sister. I really like them." Lin Yuan responds with an okay gesture, indicating his understanding. Pepper joyfully dons her cheongsam and heads to work, while Lin Yuan contemplates slipping out for a bit of leisure, but is halted by Tony's call. "Lin, wait. Is there something you need, Tony? Come here. I have something to discuss with you." They proceed to the laboratory, where Tony informs Lin Yuan, "Yesterday, Nick Fury came by seeking your assistance. However, seeing you so occupied, he didn't have the chance to speak with you. He mentioned it to me and asked me to relay the message. I knew that rascal would come knocking for a reason." Lin Yuan mutters, then inquires, "What does he need my help with?" "He said he would like you to assist someone with their treatment in the near future." "Is that all?" "That's no problem at all." "Did he mention who it is for?" "No, he said you would find out when the time comes." Oh, all right then. Just have him call for me when he is ready. Lin Yuan expresses his indifference, knowing that Nick is always shrouded in mystery, playing enigmatic games. I'll head out now. Tony, go ahead, and return early. Will do. Today, he intends to pay a New Year's visit to Jane, who can be considered his sister-in-law. So it is only fitting to extend his New Year greetings. Before departing, Lin Yuan shouts towards the sky, Heimdall, can you hear me? Today marks the New Year in my hometown, and I am here to send my regards. Also, please convey to Thor that I am on my way to deliver New Year gifts to Sister Jane. Tell him it was you who prompted me to deliver them. How about that, my friend, keeping the brotherhood alive? After speaking, he feels assured that Heimdall has heard him, waves towards the sky, and sets off towards Jane's home. Upon arriving at Jian's residence, the bespectacled Daisy Louise and Professor Eric Shavig were already present. Lin Yuan, on behalf of Thor, presented the meticulously prepared gifts. In addition to an array of delectable treats from the Rabbit House, he gifted Jian a stunning chi pao, Daisy a charming hanfu, and Professor Shavig a dignified Zhongshan suit. All three expressed great enthusiasm for the culinary delights and garments from the Rabbit House, promptly donning their new attire. When they emerged in their outfits, Lin Yuan was taken aback. Jian looked exquisite in her chi pao, her figure gracefully accentuated, while Daisy appeared adorable and full-figured in her hanfu. And Professor Shavig exuded maturity and poise in his Zhongshan suit. Lin Yuan eagerly captured the moment with his phone, taking pictures to share with Thor. After exchanging pleasantries and checking the time, Lin Yuan felt it was time to take his leave. Initially, he had intended to dine at the Rabbit House, but upon arrival, he was nearly overwhelmed by a cascade of fireworks. After finally making his way down, he discovered that most of the establishments were closed, prompting his reluctant return home. The festive season passed swiftly. One day, Lin Yuan was lounging at home when the phone rang. Hello, Lao-Ku. What? It's about to begin? All right. Please send me the address, and I'll head over immediately. Oh, you're coming to pick me up? That's fine. Do come. I'll be at home. Chapter 48. Arise, my warrior. Before long, Carlson's phone rang again. Lin, we are above your house. Can you fly up? Carlson's voice echoed through the receiver. Lin Yuan ambled out of the villa and gazed upward, observing the clear blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds, yet he saw no flying objects. He grumbled, Carlson, did you just step out? I never expected you to be one of those who claims to be nearly there right after leaving. Carlson promptly refuted, that's not true. I am indeed here. Just hold on a moment. Then, Lin Yuan heard Carlson shouting into the phone, Are you all fools? Why are you still cloaked while picking someone up? At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed a ripple in the air above, and gradually, a rather peculiar aircraft revealed itself. It was none other than the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet. Wow, this plane can become invisible. How advanced. Lin Yuan had thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked such technology, but it seemed their scientific prowess ran deep. After ending the call, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He transformed into his flight form and soared toward the Quinjet. The cabin door was already ajar, and he stepped inside. Inside the cabin, Carlson and a few agents Lin Yuan did not recognize awaited him, while Nick Fury was presumably occupied with other matters. Seeing Lin Yuan enter, Carlson smiled and said, Lin, thank you for coming to assist us. We will need your help shortly. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, Oh, come on, Carlson, no need for formalities. It's just a minor task. Carlson turned to the pilot, instructing him to take off, then produced a laptop, handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin, take a look at this. Lin Yuan accepted the laptop, where the screen displayed a familiar shield. Carlson began to explain, Here's the situation. During our research team's expedition in the Arctic, they discovered a crashed aircraft. Upon entering, they found the shield. Subsequently, we uncovered the frozen form of Captain America, Steve Rogers, nearby. Carlson pointed at the ice block on the screen, where a figure was clearly visible. This is Captain America. As he spoke of the hero, a spark ignited in Carlson's eyes, revealing his admiration for the iconic figure. Indeed, it is Captain America, Lin Yuan confirmed his own thoughts. However, gazing at the frozen form of the hero, he curiously inquired, By the way, how do you ascertain that the person inside is still alive? Our life detection device has registered faint signs of life within. Coulson seemed a bit exhilarated, pausing before continuing. We were hesitant to excavate the captain directly, fearing unforeseen consequences, which is why we sought your assistance. In case of any emergencies, you could lend a timely hand. Not a problem. Leave it all to me. Lin Yuan assured, thumping his chest confidently. He recalled that even without his intervention, Captain America would eventually awaken, though he would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate. Now, he can swiftly restore Captain America, and fostering a good relationship is certainly advantageous. After all, Captain America is quite a formidable ally. Being one of the 3 pillars of the Avengers, his prowess should not be underestimated. Although he is often jested about having a 50-50 chance against any adversary, one could argue that with the addition of his own enhancements, the odds could shift to 70-30 or 80-20 in his favor. Hence, it is prudent to rely on such an ally. Who would ever complain about having an abundance of strength? The Quinjet soared swiftly, reaching the Arctic in no time. Under Coulson's guidance, Lin arrived at a temporary encampment where the ice block containing Captain America had been meticulously secured, awaiting Lin's arrival to commence extraction. Gazing at the figure encased in ice, Lin couldn't help but remark on Captain America's rather impressive physique. Hey, old Coulson, when do we commence the treatment? Not in a hurry, first. We must assess his vital signs. If they are unstable, we will need you to act immediately. If they are relatively stable, we can organize our approach before you assist with the treatment. What do you mean by organize? We intend to awaken him in a familiar environment, after 70 years of slumber. We fear he may struggle to adjust, potentially leading to a mental breakdown. Lin gazed at the frozen Captain America and chuckled. Ah, a Truman Show scenario? You underestimate him. He is not one to crumble easily. Furthermore, you underestimate his intellect. His capabilities extend far beyond mere physical strength. If you overlook even the slightest detail, he will likely notice. And are you certain you wish to deceive him in such a manner? Why do you say that? This is not deception. It is for his own good. Coulson replied, somewhat perplexed. Do you believe a man who has slept for 70 years, awakening to a bewildering world, would feel he has not lost everything? When a group of strangers presents a fade under the guise of goodwill, do you think he would harbor any trust towards you? Coulson fell silent, pondering the weight of Lin's words before finally responding. I cannot decide this. I will report back to Fury and let him make the call. Lin gestured towards the massive ice block and inquired, do you require my assistance in the excavation? Oh, do you possess some magic to expedite the extraction? Coulson's eyes lit up with anticipation. If you have magic, that would be incredibly convenient, saving time and effort. Alas, I do not. Lin replied with unwavering conviction. Then why ask? Coulson exclaimed in exasperation, uncharacteristically letting a curse slip. I merely inquired, since I am here. I ought to maintain some decorum. Subsequently, Captain America was carefully extracted from the ice and transported aboard the aircraft. Lin accompanied the plane back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, where Fury awaited his arrival. Long time no see. No, Director Fury. Lin greeted with enthusiasm. Nick Fury's expression darkened. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions of calling me Egg. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Lin replied nonchalantly. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. I invited you here. Nick Fury composed himself and managed a faint smile. Lin, I appreciate your assistance. Lin Yuan approached and jovially draped an arm around Egg's shoulder, saying, no need for thanks. We are old friends, after all. Fury shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and glanced at Captain America, who had yet to thaw, before signaling his subordinates to escort him to the medical room. Come on, Lin, we must head to the thawing chamber. I will require your expertise in his treatment afterward. With that, Fury led the way toward the medical facility. On the way, Coulson relayed Lin's comments to Fury, who pondered for a long moment before turning to Lin and inquiring, Lin, what do you believe we should do? Lin replied, me? I wouldn't presume to instruct S.H.I.E.L.D. on how to operate. I merely express my thoughts. Fury fell silent. Upon arriving at the medical room, they observed the medical personnel commencing the thawing process for Captain America. His skin gradually regained a healthy hue, and his body began to soften. Soon, he was transferred to a recovery room, awaiting consciousness. As Fury gazed at the figure resting on the hospital bed, he suddenly addressed Lin. Lin, if I were to ask you to guide him through acclimatizing to this world upon his awakening, would you agree? Lin, taken aback, questioned, what did you just say? Fury reiterated his request, leaving Lin momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, Lin asked Fury, why would you entrust me with this task? Do you truly have faith in me? Fury shrugged, responding, it's not so much about trust. I simply believe you are the right fit. You made a valid point to Coulson previously, so I've chosen to be candid. Moreover, although Cap has been frozen for 70 years, he is still relatively young. Having someone like you accompany him should facilitate his reintegration. Besides, my agents are quite occupied and lack the time to escort him around. Lin's forehead twitched with frustration. So, you think I'm free to do this? I never said that. You implied it. Lin gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall take on this responsibility. However, I have a few demands that you must agree to. Eager to attach himself to Captain America's coattails, Lin found Fury's proposal fortuitous. All right, what are your conditions? First, I will only accompany him for 1 month. After that, he should be sufficiently adapted, and you can arrange matters as you see fit. Agreed. Second, you are not to interfere with my methods or destinations, and all expenses must be reimbursed. If complications arise, you must assist in resolving them. Fury raised an eyebrow. Where do you intend to take him? That is not your concern. It certainly won't be a perilous location. And even if it were dangerous, do you think the two of us could not handle it together? No, absolutely not to any dangerous locales. It's not a matter of doubting your capabilities, but rather the potential for trouble. Rest assured, it definitely won't be a hazardous place. Lin assured, though inwardly he mused. Of course, it won't be dangerous. I merely wish to transform Captain America into Bunny Captain. Although Lin Yuan was aware that the possibility was slim, unless Captain America awoke with amnesia, there remained a glimmer of hope. Nonetheless, it was feasible to encourage Captain America to embrace a more whimsical mindset. Nick Fury, feeling a sense of relief, nodded in agreement. Very well. You shall have full authority over all matters. Thirdly, he added, this time, I am indeed assisting you. In the future, should I require the aid of S.H.I.E.L.D., you cannot refuse. Without hesitation, Nick Fury acquiesced. Let us enjoy this collaboration. Lin Yuan, elated, shook hands with Nick Fury, signifying that their pact was sealed. With that, Lin Yuan was ready to commence his task. He entered the hospital room, made a few erratic gestures towards Captain America, and then, with both hands pointed, proclaimed loudly, Arise, my warrior. Chapter 49. Your approach is too wild. Nick Fury and Coulson stood in astonishment, watching Lin Yuan perform with the fervor of a shaman. After a moment of silence, Nick turned to Coulson and inquired, Coulson, has Lin always cast spells in such a manner? Coulson, equally bewildered, shook his head in uncertainty but attempted to explain, I've never witnessed anything like this. Perhaps it's different this time. The captain's condition may be rather dire, prompting Lin to employ special gestures for a more potent release. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, who was oblivious to the discussion regarding his dramatic antics, he suddenly recalled a classic line that resonated perfectly with the moment and exclaimed it aloud, adding a few gestures to elevate the performance. As beams of healing light enveloped Captain America, his condition swiftly improved. The reason Captain America survived 70 years of cryogenic suspension lies in the high glucose content in his blood. The release of glucose stored in his liver lowered the freezing point of his blood, creating an antifreeze substance. This process resembles the internal regulatory systems of tardigrades and hibernating frogs that endure extreme cold. This phenomenon has yet to be observed in any human besides Captain America, likely owing to the effects of the serum. Thus, even without Lin Yuan's healing, Captain America would eventually recover, albeit at a slower pace. Lin's spells significantly expedited this process, while the rejuvenation spell rapidly restored his mental acuity, allowing him to awaken swiftly. An hour later, Steve Rogers, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. By this time, all unrelated personnel had been kindly asked to leave, leaving only Lin Yuan, Nick Fury, and Coulson in the room. Captain America surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the three unfamiliar faces before voicing his confusion. Am I not dead? Where's this place? Welcome back, Captain Rogers. This is S.H.I.E.L.D., and I am Nick Fury, the current director. Nick Fury replied with a smile before gesturing toward Coulson. This is Phil Coulson, also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, Captain Rogers. Welcome back, Coulson exclaimed, visibly excited to see his idol alive and well, momentarily losing the composure expected of a senior agent. And this is Lin Yuan, the second son of the Stark Group. Your swift recovery owes much to his assistance. Captain America, intrigued, gazed at the young man before him. Lin was quite handsome, with distinctly rabbit-like features. He pondered, is this the second son of the Stark Group? Isn't Stark Group associated with Howard? Could he have married someone with rabbit-like features? Unlikely. Howard would never do that. And he certainly doesn't look mixed. Noticing Captain America's bewilderment, Lin Yuan chuckled and clarified. Hi there, Captain. Don't mind Director Fury. I'm not actually the second son of any group. I'm merely Tony's godbrother. Captain America was further perplexed. Who is Tony? Howard's son? Suppressing his curiosity, Captain America turned to Lin Yuan and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for saving me. Lin Yuan did not seek glory for himself. Rather, he smiled and explained, Captain, there is no need for such formality. Besides, it was not I who saved you. I merely facilitated your swift recovery. That alone is worthy of gratitude. Captain America nodded in appreciation towards Lin Yuan and then turned to Nick Fury, asking, what is this S.H.I.E.L.D. you mentioned? Could you enlighten me about the current situation? Nick Fury, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. are Howard Stark and... He paused briefly before continuing, and Peggy Carter. Captain America's expression shifted dramatically, his lips quivering, yet he refrained from interjecting. Nick Fury went on, Captain, it is now 2011. It has been nearly 70 years since your crash. The color drained from Captain America's face as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately bowing his head to gaze at the blanket on the bed, his expression somber. Coulson, observing Captain America's demeanor, expressed his concern. Captain, are you all right? Captain America glanced at him, murmuring, I seem to have missed an appointment. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged puzzled looks, but Lin Yuan understood all too well. Captain, what are your plans moving forward? Nick Fury, noticing the captain's disquiet, promptly sought to redirect his attention. Plans? I have no idea. 70 years have passed, and I possess nothing. I do not know where to go or what to do. Captain America's face was clouded with despair, and he felt adrift regarding the future. How about this, Captain? Allow me to take you for a walk to observe the current state of society. Once you become familiar with this world, you can decide what you wish to pursue. What do you think? Lin Yuan interjected appropriately. Captain America regarded Lin Yuan thoughtfully for a considerable time before finally smiling and responding. All right then, I appreciate it, Mr. Lin. There's no need for formality, Captain. Simply call me Lin. It feels too distant otherwise. Very well, Lin. You need not address me as Captain either. Just call me by my name. Understood, Steve. From here onward, I shall take charge. Lin Yuan quipped lightly. Captain America chuckled in response. Haha. Then I entrust everything to you, Lin. Director Fury. Have you made arrangements for the captain's accommodation? Lin Yuan turned to Fury. Arrangements are in place. It is a bit of a distance from your home, but that should not pose a problem for you, right? All right, please provide me with the address. The captain's health is stable now. You can drive us to the residence. And thereafter, I will handle everything. You need not worry. Nick Fury frowned internally, cursing, who is in charge here, you or me? However, he had no choice. He needed assistance. Coulson, drive the captain and Lin to the designated villa. Yes. Coulson replied eagerly, delighted to spend more time with his idol. Soon, Coulson drove the two to an expansive and tranquil villa area, where the houses were beautifully scattered throughout the landscape. The villas are situated at a considerable distance from one another, ensuring minimal disturbance, making them quite suitable for the current Captain America. As the three exited the vehicle, Coulson opened the door and proceeded to input the captain's information into the access control system. Inside the villa, Various necessities were fully stocked, indicating that Nick Fury had made prior arrangements. Upon entering, Lin Yuan began to introduce Steve to the villa's amenities. Steve, here is the restroom, this is the water heater, and this is the shower. Over here is the living room. This is the television, and this is the air conditioning unit. The laundry room is over there, and this is the washing machine. Steve, slightly bemused, responded, Lin, I've been asleep for 70 years, not 700. While the technology back then may not have been as advanced as it is now, I am still familiar with most of these things. Apologies. I've been reading too many novels. I mistook you for someone who had traveled from the past. Steve and Coulson exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Yuan's remarks. Let us not dwell on the details. So, Steve, would you prefer to rest for a while or go for a stroll now? Let us go out for a walk. Steve replied with a smile, jesting, I've already been asleep for 70 years. I think I've rested enough. All right then, I'll make a quick phone call to arrange things. You can chat with Coulson in the meantime. Later, I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Lin Yuan patted his chest confidently and stepped outside to make the call. First, he needed to inform Tony about the extended duration of his outing. Hello, Tony. Lin. What is up? Nothing major, just a trip that might take about a month. What is the reason for such a lengthy absence? I've taken a job to assist Director Fury in taking Captain America out for some leisure. There was a prolonged silence on the line, during which Lin could hear Tony asking Jarvis, am I hearing correctly? Did Lin just say he is taking who out? Captain America? Jarvis replied, Sir, you heard correctly. Mr. Lin is indeed referring to Captain America. Tony's voice broke the silence. Lin, your ventures are becoming increasingly audacious. All right, I understand. Just be cautious. Sure thing, Tony. After ending the call, Lin Yuan dialed another number, and it was quickly answered. Hello, Mr. Lin. It's been a while. How may I assist you? Came the voice of Director Zheng. Hello, Director Zheng. It's good to hear from you. I actually have a favor to ask, though it's nothing too significant. I'd like to take a friend to visit our place. Welcome. Is there a particular issue? Do you need assistance with a visa? No need for a visa. I plan to take him directly. The distance is just too far, and flying takes too long. I was hoping you could help me arrange a temporary document. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to buy tickets and find accommodation. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally emerged. Sure. What's the name of the individual? We need to register first. Steve Rogers. All right, no problem. Is this the same as Falcon? That name sounds quite familiar. Isn't it the name of Captain America? Could it be that this person's parents are fans of Captain America, considering they chose such a similar name? Zhang Xian chuckled, making a jest. Is it possible that this is the Captain America himself? Lin Yuan felt increasingly embarrassed. Zhang Xian, however, had grown weary of the conversation, finding this person's connections rather overwhelming. Chapter 50. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Director Zhang. Could this possibly cause you any trouble? Lin Yuan inquired, feeling a bit embarrassed by the prolonged silence from across the table. You are aware that there could be complications. Zhang Xian silently criticized but replied, No problem, Mr. Lin, we have faith in you. Zhang Xian refrained from discussing anything extraneous, merely expressing his trust in Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. After all, it was just like family. I truly appreciate it, Director Zhang. I'll be counting on you moving forward. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude promptly. No need for such formality, Mr. Lin, regardless of who it is. As long as you bring them, even if they are extraterrestrials, we shall welcome them. Zhang Xian's words were resolute, leaving Lin Yuan feeling quite buoyant. Yes. All right. Director Zhang. When Thor and the others come to Earth, I will take them to our home for a visit. Zhang Xian was momentarily speechless. He had completely forgotten that Lin Yuan was acquainted with Thor's family, which indeed meant they were extraterrestrials, mythical beings, no less. Sigh. I can only wonder what sort of guests the rabbit family may bring in the future. They might not even be human. However, as long as they harbor no ill intentions, our great rabbit will welcome anyone. Having resolved the captain's travel arrangements, Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. Captain, I owe you a significant favor for this. I hope this journey to the rabbit family allows you to let go of the past. He mused. First, let's make some arrangements for him, so he doesn't remain fixated on this small territory of the Eagle Nation. If it doesn't work here, It will work over at the rabbit's side. Yes, a splendid idea. Once the seeds are sown, they shall eventually sprout. As they walked back to the villa, Coulson was engaged in a lively conversation with the captain, albeit it was mostly Coulson speaking while the captain listened. It was Lin Yuan's first time witnessing Coulson so animated. "Steve, I have everything arranged on my end. Are you ready? We shall depart now." Coulson exclaimed, astonished. "Lin, are you really leaving so soon? What are your plans next?" Lin Yuan was candid. "I intend to take the captain to the rabbit family for a vacation, to indulge in some delicious cuisine and witness different scenery. This should uplift the captain's spirits. By the way, old Coulson, please inform Director Fury that I plan to stay with the rabbit family for about a month. So he need not worry. I assure you I will return the captain safe and sound." "The rabbit family? You're going all out." Coulson was taken aback, uncertain if allowing Lin Yuan to assist Steve in acclimating to society was indeed the correct course of action. His thoughts were inscrutable. He had imagined Lin Yuan would merely take the captain around New York. However, he lacked the authority to impede Lin Yuan, having previously given his consent. "Let me first report to Director Fury and allow him to make the decision." "Wait, Lin, hold on. I need to inform Fury first," Coulson said as he dialed Fury. Once the call connected and Coulson relayed his report, Fury fell silent for a long while before instructing Coulson to hand the phone to Lin Yuan. "Hello, Lin. Although I am unaware of your intentions, the fact that I have entrusted you to lead the captain signifies our faith in you. You will not betray our trust, will you? Rest assured, it is merely a routine trip. You people have such impure thoughts," Lin Yuan retorted without reservation, fully aware that Fury's concern stemmed from the fear of Captain America's absence being permanent. While Lin Yuan harbored similar desires, he still needed to maintain his connection with Falcon. Moreover, his ambitions extended beyond merely possessing the captain. He yearned for the captain's heart as well. On the other end of the line, Fury, unfazed by Lin Yuan's sharp remarks, had grown accustomed to such exchanges. "That's good. I have placed the documents in the captain's room. We will handle the visa. You will need to purchase your own tickets, as our flight arrangements are inconvenient." "No need for a visa. I have already coordinated with Rabbit's side. I will take the captain directly through customs. Traveling by plane is too slow and a waste of time." Nick Fury was at a loss for words upon hearing this. "You don't even need a visa for entry? Your connections are even more outrageous than mine." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Yuan puzzled. After returning the phone to Coulson, he noticed Coulson appeared hesitant to speak. He nudged him gently. "Old Coulson, if you have something to say, just say it. This is unlike you." Coulson shyly smiled, then pulled out a stack of small cards, gazing eagerly at the captain. Lin Yuan leaned in to inspect them, discovering they were cards featuring Captain America. "Oh, old Coulson, you have this hobby too? Let me take a look." As Lin Yuan reached for them, Coulson evaded his grasp. "No way. These are limited edition. Captain, could you please sign one for me?" Steve looked at the card with his own likeness and felt a bit strange. Yet he indulged Coulson's small wish. After watching Coulson leave in high spirits, he turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, "Lin, where are we headed next? To the airport?" "I currently have no documents. Director Fury has placed your documents in your room, but we won't need them for our next journey. We will fly directly." "Fly directly? That just means taking a plane." As Steve was about to ask further, Lin Yuan flashed him a mischievous smile, causing a chill to run down Steve's spine. Lin Yuan then asked, "Steve, are you afraid of the cold? It will be quite fast and high up. It might get a tad chilly." Steve found Lin Yuan's words peculiar, but stubbornly replied, "I was dug out of ice. Do you think I fear the cold? Very well. Then let us depart." Leading Steve to the entrance, Lin Yuan transformed into a flying form, revealing a majestic rock before Steve. The rock flapped its wings, increasing in size dramatically from approximately 3 meters in wingspan to nearly 6, resembling a small aircraft. This transformation was necessitated by the underwhelming abilities granted by the Spring Festival gift pack, which had deeply wounded Lin Yuan's fragile spirit, compelling the system to provide him with enhanced skills. After the new year, Lin Yuan incessantly murmured into the system's ear, driving it to the brink of exasperation. In response, it bestowed upon him the skill, Rui, compelling Lin Yuan to cease his incessant chatter. Rui allows the user to freely adjust their transformed shape within a range of 50-100 of their normal size. Steve stood before the fantastical scene, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Had he awakened from a dream only to find the world transformed? How could a mere mortal morph into a bird? Was he still on Earth? Observing Steve lost in contemplation, Lin Yuan called out, "Brother, why are you just standing there? This is merely a spell of mine." "No need for such astonishment. Come on up." "A spell? Is this even grounded in science? Shouldn't this be cause for alarm?" Steve was bewildered. But he was Captain America. How could he possibly be intimidated? He feigned composure and climbed onto the back of the gigantic bird. "Hold on tight. We're off. Let's go." Once Steve settled, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and with a mighty surge, the rock ascended into the skies, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Whoa! Steve felt his body lurch backward, astonished by Lin Yuan's incredible speed. Fortunately, his serum-enhanced reflexes kicked in, allowing him to grasp the rock's feathers, stabilizing himself and preventing a fall. A fierce wind whipped around him, the temperature plummeting, frost forming on his clothing. He dared not call out to Lin Yuan, enduring the biting cold with his formidable physique. Little did he know, Lin Yuan had already bestowed upon him various protective buffs. Clinging tightly to the rock, Steve's heart brimmed with tears. This was definitely not the world he knew. Was this speed even attainable by a bird? "I just want to go home." Fortunately, Lin Yuan's pace was swift, sparing Steve prolonged torment, though he wished it were not so fast. As Lin Yuan flew into the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom, both speed and altitude gradually diminished, allowing Steve to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least it was no longer so frigid. Lin Yuan directed the rock towards the capital, where he had previously arranged to meet Zhang Xian at the headquarters of the Spear Bureau to obtain Steve's temporary identification. Upon their arrival at the Spear Bureau's headquarters, the rock landed at the entrance. Steve clambered awkwardly down, his hair standing on end from the wind, his clothes laden with frost, and his body trembling from the cold, his complexion tinged with purple. The sentry at the entrance, witnessing a colossal bird land, was immediately on high alert as a strangely shaped figure dismounted. He shouted, "Who goes there? What is your purpose?" Lin Yuan transformed into human form and replied to the sentry, "I am Lin Yuan, here to see Director Zhang Xian as per our arrangement. Please assist me in conveying this message." The sentinel, having heard of Lin Yuan's name, saluted respectfully before turning to report back at the booth. Steve, trembling with apprehension, approached Lin Yuan and pleaded, "Lin, I implore you, can we take a flight on our way back? I've just recovered and can hardly endure any more exertion." Lin Yuan promptly administered a brief treatment and then shrugged his shoulders, responding with a hint of resignation, "Brother, we lack any immigration records and passports. We cannot board a plane." He then regarded Steve with a look of disdain. "Are you, the illustrious Captain America, truly so feeble that you cannot withstand such a trivial chill? Whatever has become of your fortitude?" Upon hearing this, Steve exclaimed, "What? You dare to question my resolve as Captain America?" He thumped his chest confidently and declared, "I could fly with you for an entire day." Chapter 51. We must depart immediately. When Zhang Xian emerged after receiving the Sentinel's report, he beheld a muscular man striking his own face. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, yet he greeted Lin Yuan with warmth. "Mr. Lin, it has been a while. Welcome back to Rabbit's home. Director Zhang, I trust you are well." "Once again, I must trouble you," Lin Yuan said, smiling as he shook Zhang Xian's hand and introduced the man beside him. "This is Captain America, Steve Rogers. I brought him to Rabbit's home for a bit of respite. Steve, this is Director Zhang Xian of the Spear Bureau. His assistance has been invaluable during our visit." Zhang Xian paused, scrutinizing the robust figure before him, pondering. From what I understand, Captain America has only recently awakened. What could have prompted such a peculiar display of cosplaying? His physique bears a striking resemblance to that of a scion, yet why was he slapping himself? Despite his inner musings, he masked his bewilderment with a smile and warmly addressed, "Captain Rogers, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. On behalf of the Rabbits, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our nation and hope your stay at Rabbit's home brings you joy." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Steve quickly composed himself, shook Zhang Xian's hand, and replied with a smile, "Director Zhang, thank you for your hospitality. I look forward to your guidance." "Not at all, not at all." Zhang Xian replied courteously, then turned to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, shall we step inside?" "We won't be joining you," Lin Yuan replied. "I flew a bit too swiftly." And the captain is rather chilled. We'll find a place to settle down first. I plan to treat him to some hot pot. Director Jing, do join us later. The more, the merrier. I shall forego the hot pot. I have matters to attend to. However, Mr. Lin, does your aircraft lack windows? How could it be so cold? Zhang Xian inquired with curiosity, aware of Lin Yuan's abilities. Yet, the majestic rock appeared too diminutive to carry such a robust man as Steve. Lin Yuan answered calmly, "Oh, not at all. I transformed into a rock to fly him here. I can now alter my size." Zhang Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. It seems we have underestimated this young man's capabilities. It has only been a short while, yet he has acquired new powers. With this thought, his enthusiasm grew. "Mr. Lin, here is the captain's identification. Using this, he can purchase tickets and secure accommodations without issue." "Thank you immensely," Lin Yuan replied as he accepted the identification with gratitude. "Do not mention it. We are family. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "Very well. We shall take our leave now." After bidding farewell to Zhang Xian, Lin Yuan and Steve sought a hotel to settle down, indulging in a warm bath. Subsequently, they ventured out for a meal, and Lin Yuan chose the renowned Old Capital copper pot, placing their orders. Once the dishes arrived, Lin Yuan began teaching Steve how to use chopsticks, adjust the seasonings, and savor the culinary experience. Steve, not one to be outdone, quickly grasped the art, and soon both were joyfully competing to enjoy their meal. "Lin, this hot pot is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite," Steve exclaimed, his chopsticks never ceasing their motion as he savored each bite. "You must have been starving. This is merely average in our rabbit home." Lin Yuan began to feign modesty. "Are there other delectable dishes? I must try them." "Oh, there is an abundance of culinary delights. As for hot pot alone, the varieties are countless, and what we have sampled is but one of them." Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are there other types of hot pot? Are they available here?" "Do not fret. I shall take you to experience them all. Tomorrow, we shall feast on Peking duck first," Lin Yuan assured him, though inwardly he lamented, "What a sin, what a sin. I have lied again. I have traveled extensively for a year and yet have not tasted even one province's cuisine." After finishing the hot pot, the sky had darkened, and Lin Yuan guided Steve through the bustling streets of the capital, illuminated by the city's vibrant lights and the lively sounds of people and traffic. Steve couldn't help but marvel. Is this what the world looks like 70 years hence? Everything is so peaceful. It is truly wonderful. Lin Yuan shook his head. "No. This is merely the rabbit home 70 years later." "Why do you say that? Is it not different elsewhere?" Steve inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Yuan replied earnestly, "Indeed, it is different. There is a saying in the rabbit home that I wholeheartedly agree with. We are not born into a peaceful world. We are simply born into a peaceful country." "Is that so? Has the War of the 70s not ended? Then were my previous efforts in vain?" Steve's mood darkened, for he understood the horrors of war all too well. Sensing his despondency, Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and smiled. "Do not be disheartened. Your efforts will not be wasted. Besides, you are currently in the most peaceful country in the world. For now, let go of all past grievances and embrace the joys of life." Steve looked at Lin Yuan and then at the dazzling lights around him, smiling. "You are right. Let us enjoy life first." Noticing that the time was still early, Lin Yuan took Steve to a large shopping mall, where he purchased a smartphone for him using his own identification. He also obtained a phone card and activated the internet, teaching Steve how to use it. Steve held the phone with great affection. "This is far superior to my old phone, but I cannot operate such advanced technology." Lin Yuan chuckled and playfully tapped him. "What are you saying? You are no fool. Such a simple device can be mastered with a glance. Even a 3-year-old child can quickly learn to use it. Can you truly be less capable than a child? All right, I will give it a try. Take your time to explore it at the hotel. For now, let us continue to wander this mall." After browsing the myriad of products for quite some time, Steve marveled. "Your rabbit home is indeed impressive. I recall that in my era, it seemed rather backward. I never imagined that in just 70 years, you would achieve such progress." "Not just 70 years," Lin Yuan proudly declared. "In reality, the rabbit family's economic development has only just begun in the past 30 years. Steve was taken aback. "What? In such a short span of 30 years? You have achieved this level of advancement? Well, theoretically, it should be even shorter. In practice, it's probably less than 20 years. This is truly not my world. Haha. You'll get used to it. The upcoming journey will surely broaden your horizons. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Forbidden City. All right, but what about the Great Wall? Lin Yuan replied, you will find out in due time. Let us head back for now. The following day, the two arrived at the Great Wall. And with their physical prowess, they were more than capable of ascending it. Steve was astonished by the ancient rabbit family's ability to construct such magnificent architecture. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan escorted Steve to visit the Summer Palace, the Forbidden City, and Tiananmen Square. Their final destination was the monument to the people's heroes. Standing before the imposing monument, Lin Yuan and Steve gazed at the people in the square, their faces beaming with joy. Children frolicked and laughed, their exuberance echoing throughout the plaza. With a sense of nostalgia, Lin Yuan remarked to Steve, look, this prosperous era is as they wished. Steve smiled in agreement, indeed. They are all heroes. Lin Yuan patted him on the back and earnestly said, Steve, you are also a hero. You all are great heroes who sacrifice your lives to protect the people behind you. Steve merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the monument. Suddenly, he stood at attention and saluted the monument. Afterward, he pulled Lin Yuan along, exclaiming, let us go, Lin. I'm hungry. We must have Peking duck today. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan ensured that Steve savored various culinary delights from the capital. Apart from hot pot, Steve's favorite was undoubtedly Peking duck. He also delighted in numerous snacks, as his era lacked such culinary abundance. Lin Yuan mischievously introduced him to Doji, but to his surprise, Steve enjoyed it immensely, even mimicking the locals by alternating sips of doji with bites of jiachuan. Watching Steve relish the dish, Lin Yuan attempted it once more, only to confirm that he truly could not acquire a taste for doji. After breakfast, as they made their way back, they passed by a park where many were engaged in morning exercises. Steve was captivated by the elderly gentlemen practicing various forms of exercise. He approached them and soon struck up a conversation. Steve had a delightful time with the group, experimenting with an array of exercise equipment, and even made plans with one of the gentlemen to meet for morning exercise the next day. True to his word, the following morning, Steve rose early and headed to the park while Lin Yuan lingered in bed, reasoning that the park was nearby and Steve wouldn't get lost. Upon Steve's return, he eagerly inquired about where Lin Yuan could buy a birdcage and a small bird, as he had arranged to go bird walking with one of the gentlemen. Lin Yuan was left speechless, pondering how it was that a Beijing elder could speak such excellent English and possess the charm to draw a robust American man into their ranks. Brother, you are still under 30. How is it that you can already enjoy a retirement lifestyle alongside the older gentleman? Steve chuckled and replied, theoretically, I am approaching a century in age, so I suppose I am considered elderly. Furthermore, those gentlemen are brimming with vitality each day, even more energetic than I am. I truly relish spending time with them. Now, to tell me where I can purchase a birdcage. I've made arrangements with a few elder brothers to engage in morning exercises and take care of the birds together. Lin Yuan sighed, realizing the considerable influence of the elderly in the capital. No, I must set off for the next destination immediately. If I linger here any longer, I fear that by the time the captain returns, I might be compelled to apply for early retirement. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan pulled Steve along to check out. Brother, we are leaving onward to our next stop. Wait, let me finish taking care of the birds tomorrow. Come on. We must depart at once. Chapter 52, The Ability Buff of 50-50 on their way to the train station. Steve incessantly murmured to Lin Yuan about his failure to keep a promise, lamenting that the old man would undoubtedly be disappointed. Lin Yuan, suffering from a headache induced by Steve's incessant chatter, could do little but endure until they finally arrived at the station, at which point Steve's attention was captivated by the grandeur of the venue, allowing Lin Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. My heavens, Lin, this is a train station. It is astonishingly large. Steve exclaimed in astonishment. Calm down, this isn't even the largest. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. What the devil? Are you serious? Something this immense isn't the largest? Steve asked incredulously. Indeed, there are several that are larger. The biggest is nearly twice the size of this one. Lin Yuan proudly educated him. Goodness, is it really that impressive? Is your country truly so remarkable? Steve still appeared somewhat skeptical. Lin Yuan affirmed proudly, absolutely. Our nation's motto is to serve the people, which is why our investment in public infrastructure is arguably the highest in the world. We are, after all, renowned for our infrastructure prowess. Haven't you noticed? We have been utilizing public transportation for all our travels these past few days. It dawned on Steve, oh right. We've indeed been relying on public transportation. Isn't that commonplace in all countries? Lin Yuan simply smiled in response. Before long, they proceeded to board the train. As Steve gazed in awe at the bullet train before him, Lin Yuan found amusement in Steve's naive expression. However, considering Steve hailed from 70 years prior, during an era of markedly different technology, his reaction was understandable. Little did he know, even contemporary foreigners visiting Lin Yuan's homeland would display the same wide-eyed wonder, let alone someone from such ancient times. Seated within the carriage, Steve curiously scanned his surroundings. Lin, where are we headed? Did I not mention? Lin Yuan replied. No. You only urged me to hurry without indicating our destination. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Yuan quickly conceded. Our next stop is Chang'an, the ancient capital of our illustrious 13 dynasties, boasting a history of several millennia. Its train station is also the largest in our nation, nearly double the size of the capital station we just departed from. Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I can hardly wait. An ancient city with thousands of years of history. Surely it must be filled with culinary delights. Is there hot pot? Lin Yuan facepalmed in resignation, realizing that Captain America had already shifted towards the path of a food enthusiast before even leaving the province. When did you develop such a fondness for food? It doesn't quite align with your persona. Steve, munching on a snack, retorted, What persona? I've always had a passion for delicious food. As a child, I was frail and could hardly indulge my cravings. After the serum enhanced my physique, I became busy with battles, and during wartime, food was scarce, let alone snacks like these. Oh my, I adore these treats, he exclaimed, raising the snack in his hand as if to emphasize his point. Lin Yuan observed Steve reveling in his meal, and he too felt a surge of happiness. Yet, a pang of sympathy for Captain America lingered within him. Indeed, Captain America was a hero, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, his life was steeped in tragedy. Born during wartime, he was frail and bullied in his youth. After receiving the serum, he finally became strong, only to lose his benefactor, Dr. Abraham Erskine, in his arms. Subsequently, he emerged as one of the most renowned heroes of the Eagles, yet he witnessed his best friend plummet into the abyss, leaving his fate uncertain. Ultimately, he himself was frozen for 70 years to protect the populace. Upon awakening, he found himself at odds with the modern world and had missed the chance to be with the woman he cherished most. In the days that followed, he never ceased fighting, leading to a rift with Bucky and witnessing Tony's sacrifice before his very eyes. Captain America truly had little joy in his life. Perhaps his happiest moments were those after returning the stones, when he finally met Peggy Carter in another realm. However, none of this had transpired yet. And seeing Steve so blissfully content made Lin Yuan resolve to protect him, whether it be the prominent figures around him or others. Ah, what a foolish thought. Lin Yuan quickly dismissed the juvenile notion, feeling a wave of distaste for his own musings. Upon arriving in Chang'an, Steve was awestruck by the city's rich historical ambience, indulging in nearly every local delicacy without pause. Lin Yuan watched him eat throughout the day, feeling a twinge of envy. This was the first time he perceived the super soldier serum as remarkably suited for a gourmand. A blessing that allowed one to digest swiftly without gaining weight while maintaining a splendid physique. Alas, if it weren't for the fear of turning into a panda in public and being harassed, Lin Yuan might have wished to become one just to enjoy food. After savoring Chang'an, their next destination was Mountain City, renowned for the hot pot that Steve had longed for. Lin Yuan wondered if the super soldier's constitution could withstand the fiery spiciness. Upon reaching Mountain City, they headed straight to a hot pot restaurant, where Steve eagerly eyed the vibrant red broth, so different from the copper pot of the capital. Soon, he was sipping cold beer and tossing slices of tripe into the spicy, numbing concoction, skillfully dipping them in sauce and relishing every bite. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan could only sheepishly partake in the mildly spicy broth. For several days, they enjoyed hot pot, with Steve opting for the spicy broth at every meal, delighting in the experience. Before long, Steve had become more adept at hot pot than Lin Yuan, taking the reins and ordering while Lin Yuan could only serve as a translator. Lin Yuan felt a sense of indignation. Why was this foreigner such an adept eater? It was the same with fermented mung bean juice, and now with spicy hot pot. Since he was so skilled at enjoying food, Lin Yuan decided not to hold back. Thus, he led Captain America to Gui province to try what he considered the most challenging hot pot, beef offal. Surprisingly, Steve savored it with gusto, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. Lin Yuan could only concede his defeat. Captain America truly lived up to his reputation. His ability to adapt was remarkable, as he could seamlessly blend in with the locals, even sharing their culinary habits. Lin Yuan took Captain America to try mushrooms, and this time, everything went smoothly. Captain America praised the mushrooms profusely. "Brother, when we return to Eagle's home, I will prepare mushrooms for you. I assure you, they are delicious." Tony and Pepper raved about them for an entire night. Lin Yuan vowed earnestly, "Is that so? Then when we get back, I'll come to you whenever I crave them." Steve responded with delight, relieved that he wouldn't have to travel far for such delicacies. Time passed swiftly, and soon a month had nearly elapsed as they approached the final destination of their journey. Throughout this month, Lin Yuan had taken Steve to various places, allowing him to experience the rich culture and customs of the local people. Steve even learned a considerable amount of Chinese from Lin Yuan. Overall, Steve had enjoyed himself immensely, relishing both the sights and the food. Thus, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided to leave Steve with a profound memory for their last stop in Nanjing. Upon exiting the memorial hall, Steve's eyes reflected an unmistakable fury. "These creatures are truly more malevolent than Hydra," Steve exclaimed through gritted teeth, his voice laced with indignation. "What's even more despicable is that there are people who refuse to acknowledge this history, and they even erected a toilet for these beasts." Lin Yuan, too, was incensed. His teeth clenched in anger. Steve continued vehemently, "It's fortunate those beasts died early. Had I lived in that era, I would have eradicated them just as I did with Hydra." "Who told you that Hydra was completely eliminated?" "What?" Chapter 53. "This captain is absolutely unreliable, Lin. What are you saying?" Steve's eyes widened, his face reflecting astonishment and disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising a few octaves. "I am saying that Hydra has always been present, and they are right beside you." Lin Yuan met Steve's gaze directly, his finger gently prodding his chest, his tone calm yet resolute. Steve furrowed his brow tightly, confusion and incredulity clouding his expression. "How can this be? Haven't I already destroyed Hydra's base? Is there still a remnant force?" Lin Yuan nodded and elucidated. "Yes, although you obliterated Hydra's base, they have not entirely vanished. After Dr. Zola was apprehended, he infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. through the Organization S Project Paperclip, seizing the opportunity to shift Hydra's operations from the open to the shadows." Upon hearing this, Steve's countenance darkened, as he realized the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. "Is Nick Fury also a part of Hydra?" Steve hesitated, unable to suppress his concern and unease. Lin Yuan shook his head, responding with certainty, "No, Nick Fury is not. He and his loyal subordinates are trustworthy individuals. However, I have a sense that he must have already perceived some issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. He just remains unaware of Hydra's machinations behind the scenes." Lin Yuan paused before continuing. "I brought you to Rabbit's house to prevent Hydra's agents from exploiting vulnerabilities in your judgment. Once we return, act as though you know nothing. Gradually investigate their members, and when the moment is right, eradicate them all at once." "I understand. I will." Steve's expression was grave. He was acutely aware of how formidable Hydra could be. "Don't worry too much. I will assist you," Lin Yuan reassured, patting him on the shoulder. Originally, Lin Yuan contemplated revealing matters concerning Bucky as well, but ultimately decided against it. It was better to proceed step by step. There would be time to discuss Bucky's situation later when he reappeared. Speaking of it now would only serve to increase anxiety without any benefit. "Let us go." "What are you still thinking about?" "We're preparing to head back. Should we buy some gear?" Lin Yuan inquired, noticing Steve still lost in thought. Buy? Of course we must." Steve, momentarily dismissing Hydra from his mind, focused on acquiring equipment. He was determined not to experience the discomfort of their previous encounter again. With the two of them outfitted with flying gear, they embarked on their journey home. This time, fully armed, Steve was distinctly different. Striking various poses while riding on Lin Yuan's giant rock, treating Lin Yuan as a steed. Incensed, Lin Yuan increased their speed, compelling Steve to behave. Lying flat on the rock and daring not to move. Humph, little rascal, challenging me. After escorting Steve home, Lin Yuan contacted Nick Fury. Hello, Director. The task is complete. The current captain is undoubtedly a quintessential modern man. Could you reimburse the expenses? All right, send me the bill. Nick Fury readily agreed. After all, how much could a trip for the two of them possibly cost? Such expenses were mere trifles for S.H.I.E.L.D. He sent the bill over to Fury and, after bidding farewell to Captain America, Lin Yuan returned home. Just as he reached the doorstep, Nick Fury's call came through. Goodness. Lin, what on earth did you two get up to? You spent an astonishing amount. Fury's voice was tinged with irritation. Unable to fathom how a simple trip could incur such costs, Lin Yuan responded unabashedly, I won't take the blame for this. Did you not see that most of it was for meals? You have no idea how much Steve can eat. He could consume that much in a single day. You ought to be grateful I didn't take him to any pricey places. All right, Fury sighed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Did the captain mention what he plans to do next? Why don't you ask him yourself? With that, Lin Yuan abruptly hung up, muttering, the director really lacks manners. J.A.R.V.I.S. Where's Tony? He called as he stepped inside. Welcome home, sir. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Lin Yuan entered the lab to find Tony engrossed in his work. Hey, Tony, I'm back, he announced. Back already? Did you have fun? Tony looked up. His curiosity piqued. You mentioned taking Captain America out, right? Indeed. He just resurfaced, and I wanted to help him acclimate to modern society. Captain America? He must be from your father's era. Absolutely. He is a friend of Dad's. After all, the shield he wields was a gift from Dad, so technically, you should address him as Uncle. Lin Yuan teased with a chuckle. Tony shot him a sideways glance, dismissing the jest as he returned to his work. What are you working on? Lin Yuan inquired, noticing a design blueprint for a tall building on the screen. With the new energy source I developed, I'm redesigning the Stark Tower to promote our energy business. It will also serve as a symbol for Stark Enterprises. Wow, that sounds fantastic. I want to live on the top floor. I'll reserve a room for you, don't worry. By the way, since you're here, I should scan you. I'm designing a new suit. Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit reluctant. No need for that, Tony. I've thought it over and decided against having a suit made for now. I've recently acquired a new ability that allows me to change my size and form. Wearing a suit would hinder my capacity to utilize this ability. I see. That complicates things a bit. We'll put that on hold until I can research it further. That's fine. No rush. You focus on your work. I'm not in a hurry. Though he spoke lightly, Lin Yuan was secretly contemplating. I'll wait until Tony develops the nanotechnology suit. Speaking of the nanotech suit, it seemed Wakanda had one too. He just wondered if they had managed to produce it yet. I'll check in a few days. All right. I'm going to rest now, Tony. Go ahead. Oh. And please add a rejuvenation module for me. Without it, I'll have to rely on coffee to stay alert. Recently, with little to occupy his time, Lin Yuan found himself languishing at home. When boredom struck, he would venture to the laboratory to engage in conversation with Tony, to the point that Tony began to express his annoyance at Lin's disruptive presence. Not long after returning, Steve called Lin to vent his frustrations. Lin, I must tell you, I am feeling quite miserable. Upon returning, I realized how inconvenient everything is. There's no hot pot, no skewers, and the variety of snacks has diminished significantly. The park is devoid of elderly gentlemen, replaced instead by vagrants, and at night, the bustling food stalls are nowhere to be found. It's so frustrating. Lin Yuan silently scoffed at the mention of the elderly gentleman and offered a comforting suggestion. Oh, you'll soon adapt. When you have the time, come over to my place. We can enjoy hot pot together. I can even prepare some mushrooms for you. Ah, I'm merely venting my spleen. I've been swamped lately, working for Nick Fury. Once I finish my tasks, we shall indulge in hot pot. Make sure to prepare the ingredients. I crave the spiciest. And don't forget the mushrooms. Oh, and roast duck, and so much more. Steve continued to rattle off a list of dishes. In that moment, Lin Yuan realized that their captain had undoubtedly transformed into a true foodie. Chapter 54. The Goddess's Attention After a Few Days of Languishing. Lin Yuan felt it was time to venture out and resolve his issues. Hello, Director Fury, I need your assistance. Lin Yuan directly called Fury. As he was unaware of the precise location of Wakanda, which the S.H.I.E.L.D. should possess relevant information about. Speak. Fury's demeanor today was particularly aloof, articulating each word with deliberation. It's nothing of great consequence. I simply wish to know the location of Wakanda. Why not consult a world map? Aren't those readily available? Lin Yuan emphasized, I mean the real Wakanda, not the surface version. How do you know about Wakanda? Never mind how I know. Just tell me if you can provide the information. After a prolonged silence, Fury finally responded, Hold on, I'll send it to you. Remember, keep it confidential. All right. Lin Yuan replied eagerly. Shortly thereafter, he received a location update from Fury on his phone. Off I go, he exclaimed, transforming into a great bird and soaring towards the coordinates provided. Upon arrival, he found himself before an expansive, untouched forest and marveled at the remarkable invisibility technology, which could easily be referred to as an illusionary array in a fantasy realm. Moments later, as he flew a little further, the primal forest vanished, replaced by a city brimming with futuristic technological marvels. His arrival did not trigger Wakanda's defensive alarms, likely due to his avian form being overlooked. Observing the local culture along the way, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, What an eye-opening experience. Wakanda was indeed a uniquely fascinating nation, its technological advancements entirely reliant on a rare metal known as vibranium. This metal, however, did not originate from Earth, but was a divine gift. Once the primitive Wakandans discovered vibranium, their technological trajectory diverged from the norm. The molecular structure of vibranium is exceedingly stable and nearly non-conductive to energy, rendering it almost indestructible and capable of absorbing virtually all heat, energy, and kinetic force. For a primitive tribe faced with such extraordinary material, their primary inclination was naturally to forge melee weapons. Moreover, due to Wakanda's relative isolation, many traditional tribal customs have been preserved to this day. For instance, they still adhere to a tribal system and hold a particular fondness for close combat weaponry. This resulted in the peculiar sight of individuals resembling primitive tribesmen utilizing hypermodern technology within an ultramodern city, a curious juxtaposition indeed. Before long, Lin Yuan located the royal palace of Wakanda, which was unmistakably the largest, tallest, and most opulent structure. Oddly, he observed the king of Wakanda, the current Black Panther, T'Chaka, alongside his queen, and their children, T'Challa and Shuri, standing outside, gazing in the direction from which Lin Yuan was approaching, as if awaiting an important visitor. Lin Yuan found this peculiar and paused mid-air to scrutinize the figures below. Could it be that a significant guest is arriving in Wakanda today? Perhaps I should postpone my visit for another time. As Lin Yuan contemplated his departure, the voice of T'Chaka resonated unexpectedly. Greetings from the sky, my friend. Welcome to Wakanda. Please descend for a conversation. Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. How did he know that he was not a true avian being? Could it be that Wakanda's technology was so advanced that it could even ascertain his abilities? Nevertheless, since he had been discovered and was here to pay a visit, he decided to descend and engage in conversation, thus saving himself the trouble of finding a way to meet T'Chaka. He landed gracefully, transforming into human form, and waved, greeting T'Chaka with, Hello, I am Lin Yuan. I apologize for my sudden visit. I hope you can forgive me. Greetings, child of nature. Welcome to Wakanda. I am King T'Chaka, and this is my wife, Ramonda. These two are my children, T'Challa and Shuri. T'Chaka regarded the once magnificent bird now transformed into a handsome youth. His eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and invited Lin Yuan inside. Mr. Lin, please come in. Let us converse within. Although Lin Yuan was filled with questions, he discerned that the moment was not appropriate for inquiries, so he followed Chaka and his family into the royal palace. Upon arriving in the reception hall, everyone took their seats. It was then that Lin Yuan began to observe the future Black Panther, Chala, now nearing 30. He possessed a remarkable composure befitting a royal heir. Lin Yuan noted that he appeared far more dignified than the boisterous Thor. As for Shuri, she was still a charming young girl, stealthily observing him with curiosity. Whenever he glanced her way, she would respond with a beaming smile. Indeed, it was evident that this little girl was quite sociable. As for their mother, the Queen Ramonda, her poise was truly remarkable. Although she did not align with Lin Yuan's personal aesthetic, elegance transcends ethnicity. Moments after they settled, an array of exquisite dishes was presented. Eager to taste the local cuisine for the first time, Lin Yuan found it surprisingly palatable, devoid of the overly strong flavors he had anticipated. Chaka warmly attended to him, initially intending to offer wine, but Lin Yuan politely declined, citing his underage status. This only intensified Chaka's curiosity. I never imagined Mr. Lin would possess such abilities at such a young age. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Lin Yuan internally mused, well, this king certainly knows how to flatter. Although my abilities have no correlation with age, yet, since he was being complimented, he felt it inappropriate to retort. To shift the conversation, Lin Yuan inquired, King Chaka? You may simply call me Lin, referring to me as Mr. Feels rather odd. Chaka chuckled warmly, gazing at Lin Yuan as if he were a treasure. Very well, Lin. And please, refrain from calling me king as it feels too formal. You appear to be only a few years my son Shuri's senior. You may call me uncle. Lin Yuan acquiesced graciously. All right. Uncle Chaka. Haha, what a good child. Chaka laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Uncle Chaka, how did you know of my arrival? And how did you recognize that the bird was me? Lin Yuan finally expressed his curiosity. Chaka, with utmost reverence, raised his hands to the heavens in a gesture of prayer, and then addressed Lin Yuan, just prior to your arrival. The goddess of the Black Panther bestowed upon me a divine revelation, instructing me to welcome a friend from afar. She indicated that this friend is a child of nature, destined to arrive in the guise of a divine bird. The mention of the Black Panther goddess astonished Lin Yuan, prompting him to ponder inwardly, how could she possibly be aware of my presence? It seems that the moment I entered Wakanda, the goddess sensed me, perhaps due to my druidic vocation. That seems plausible, as druids are indeed known as children of nature. It is only natural that the goddess would be attuned to the essence of nature. Evidently, she harbors a benevolent disposition towards me. This bodes well for the endeavors ahead. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on uncertainties, concluding that it was, after all, a fortunate circumstance. Uncle Chaka, does the Black Panther goddess have any further instructions? None, she simply urged us to extend our warmest hospitality to you, Chaka replied, his demeanor still radiating warmth and cheer. Thank you, Black Panther goddess, and thank you, Uncle Chaka, for your gracious hospitality. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude earnestly. With that, he decided against beating around the bush and straightforwardly articulated the purpose of his visit. Uncle Chaka, I have come to Wakanda seeking your assistance in forging a piece of equipment. Not a problem at all. Chaka responded decisively. Such a prompt response? Lin Yuan was taken aback, and then, with curiosity, inquired, Aren't you going to ask what kind of equipment I need? Chaka, brimming with confidence, replied, No need for that. Whatever you require, Wakanda has the capability to create it. In that case, I would like the Thunder's Fury, blessing of the Windwalker's sword. What on earth is that? Chapter 55. Physical testing. Everything is fine. Just a jest. Chaka wiped the perspiration from his brow and quickly assured, Let us dine first, and afterward I shall lead you to the equipment fabrication. The atmosphere was jovial as the gathering engaged in lively conversation. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, Su Rue indeed exhibited a social butterfly nature, incessantly calling out brother Lin Yuan even before the meal was concluded, her affection seemingly surpassing that for Chala. Chala, unfazed, gazed at his younger sister with a nurturing affection, reveling in her exuberance. From the moment Su Rue laid eyes on Lin Yuan, she was consumed by curiosity regarding his transformation into a great bird, relentlessly questioning him throughout the meal. Lin Yuan, however, found no disdain for this inquisitive little sister, offering explanations about his unique abilities. When the brilliant young girl inquired about the scientific principles behind his avian metamorphosis, Lin Yuan chose to feign ignorance. Chaka and Ramonda exchanged amused glances as they observed their daughter's fascination with Lin Yuan. They welcomed the closeness of their offspring with him, recognizing that he was a person of significant importance to the goddess of the Black Panther. After the feast, Chaka escorted Lin Yuan to a laboratory situated beside a waterfall, proudly gesturing towards Su Rue. From this point forward, should you have any requests, simply approach Su Rue. Do not let her youth deceive you. She is quite the prodigy. And most of the inventions here are her handiwork. Wow, Su Rue is truly remarkable. Simply splendid. Lin Yuan offered his sincere admiration, acknowledging that her genius rivaled that of Tony Stark. Of course, brother Lin Yuan, if you have any requests, I am confident I can assist you. Su Rue puffed out her little chest, brimming with pride. Very well, I shall not be modest. My ability allows me to transform into various animal forms and alter my size. Lin Yuan began. Wow, brother Lin Yuan can transform into other animals too? I want to see. Please show me. Su Rue interjected, her face alight with wonder, while Chala displayed a hint of curiosity as well. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of exasperation. Sister, shouldn't your focus be on my needs? Why are you so interested in what creatures I can become? I must know what you can transform into, so I can tailor my designs specifically for you. Su Rue retorted mischievously. All right, you're the expert. I shall defer to your judgment. Lin Yuan conceded, realizing he had no alternative but to comply. He first demonstrated his flight and aquatic forms, which were essentially interconnected, inspired by the mythological Kuanping from their ancestral lore. The flying form represents the Ping, while the aquatic form embodies the Kuan. Upon completing his explanation, Lin Yuan transformed into the flight form, minimizing his size within the confines of the indoor space, resembling an ordinary crow. After soaring gracefully for a few moments, he shifted into the Kuan form, akin to a whale, momentarily leaping on the ground before reverting to his human shape. Su Rue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her desire to explore and understand becoming unmistakable. Alas, there is no water here. Thus, I am limited, Lin Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Before transitioning into the cheetah form, originally intended to be that of a black panther, but altered due to unique circumstances. Before them appeared a plump orange cat. Uffed. Takara chuckled, only to stifle his laughter immediately. Su Rue, undeterred, burst into hearty laughter. Ha, brother Lin Yuan, this cat you've transformed into is remarkably chubby. I want to hold it. Lin Yuan, slightly exasperated, swiftly dodged and cautioned. What do you mean hold? We must attend to serious matters first. Ignoring Su Rue's forlorn expression, he continued, next, I shall demonstrate my primary combat form, the giant bear form. Just so you know, you are not allowed to hold me, Lin Yuan preemptively warned. And Su Rue nodded eagerly, though the mischief in her eyes was undeniable. With a sigh, Lin Yuan conceded and transformed into the giant bear form. A startled gasp escaped Su Rue's lips, and before Lin Yuan knew it, she had clung to him. I knew it, Lin Yuan thought, tongue-tied, as the adorableness of the giant panda proved irresistible to all ages. Su Rue rubbed her face against the panda's back, utterly enraptured, exclaiming, Brother Lin Yuan, I want this. Don't change back. I want to cuddle and sleep with it. The other three looked on in astonishment at the giant panda, their hands itching to reach out. Even Takara, typically composed, was no exception. Lin Yuan, feeling the weight of the situation, promptly reverted to his human form. When Su Rue realized the panda was gone, her lips pouted as if they could hold a soy sauce bottle, and she complained, That's mean, Brother Lin Yuan. I still want to hold the panda. All right. Let us focus on the task at hand first. Help me design the equipment. Lin Yuan had no choice but to placate her. Fine, but after I design the gear, you have to let me ride the panda. Sure. Lin Yuan agreed hastily. It was just a matter of letting a little girl ride on his back. Surely, that was no trouble at all. Then Brother Lin Yuan, transform into a panda first. I need to take measurements. Lin Yuan regarded her with skepticism. Su Rue, feeling slighted, stamped her foot and pouted. Brother Lin Yuan, I'm being serious. All right. It's my fault. Lin Yuan quickly apologized and transformed back into a panda. Su Rui's eyes sparkled. She hesitated before reaching out her hand, then began measuring data with various instruments. Brother Lin Yuan, what do you primarily use to attack? Lin Yuan raised his paw helplessly and replied, I rely on these paws, you know. They're effective against ordinary people, but they can't penetrate high-level defenses. Oh, understood. Let us first measure the data for your various forms. In work mode, Su Rui was nothing like an average 10-year-old girl. She conducted tests with remarkable efficiency and focus. Lin Yuan felt like a fish on a cutting board, completely at her mercy. After a full 3 days, the testing finally concluded. Su Rui compiled all the data and presented it on a screen, ready to summarize. Brother Lin Yuan, based on the tests, your physical strength is equivalent to twice that of a normal human. Your defensive capabilities are formidable, able to withstand attacks from conventional weapons. However, there exists a phenomenon that piques my curiosity. Your strength has increased slightly since yesterday's assessment, a rather uncommon occurrence. After speaking, Su Rui gazed intently at Lin Yuan, eagerly awaiting an explanation. That's because I have leveled up. Yes, I have upgraded. The energy absorbed by the system the day before yesterday has augmented my magical potency, and the druidic constitution strengthens accordingly. This is the reason behind Lin Yuan's enhanced power. What upgrade? Su Rui huffed. If you are unwilling to share, then so be it. You wouldn't believe me anyway. Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. Su Rui, not lingering on the matter, continued. Next, we shall discuss the giant panda form. Lin Yuan interjected. That should be referred to as the giant bear form. Do not get caught up in the minutiae. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively, continuing, the power of the giant bear form is approximately double that of the human form. And during the testing period, there were instances of sudden power surges. As for defense, it is exceptionally formidable, currently. There is no weapon in Wakanda capable of breaching your defenses, assuming large-scale weaponry is not employed. At this point, Su Rui glanced at Lin Yuan and added, there is another peculiar detail. When you utilize your charge ability, your speed surpasses the speed of sound. Yet, intriguingly, there is no accompanying shockwave, which defies logic. Lin Yuan remained silent, inwardly musing. The charge skill inherently lacks damage. How am I to explain this? Observing Lin Yuan's silence, Su Rui did not press further. Instead, swiping across the screen, which revealed a large orange cat. Now, let us speak of this hefty creature. Oh, I mean, the cheetah form. Su Rui quickly corrected himself under Lin Yuan's scrutinizing gaze. The cheetah form possesses relatively lesser strength, with defense comparable to the human form, yet its speed is extraordinarily swift, with explosive acceleration exceeding that of a true cheetah, and after employing the speed ability, it can even double. However, none of these attributes are its most formidable aspect. Lin Yuan, do you know what the greatest advantage of the cheetah form is? At this juncture, Su Rui was visibly animated with excitement. Chapter 56, Brother, one more time. What is it? Lin Yuan inquired, displaying a commendable willingness to engage. It's invisibility. Su Rui exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she declared. The cheetah form's ability to enter a state of invisibility surpasses even our advanced cloaking technology in Wakanda. Not even our most sophisticated detection devices can uncover it. It is truly remarkable. If I could grasp the principles behind it, our cloaking technology in Wakanda would ascend to a new echelon. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, apologies, dear Su Rui, but this is the power of magic, a realm distinct from technology. You might be in for a disappointment. Moreover, as a person of such lofty integrity, what use would he have for such an extraordinary invisibility? After a moment of exhilaration, Su Rui continued. As for the flight form and aquatic form, they are even more astonishing. The maximum speed of the flight form exceeds 20 Mach. While we haven't conducted practical tests of the aquatic form due to environmental constraints, the ability to thrive in any aquatic domain is truly remarkable. Brother Lin Yuan, you are simply extraordinary. What do you mean by that? How am I extraordinary? Lin Yuan replied, his expression darkening, hastily correcting her. That refers to speed, not my person. Su Rui, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and added, Brother Lin Yuan, there is something you have misunderstood. You often claim your attack power is low. But that is incorrect. You should say your attack power is merely average. It is your defense and speed that are exceptional. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, conceding that she had a point. While he lacked offensive skills, he was certainly capable of using his fists. However, he had originally been capable of mastering both magic and martial arts. Damn that faulty system. Su Rui continued, Brother Lin Yuan, logically speaking, the kinetic energy generated by your flight form exceeding 20 Mach is terrifying. Yet, curiously, the kinetic energy produced by the flight form is remarkably small. This defies logic. Lin Yuan could only internally grumble, because the flight state is also a non-offensive skill. Besides, isn't it quite reasonable for the system to be unreasonable? Do not dwell on such trivialities. Simply consider it a characteristic of my abilities. Su Rui nodded and then inquired, What requirements do you have for equipment, Brother Lin Yuan? As long as it is superior to my claws, that suffices. Previously, I struck an iron lump, and it didn't even breach its defenses. Additionally, I need this equipment to adapt to my form changes, and most importantly, it should be convenient to carry. Huh? Can't you just get a claw cover for your claws? Su Rui was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's modest request. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, However, the aspect of form transformation might pose some challenges. Nonetheless, I happen to have a project for a nanosuit that perfectly aligns with your requirements. I initially intended to launch this project in a couple of years, but starting it earlier is also feasible. However, you will need to wait a bit, brother. No rush, dear Su Rui. Take your time with the design. I can wait. Thank you in advance. Lin Yuan understood that the nanosuit Su Rui referred to was essentially the future Black Panther suit. No need for thanks. I'll contact you once it's ready. After Su Rui finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes. Brother Lin Yuan, now that everything is settled, how about? Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. One must honor their word, and since he had made a promise, he had to fulfill it. Come on up. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, beckoning to Su Rui. She climbed onto the panda's back, and Lin Yuan sprinted through the laboratory, eliciting joyous peals of laughter from Su Rui, who relished the game. After the panda ride, Lin Yuan morphed into a rock, soaring into the sky with the little girl for a few laps. However, when they landed, Su Rui's braids stood on end, and she pouted, expressing her displeasure. That wasn't fun at all. The wind was too strong. Once I designed the battle suit, Brother Lin Yuan, you must take me flying again. Then you can wrap me in the suit to shield me from the wind. All right, no problem. Lin Yuan readily agreed, his heart brimming with anticipation. Once she had the battle suit, he could find a girlfriend and take her flying as well. Otherwise, with the current method, he might blow away any potential girlfriend. Having completed their tasks, Lin Yuan initially intended to take his leave. However, due to Chalia's warm invitation and Su Rui's persistent coaxing, Lin Yuan ended up staying in Wakanda for 3 more days. Throughout this time, Su Rui accompanied him on various excursions around Wakanda. Chalia, on the other hand, was quite busy, gradually learning to take over many of his father's responsibilities. Thus Lin Yuan often found himself unable to see him. One day, Chalia suddenly approached Lin Yuan, expressing a desire to spar. Lin Yuan was eager to test his skills, and they quickly reached an agreement. Dressed in the classic Black Panther suit, Chalia faced Lin Yuan from a distance, while Su Rui cheered them on. Panther brother, I'm coming in. Yes, Lin Yuan now called Chalia Panther brother. Although Chalia insisted he was not yet the Black Panther, Lin Yuan disregarded this, and Chalia had no choice but to accept it. At the moment Lin Yuan called out, Chalia charged towards him. Lin Yuan grinned and, instead of transforming into a panda, raised his hand to unleash a tangle of vines. Chalia's feet became ensnared, and inertia caused him to crash face first onto the ground. Su Rui, watching her brother's misfortune, was doubled over with laughter. Chalia, lying on the ground, looked up at Lin Yuan with a disgruntled expression, but Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. Once the vines vanished, Chalia, cautious now, hesitated to charge in quickly, opting instead to circle around Lin Yuan, seeking the right moment to strike. Lin Yuan flashed Chalia a mysterious smile, causing him to feel a sense of apprehension. Indeed. In the next moment, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and Chalia was swept into the sky by a sudden whirlwind, spinning continuously above. I'm so dizzy. Brother. Please let me down. Chalia cried out from above. Hang in there for 30 seconds, Panther brother. Haha. This was not Lin Yuan's first time using the whirlwind. Previously, it lacked such potency and resembled a mere playground dust devil without any control. Unexpectedly, now that his level had increased, the effect was remarkable. The system had rightly warned that insufficient levels would lead to poor results. After 30 seconds, Chala, landing against a tree, began to retch uncontrollably. Lin Yuan then realized that the tornado summoned by the whirlwind skill spun at an extraordinarily rapid pace, and it likely possessed special additional effects, such as causing individuals within the vortex to become more susceptible to dizziness. If it were not for this, given Tekira's physical condition after consuming the heart-shaped herb, he shouldn't have been retching like this. Su Rue stifled a laugh as he patted his brother's back, while Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Brother, are you alright? I haven't used this ability in ages, and I didn't expect it to be this potent now. Takara lowered his head and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. Once Takara regained his composure, Lin Yuan timidly inquired, Brother, shall we continue? Of course, why wouldn't we? Takara gritted his teeth, determined to give this younger sibling a proper thrashing today. However, his tone softened slightly as he added, but let us agree that those two skills cannot be used again. No problem, Lin Yuan eagerly replied, though inwardly he mused. Hee, my dear brother, without those two skills, I still have other tricks up my sleeve. Takara crossed his arms and struck a pose before charging forward again. Hurricane technique, Lin Yuan exclaimed, summoning a formidable wall of wind that visibly took shape, rushing towards Takara. All Takara could manage was a startled exclamation before being blown away. Wow, brother, you flew so far. Su Rue exclaimed in astonishment, then turned to Lin Yuan and shouted. Lin Yuan, do it again. Do it again. Takara, are you really my biological sister? Chapter 57. Oh, mortal. The effects of the hurricane technique were discovered during a recent trip to Rabbit's home with Captain America. After indulging in hot pot in the mountainous city, both were drenched in sweat. Lin Yuan utilized the typhoon technique to provide a refreshing breeze. However, Steve found the wind too feeble, prompting Lin Yuan to unleash the more formidable hurricane technique. The result was that Steve was propelled quite a distance. Fortunately, the road was mostly deserted, resulting only in a few parked cars being damaged, which was later rectified by director Zheng Xian. It was then that Lin Yuan comprehended the true meaning of the skill description's reference to intensified wind power. This wretched system's skill descriptions are as misleading as the skills themselves. Today, Lin Yuan decided to experiment once more with Chala, and the results were indeed impressive. He pondered whether this ability to blow away targets could also affect particularly heavy ones, which warranted further testing in the future. Chala, somewhat vexed, found it quite challenging to approach Lin Yuan after several attempts. This little brother's abilities were indeed troublesome. Once more, Chala, unwilling to concede, roared and charged forward. Prepare yourself, Panther, Lin Yuan shouted in a playful tone, pointing at Chala and releasing the Starfire technique. A spark, the size of a coin, appeared in the direction of his finger and swiftly raced toward Chala. Startled, Chala slammed to a halt. But the spark moved with such rapidity that he had no time to evade. Relying on the high defense of his Black Panther suit, he braced himself for impact. The spark struck Chala and then plopped onto the ground. Chala examined the spot where he was hit, feeling nothing at all. Brother, what is the effect of this spell? I don't know. It just launches a spark that can ignite a wildfire. The three of them crouched down, scrutinizing the spark on the ground. The spark continued to burn for a full 10 minutes before it finally extinguished, leaving behind a charred mark on the ground. Is that all? Chala and Su Rue inquired. Puzzled, Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. It seems that way. Damn, this wretched system, once again, has a skill description that is quite literal. However, seeing the spark burn so persistently, Lin Yuan comforted himself that he would no longer fear a lack of fire in the wilderness. It could even be used to light a cigarette. Chala, observing this peculiar spell, felt somewhat speechless. While some of his brother's spells were indeed powerful, others were utterly useless. Brother, do you have any other spells? Why not try them all and enlighten me? I have a few I haven't tested yet. Let us give them a go. Lin Yuan unleashed a thorn technique and a grasp of nature. Both were passively triggered, so he tested them together, then said to Chala, Brother, hit me and see. Oh, is that a request? Here I come, Chala exclaimed with excitement, throwing a punch. The moment his fist connected with Lin Yuan, it was blocked by the wild shield, and Lin Yuan felt nothing at all. Chala, however, experienced a sharp pain in his fist, as though it had struck a bed of nails. As the tendrils tightened around his feet once more, he found himself ensnared yet again. However, this time, he did not flee and thus did not fall. He was merely immobilized. The pain in his fist was excruciating. Even in his battle attire, he could feel the sharp sting of needles. Strangely, his hand bore no injuries yet throbbed with intense discomfort. Chara removed his gloves to examine his fist, finding no signs of harm. This technique is known as the thorn technique. It appears that the spell's sole purpose is to inflict pain upon those who strike me. The harder the blow, the more intense the pain, entirely bypassing any armor. Its drawback, however, lies in the fact that it inflicts only pain without causing any actual damage. Lin Yuan began to reflect. Overall, it could be considered a commendable support skill, as excruciating pain could indeed render enemies hesitant. Yet, against foes with formidable willpower or those impervious to pain, it would be of little consequence. Among the abilities he could currently employ, only the Falling Stars spell remained untested. This skill was supposed to be Lin Yuan's most spectacular, yet it had been altered by the wretched system, likely relegated to mere romantic pursuits. Sigh. He resolved to give it a try. One must have expectations for future endeavors in wooing. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan addressed Chara and Su Rue, saying, "Brother, sister, I am about to summon shooting stars. Please observe their trajectory for me." Chara and Su Rue were momentarily taken aback. Su Rue, astonished, inquired, "What? Brother Lin Yuan, you can summon shooting stars? Are you conjuring celestial bodies that already exist in the cosmos? What are the components of the summoned stars? How large are they?" Lin Yuan, bewildered, shrugged his shoulders and responded, "I have no idea where shooting stars originate, but the ones I summon do not fall to the ground. They merely streak across the sky. Then let us head to the laboratory, where you can summon them, and I will record the data." The trio returned to the laboratory, where Su Rue set up the instruments, signaling Lin Yuan to commence. Pointing skyward, Lin Yuan released the Falling Stars spell. 3 seconds later, the first shooting star blazed through the heavens, followed by the second, the third, until a total of 10 shooting stars illuminated the sky. Su Rue, observing the readings from the instruments, exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Lin Yuan, there are indeed 10 shooting stars. They appeared out of thin air, soaring across the sky before vanishing into nothingness. The brilliance we witnessed was not a result of atmospheric friction, but rather an inherent luminosity of the stars themselves. They are all energy forms, not physical entities." Suddenly intrigued, Lin Yuan asked Su Rue, "What if an airplane happens to fly by? Could it be struck by a shooting star?" "Not at all, for airplanes do not ascend to such altitudes. However, satellites might be at risk. These shooting stars exist in outer space. Alas, it seems the wretched system has altered the flight path of the summoned shooting stars. Indeed, it appears that this skill is only suited for romantic endeavors. Such a magnificent ability, now diminished." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of discontent. How could such a splendid skill be rendered ineffective? "All right, enough of this for today. Brother Lin Yuan, are these all the spells you possess?" Su Rue still held a glimmer of curiosity. "In addition to the abilities you have previously witnessed, I also possess healing spells and supportive incantations. I want to see. Su Rue coaxed Lin Yuan incessantly. All right, I shall show you." Lin Yuan gently patted her head and cast a rejuvenation spell upon her. This sensation is delightful. Why do I feel increasingly invigorated?" Su Rue exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yuan, with a hint of pride, elaborated, "This is called the rejuvenation spell. It continuously restores your stamina, mental energy, and vitality, while also accelerating the healing of minor wounds." "Wow, this spell is incredible. If I had this spell at my disposal every day, could I not sleep and continuously pursue inventions?" Lin Yuan, slightly exasperated, pondered how this thought mirrored that of Tony. Could this be a common affliction among geniuses? To think that such a remarkable skill would first be associated with overtime work is truly alarming. Lin Yuan lightly tapped Su Rue on the head. "If you don't sleep, you 1T grow taller. This spell is not intended for late-night work. Su Rue pouted, cradling her head, and with a look of feigned innocence, asked Lin Yuan. Then tell me, what is this spell for? Well, it is naturally meant for gaming all night long. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Rue replied with a chuckle, "I'm mere mortals." Chapter 58. The gift today marks Lin Yuan's farewell to Wakanda. Brother Lin Yuan, don't forget to come and play with me. Su Rue was reluctant to see him go. Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Of course, I will visit often. Next time, I shall bring you some delicious treats. Yes, it's a promise. With this small agreement made, Lin Yuan bid farewell to the others. Uncle Chaka, Aunt Ramonda, I'm leaving now. Panther, do come visit me in New York sometime. Waving to the crowd, Lin Yuan transformed into a great eagle and soared homeward. Chaka watched the departing eagle, marveling. Indeed, he is the child of nature. His abilities are truly enviable. He referred not only to the shape-shifting magic, but also to the nurturing skills Lin Yuan possessed. Just yesterday, Lin Yuan had bestowed his nurturing gift upon Chaka's family, believing they were genuinely admirable and had extended their kindness to him during his visit. As Chaka and Ramonda received the nurturing, they immediately felt a significant change in their physiques. Having been blessed by the Panther goddess, they could distinctly sense the natural energy converging within them, continuously enhancing their vitality. Later, after Lin Yuan explained the intricacies of his abilities, the entire family gazed at him in astonishment. What a miraculous skill! The ability to recover swiftly from life-threatening injuries. It's akin to granting them a second lease on life. Su Rue immediately leaped into Lin Yuan's embrace, showering his face with kisses. Lin Yuan, somewhat exasperated, pushed her away, saying, "What are you doing, little rascal? Now I'm all covered in drool." The other three looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude. Chaka even contemplated bestowing a title upon him, which Lin Yuan promptly declined. The primary reason was his aversion to the responsibilities that came with such honors. He preferred the freedom he currently enjoyed. Ultimately, seeing Lin Yuan's resolute refusal, Chala ceased his insistence but assured Lin Yuan that he would enjoy the same privileges in Wakanda as he did. Lin Yuan gladly accepted this arrangement. Who wouldn't he appreciate some complimentary benefits? Once outside the borders of Wakanda, Lin Yuan leisurely made his way back, his spirits remarkably high. This journey to Wakanda had proven to be immensely rewarding. Not only had he validated the effectiveness of several of his skills, but he had also resolved his equipment issues. Although not entirely, it was sufficient for the time being. If necessary, he could always ask Thor to accompany him to find the dwarves to forge a set of divine armor in the future. Lin Yuan had also brought a gift for Tony to avoid the complaints he faced upon returning home without a present. This time, the gift was a substantial 10-kilogram piece of vibranium. Initially, Chaka had hoped Lin Yuan would take more, but Lin Yuan politely declined. It wasn't mere courtesy, as he simply had no need for it. If he were to sell vibranium, Lin Yuan was not in want of money. Even without Tony's support, his skills could easily attract wealthy patrons. As for creating equipment, he had no worries, not to mention the complexity of processing vibranium. Who could possibly rival Su Rue's knowledge of it? Thus, Lin Yuan procured a small piece and presented it to Tony as a gift, hoping he might explore its potential to enhance his armor, sparing him the embarrassment of returning from battles with a tattered suit. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan arrived home. Bursting through the door with fervor, and without inquiring about Jarvis, he dashed straight to the laboratory. "Tony, guess what I have brought you?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, brandishing the vibranium. To his surprise, Tony was conspicuously absent from the lab. Well, today the sun seems to have risen from the west at this hour. Tony is not in the lab, Lin Yuan mused, calling out to Jarvis. "Jarvis, where has Tony gone?" "Sir, Mr. Stark is currently at the construction site of Stark Tower." "Oh, has the construction commenced so soon? Just a few days ago, I saw Tony still working on the design plans. He truly is swift." "What do you mean by swift, Lin? Please clarify." Suddenly, Tony's voice resonated through the lab, startling Lin Yuan, who quickly realized that Jarvis must have been in contact with Tony. "And no, Tony, I meant to say that you are progressing with the design plans at an astonishing pace." Lin Yuan hastily clarified, knowing that failing to explain would lead to trouble. After a few moments of silence from Tony, Lin Yuan heard the familiar sound of flames igniting. "Tony, How did you return so quickly? Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the site? Lin Yuan inquired, observing Tony as he landed on the rooftop and began to disengage from his suit with the aid of mechanical arms. Right now, they are merely constructing the main structure of the building. My involvement isn't required at this stage. Tony provided a brief explanation before turning to Lin Yuan and asking, You must have been away from home for several days. Where have you been? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Tony, are you truly uncertain about my whereabouts? Your concern is quite touching, he emphasized, playfully stressing the concern. Please, if it weren't for Pepper constantly asking about you, I wouldn't be bothered with your whereabouts. Tony retorted, his cheeks slightly flushed as he playfully deflected the blame onto Pepper. All right, I know you care about me, Tony. By the way, I brought you a gift, Lin Yuan proclaimed, revealing the vibranium and showcasing it with pride. Ding ding, look at this. What metal is this? Tony asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar metallic block as he took it from Lin Yuan's hands, immediately sensing something unusual. The size, the weight, this density is remarkably low, Tony exclaimed, excitement creeping into his voice as he quickly summoned Jarvis. Jarvis, conduct a scan. Check the database for any records of this metal. Sir, scanning complete. There are no records of this metal in my database. According to calculations, this metal's density is merely 1/3 that of iron, yet its strength surpasses all known metals. Tony was astounded. Such an extraordinary metal existed, and he was completely unaware of it. Lin, where did this come from? Do you know what metal this is? Brother, this is vibranium, which I acquired from Wakanda. Vibranium, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Lin Yuan reminded, brother, our father incorporated vibranium into Captain America's shield. Ah, the S-H-I-E-L-D database must surely contain information on vibranium. That simplifies matters. Jarvis, sir, I have accessed the S-H-I-E-L-D database, and the information has been retrieved. Lin Yuan observed Tony and Jarvis, each at their respective computers, harmoniously executing their tasks, and was momentarily taken aback. What is this? They treat the S-H-I-E-L-D database as if it were their own home, entering at will. Furthermore, given their seamless cooperation, this is evidently not their first endeavor. Tony, you are remarkable. Lin Yuan gave Tony a thumbs up. However, at that moment, Tony had already entered research mode. Completely disregarding Lin Yuan, engrossed in his own exploration of the data, Lin Yuan chose not to interrupt and quietly exited the laboratory. Dingling. As soon as he stepped out, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, he smiled. This fellow, he is surely calling to offer some sarcastic remarks again. Chapter 59. The Chatty Boy. Hello, Steve. What's up? No tasks today? Lin Yuan answered the phone with a cheerful tone. The mission has just concluded, and I'm on leave. Lin, I have a craving for hot pot. The food during the mission was nearly unbearable, Steve replied. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, amused by how their captain had awakened a food lover within himself after the mission. Shall we head to Rabbit's place for a meal then? Lin Yuan inquired. Oh, let's skip Rabbit's place. It's too much of a hassle. I heard there's Chinese cuisine in Chinatown as well. Shall we explore that? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and found the idea agreeable. Sounds good. How about we go to Flushing? I'm sure there are authentic Chinese dishes there. We can look for hot pot, and if we can't find it, we can buy some ingredients and cook ourselves. What do you think? Steve found the suggestion quite viable and responded joyfully, great idea. Let us do that. Let us meet at 11 tomorrow at the entrance of the Flushing Library. Do you know where it is? Are you doubting my navigation skills? Even if I didn't know, I could always use my GPS. Haha. See you tomorrow. The next day, at the entrance of the Flushing Library in Queens, New York, Lin Yuan arrived half an hour early. And as Steve had yet to arrive, he took a seat on the steps, engrossed in his phone. While he was deeply absorbed in his game, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a gentle poking sensation. He set down his phone and turned around to find a small, slender boy standing there. Initially, Lin Yuan thought the child might be in trouble and needed assistance, so he kindly asked, "Little brother, is there something you need?" The boy's face lit up with a surprised smile upon seeing Lin Yuan. "Brother, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. I can't believe I'm seeing you here today. It's such a stroke of luck. Coming here to borrow books was the best decision ever. Brother, I'm so happy. What brings you here? Are you here to borrow books too? Do you need me to show you around inside? I know it like the back of my hand. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the child's incessant chatter and marveled at how talkative he was. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Yuan quickly interrupted, looking at the boy with a bemused expression. Let us do this. I'll ask a question, and you answer, okay? The boy blinked his eyes and obediently replied, sure, brother. Ask away. I promise I'll be good. Whatever you ask, I'll answer. Brother, what's wrong? Why aren't you asking? What am I supposed to ask? Lin Yuan silently fumed, but he maintained a smile. Little brother, are you sure you have the right person? I don't think we've met before, have we? Oh, right. I was wearing an Iron Man helmet that day. Brother, let me tell you. It was at Mr. Stark's expo last time. There were so many evil robots. I even took down some of them. Then I beheld you. Transformed into a magnificent bird soaring down from the heavens, subsequently morphing into a grand panda, vanquishing the malevolent robots. Brother, do you know? From that day forth, you became my idol, second only to Mr. Stark. I hold Mr. Stark in the highest esteem. He is truly remarkable. And I aspire to become a person of such caliber when I grow up. Alas, I cannot transform into a bird. Otherwise, I would join you in battling the wicked. The boy rambled on, and Lin Yuan felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. This child was quite loquacious. Help, however. Listening to the boy's words reminded him of that day at the expo, where indeed a small boy donned an Iron Man mask, mimicking Tony's pose as he aimed a charging cannon at a drone. That drone mistook him for Tony and nearly fired upon him. But Lin Yuan had released a challenge roar, diverting all attacks. Remarkably, amidst the chaos of that night, the boy had managed to remember Lin Yuan's appearance. His observational skills were impressive. Brother, may I have your contact information? Rest assured, I promise I won't bother you. The boy looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes, earnestly pledging his word. All right, what is your name? Although this little brat was rather chatty, Lin Yuan found him endearing. It was normal for children to be talkative, even if this one was excessively so. Besides, he considered this little one his first fan, so sharing his contact was no issue. Wonderful. Brother, my name is Peter. Peter Parker. I'm 11 years old. I live in Queens. Brother, let me tell you about my Aunt May. She bakes the most delicious cookies. The boy appeared exceedingly joyful, nearly divulging his entire lineage. What did you say your name was? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Peter Parker, what's the matter, brother? Peter asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Nothing. Mystery solved. It turns out he's the little spider. No wonder he's so chatty. It seems he has always been this way. All right, Peter, my friend has arrived. Perhaps we should. Lin Yuan noticed Steve had arrived and was preparing to bid farewell to the little spider. He then looked down and saw Peter gazing in disbelief at Steve's approaching figure. Oh no, Lin Yuan sighed in resignation. Indeed, the next moment, Peter's chatter erupted once more. He tugged at Lin Yuan's clothing, exclaiming, Brother, I can't be mistaken, can I? That's Captain America. Is this real? Captain America is still alive. Oh my, I am so fortunate today. I must take a picture to show Aunt May. Oh my, he is coming this way. He is coming. From a distance, Steve noticed the little boy beside Lin Yuan tugging at him, animatedly saying something, and with a puzzled expression, he inquired, Lin, who is this child? Is he your relative? Lin Yuan had not yet responded when Peter interjected, Captain, it's me, Peter Parker. I truly admire you. You are my idol, second only to Mr. Stark. That little rascal, he had just been proclaiming his admiration for me, and now he so swiftly shifts his allegiance. Lin Yuan silently scoffed and resolved to ignore the brat. He pointed towards Chinatown and said to Steve, Let us go, brother. Let us first see if there's a hot pot restaurant. Peter, my captain, and I will be on our way now. You should hurry home. As Lin Yuan urged Peter to return, he noticed the boy's eyes brimming with longing. Those eager eyes nearly inscribed, I want to go too, upon his forehead. Lin Yuan conceded with a sigh, ruffling Peter's hair and saying, All right, Peter, would you like to join us? Peter nearly leapt with joy, nodding vigorously. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yuan quickly interjected, Hold your tongue for a moment and listen to me. You can join us. but we must establish 3 rules. First, you must call Aunt May to get her permission before coming along with us. Second, from now on, you are not allowed to speak. You must remain silent. Can you manage that? And the third? Peter inquired, puzzled. Silence. Just answer if you can do it. Lin Yuan insisted. Peter covered his mouth and nodded earnestly. Chapter 60. Shall I bring you a distinguished guest? Lin Yuan requested Peter to utilize his own mobile phone to contact Aunt May. Upon learning that Peter intended to dine with Captain America, Aunt May nearly alerted the authorities, fearing her nephew had been deceived. Ultimately, Lin Yuan took the call and provided a thorough explanation, which surprisingly led to Aunt May's immediate relaxation upon hearing his name. She warmly extended an invitation for Lin Yuan to visit her home. Lin Yuan's first appearance in public occurred during the press conference following Tony's return from captivity. On that occasion, Tony publicly declared Lin Yuan to be his brother, causing quite a stir. However, Tony's subsequent announcement regarding the closure of his weapons division swiftly overshadowed the excitement. Since then, Lin Yuan has seldom stepped into the limelight, maintaining a notably low profile. Thus, he ventured out without any concern for being recognized, for very few could truly identify him. Aunt May's awareness of Lin Yuan likely stemmed from Peter, who, as a fervent admirer of Tony Stark, would undoubtedly keep abreast of all news surrounding him. Moreover, young Spider-Man is exceptionally astute, yet retains the innocence and candor of youth. He could effortlessly recognize Lin Yuan alongside Captain America and, upon glimpsing the latter's visage, believed him to be the genuine article, oblivious to the absurdity of a figure from 70 years ago appearing in modern times. Lin Yuan, accompanied by young Spider-Man, traversed towards Chinatown, inquiring about the nearby rabbit family, and soon discovered a highly regarded, authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant. This establishment enjoys a stellar reputation within the rabbit community, with patrons consistently praising its delectable flavors, many ingredients being imported from the homeland. Upon entering the bustling restaurant, the trio found a vacant table and began to peruse the menu. Steve, having spent merely 3 days in the Mountain City, had already developed a greater appetite than Lin Yuan. He ordered an array of dishes and selected a dual flavor pot. One side spicy and the other mildly so, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan as he proclaimed, "Weakling, I've ordered the mild for you." Lin Yuan felt a vein throb on his forehead, yet could not muster a rebuttal. The dishes soon arrived, and Steve eagerly dropped tripe into his spicy pot, only to exclaim with a sigh after a few bites, "Alas, this spicy pot lacks the heat of the Mountain City. The tripe is far inferior, and the seasoning leaves much to be desired." Lin Yuan reminisced about his days in the Mountain City, recalling how even his patience was tested, retorting, "All right. This is still quite good. Not everyone can handle spice like you." He then advised Peter, "You should stick with the broth I ordered. The captain's is far too fiery." Noticing Peter's gaze fixed on Steve's spicy broth, Lin Yuan cautioned him. However, Peter, ever stubborn, insisted, "Brother Lin Yuan, I want to try that." Steve's face lit up with delight as he offered Peter a piece of freshly cooked tripe, proclaiming, "This is what it means to be a man. Come, give it a taste." Peter's reaction was immediate. He gasped and exclaimed, "So spicy," as he desperately gulped down his ice-cold cola. Lin Yuan erupted in laughter. "I told you it was too spicy. Though it is quite spicy, it is undeniably delectable, far surpassing your offerings." Peter once again picked a slice of lamb from the pot in front of Steve. Lin Yuan felt a pang of betrayal from this little traitor. The trio engaged in jovial banter as they ate, with young Peter adhering to his promise of speaking little while enjoying his meal. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Yuan accompanied Steve in escorting Peter home. Peter's residence was not too far from Flushing, making for a pleasant stroll to aid digestion. "Peter, what grade are you in now?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Brother Lin Yuan, I'm in the 4th grade, but I have already self-studied through the higher grades," Peter proclaimed proudly. "Impressive. Keep up the good work, and I'll ensure you have an internship at Stark Industries in the future." "Really?" Peter looked at Lin Yuan with excitement, as working at Stark Industries was his dream. "Absolutely," Lin Yuan assured him with a pat on his chest. "Yay," Peter exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air. "Brother Lin Yuan, I will certainly strive to achieve that." All right, no more jumping. Be careful of the cars." Lin Yuan quickly grabbed the exuberant little spider. Steve watched with a smile, only to see the young spider's gaze shift towards him. Lin Yuan chuckled and stepped back, allowing the little spider to approach Steve. Whereupon he began peppering him with questions. Steve felt as if his head might explode from the barrage, yet he could do little but respond intermittently. Finally, they reached Peter's home, and Steve let out a sigh of relief. This kid is really quite chatty. All right, hurry inside. Here is my number. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out, Lin Yuan urged, pressing his number into Peter's hands. Thank you, brother. Goodbye. Peter cheerfully accepted the number and bid farewell to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, turning to leave with Steve. Though it could be said that it was Steve who was dragging Lin Yuan away in a rather hasty retreat. Steve, what else do you wish to do? Nothing more. I merely desired a good meal, and now, having enjoyed hot pot, I feel quite content, Steve replied, casting a forlorn glance at Lin Yuan. Lin, it's entirely your fault for taking me to the rabbit's house just after I woke up, making my meal a significant challenge. Ha ha ha, my apologies. If there is anything specific you crave, just let me know, and I'll personally procure it for you. You promised. I'm in the mood for some bean juice. Look at your aspirations. Can't you aim for something a bit more upscale? Lin Yuan remarked disdainfully at Captain America. Oh, I simply have a fondness for this. Remember to add a few crispy rings, bring along some roast duck, and I also desire a meat sandwich and a bit of cake from Rice Aroma Village. I'd love some chicken feet as well, and perhaps some rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, and don't forget the stinky tofu. As Steve grew increasingly enthusiastic, he failed to notice Lin Yuan's expression darkening. Are you placing an order here? And just look at your list of desires. They're from all corners of the land. What, do you wish to exhaust me? Steve scratched his head, chuckling as he patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. It just came to mind all at once. Besides, with your remarkable abilities, this trivial matter should pose no challenge for you. Very well, very well. Who told you to be my brother? I shall go procure it for you shortly. Lin Yuan initially had no intention of engaging with Steve. Yet upon hearing him boast about his prowess, he felt compelled to assist him with the errand. Steve beamed with delight, draping an arm over Lin Yuan's shoulder and exclaiming about their brotherhood. Lin Yuan, slightly annoyed, shrugged off his hand and, with a serious expression, quietly inquired, Brother, have there been any developments regarding Hydra? Steve, adopting a grave demeanor, replied softly, Not yet, but I have gathered some clues. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Well, let's not rush. Just prioritize your safety. Steve scoffed, asserting confidently, Humph, do I fear them? If I could defeat them once, I can surely do so again. Lin Yuan interjected, All right. Enough of the bravado. They lurk in the shadows while you stand in the light. It's best to exercise caution. Steve, ever receptive to advice, nodded in agreement. All right. I understand. Lin Yuan playfully punched Steve's arm, signaling a close to the topic. If you need anything, just reach out. You know what I'm capable of. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued, Since you wish to refrain from other matters, let us conclude for today. I will fetch you something to eat shortly. Is there anything else you desire? I can bring that back as well. Steve pondered for a moment before meekly suggesting, Could you get me a birdcage? Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. You seem rather fixated on that birdcage. Would you like me to bring back a paragon as well? Is that possible? What do you think? Chapter 61, A Small Gift. After bidding farewell to Steve, Lin Yuan swiftly made his way to Rabbit's home, just in time for breakfast. Upon arrival, he purchased a large container of bean milk from a nearby breakfast shop. Given Steve's fondness for the beverage, Lin Yuan thought it prudent to ensure he had ample supply. If Steve couldn't finish it, it could easily be stored in the refrigerator. Even if it spoiled, Lin Yuan believed it would pose little risk to someone of Steve's constitution. Lin Yuan was perpetually curious about the peculiar odor of bean milk, which was already sour. He wondered if Steve would be able to discern any change in flavor should it ferment over time. Perhaps he would find out soon enough. After a thorough search around Rabbit's home, Lin Yuan finally gathered all the items Steve desired. Thank goodness for his ability to fly. Had he relied on conventional transportation, it would have taken him a week. As for the birdcage, Lin Yuan chose to ignore its mention, firmly resolved not to bring one for Steve. After all, how could someone so young, barely a century old, dream of retirement? Such aspirations were fanciful indeed. By the time Lin Yuan returned to Eagle's abode, it was quite late. He contemplated delivering the items to Steve right away, as leaving them at home might tempt Tony to indulge in a sip, potentially leading to the entire container being discarded. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe that anyone besides the peculiar Steve would have a taste for bean milk. When he presented the items to Steve, he found him still awake. Steve's delight was palpable as he beheld the large container of bean milk and the array of food. Lin Yuan could hardly bear to watch. How could the illustrious Captain America, typically so composed, become so animated over food? Perhaps that was his own doing. Brother, there's quite a lot of bean milk. Drink it quickly, lest it spoil. Though part of him was tempted to see how Steve would react to the spoiled beverage, he felt it necessary to issue a warning first. Better to be prudent. All right, you may return now, Steve exclaimed, clutching his bounty as he retreated to his room. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him, leaving Lin Yuan in stunned silence, eyeing the shut door with a desire to reclaim the food. What a cat he receives and then disregards. The following morning, Lin Yuan was abruptly roused by a knock on his door. Tony, what brings you here so early? He mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he opened the door to find Tony standing there. Early, my foot. Get up and come with me to Stark Tower. Instantly alert, Lin Yuan inquired. Is Stark Tower already completed? How could it be so soon? Tony, somewhat exasperated, replied, how could that be? It hasn't been long at all. I just need to handle some equipment and wiring personally. I require your assistance. All right, just give me a moment to brush my teeth. Lin Yuan responded, pleased to finally be of help. However, just 2 days later, Lin Yuan found himself regretting his decision. Tony, isn't your suit supposed to have immense power? Why must I carry this? He complained while lugging items around. The suit doesn't run on electricity. Less chatter, just move. Tony retorted, leaving Lin Yuan speechless. What nonsense. If the suit relied on that gadget on Tony's chest, it wouldn't even require much energy to lift these trivial items, let alone an entire Stark Tower. Tony, I must report you for child abuse. Go ahead. My legal team has been rather idle lately. Tony, preoccupied with his tasks, calmly replied, please move that over here. Lin Yuan obediently approached to assist. Tony, when will you remove the fragments from your body and that device from your chest? Won't it be too bright for you to sleep at night? Tony regarded Lin Yuan with a bemused expression, as his brother's focus often strayed into peculiar territories. Let us wait until I finish this busy period. Currently, all my armor is powered by this. Removing it would be quite inconvenient. This was the second time Lin Yuan had broached the topic, and Tony had previously evaded it. Lin Yuan silently sighed. Tony still lacked a sense of security. He feared that without that device, he would cease to be Iron Man and would be unable to protect himself and his family. Well, he'll come to terms with it eventually and will take it off when he's ready, Lin Yuan mused, steering the conversation elsewhere. Brother, how's your research on the vibranium I gave you last time? Tony casually remarked. Oh, that? It's not of much help to me. Although vibranium is an excellent material, it's quite challenging to process, and there is not enough of it. Indeed, the processing difficulty is significant. Su Rui mentioned that it took her considerable effort to create a set of gear. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Who is Su Rui? She can craft equipment using vibranium? Tony paused his work, astonished. Su Rui is the little princess of Wakanda. Little princess? How old is she? She is only about 10 this year. Lin Yuan replied seemingly nonchalantly. This time, it was Tony who fell silent, opening his mouth as if to say something but then hesitated. Lin, could you please bring that item to me? Wasn't that just moved over? Lin Yuan questioned, puzzled. Did I not just say that incorrectly? Tony, you aren't retaliating, are you? The bustling days passed swiftly. The progress of Stark Tower was impressively rapid, with the main structure already completed and most of the primary pipelines and equipment installed. After this point, Lin Yuan's involvement diminished as Tony began to find him bothersome. After all, Lin Yuan's strength still paled in comparison to Tony clad in his armor. So, Tony, you simply don't want me to loiter around the house. Lin Yuan cast a resentful glance at Iron Man, effortlessly moving various objects. Indeed. Who told you not to want to go to school? If you attended school, you'd have plenty to occupy yourself. Tony, why do you keep bringing this up? We agreed that I would go directly to university next year. So this year, you have nothing to do. Now, hurry along, and don't linger and obstruct me. Tony waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Lin Yuan huffed. Fine, I'll go find Su Rue for the vibranium armor. With that, he turned and walked away, while Tony shook his head and chuckled at his brother's retreating figure. Transforming into the majestic Daping, Lin Yuan soared through the skies, lamenting, rogues. They're all rogues, quick to criticize the cook after feasting, and once their needs are met, they cast me aside like refuse. Humph, once I acquire my gear. Neither Brother Steve nor Brother Tony shall escape my wrath. I shall ensure they receive a thorough thrashing. How has Su Rue's battle attire turned out, I wonder? I should pay her a visit. It has been several months, and that little girl must surely be harboring grievances against me. I ought to procure some gifts for her. Considering Wakanda's affluence, Lin Yuan first made a stop at a local boutique, acquiring a plethora of culturally exquisite trinkets. For King Chaka, he selected a premium purple clay teapot set. For Queen Ramonda, a splendid cloud-patterned qipao. And for Chala, a magnificent cloison piece. Lastly, for Su Rue, he chose a beautifully embroidered double-sided fan. These gifts were not exorbitant, as Lin Yuan found the purchase of these items quite effortless. Nevertheless, it is the thought that counts. After all, Chapter 62, this color must change. The location of Wakanda remained a lush forest, and without hesitation, Lin Yuan ventured deep into its embrace. As the scene shifted, the distinctive architectural style of Wakanda unfurled before his eyes. Lin Yuan leisurely soared towards the royal palace, relishing the scenery along the way. Upon reaching the palace, he was surprised to find Su Rue standing at the grand entrance, eagerly gazing in his direction. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Had the goddess of the Black Panther informed her once again? Surely, this was not the first time he had come here. Was she a deity, truly more idle than he? It seemed Su Rue had spotted him as well, her face lighting up with joy as she jumped and waved. Lin Yuan hastened his pace and soon stood before her. Though Su Rue had initially appeared delighted, her expression shifted to one of discontent upon his arrival. Puzzled, Lin Yuan inquired, "What is the matter, Su Rue? Are you displeased to see me?" With a pout, Su Rue replied, "Brother, you deceived me. You said you would come quickly, yet here you are after such a long wait. Ah, my dear sister, I wished to arrive sooner. But I was detained by a villainous fellow who insisted on putting me to work. If I hadn't assisted him, he would have pummeled me in his armor, and it would have hurt quite a bit." Lin Yuan silently apologized to Tony. "My apologies, Tony. This burden shall rest upon your shoulders." Su Rue, growing more agitated, stamped her foot and retorted, "Brother, do not treat me like a child. That villain you speak of must be Iron Man, your own brother. Don't think I am unaware of the happenings outside." Caught off guard by her astuteness, Lin Yuan swiftly conceded, "All right, brother was in the wrong." He then presented her with a gift. "Look, this is a present from me, filled with delicious treats. And behold this exquisitely embroidered fan." With a stern expression, Su Rue remained sulky. "I shall not forgive you so easily." What is this?" "Tasty." Lin Yuan offered her a pastry, and her eyes sparkled as she began to munch. "Well, seeing your sincere apology, I suppose I shall forgive you," Su Rue chirped, her mood lifting as she continued to eat. "Brother, I want more. Here you go, there is plenty. Eat to your heart's content, and once you finish, I shall buy you more." Lin Yuan stuffed the bag into her hands and took her little hand in his. "Now, let us find your father." "Brother, I want to ride the panda." "Very well, hop on." Within the palace, a panda ambled along, carrying the little girl on its back. "Su Rue, how did you know I was coming? Did the goddess of the Black Panther inform you as well?" Lin Yuan voiced his curiosity. "Not at all. I designed a detection program that alerts me as soon as you cross the border," Su Rue replied, munching as she sat atop the panda. "Impressive," Lin Yuan marveled. It seemed that inventing such a device was far easier than his own task of scouring several provinces for delicacies to bring to Captain America. Taishaka was elated to see Lin Yuan, and his joy multiplied upon receiving the gift from him. Ramonda was utterly enamored with the cloud-patterned qipao Lin Yuan had gifted her, though it was regrettably too small for her to wear, relegating it to a mere decorative piece. In T'Challa's absence, Lin Yuan entrusted the gift meant for him to Taishaka. However, witnessing the sparkle in Taishaka's eyes, it seemed unlikely that T'Challa would ever lay claim to it. As Lin Yuan finished distributing his gifts, Su Rui took his hand, leading him towards the laboratory. In an instant, Lin Yuan transformed into a giant rock, soaring through the skies with Su Rui, who insisted that his motivation was not merely to ride the creature, but rather the speed it afforded, as traveling by car was far too leisurely. Upon their arrival at the laboratory, Su Rui eagerly projected the design of the battle suit he had meticulously crafted, eager to explain its features to Lin Yuan. Brother, this suit is entirely forged from vibranium, woven using cutting-edge nanometal technology. The initial form of my brother's suit is a necklace, while yours has been designed as a pair of gauntlets. Pointing to the gauntlet displayed on the screen, he continued, these gauntlets can effortlessly alter their size, capable of covering just the hands or enveloping the entire body. As for its defensive capabilities, I shall refrain from elaborating. The most significant feature is that this suit can convert absorbed impact energy into usable power, which can then be released. With a tap on the screen, a black battle suit materialized before them. The suit I designed for Taishaka is black. But since you are revered as the child of nature by the goddess, I envision yours in green. What do you think, Brother Lin Yuan? With a swift gesture, a conceptual image of a green suit appeared before Lin Yuan. Almost choking in disbelief, he gritted his teeth and declared, I do not like it. Change it. Immediately alter the color. Su Rui, taken aback by his reaction, inquired, why not? I think this green is quite appealing. Just look at that lovely green hood. Absolutely not. Change it at once. You are a child and do not comprehend adult matters. It must be changed. Fine. I thought you might like it. What color would you prefer instead? Su Rui's voice carried a hint of disappointment. However, Lin Yuan remained resolute. While he was amenable to other aspects, the color was non-negotiable. Let me think. Ah, I have an idea. He suddenly exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What are you scheming, brother? Your laughter is quite sinister. Nothing, nothing. Su Rui, could you explore whether this design could be realized? Lin Yuan leaned in closer, whispering his thoughts to her. Su Rui regarded him with slight bewilderment before lowering her gaze in contemplation for a moment. It is feasible, but do you truly wish to proceed with that? Yes, indeed. Su Rui, can the suit be constructed immediately? Lin Yuan was eager to don the battle suit without delay. Not at this very moment, I'm afraid. Let me think. It will likely take about a month. Alas, must it take so long? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. The prospect of not being able to wear such a splendid suit right away was truly disheartening. Nevertheless, a month was not excessively long. Come now, a month passes swiftly. Does it not? Do you think we are constructing an airplane? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is this even human speech? It sounds as if constructing an airplane is a trivial task. If it were that simple, why can't I manage it? Goodness, thankfully this girl is still young. If she were any older, she might feel neglected. Her intellect seems to exist on an entirely different plane. Lin Yuan wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Why do I feel a sense of dread at the thought of my daughter growing up? Fearing I won't be able to assist her with her homework? Shaking his head, he dismissed this peculiar thought and lavished praise upon Su Rui. Yes. A month flies by quickly. Su Rui, my little sister, is truly remarkable. Come, let brother take you out to play for a while. Su Rui's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother, I want to ride the panda. Oh, what fun is there in a panda? Let me take you to the skies. No. The wind is too strong. Then let us go to the beach. I shall take you to ride a whale. That sounds wonderful. I've never ridden a whale before. Then let us be off. Climb aboard, little bird. I will fly gently, ensuring your hair remains untangled. Su Rui, though somewhat skeptical, climbed onto the back of the great rock, and with a powerful flap of his wings, they took flight. Ah, brother, you tricked me. A great bird soared into the distance, carrying a little girl. Chapter 63. Captain America's urgent call. Lin Yuan spent a week in Wakanda, accompanied by Su Rui, who took him on an exhilarating tour. To be precise, Su Rui was the one riding him around. On this occasion, with more time at hand compared to their previous visit, Lin Yuan was able to pay his respects to several prominent tribes in Wakanda, excluding the secluded Jabari tribe nestled in the snow-capped mountains. The leaders of the tribes, having heard of Lin Yuan, the natural son favored by the goddess of the Black Panther, organized lavish banquets to welcome his presence. As Lin Yuan journeyed from one tribe to another, he feasted along the way. Thankfully, despite its primitive appearance in many aspects, Wakanda's cuisine proved to be quite delightful, far superior to that of Asgard. One could only wonder what the Asgardians had been doing all this time. Naturally, the banquets included entertainment, and traditional duels were part of the festivities. Lin Yuan engaged in friendly sparring with the warriors of each tribe, a light-hearted exchange rather than a serious contest. He bestowed upon the tribes the privileges befitting Chala. Wakanda's heir, leading to rumors circulating after his departure that the natural sun, under the goddess's gaze, could induce relentless bouts of nausea. As for how this rumor would evolve, Lin Yuan preferred to remain uninformed. Some warriors, unwilling to concede defeat, insisted on a true contest of strength, only to be swiftly subdued by Lin Yuan's formidable prowess, leaving them humbled. Lin Yuan was uncertain if such displays of strength were appropriate. Yet by the time he prepared to depart, the tribal leaders were patting him on the back and calling him brother. Whether he had gained or lost from this experience remained a mystery. His journey through Wakanda had been thoroughly enjoyable. Upon leaving, Su Rui did not cling to him as before. Instead, he repeatedly stressed the importance of bringing back more delicacies on Lin Yuan's next visit. Lin Yuan pondered the implications of promoting such culinary delights, with just the two of them now tasked with bringing food. He feared he might become a professional buyer in the future as more people joined. Upon returning home, he found Tony absent, likely preoccupied at Stark Tower. Lin Yuan chose to avoid the scene to escape any disdain, planning to confront Tony once his armor was complete. He intended to seek Pepper's assistance afterward, curious to see if Tony would dare bully him again. After a few languid days, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered Jane. The last time he visited her was during the new year, and with the year drawing to a close, he felt it was time to rectify his neglect and not disappoint Thor's expectations. Acting on impulse, Lin Yuan rummaged through his belongings but found no suitable gifts to bring. Thus, he resolved to make another trip to Rabbit's home. The dog system claimed to be a super supportive system, yet it lacked even a system space, utterly useless. After much contemplation, Lin Yuan decided to purchase some specialty pastries from Rabbit's house, which would indeed make a delightful gift. Why venture so far for Rabbit's pastries? It was all in the spirit of promoting rabbit culture, starting with the travelers. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at Jane's residence, where she and her friend, the bespectacled Daisy, were present. "Jane, I've come to see you." As Lin Yuan entered, he greeted everyone. The bespectacled girl, slightly displeased, playfully reproached, "Lin, why do you only greet Jian?" Lin Yuan feigned surprise as though he had only just noticed her. "Ah, Sister Daisy, you're here too." Daisy, irked, turned away in silence. With a cheerful grin, Lin Yuan approached her, presenting a gift. "I was just teasing, Sister Daisy. It's been a while since we last met. And look, I even brought you a present." Only then did Daisy's expression brighten as she accepted the gift, eagerly opening it to find something edible, which she promptly devoured. Jian observed the playful banter between them with a smile, though her expression soon turned somber. Lin Yuan, aware that she was reminiscing about Thor, quickly shifted the topic. "Sister Jian, is the professor not here?" Jian snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile as she replied, "The professor is currently engaged in a confidential project at SHIELD. We haven't seen him in a long time. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" "Oh, no. Just curious." Lin Yuan hastily waved his hand, though he pondered to himself. SHIELD has already begun researching the Tesseract. It seems Loki will be arriving soon. If he dares to make me work overtime again, I shall steal his brother away, leaving him to weep in solitude. The thought of Loki's princess sobbing in the corner filled Lin Yuan with a sense of satisfaction. Noticing Lin Yuan chuckling to himself, Jian nudged him. "Lin, what are you laughing about?" "Ah, nothing. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly explained. After a while, he stood to take his leave. "Sister Jian, I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, Thor should be arriving on Earth shortly." Lin Yuan did not lie. Thor would indeed be arriving soon. However, Jian seemed to interpret his words as mere consolation, offering a gentle smile as she replied, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, Lin." "Oh, there's no need for thanks. We are all family. I'll be off now." Sister Daisy, I'm leaving. Lin Yuan called out to Daisy, who was still munching on her food. With her mouth full, she replied, you're leaving already, brother? Be sure to come back and bring me some tasty treats. Another food lover added to the list. On his way back, Lin Yuan pondered the matter of the Tesseract, contemplating whether he should inform the captain. As for Fury, Lin Yuan felt no obligation to do so. For even if he raised the issue, that arrogant man would dismiss it. Fury not only relished in his own facade, but was also exceedingly self-assured, believing he could manipulate everything to his advantage. Thus, even if Lin Yuan warned him that the research on the Tesseract could attract extraterrestrial threats, he would likely regard Lin as a fool. After much deliberation, Lin Yuan remained uncertain. In truth, informing the captain would serve little purpose, as Nick Fury would never permit Captain America to be involved in the Tesseract research, given the captain's aversion to it. Revealing this to the captain could very well lead to a quarrel with Fury, which would be detrimental to the unity of the Avengers. Lin Yuan was still caught in a quandary when the phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Captain America. What a coincidence! He murmured to himself as he answered the call. Hello, brother, what do you need? Steve's voice on the other end sounded urgent, pressing Lin Yuan for a swift response. Lin, come to my house immediately. It's urgent. All right, I'm on my way. Lin Yuan assumed something serious had occurred, and after hanging up, he accelerated swiftly towards Steve's residence. Upon arriving at the villa, he found it eerily quiet, devoid of any sign of distress. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed there was nothing amiss. Could it be that the matter lay within? Chapter 64. Why are you so fast? Lin Yuan cautiously approached the door, his hand poised to push it open. Suddenly, the door swung wide, and before he could comprehend the situation, Steve yanked him inside. Dazed, Lin Yuan was pulled into the living room, where he beheld a table adorned with a mahjong set. The Black Widow, Natasha, and Hawkeye, Barton, sat at the table, grinning broadly at him. Brother, you finally made it. We are one player short, Natasha exclaimed, her smile radiant as she ushered Lin Yuan to his seat. Lin Yuan, still in shock, turned to Steve. Is this urgent matter you mentioned? Indeed, isn't this urgent? We are in need of one more player, Steve asserted with conviction. How reasonable. Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He then glanced at Natasha, gesturing towards the mahjong. Sister, this was your idea, wasn't it? After all, during last year's New Year celebration, neither Hawkeye nor Steve had been present, and both were unfamiliar with the game. Natasha beamed at Lin Yuan, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. What's wrong? Is it unacceptable? Can't you spare a moment to play mahjong with your sister? A sudden sense of danger washed over Lin Yuan, prompting him to nod fervently. Of course, it would be my honor to play mahjong with you. Steve settled down as well, his excitement palpable. Lin, when we visited the mountain city, I saw many people playing this. I've longed to try it. Today, since we all have the day off, and Natasha mentioned playing mahjong at your home during the new year, I thought it was the perfect opportunity. Where did you get the mahjong set? Lin Yuan inquired, looking at Steve. Natasha brought it. Steve replied, directing his gaze towards her. It's from your house. Natasha shot back at Lin Yuan. Are you three playing a game of mutual observation? Hawkeye interjected, unable to contain his sarcasm. It suddenly dawned on Lin Yuan that this was his first formal meeting with Hawkeye, and he quickly introduced himself. Hello, Barton. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin. I've heard about you. They shook hands, but Natasha, unable to hold back any longer, slammed her hand on the table. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get started. Steve chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Let us begin. Lin, teach Barton. I don't need your help. I've already self-taught. Barton retorted confidently. Let us see how you fare. I'll make sure you lose dramatically. Lin Yuan thought that perhaps this time he wouldn't be the one at the bottom, considering there was a novice and an arrogant player among them. Lin Yuan explained the rules to Barton, who quickly grasped the game. Thus, the contest commenced. Who? Lin Yuan declared, pushing his tiles forward. First blood. Who? He exclaimed again. Double kill. Who? He shouted once more. Triple kill. Lin Yuan was on a roll, his luck soaring. He was finally avenging his prior defeat from last New Year. Meanwhile, Steve, upon drawing Lin Yuan's tile, found himself without a winning hand, his expression morose. Lin Yuan reached out to touch a card and casually asked Steve, "Bro, have we finished the fermented bean juice from last time?" In truth, several months had elapsed, and Lin Yuan was well aware that it had indeed been consumed. His inquiry was merely a casual remark. However, he suddenly noticed Natasha and Barton casting him mournful glances. Confused, Lin Yuan timidly asked, "What is the matter?" Natasha revealed a perilous smile, gritting her teeth as she said, "That concoction known as fermented bean juice was purchased by you?" "Yes. Why?" Steve interjected quickly, "It's nothing." "Nothing at all. You simply bought too much, and I thought it would spoil if left too long, so I shared it with some colleagues from SHIELD. Besides, they saw how much you were enjoying it, and just had a little more." "A little?" I took a whole big gulp. "Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel a bit queasy," Natasha exclaimed, retching slightly before continuing her reproach towards the captain. Moreover, the captain was eating some foul-smelling noodles from who knows where at headquarters, filling the entire SHIELD building with that stench. That was snail rice noodles. "Alas, what a pity. Fury won't let me eat it anymore," Steve lamented. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely. What was wrong with this captain? Eating snail rice noodles indoors? This wasn't his homeland, and a bunch of foreigners who had never been exposed to such cuisine surely couldn't handle it. Had the captain awakened some bizarre taste buds? Why were all his food choices so pungent? Was it because he had taken him to try the cow's intestine hot pot? "Lin, you mustn't take the captain to eat such peculiar foods in the future. What you cooked during the New Year was delightful. Stick to those," Natasha advised earnestly. "What do you mean by peculiar foods? Those were delicious. You simply lack appreciation," Steve retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "By the way, Lin, the last time I went to Chinatown for snail rice noodles, many people recommended Wang Zi and stinky tofu and urged me to buy canned herring, claiming those two were delectable, but they were out of stock. Could you bring me some? I'd like to try." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. "Bro, that stinky tofu is not the same as the one I bought you last time. It can't be eaten raw." "How's it eaten then?" Steve inquired with childlike curiosity. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "How would I know how to eat it? I've never tried it." But he still attempted to suggest a method. "Oh, it should be spread like butter on bread, perhaps?" "Then you go buy some. I want to try it." Along with the canned herring, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of temptation. Canned herring. Hadn't he once vowed to transform into a cheetah while eating it? Why not give it a shot? "All right, you all wait for me. I'm going to buy it." Lin Yuan disregarded the mahjong in his hands and dashed out the door. Natasha and Barton stared blankly as these two made their decisions, completely indifferent to their well-being. Hearing the captain mention buying snail rice noodles, one could only wonder how good these two items could possibly be. The two exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively rising to make their escape. However, Steve, quick on his feet, seized them both. "Where do you think you're going?" "Lin Yuan has gone to fetch some food." "You must wait a moment. The mahjong game isn't finished." Natasha forced a smile. "I suddenly remembered that I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave." Barton nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, yes." The trio was still in a tug-of-war when Lin Yuan's voice echoed from the entrance. "I'm back," he returned, carrying a bag. Natasha was in despair as she exclaimed, "Lin, why are you back so soon?" "What do you mean, so soon?" "Sister Natasha, don't slander me." Steve took the bag, extracting a container of stinky tofu, and remarked, "It seems quite different from the stinky tofu I had before." As he unscrewed the lid, Lin Yuan barely had time to intervene before a foul odor assaulted their senses. Natasha and Barton began to retreat, although they were agents accustomed to more repugnant smells. The thought of consuming this particular stench was a bit much for them to bear. "Ugh," Lin Yuan retched slightly, about to voice his concerns when he suddenly realized, in horror, that Steve had picked up a can of herring. "Wait a moment, brother." The unmistakable sound of the can hissing reached the ears of everyone present. Chapter 65. Another year, an indescribable stench emanated from the can, mingling with the odor of stinky tofu. Natasha and Barton could hardly bear it, retching as they rushed toward the door. Lin Yuan, too, was overwhelmed. He immediately transformed into a large orange cat, reasoning that a feline might be less affected by such repugnant smells. However, he miscalculated. Once in cat form, his sense of smell became even more acute. The foul odor surged, overwhelming him to the point of near unconsciousness. Summoning the last remnants of his consciousness, Lin Yuan staggered toward the entrance, collapsing just a few steps away. Ultimately, it was Natasha, displaying commendable loyalty, who turned back, seized his tail, and dragged him outside, thus saving his feline life. Steve observed the trio's frantic escape with a puzzled expression. Sniffing the air, he murmured, "They're being quite dramatic." He then picked up a herring, took a few bites, and extracted the bones, smacking his lips. Not bad, though a tad salty. "Oh, there's bread in the fridge. I'll give this stinky tofu a try." With that, he cheerfully headed to the refrigerator to retrieve the bread. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan followed Natasha and Barton away from Steve's residence, vowing never to return within a month. "Sister, what a coincidence that you all have the day off today," Lin Yuan inquired curiously. Natasha shot him a glance, revealing no secrets. "I just completed a mission. Barton has been on leave for a while, but a new assignment is imminent." Lin Yuan glanced at Barton, contemplating whether to offer a warning. "Brother Barton, as a ranged DPS, the most crucial aspect is to maintain distance. Do not let the enemy close in on you." Barton looked utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the meaning. "I'm off now." Lin Yuan bid farewell to the two and made his way home. Barton, watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, turned to Natasha with confusion. "Natasha, what did you mean by that?" "I have no idea. He can be quite enigmatic at times. Perhaps it's some mysterious Eastern wisdom. Just be cautious," she replied. Lin Yuan leisurely flew back home, reflecting on the captain's current interests with a sigh. What a sin, what a sin. I've led the captain astray. If he returns to Carter in the future, I wonder if she will accept his tastes. Upon arriving home, he found Tony unexpectedly there. "Lin, didn't you say you were going to retrieve the armor?" "Let me see it," Tony inquired. Upon hearing Tony's question, Lin Yuan felt instantly awake. "Not so soon. The girl has just finished the design. It'll take a month to produce the final product. I tell you, Tony, that armor will be stunning. I even infused my own creativity into it. You'll see." Tony regarded Lin Yuan with skepticism. "Oh, really? You added your own touch? Then I suspect the armor won't be all that impressive." Lin Yuan felt insulted. It'll be far better than your clunky metal contraption. By the time I'm done, even Pepper won't recognize you." "Certainly, I shall await the unfolding of events." Tony's composure unexpectedly instilled a sense of unease in Lin Yuan, who timidly inquired, "Tony, you haven't already constructed an anti-Lin Yuan suit, have you?" Tony cast a dismissive glance in his direction and retorted, "What nonsense is that? Do I really need to fabricate a suit specifically to deal with you?" Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling exasperated. "I shall ensure that you soar through the skies for a good half hour." "Hold on," Tony called out to Lin Yuan, who was about to retreat to his room. "Come to Stark Tower tomorrow to lend a hand. I will endure." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth but turned around, revealing a cheerful smile. "All right, Tony. A wise man avoids immediate losses, and a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Those who toil diligently will not be forsaken. And with perseverance, I shall overcome." Tony observed Lin Yuan muttering to himself as he returned to his room, shaking his head with a smile before heading to his laboratory, where he had much work to attend to. The day Lin Yuan had arranged with Su Rue was fast approaching, yet as he glanced at the calendar, he realized Christmas was nearly upon them, followed by the Lunar New Year. Therefore, Lin Yuan resolved to allow Tony to enjoy the festive season, lest his spirits be dampened by Lin Yuan's earlier threats. Additionally, Lin Yuan was eager for this year's New Year gift package, hoping the system would grant him something worthwhile. Christmas swiftly arrived, yet Tony and Pepper seemed indifferent, both being workaholics, especially Pepper, whom Lin Yuan had not seen in quite some time. On New Year's Eve, Lin Yuan, along with Tony and Pepper, discussed their plans. The two had already invited Ethan, Happy, and Rhodey. As for Natasha, she had departed Stark Industries to return to SHIELD, leaving her uncertain about any missions during the holiday, for agents do not take breaks during the Spring Festival. Lin Yuan, however, extended a singular invitation to Steve. "Are we having hot pot for the New Year's Eve dinner?" Lin Yuan asked, a frown forming on his face. "Is your family really having hot pot for the New Year?" "No, I will personally prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Do remember to arrive early." All right, I will. Lin, may I suggest some dishes? Lin Yuan immediately grew wary and firmly declined. Absolutely not. Goodness, if Steve were to choose the dishes, Tony would likely demolish the villa for a complete renovation. Indeed, Steve's voice was laced with disappointment. Oh, how unfortunate. What on earth are you lamenting about? This captain was becoming increasingly peculiar. Thus, Lin Yuan busied himself with preparations, even making a brief trip to Wakanda to greet Su Rue and explain the circumstances. Su Rue expressed a keen interest in the Rabbit Spring Festival, but regrettably, Wakanda was not yet ready to open its doors and she could not attend. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan prepared numerous small gifts for her, allowing her a taste of the festive atmosphere. As was the case last year, Tony assisted Lin Yuan in adorning the villa with vibrant decorations, and Lin Yuan ensured that all the ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast were ready. On the eve of the new year, guests arrived one after another. Natasha arrived in the company of Steve, who was meeting Tony for the first time. This time, due to Lin Yuan's presence, Tony was quite courteous to Steve. Having fully integrated into modern society following his journey, Steve had even developed some peculiar hobbies. Much to Lin Yuan's amusement, the two of them now shared a harmonious rapport. Steve refrained from chastising Tony for his lack of manners, and Tony no longer viewed Steve as an antiquated relic. In fact, during their conversations, Steve enthusiastically recommended his more exotic culinary delights, which seemed to pique Tony's curiosity. Lin Yuan, observing Tony's reaction, felt compelled to give Pepper a heads up. As the group gathered to make dumplings, they chatted and awaited Lin Yuan's grand feast. Once everything was prepared and everyone was seated, Lin Yuan had Jarvis play the New Year's gala, for a festive dinner felt incomplete without such ambience. After the meal, Lin Yuan taught Tony and the others how to play Do Diju. The outcome was predictable. Lin Yuan, thoroughly outmatched, soon retreated to join Steve and the others for Mahjong. At least with Mahjong, there was a chance of winning based on luck. Lin Yuan resolved never to engage in any games requiring strategy with this group again, except for Happy. When Jarvis's countdown reached 0, Lin Yuan, having comfortably lounged for quite some time, heard the familiar voice of the system. Ding. Happy New Year, host. Ding. Here's this year's grand gift. Ding. Farewell, host. Chapter 66. The Treant form. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered by the system's peculiar operation. Was the system malfunctioning? To think that this canine system would bestow upon him an empty grand gift. No wonder it fled so swiftly. Hastily, Lin Yuan opened the New Year's grand gift. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Treant form, exclusive skin version for the rabbit family. Note: this message has been pre-recorded. Please do not reply, as the system is quite busy. Bang. Haha, what a joke. Goodness. This wretched system was not only inconsiderate but also unprofessional. However, this time it had not deceived him. It granted him the Treant form, which was indeed quite fitting. Treant form, exclusive skin version for the rabbit family. Transform into a ginkgo treant, endowed with magical skin, possessing strong defense, albeit average speed. While in Treant form, the consumption of auxiliary skills is reduced by 50, skill effects are enhanced, skill duration is increased by 100, and skill range is expanded by 100. Unique skin effect. Druid's healing skill carries a slight disease removal effect. Exclusive skill of the Treant form. Rooting. The Treant will root itself into the ground, becoming immobile while rapidly restoring its mana, vitality, mental strength, and stamina. As Lin Yuan perused the skill descriptions of the Treant form, he acknowledged that, while quite impressive, he still felt compelled to berate the system for lacking skin effects in other forms. The skills of the Treant seemed straightforward, yet they provided substantial enhancements. The ginkgo skin even included disease removal, however slight, was still better than none. Finally, there was the rooting skill, which appeared unremarkable, yet the rapid restoration it offered was formidable. Even a major recovery move like Ningjing's merely provided swift recovery. He pondered that if an old foe were to nearly defeat him, he could simply root himself and voil. He would be revived. Although he might not be able to vanquish them, he could certainly exhaust them. Lost in thought, a smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. The two ladies petting the cat noticed his grin and, curious, inquired, "Brother, what are you thinking about? Why do you seem so cheerful?" Lin Yuan sprang to his feet. brimming with excitement. I've awakened a new ability. It's a new form. Upon hearing about the new form, the lady's eyes sparkled, urging him to demonstrate it. The crowd gathered around, intrigued by the commotion, and Lin Yuan, seeing the audience assembled, wasted no time. Moon Prism Power, Transform. Before them stood a treant adorned with radiant golden ginkgo leaves, towering just over a person's height. Uft! Someone couldn't contain their laughter. And soon everyone erupted into guffaws. Natasha, amidst her laughter, exclaimed, "Haha, brother, your form is quite ugly, haha. But in an endearing way, it's rather cute." Little Pepper doubled over in laughter, playfully tugging a leaf from Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan protested, "Pepper, you've just pulled my hair. If my hairline ends up like Carlson's, you will bear full responsibility." Little Pepper laughed even harder. At that moment, Jarvis projected Lin Yuan's holographic image in real time. Lin Yuan gazed at the projection conjured by Jarvis, taking a few more steps before bursting into laughter himself, while the others were in fits of giggles, tears streaming down their faces. "Lin, don't walk away. That tree figure is absolutely hideous, especially the way it wiggles its backside. It's simply hilarious," Steve exclaimed, pounding the table, struggling to catch his breath from laughter. Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "What right do you have to mock me with that pert rear of yours?" Concerned that the laughter might overwhelm everyone, Lin Yuan promptly reverted to his human form, feeling no discontent. After all, while the form was indeed comical, it was also quite practical. Amidst the laughter and merriment, Lin Yuan marked the 3rd year since his arrival in this world. He was now 18, teetering on the brink of adulthood. However, his birthday was in June, so he was not officially an adult yet. No rush, no rush. He had promised Tony to attend university in the latter half of the year, and perhaps he would find a girlfriend then, as there were certainly many attractive girls in college. He chuckled to himself, growing increasingly excited at the thought. Upon returning from seeing off their guests, Tony and Pepper observed Lin Yuan's silly grin and instinctively moved a little farther away. "Oh dear. This child seems to be getting sillier as he grows." Pepper sighed, sharing her concern with Tony. With a chuckle, Tony replied, "It's probably the influence of his new form. They do say he is as dull as a wooden block. He is literally turned into a tree. How could he not be silly?" Hey. Tony, could you refrain from speaking ill of others so loudly? I'm right here." Lin Yuan protested loudly. Tony shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting, "Well, if I didn't say it to your face, how would you know I was talking about you? If you didn't realize it, I would have spoken in vain." Such a reasonable argument. Lin Yuan nodded, only to realize, puffed, what twisted logic is that? Never mind. It's now the first day of the new year. I shouldn't get angry. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. The following morning, Lin Yuan dutifully extended New Year greetings to the elderly couple. "Happy New Year, Tony. Happy New Year, Pepper," he exclaimed cheerfully, presenting the gifts he had prepared for the occasion. This time, the presents were once again from the Rabbit family's collection. He had chosen a traditional hanfu for Pepper and a tang suit for Tony. Eagerly, Pepper dashed into the room to change, and seizing the opportunity, Tony remarked to Lin Yuan, "You lad, gifting Pepper the same clothes again. There's no creativity in that." Lin Yuan looked at him disdainfully. "Just admit whether you like Pepper in these outfits or not." "Well, they are quite nice," Tony conceded. "Is that all? I seem to recall someone nearly drooling over them last time." Lin Yuan teased. "Nonsense. I've been with more women than you've ever seen, Lin." Tony retorted, exasperated. "What women you've been with, Tony? Don't lead Lin astray." Pepper, having emerged from the room in her new attire, caught wind of Tony's words. Tony quickly smiled sheepishly. No, just joking." Then, noticing Pepper in her outfit, his eyes lit up. "Pepper, you look absolutely stunning in that ensemble. It truly accentuates your elegance." "Indeed. I feel the same way." Pepper beamed with delight. The exquisite hanfu worn by the little Pepper truly exudes an air of regal elegance, embodying a queenly demeanor. This also attests to Lin Yuan's discerning taste. "Sister, it would be splendid if you could find a makeup artist to create a traditional rabbit-themed look, which would complement your attire beautifully." "Indeed, I shall instruct my assistant to seek one shortly. Tony, I am off to the company now. Lin, I appreciate your thoughtful gift." The little Pepper, in high spirits, prepared to depart for the office, while Lin Yuan discreetly whispered to Tony, "Brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Tony gave him a thumbs up, declaring, "Absolutely, let us do it again next year." The two brothers chuckled as they watched the little Pepper's retreating figure. After the Laba Festival, the new year approaches, and Lin Yuan remained at home until after the Lantern Festival before setting off for Wakanda. It was time to retrieve his battle attire. Chapter 67. I want to be the sixth upon reaching Wakanda. The little girl was once again waiting for her at the entrance. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, prompting him to accelerate his descent. Su Rue ran towards him, and Lin Yuan found himself urging her to slow down. He crouched down, ready to embrace the little girl. However, Su Rue dashed right up to him, seemingly oblivious to his outstretched arms, or perhaps, more accurately, only focused on them. After all, Lin Yuan's hands were laden with 2 large bags of gifts. "Brother, where are my presents? Which one is mine? I want those delicious pastries from last time," Su Rue exclaimed, tugging at the bags in Lin Yuan's hands and rummaging through them. Lin Yuan was momentarily frozen, realizing that his little cotton-padded jacket was no longer intact. After stuffing her mouth with the pastry she found, Su Rue finally took Lin Yuan's hand. "Come on, brother, let us go see your battle suit." Like a marionette, Lin Yuan was pulled along by Su Rue, instinctively transforming into a great bird and carrying her to the laboratory building. In the exhibition area of the lab, upon seeing the 2 battle suits displayed before him, Lin Yuan was instantly revitalized. Who needs a cotton-padded jacket when these battle suits are so magnificent? The 2 suits, draped over mannequins, were one black and one silver. The black suit conveyed a sharp and fierce aura, its headpiece reminiscent of a formidable Black Panther. In contrast, the silver suit appeared more gentle in its lines, with a headpiece resembling a lovable panda. A panda? Lin Yuan turned to Su Rue and asked, "Did you design it based on my panda?" While munching on snacks, Su Rue nodded. "Yes, I did. I originally intended to model your suit after your leopard form." But he vehemently protested and insisted on this design. How infuriating. Lin Yuan silently thanked his lucky stars. "Thank goodness you held your ground, leopard brother. Otherwise, you'd have transformed from a Black Panther into a black orange, and that would have been my fault." As for his own suit, he felt indifferent. He would be satisfied regardless of its appearance, for Lin Yuan was about to declare that he wished to be the 6th. "Su Rue, can I try it on now?" he asked, pointing at the battle suit. "Of course. Just wait a moment," Su Rue replied, shoving a pastry into her mouth. She then tapped the wrist of the mannequin wearing the silver suit, and in an instant, the silver suit flowed like water into the mannequin's wrists, leaving behind only a pair of shimmering silver gauntlets. Su Rue removed the gauntlets and handed them to Lin Yuan. Eagerly, Lin Yuan donned the gauntlets, looking expectantly at Su Rue. "Sister, how do I use this?" Su Rue explained, "You just need to touch the gauntlets together, and the suit will record your brainwaves. After that, you can control the suit using your thoughts." Imitating the posture of a Black Panther, Lin Yuan crossed his arms over his chest. At the moment the gauntlets made contact, silvery liquid spread from his wrists, enveloping his entire body. "Sister, is there a mirror?" Su Rue projected Lin Yuan's real-time image before him. Gazing at himself clad in the battle suit, Lin Yuan inwardly praised, "This guy looks incredibly dashing." Su Rue stood beside, elucidating the features of the battle suit. "Brother, the suit has been equipped with an invisibility function as per your request. Once activated, it will absorb the energy emanating from your body, allowing you to remain invisible for an extended period. You can activate this feature with your brainwaves." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan attempted to engage the suit's invisibility capability. The armor adorning him gradually became transparent until it completely vanished. Gazing at the projected image of himself, Lin Yuan was astonished to find that not even a trace of his battle suit was visible. "Incredible! Su Rue is truly a genius. I wonder how he compares to Tony." Regardless, it was evident that both surpassed him. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Yuan touched the suit. Noting that the invisible armor still retained a palpable texture, a broad grin spread across his face, his spirits soaring. Today, Lin Yuan had finally stood tall. Haha. I could take on 10 opponents. The more he pondered, the happier he became, striking a triumphant pose and laughing heartily. The laboratory staff turned to glance at him, while Su Rue, covering his forehead, sighed, "How embarrassing. You're so grown up yet still so juvenile. Not mature at all. Sister, is your brother around? I want to give him a beating. Lin Yuan boasted with an air of arrogance. Who wants to beat me? Chala entered from outside, eyeing Lin Yuan. Lin, are you the one who wants to challenge me? Come on, Chala, let's spar. Lin Yuan exclaimed, dragging Chala outside. Wait, let me don my suit. On the arena. Chala had already donned the Black Panther suit and, noticing Lin Yuan's lack of attire, inquired with a hint of confusion, Brother, aren't you going to wear your suit to fight me? We agreed you wouldn't use magic. I'm ready. Lin Yuan concentrated, and the suit materialized around him. Chala, witnessing the suit's capabilities for the first time, exclaimed in surprise, Wow, you sly one. How did you conceive such a function? Hee, impressive, right? Come on, Chala. Let me show you a bit of affectionate output. With a villainous demeanor, Lin Yuan approached Chala, cracking his joints. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, despondently staring at the sky. Su Rui approached and poked him, sighing, Brother, my Chala brother is one of the foremost warriors of Wakanda. You truly dared to take him on. Indeed, relying solely on his physical prowess, Lin Yuan was thoroughly overwhelmed by Chala, suffering at both the hands of skill and strength. No, I cannot succumb like this. I must seek vengeance. Lin Yuan rallied his spirits, rising to his feet, and shouted at Chala, Brother Panther. I admit I cannot defeat you in this form. I will now resort to magic. Chala retreated 2 steps, saying, Little brother, how about I let you land a few punches, and we call it even? Realizing Chala had misunderstood, Lin Yuan quickly clarified, I simply wish to change my form. I will transform into a giant bear. Chala breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as you refrain from using magic, everything else is negotiable. Let us begin. Lin Yuan shouted, transforming into the form of a colossal bear. Just as Tekala intended to charge forward to seize the initiative, he noticed Lin Yuan standing still, his hands roaming over himself. Tekala was taken aback. Had his younger brother awakened some peculiar fascination? Su Rui, observing Lin Yuan's strange behavior, inquired with curiosity, Brother Lin Yuan, what are you doing? I can't find my battle suit. What? Both Tekala and Su Rui were astonished. How could this be? How could a battle suit simply vanish? Could it be invisible? Lin Yuan, equally exasperated, replied, Feel for yourself, you won't find it. After both examined Lin Yuan thoroughly, they nodded in unison, Indeed, it's gone. Lin Yuan, face adorned with a black line of frustration, thought to himself, if you two wanted to have a feel, you could have just said so. Chapter 68. The cunning Tony. 2 individuals and a panda sat upon the ground, pondering whether something had transpired that had evaded their notice. Suddenly, Su Rui remarked, Brother Lin Yuan, why don't you transform back into your human form and take a look? Lin Yuan, struck by a moment of clarity, slapped his forehead in frustration and exclaimed, I've just realized the reason. He then reverted to his human shape, and indeed, his battle attire remained impeccably in place. Curiously, Su Rui inquired, Brother, could you elucidate what transpired? With a hint of vexation, Lin Yuan explained, My transformation possesses a concealed characteristic. The garments and items I carry vanish upon shifting forms. I have long utilized this trait as an unconventional storage space, otherwise. With the multitude of items I acquire, a mere bird could scarcely transport them all. Now, my battle gear is in the same predicament. What shall I do? Takara proposed a suggestion. Why not allow your transformation to don the armor directly? After all, you remain in your transformed state during most combat. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. As this seemed plausible, he first removed his wrist armor and handed it to Su Rui, then transformed into a panda and donned the wrist armor once more. The armor successfully enveloped him, revealing a resplendent, silver-glimmering panda before the onlookers. Lin Yuan then shifted into various other forms seamlessly. The battle attire proved to be remarkably intelligent, adapting effortlessly with each transformation. All right, this works. Lin Yuan sighed in relief, feeling quite pleased. Okay, Leopard Brother, let us resume our sparring. Lin Yuan invited Takara to continue their practice. The ultimate outcome was a stalemate. Without employing his skills, Lin Yuan found it challenging to strike the agile Takara. Conversely, Takara could hardly land a blow on Lin Yuan and was reluctant to recklessly engage with his attacks. Lin Yuan was content with this result, considering Takara's current combat prowess to be at its zenith, while he himself had yet to emerge from the novice stage. His physical attributes and skill effects were still lacking, especially since he could not yet utilize the Wild Blessing skill. Suddenly, Lin Yuan beamed at Takara. "Leopard brother, I have a new transformation form. Would you assist me in testing its capabilities?" A shiver ran down Takara's spine, and he felt a sudden tightening sensation. Surie, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, do you have a new form? I wonder if it will be as adorable as the panda." When Lin Yuan assumed his Trant form, Su Rue erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground in amusement. Afterward, he climbed atop Lin Yuan's head and plucked a leaf, declaring it a bookmark. Takara, too, laughed heartily, prompting Lin Yuan to cast a sidelong glance at him. "Leopard brother, let us begin." The laughter abruptly ceased. As Lin Yuan departed Wakanda, he flew with his head held high, feeling quite accomplished. His first order of business was to return home and solidify his familial standing. Knowing that Tony was currently occupied at Stark Tower, he made a beeline for the building. From a distance, he spotted Tony, clad in his Mark armor, welding equipment on the top floor. With a mighty shout, Lin Yuan declared, "Cunning Tony, prepare yourself." He approached Tony and seized his shoulder, soaring into the outskirts. Tony, without any resistance, helplessly remarked, "Lin, are you feeling particularly rebellious today? If I don't give you a good beating, I'll no longer bear the surname Tony." Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. "Old thief Tony, today's version of me is not the same as yesterday's. Just wait to be pummeled." In the outskirts, Lin Yuan hurled Tony down before transforming into his human form, gazing at Tony with a solemn expression, hands clasped behind his back. "Old thief Tony, this battle suit of mine is forged from extraterrestrial vibranium, impervious to blades and bullets. Wherever this suit resides, it is indestructible." Tony took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike immediately, and replied with a composed demeanor, "Where's your battle suit?" Lin Yuan suddenly realized he hadn't transformed yet. "Ah, my apologies. Brother Tony, I mean, old thief Tony, allow me to don my armor." With a roar, a panda emerged, letting out a fierce cry. Tony covered his face. "Where's the suit?" "Oh, wait a moment." Lin Yuan concentrated, and the armor enveloped him, transforming him into a silver, steel panda. Subsequently, the armor turned invisible, presenting yet another adorable panda before Tony. "Brother Tony, am I not handsome?" Tony's expression shifted to one of seriousness, nanotechnology, and cloaking capabilities. Did that little girl create all this? Is she really only 10 years old? Actually, she should be 11 this year, Lin Yuan added. Tony's veins bulged. He was tempted to act immediately, yet he was also astounded. An 11-year-old girl possessing such technology was truly remarkable. Could I have achieved something similar at 11? Well, if the materials were sufficient, perhaps I could have. Relieved, Tony gestured to Lin Yuan. "Come, display your trifling abilities. Let me witness your prowess." As the words left his lips, Tony found himself questioning his own audacity. Why had he uttered such overly dramatic phrases? Shaking his head, he suppressed his embarrassment and struck first, firing a charged energy cannon directly at Lin Yuan. The panda form of Lin Yuan stood upright, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the shot with his chest. Quite good. I hardly felt a thing. Tony's pupils dilated. Such formidable defense. It seems I must get serious. The weapon bays of the Mark suit opened, unleashing a barrage of weaponry toward Lin Yuan. Instantly, he was engulfed by a flurry of attacks, smoke billowing around him. Suddenly, a blue electric arc barrier erupted from the smoke, expanding outward in all directions. Tony quickly ascended into the air to evade. He can absorb damage to retaliate. This suit is indeed impressive. Lin Yuan looked up at Tony in the sky. Scratching his head, it seemed he lacked any flying capabilities, and the panda's jumping ability was insufficient. The rock could fly, but it lacked power. Should he simply grab Tony and throw him to the ground? Upon seeing Lin Yuan gazing up at him, Tony swiftly deduced that he lacked long-range attack capabilities and couldn't help but taunt. "What's the matter? Can't do it now? Didn't you say you were going to beat me? Is that all you've got?" Lin Yuan's veins bulged with anger. "Fine, brother Tony. I was going to show you some mercy, but since you're asking for it, don't blame me for being ruthless." In an instant, A delightfully peculiar ginkgo tree creature materialized in place, ensnaring Tony with its enhanced entangling roots, which bound him even more securely than before. Only his head remained exposed as he plummeted from the skies. Lin Yuan transformed into a rock, swiftly approaching Tony before morphing into a panda. Seizing the vines with a firm grip, with a series of playful slaps, he bestowed upon Tony a rather divine treatment. The vines would inflict minimal harm. Yet the humiliation was undoubtedly maximized. Thus, the performance commenced. A heartfelt gratitude is owed to Prince Chala of Wakanda for his exceptional contributions to this skill test. Chapter 69, Sister. Your tale is showing as the duration of the vines concluded. Lin Yuan felt a sudden emptiness in his hands, and Tony was flung away by inertia. Before he could react, Lin Yuan launched another charge, rendering Tony momentarily dazed. The seventh set of calisthenics commenced. Lin Yuan unleashed the extraordinary techniques of the rabbit family, delivering a vigorous barrage of punches upon Tony. As Tony regained his senses from the daze, he immediately activated his thrusters to distance himself from Lin Yuan. Planning to escape? Not a chance. Lin Yuan transformed into his tree form. Hurricane technique. In his trance shape, the enhanced hurricane technique allowed him to manipulate the wind direction at will, creating a formidable wind wall that propelled Tony back towards him. With a swift motion, the treant morphed into a panda, and as Tony soared overhead, Lin Yuan delivered an uppercut that sent him hurtling through the air. The panda seamlessly reverted to treant form, unleashing a whirlwind. Charge forth, whirlwind assault, tornado. Within the treant's swirling vortex danced numerous tiny bolts of lightning, each possessing a paralyzing effect. Overwhelmed by the relentless combination of attacks, Tony felt increasingly dizzy and nauseous. The screen before him flashed a profusion of red alerts, interspersed with a solitary green notification indicating ample power. With gritted teeth, he pushed his thrusts to the maximum and finally broke free from the cyclone. Observing Tony's escape, Lin Yuan pondered. It seems the weakness of the whirlwind lies in high-mobility flying units like the Mark armor. Tony landed not far away, his helmet retracting as he promptly lost his lunch onto the ground. Lin Yuan reverted to human form, a grin plastered across his face as he watched. Once Tony finished, he approached Lin Yuan without donning his helmet, his expression devoid of emotion. "Tony, what are you doing?" As Tony drew nearer, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He dared not attack. Tony remained silent, advancing steadily toward him. "Tony, if you come any closer, I might hit you. You know. I really will," Lin Yuan shouted, retreating. "Tony, you're being unfair." A cacophony of noise erupted as Lin Yuan found himself sprawled on the ground. Sighing, he lamented, another day devoid of hope. "Tony, how could you be so unfair? You know I want to hit you without your armor," he said with a tone of melancholy. With an impassive expression, Tony replied, "Let's call it a draw today." He then turned and soared away. Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure, a chill running down his spine. This is bad. Tony is definitely going to create an anti-Lin Yuan suit. It's inevitable. In the ensuing months, life passed in a tranquil manner. Lin Yuan continued to visit the rabbit family from time to time, bringing along some food for Captain Steve. Initially, Lin Yuan had contemplated giving Steve a good thrashing, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Firstly, engaging in magical combat felt too grimy and might sour their relationship. Secondly, in a melee, he was certain he could not match the seasoned captain's prowess. He certainly couldn't go all out. Thus, Lin Yuan convinced himself that he had already bested both of them. He was undefeated, distant in Wakanda. Chala mused, "At least half of the credit for these 2 victories belongs to me." Lin Yuan returned today, carrying a bag of items from Rabbit's home. Steve, having learned to scale walls at some point, had begun to self-study Chinese, navigating the internet at Rabbit's place. His taste had grown increasingly adventurous. On the suggestions of online friends, he had already persuaded Lin Yuan to procure 5 of Rabbit's top 10 exotic delicacies. Lin Yuan had to pinch his nose while purchasing them, yet Steve relished every bite. Arriving at Steve's doorstep, Lin Yuan knocked for quite some time, but no one answered. He found it peculiar that the captain had left without waiting for him to deliver the goods. It was truly unusual. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's phone rang, and he initially thought it was Steve calling, only to discover it was Natasha. As soon as he answered, Natasha's voice echoed through the line. "Lin, I need your help. Detecting a hint of fear in her tone, Lin Yuan realized that not much could frighten such a formidable agent. Sister Natasha, just say the word, and I shall assist you. I want you to accompany me to Brazil. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just this matter, which seemed simple enough. He had nearly panicked, fearing something grave had occurred. Actually, something serious has already happened, hasn't it? Sister Natasha, how is Barton? After a moment of silence, Natasha replied, You indeed know something. Barton has been compromised by the enemy. This fellow had certainly not followed orders. Why would he, a ranged combatant, seek out a melee mage for close combat without equipping himself with proper gear, just like my brother Tony? Look where that got him. Natasha interjected. What are you rambling on about? Lin, do you have a way to help Barton? With a casual demeanor, Lin Yuan responded, It's simple. Just give him a good thrashing. Natasha was left speechless. Are you serious? Absolutely. Don't worry. As long as he shows up before me, I'll sort him out. I'll thank you on behalf of Barton. No need for thanks. Lin Yuan quickly caught up with Natasha's aircraft, entered the cabin, and greeted her. Noticing Lin Yuan carrying 2 large bags, Natasha inquired, What do you have there? Oh, nothing much. Just some snacks I bought for the captain. He treats me like a mere errand boy, always sending me out for food. Upon hearing this, Natasha took a few steps back, eyeing the bags with caution. Relax, relax. I've packaged everything properly. Want some chips? Cucumber flavor. Yes. The two of them munched on chips, and Lin Yuan asked, Sister Natasha, how do you plan to approach Dr. Banner? Natasha paused, then smiled. You needn't worry. I will handle it. Just stay nearby, and if Dr. Banner seems off, I'll call for you. With that, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she giggled, muttering, When Hulk appears, I'll make a gesture, and a panda will charge in. Oh, I adore this scenario. Hey. Lin Yuan's expression turned to one of exasperation. Sister, you've revealed your inner thoughts. And do wipe your mouth. Natasha awoke, hastily wiping away the drool. And upon realizing she had been fooled, cast a captivating glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Inside a secluded house on the outskirts of a Brazilian slum, he inquired curiously, Sister, are we to wait here? Indeed, we shall remain here. Our people will bring Dr. Banner to us. Then where should I hide? Lin Yuan surveyed the dilapidated dwelling, noticing scant places to conceal himself. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes sparkled as she regarded Lin Yuan. What is it? Lin Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. You can transform into a cat, can't you? If you do so and allow me to hold you, should danger arise, I could simply toss you aside, and you could revert to a panda, thus ensuring my protection. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. Sister, your tale is showing. Chapter 70. Risk Factors. Ultimately, Lin Yuan conceded, transforming into a large orange cat for Natasha to cradle in her arms. He swore that his acquiescence was not merely to invite her embrace. Imagine, if you will, a mature and alluring beauty, radiating an aura of sophistication. Gazing at you with those sparkling eyes, who could possibly withstand such a gaze? Natasha, holding the large orange cat, sat gracefully upon a chair, awaiting the arrival of their agent who would lure Dr. Banner into their midst. Before long, a little girl dashed through the doorway, only to escape through the window, a man trailing behind her. The man, watching the girl flee, felt a twinge of frustration, having traveled a considerable distance for a consultation. Only to see her escape, he mused he should have collected a consultation fee beforehand. Looks like you have things well in hand, Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this day. Is this place surrounded? He asked calmly. Natasha rose, stroking the orange cat, and approached Banner with a smile. Not at all. It's just me, and this cat. Banner glanced around, pointing towards the direction the girl had fled. Was that also an agent? I am too. Natasha refrained from providing a direct answer. Who are you? I am Natasha Romanoff. Are you here to kill me? Though perhaps the one capable of killing me does not yet exist. No, Dr. Banner. I am here on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. to invite you to join a special team. How did you discover my whereabouts? We have been monitoring you and have shielded you from those who might pose a threat. As Banner was about to say more, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself. The repetitive questioning was tedious. Doctor, to put it simply, Earth is in peril. and we require your expertise and the extraordinary strength within you. The team is assembled. Will you join us? Lin Yuan's directness startled both Natasha and Banner. Lin Yuan extricated himself from Natasha's embrace, reverting to his human form, and extended his hand toward Banner. Hello, Dr. Banner. My name is Lin Yuan. Banner stared blankly as he processed the transformation from cat to human, instinctively shaking Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan continued. I have encountered the formidable being within you and have engaged in a sparring match. It was a draw, I suppose. At this, Banner's expression shifted dramatically, and he stammered. Run. He is about to emerge. Natasha immediately tensed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan, poised to issue a command. Lin Yuan, however, would not allow that to transpire. He firmly placed a hand on Banner's shoulder. Sleep. Instantly, Banner's expression relaxed, the Hulk within him calmed, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Though his vigilance waned, he clung to the last remnants of consciousness. Lin Yuan stepped forward to support Banner, gently murmuring, Rest now. We mean you no harm. At last, Banner succumbed, his body yielding to slumber. Lin Yuan gazed at Natasha and said, Sister, let us depart. The mission is accomplished. Natasha cast a wistful glance at Lin Yuan. Feeling frustrated that this time, the mighty panda had not been summoned. After relocating Banner onto the aircraft, Lin Yuan arranged him in a comfortable position, allowing him to sleep peacefully. It was likely that Banner had not rested well during this period, constantly on edge with the fear of being captured and the potential chaos of the Hulk's emergence. Now was an opportune moment for him to recuperate. Once he awakened, Lin Yuan would employ a rejuvenation spell, and he would once again be a competent worker. The aircraft soared towards the temporary headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Sky Carrier. One might wonder why they did not return to the original headquarters, which had been destroyed. From the cockpit, a colossal aircraft carrier loomed in the middle of the ocean. Is this the Sky Carrier? It appears rather unremarkable, Lin Yuan mused, quickly diverting his gaze, utterly disinterested. Observing Banner still deep in slumber, Lin Yuan swiftly cast a rejuvenation spell. Why are you still sleeping? Rise and shine. Gradually, Banner's consciousness began to awaken. He felt an invigorating surge of energy as the accumulated fatigue of the past 2 years seemed to dissipate. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in the aircraft's cabin, with the youth who introduced himself as Lin Yuan smiling down at him. Awake? If you are awake, rise. We have work to do shortly. Banner, still not fully alert, inadvertently inquired, who is working? Lin Yuan was taken aback, astonished by this version of Banner. While Natasha squinted at him, realizing both were staring, Banner's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, No. I. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, No need to elaborate. I understand. Sister, please share the information with him. Natasha handed her computer to Banner and proceeded to explain the current situation regarding the Tesseract. The situation is as follows. We require your assistance in locating it. Its emitted gamma radiation is currently too feeble for us to trace. We believe that no one understands gamma radiation better than you do. Banner chuckled ruefully. Should I feel honored then? Subsequently, he fell silent, intently examining the various documents and data pertaining to the Tesseract. The aircraft soon landed on the deck of the Sky Carrier, and as the hatch opened, Lin Yuan was the first to disembark. Among the bustling crowd on the deck, Captain Steve waved at him and hurried over. Lin, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for ages. As Steve approached, he scrutinized Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sighed and pointed towards the cabin and sighed in the bags. I warn you, do not eat anything here. Wait until we return. Steve, beaming with delight, circumvented Lin Yuan and dashed toward the cabin, nearly colliding with Natasha. What is up with the captain? Natasha inquired, puzzled. He's gone to retrieve his food. Keep an eye on him. Do not let him open those bags that should remain sealed. Lin Yuan cautioned seriously. Natasha nodded solemnly in agreement. As Steve stepped into the cabin, he spotted Banner engrossed in examining the data regarding the Rubik's Cube. Initially, he glanced at the snacks within his bag before extending his hand to greet Banner. You must be Dr. Banner. I've heard you have the ability to locate the cube. Noticing the captain's slight awkwardness, Banner shook his hand and replied, Hello, Captain. It is indeed an honor to meet you. However, I'm not certain yet. I require more data. Well then, let us proceed. It is time to regroup. The two exited the cabin, and Natasha, observing their cheerful exchange, remarked, "You two seem to be getting along splendidly. However, you must head inside. It will soon become inhospitable here." She then turned to Steve and added, "Captain, please hand me your bag. I shall store it for you. I fear it may become cumbersome once you embark on your mission." Steve chuckled and replied, "No need for that. I can manage it myself. Rest assured. I will take good care of it." Internally, Natasha thought, "Goodness, it's your self-management that concerns me. I had presumed the only peril aboard this vessel was Banner. Now it seems you two have joined that list." Chapter 71. The misguided captain. As the ground trembled beneath their feet, Banner initially assumed they were preparing to submerge. He curiously inquired, "Is this a submarine?" Rushing to the side of the mothership, he beheld several colossal propellers protruding from its hull. The massive propellers began to rotate slowly, gaining speed as the airborne mothership gradually ascended. Banner expressed his astonishment. "Wow, Captain, it seems we truly have to venture inside this time. The winds at such heights are quite formidable." Steve scoffed. "Is that all? Compared to Lynn, this is child's play. I hardly feel anything at this level." Banner replied, "Huh?" With Fury's command, the mothership activated its optical cloaking mode, slowly vanishing from the sky. Inside the cabin, personnel busily attended to their respective duties, while Lin Yuan sat idly, observing the hustle around him. Suddenly, he noticed a staff member surreptitiously playing a game and approached him. "Hey, buddy, what are you playing? Mind if I give it a go?" Without waiting for a reply, he nudged the individual aside and gleefully engaged in the game. After finishing a round, he looked up to see Steve rummaging through his bag, while Natasha kept a watchful eye on him. As for Banner, he appeared anxious, displaying the demeanor of a clear suspect. Had this been a rabbit's den, he would have been asked for identification by an uncle hat. It seemed years of evasion had left him with a slight case of uniform phobia. Lin Yuan stood up and patted Banner on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Doctor, there's no need to be nervous. No one here will harm you." Banner smiled sheepishly. "I've grown accustomed to hiding from these individuals over the years, so I still feel a bit uneasy when I see them. Rest assured, I will protect you." "Thank you." Fury also approached to express his gratitude to Banner for coming to assist. "Natasha, please escort Dr. Banner to the laboratory." Natasha responded, "Director, I still have a hazardous source that requires my attention." "Go ahead, sis. I'll keep an eye on the captain." Lin Yuan, feeling a bit bored, decided to chat with the captain. He plopped down beside Steve and began munching on a bag of chips he had taken from Steve's belongings. "Hey, aren't you going to see what they're up to?" Steve retorted grumpily. "I can't understand what they're saying. What would I do by going over there? I just need to wait for them to find the people, and then I'll bring them back. Eat slowly, you stingy fellow. I'll buy you more once you finish. That is more like it. Next time, you're getting this for me." Steve showed Lin Yuan a photo on his phone. Upon seeing it, Lin Yuan was rendered speechless. "Bro, your tastes have become increasingly extravagant." "What do you mean by extravagant?" "These are all delicacies, you know. If you don't believe me, you can try them." Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously. "I want to eat any, after we finish this task. I'll buy you something, but you're not allowed to eat what's in the bag here. If you do, Fury will have your head." "He can't take me on," Steve confidently asserted. "He won't pay you." "All right, I'll have my meal at home instead." Fury watched the two individuals in the corner, munching on snacks and laughing heartily, with veins bulging on his forehead. Recruiting that rascal Lin Yuan as the team leader was undoubtedly the gravest mistake of his life. The current leader was becoming increasingly unreliable. This was not to say anything about his professional competence, as he was still incredibly trustworthy in his work, but rather to comment on his character, which seemed to be veering off course. Lost in thought, an old acquaintance, the bald man, suddenly reported from the surveillance screen. Identified a similar target, similarity at 67. Wait, now 79. Found him. Steve, munching on chips, popped the last piece into his mouth, stood up, and brushed crumbs from his attire, stating, "I'll go put on my battle suit. Take me over later." "Oh, go ahead," Lin Yuan responded, rising as well and calling out to Fury, "Director, send me the address. I'll take the captain there." Fury nodded, signaling the bald man to send the address to Lin Yuan's phone, and then called Natasha, Natasha, you fly the plane and follow those two. Steve donned his iconic attire, brandishing his shield, and said to Lin Yuan, let us go. Don't fly too fast. I'd rather not freeze into a popsicle. Lin Yuan grinned mysteriously. This time, I have a secret weapon. Just wait and see. The two made their way back to the deck, where Lin Yuan transformed into a large bird, enlarging his form. Hop on, brother. Steve leaped onto the great bird's back, attempting to grasp its feathers. Hey, brother, there's an invisible layer on you. I can't grab your feathers. How am I supposed to secure myself? Lin Yuan proudly manifested his combat suit, revealing himself as a silver bird. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? I designed this. After all, he indeed had a hand in designing the suit's color, so he could justifiably claim to be one of its creators. Impressive. But what now? I can't hold on. I'll fall. Steve admired the suit's allure, yet was troubled about what to do next. Don't worry. Here it comes. Subsequently, a silvery liquid flowed from the great bird's back, enveloping Steve completely, and the battle suit became invisible once more. Steve glanced at his hands and then down at the great bird, observing no change. He had simply become one with the bird. Brother, we are now connected. As long as you don't jump into the air, you can move however you like. Steve fell silent for a moment, envy clearly evident in his expression. Brother, could you make me one of those suits? Brother. The material for this suit cost $1,000 per gram. Pardon the interruption. Let us set off. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and instantly vanished from the deck. Now, Steve could fully appreciate the exhilarating speed of Lin Yuan. He couldn't help but shout, "This is exhilarating." When Lin Yuan arrived at his destination, he beheld a large throng of people kneeling below. Loki, clad in green battle attire and adorned with a golden helmet featuring 2 long horns, was on stage eloquently proclaiming, "Mortals, you are destined for servitude. It is your very nature." This audacious fellow seemed utterly unafraid of being struck by lightning. One had to wonder how such a lofty hat didn't make him feel top-heavy. What if it snagged on a power line? Lin Yuan mused, yet upon reflection, perhaps he actually desired to be struck by lightning. Alas, Uncle Odin's methods of upbringing might indeed be flawed. None of his 3 children seemed to bring him peace. His eldest daughter was a violent maniac, finding discomfort unless she was shedding blood. His eldest son, though improved, remained rather simple-minded. The adopted son was even worse. Deprived of his brother's affection, he wreaked havoc everywhere, only to adopt a haughty demeanor akin to a princess when his brothers sought him out. Perhaps I should just ask the dog system for a transformation skill. Just then, as Loki was posturing, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Oh no! Someone was plotting against me. Chapter 72. Watching the play at this moment, an elderly man rose from the crowd, fervently refuting Loki's words. And he hurled scornful remarks at him. Loki, fueled by fury, raised his staff, aiming it at the old man, intent on making an example of him. Brother, it's your turn to take the stage. Lin Yuan called out to Steve. Steve had long been prepared. He leaped down, shield in hand, positioning himself before the old man. Reflecting the energy Loki unleashed back at him, causing Loki to crash to the ground. Is this how you wish to present yourself? The last time I dealt with a pretentious fool was in Germany. Loki seethed on the ground, his teeth clenched in anger. You have already wronged me by interrupting my display, yet you humiliate me before this crowd. You seek death, do you? With that, Loki sprang to his feet and charged at Captain America, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. From above, Lin Yuan cheered for the captain. Go, Captain. Show your might. Yes, just like that. Left hook, kick him, kick him. That's right. Use your shield to send him flying. Oh, aim for his eyes. Go for the groin. Alas, such a splendid opportunity wasted. The two combatants below shouted in unison, shut up. Consequently, deprived of Lin Yuan's encouragement, Steve soon found himself at a disadvantage, being pummeled by Loki. Brother, are you even capable? Lin Yuan taunted. I could fight all day? Steve retorted. Are you certain you're not just being beaten all day? At that moment, Natasha's aircraft arrived, and she activated her weapon systems, targeting Loki. Loki, surrender now. Loki retaliated with an energy blast aimed at the aircraft, prompting Natasha to swiftly evade. As she repositioned to fire, Loki had already engaged Captain America, leaving her no opportunity to shoot. The captain's damage output is quite lacking. He can only serve as a tank, Lin Yuan sighed, lamenting when he might be able to wield the blessing of the wild. With a deep breath, Lin Yuan transformed into a mighty eagle and swooped down, seizing the corner of Loki's helmet, its shape perfectly suited for his grasp. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan executed a swift maneuver, sending Loki flying. Then, Lin Yuan began his own series of attacks. Transforming into a treant, he enveloped himself in nature's grip, before reverting to his panda form and utilizing charge. Once Loki was stunned by the impact, Lin Yuan deftly knocked the staff from Loki's grasp. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches, a left hook, a right hook, an uppercut, and a downward strike, relishing each blow. As the stun wore off, Lin Yuan feigned a small opening to entice Loki into striking him. When Loki's fist made contact, it triggered the passive effect of nature's grip, ensnaring him in entangling roots. With this seamless combination, victory was effortlessly attained. Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan chuckled, his fist clenched, approaching the bound Loki with a wicked grin. Today, I shall collect the debt for covering your overtime. Loki, bewildered, responded. What are you even talking about? Lin Yuan swung his panda arm. With a resounding slap, commands were issued. Strike a pose. Commit murder. Puncture Coulson's kidney. Loki groaned. I did not puncture Coulson's kidney. The slaps continued relentlessly, and Lin Yuan became addicted to the thrill of the entangling roots paired with this technique. Once the effects of the entangling roots wore off, Lin Yuan unleashed another strike, preparing to continue when Steve, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Brother, murder is merely a fleeting act. Enough is enough. Lin Yuan nodded, flicked his hand, and Loki was sent soaring into the sky, transforming into a panda-like treeman. Behold my whirlwind that shall devastate the parking lot. The enhanced cyclone was unleashed, drawing Loki into its vortex, the lightning within causing his body to tense involuntarily. Thus, Loki spun like a straightened rod amidst the wind, leaping and twirling without respite. A minute later, the whirlwind gradually subsided, and Loki fell to the ground, kneeling. At that moment, a rather ostentatious background music blared from Natasha's aircraft as Iron Man descended from the night sky, a trail of fire lighting his path. He then beheld a figure, even more flamboyantly dressed than himself, kneeling and retching on the ground. Tony couldn't help but smirk. He had once felt that same sensation. Steve approached. Tony, what brings you here? How did you know we were here? Lin Yuan transformed back into his human form, chuckling. Brother Tony, you've had J-R-V-I-S, infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D-S communication system again. Haven to you? A light cough escaped Tony as he waved his hand dismissively. That S unimportant. Let us just take this guy back. Loki, utterly drained from retching, offered no resistance as the three men escorted him onto the aircraft. On the return flight, Steve and Tony engaged in their usual banter, their camaraderie having blossomed into a strong friendship over the years. Lin Yuan, uninterested in their bickering, made his way to the cockpit to see Natasha piloting the plane. Loki, weak in watching the two argue, felt a flicker of envy and longing in his eyes. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside. Natasha wondered why the weather had turned so ominous. The aircraft jolted abruptly, as if something heavy had landed on its roof. Tony opened the hatch to investigate, and Thor appeared at the doorway, gently nudging his hammer against Tony's chest, sending him flying into the cabin wall. Thor then rushed into the cabin, seized Loki, and soared out of the aircraft with his hammer. Lin Yuan watched in astonishment at Thor's fluid movements, thinking, goodness, this big oaf hasn't improved his eyesight in 2 years. How could he not notice me right here? And now he has made Tony look foolish. Can Tony tolerate this? Indeed, Tony, infuriated, got back on his feet and flew out of the cabin in pursuit of Thor. Lin Yuan sighed, exasperated by the antics of his companions. Brother, shall we go watch the show? Just as he was about to grab a parachute and follow, Steve, astonished, asked, Do you know that person? Thor. A comrade of somewhat simplistic nature, yet undeniably a steadfast friend. Lin Yuan, transforming into a great rock, remarked, Thor's mind is a fortress of muscle, while Tony possesses intellect intertwined with brawn. These two are indeed a perfect pair. Let us first witness their clash, after all. One must engage in battle to truly know another. With that, he soared with Captain America towards the direction of the two combatants, soon spotting flashes of lightning amidst the distant trees. Found them. My, oh my, what is Spirit about? Lin Yuan hovered above the battlefield, reveling in the spectacle. Goodness. It's pure hand-to-hand combat. They've shattered numerous trees. How terribly unenvironmental. Yikes, that nearly struck me. Fortunately, my reflexes are swift. The big fellow has unleashed a formidable attack. He chuckled. Little does he know, Tony has long since upgraded his armor. Indeed, as the lightning struck Thor's raised hammer, he pointed it menacingly at Tony, unleashing a chain of electricity that instantly struck him. Observing the 400 power reading, Tony thought it would be remiss not to retaliate, thus unleashing a barrage of 3 energy blasts that sent Thor flying. Lin Yuan, enjoying the view from above, was in fits of laughter, while Steve, casting his gaze towards a nearby cliff where Loki sat, felt an unsettling foreboding. Why isn't Loki fleeing? Does he harbor some insidious plan? Steve, brother, what are you pondering? I've been calling you for ages. Ah, what is it? Steve snapped back to reality. I was asking if you'd like to join in the fray? Join in the fray? Steve replied, his interest piqued as he observed the intense battle below. Very well. Lower me down, and keep an eye on Loki. Fear not, Loki shall not escape. I shall join in the excitement. It has been ages since I last saw Thor. He just ignored me. He is due for a good thrashing. Chapter 73. Civil War. The two combatants on the ground had ignited into a fierce confrontation, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Thor seized Tony's arm, crushing the armor with a brutal grip. In pain, Tony unleashed an energy blast from his gauntlet, propelling Thor backward. Rising with fury, Thor summoned his hammer and hurled it at Tony with lethal intent, devoid of any restraint. Should the hammer strike Tony, even the protective suit would scarcely suffice against such a blow. Tony braced himself, the brilliance of his armor radiating as he prepared for a desperate counterattack. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, standing protectively before Tony, shield raised to intercept the incoming hammer. The impact of the hammer against the shield unleashed a violent shockwave, sending both Captain America and Tony flying. Atreus then landed before Thor, a form he had never encountered before, leading him to believe it was merely one of Tony's allies. Extending his hand, Thor called upon his hammer, ready to dispatch the grotesque tree. However, Lin Yuan conjured a powerful gust of wind, sending Thor hurtling away while the hammer soared past him, landing amidst the foliage. As Thor regained his footing, rage consumed him once more, and he attempted to summon the hammer. Lin Yuan, remaining composed, unleashed a fortified moonfire spell, an ability tested by Chala that temporarily blinded and deafened its target, akin to a flashbang. Cursed be it, you've blinded my titanium eyes, Thor screeched, shielding his eyes while a deafening buzz filled his ears, only to be staggered by the hammer that had returned. Lin Yuan watched Thor's plight with amusement, refraining from intervening, patiently awaiting Thor's recovery. Once Thor regained his senses, he erupted in fury, calling upon the hammer that lay beside him. Unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck down upon it, Lin Yuan transformed into a panda and charged forth. Recognizing Lin Yuan's panda form, Thor's astonishment was palpable. By Odin's beard, Lin, is that truly you? Moments later, Thor was knocked unconscious by the charge, his ultimate attack thwarted. Lin Yuan chuckled, raising his panda fist to deliver a series of playful strikes to Thor, knowing full well that without his vibranium claws, he posed no real threat, merely venting his frustration. When Thor finally regained consciousness, he made no attempt to resist, for Lin Yuan had not struck with any real force. The blows felt no more severe than a tickle. With hearty laughter, Thor embraced the panda before him, joyously exclaiming, "Lin, how splendid it is to see you. I thought you were an adversary. It has been 2 years, and you have grown immensely stronger." Lin Yuan grinned, realizing that Thor had not changed. He remained the same endearing fool. Resuming his human form, Lin Yuan returned the embrace, smiling warmly, "Welcome back." As Tony and Steve approached, witnessing the reunion, Tony bore an expression of lingering irritation. Lin Yuan quickly interjected, "Tony, Captain, this is Thor, the Prince of Asgard and brother to Loki." "Thor, this is my brother, Tony Stark, a super genius, though he pales in comparison to me." Tony regarded Lin Yuan with an unreadable expression, while Steve wore an expression that seemed to question Lin Yuan's sense of decorum. Lin Yuan chuckled, pointing at Steve as he introduced, "This is Captain Steve Rogers. Just like you wield a mighty hammer, he possesses an equally formidable shield. Steve scowled, clearly displeased, and retorted, "What nonsense is this? Am I merely defined by my shield?" At this moment, Tony interjected, "Isn't that the case?" Frustrated, Steve challenged, "Come on then. You don't need your armor, and I won't use my shield. How about a one-on-one match?" Lin Yuan quickly intervened. All right, brother. Do me a favor and let it go." Steve, even more irate, shot back, "Let go? The real culprit is you." It was then that Thor chimed in. "My hammer is indeed impressive." The three fell silent. "Well, you two seem to have forged a bond through this quarrel. Once we finish this task, let us sit down for a drink and become good brothers. But for now, let us take Loki back." Noticing Thor was about to speak again, Lin Yuan halted him. "Hold on. We must first deal with Loki. Don't worry, he won't die on us." Thor finally nodded in agreement. "Let us go. Thor, you bring Loki over. Captain, you'll escort Loki, and I'll carry both of you." Turning to Tony and Thor, he added, "You two can fly, so just take care of yourselves." As Captain led Loki onto Lin Yuan's back, Lin Yuan deliberately neglected to provide any protective measures for Loki, merely wrapping his feet in his battle suit to prevent him from being blown away by the wind. "You won't be blowing away on my watch." By the time Lin Yuan reached the airborne mothership, Loki's face had turned pale from the wind, his hair stiffly swept back. Steve helped him down from Lin Yuan's back, patting his shoulder as he said, "I understand this feeling." Loki, trembling, was taken to a room and confined in a high-strength glass cell resembling an elevator. Fury, manning the control panel, opened the hatch beneath the cage. "Let me explain your current predicament. Should you attempt to escape, this iron cage will plummet from 9,000 meters. Loki scoffed, "Achoo, this contraption isn't meant for me, is it?" Fury did not deny it. "Originally, we had something far more dangerous locked up. I've heard tales of a ferocious beast masquerading as an ordinary person. You must be truly desperate to seek protection from such a monster." Fury's voice rose with anger. "It is because you stole something utterly uncontrollable that you brought forth this war." Loki looked at Fury with disdain. "I brought forth a war? Can you control it?" "Spare me the grandstanding. Your research on the Tesseract surely was to spread warmth to the world, was it? The feeling of failure must sting, huh? Ha ha." Loki burst into laughter before his expression turned serious. "It is not I who brought war. It is you who chose to join it." Fury's expression twitched, and he exited the room. Outside, Lin Yuan observed Loki's shivering form on the surveillance screen. TCH, Loki really knows how to put on a show. How could a frost giant fear the cold? Pretending to have a cold to fool us, indeed. Except for Thor. Everyone else looked at Lin Yuan with expressions that conveyed a shared realization. Indeed, we have all been deceived. Steve inquired of Thor, "What do you believe Loki's objective is?" Thor replied gravely, "He commands an army known as the Chitauri, which does not belong to Asgard. Loki intends to invade Earth with them, and his aim is likely the Tesseract." "An alien army?" The captain's expression grew serious, and his movements, once eager as he munched on chips, slowed considerably. Banner observed the captain's enthusiastic consumption and swallowed hard, stating, "They must be seeking to open a portal, which is why they abducted Dr. Selvig." "Selvig?" Thor's expression shifted, and he urgently asked, "What about Jane?" Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan hastened his chip consumption, interjecting, "Mighty Thor, a foul mess." "What?" Lin Yuan hastily swallowed his morsel, reassuring. "Jane is safe. She was not working with the doctor." Thor, visibly relieved, remarked, "Lin, do take your time. You've devoured everything." Steve, with the last few chips in his mouth, voiced his concerns. "I don't understand why Loki hasn't fled. He had a chance to escape moments ago. And how can he command his army from here?" Banner, dismissive, responded, "We shouldn't focus on Loki. That fellow is a madman." Thor, displeased, retorted, "Mind your words. Loki is my brother." "Ah, such deep fraternal bonds." Lin Yuan teased. "However, Thor, in these past few days, Loki could have killed 80 people." "Oh, Lin, you know." Loki was adopted. Chapter 74. The gluttonous duo solemnly. Soul articulated his thoughts, leaving the crowd speechless. At that moment, Banner recalled something and posed another question. They must have seized the iridium, but what do they intend to do with it? "It can serve as a stabilizer." Tony's voice chimed in, having changed into casual attire, for one cannot attend a meeting clad in armor. This way, the new portal would not collapse like that of S.H.I.D.L.D. Furthermore, it could be enlarged and sustained longer according to Loki's requirements. As Tony entered, he strode towards the main console, and Lin Yuan distinctly observed him placing a button-sized object behind the control panel. Lin Yuan couldn't help but cover his face. This Tony was once again trying to coax J.A.R.V.I.S. into mischief. Having secured the item, Tony continued, Barton should easily procure the other materials. Currently, they require a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Banner interjected, he must heat the Tesseract to at least 100 million degrees to meet theoretical requirements. Tony's eyes lit up. At last, someone was keeping pace with him. Unless Shavik can devise a method to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect, if he can achieve that. Banner immediately comprehended. He could enable any reactor on Earth to achieve ionic fusion. Crunch, crunch. Steve munched on chips and inquired, Lin, what are they discussing? Crunch, crunch. I have no idea. Want some spicy strips? Sure. Tony and Banner were already vigorously shaking hands, their mutual admiration evident. Dr. Banner, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your accomplishments in the field of positron collisions command my utmost respect, yet I must admit, I find your transformation into a colossal green beast when enraged even more fascinating. Banner was momentarily at a loss for words, while Lin Yuan sighed, realizing that Tony's mouth truly needed a zipper. At that moment, Fury entered and stated, Dr. Banner is here to track the Tesseract, and I require your assistance. Banner sighed with relief. He had nearly choked on Tony's words. He quickly responded, I intend to examine Loki's scepter. Crunch, crunch. Steve opened another bag of chips. Munching as he spoke, that scepter resembles a hydro weapon. Does it possess any special abilities? Fury regarded Captain America for a moment and sighed. Oh, Captain, could you refrain from eating during the meeting? Crunch, crunch. Lin Yuan chimed in. Oh, Director, we're just listening. We won't interrupt you. Fury took a deep breath, silently reminding himself, remain calm, remain calm. He decided to ignore the two and continued, I do not care what abilities this object possesses. I simply wish to understand how Loki transformed two of the most reliable individuals I know into obedient monkeys. Steve raised his hand. I comprehend that. Tony shot him a disdainful glance. You fool. Come on, Dr. Banner, let us proceed to the lab and attend to our tasks. Tony and Banner made their way to the laboratory, with Tony casually snatching a bag of snacks from the table. Steve turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, Is your brother cursing me? Indeed. Lin Yuan replied with unwavering certainty. Damn it, I must go and confront him. With that, Steve rose to settle the score with Tony. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Brother, remain calm. We cannot afford a brawl here. Upon reaching the laboratory, Steve did not act as vehemently as he had suggested. Instead, he quietly confided in Tony, Tony, I can't shake the feeling that Loki's words are suspect. It seems you are not entirely foolish, Tony remarked, munching on his snacks. S.H.I.E.L.D. has issues, and Nick Fury does too. Do you believe Fury is concealing something from us? Steve pondered, realizing that if S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised, then even Nick Fury could be a concern, a man he had always placed his trust in. Captain, how can you still be so naive? Fury is an agent, the king of agents. Such a person cannot possibly divulge every matter to you. Do you know what he is withholding? No. But I am certain his research on the Tesseract is not as straightforward as it appears. Dr. Banner must have perceived that as well. Tony passed the conversation to Banner, who had initially wished to remain uninvolved but spoke up under their scrutiny. Stark Tower. Loki is undoubtedly aware of it. Stark Tower? The ostentatious building designed by Tony? What's the significance? Steve questioned, simultaneously critiquing Tony's taste. Tony nearly ground his teeth in frustration. I endure. Banner continued. Stark Tower utilizes the most advanced clean energy currently available and has already been released into the market. Since Fury claims to be using the Tesseract to study energy, why hasn't he invited Stark to join? This is utterly illogical. I have instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classified files. In a few hours, we shall uncover the truth. Steve nodded. Then I shall investigate their armory. There may be something of interest. The group busied themselves. Steve headed to the armory in search of evidence, while Tony and Banner delved deeper into the scepter's connection to the Tesseract. Lin Yuan observed their frantic activity. Realizing that he was the most suited to explore the armory, yet he was unaware of the problematic equipment and its location. Dr. Banner, how do you feel at this moment? Lin Yuan had previously utilized a calming technique on Banner, soothing the Hulk, and was curious about his current state. Banner found Lin Yuan's question somewhat peculiar, yet he answered candidly, I feel quite well. I am more at ease than I have been in a long while. Strange. Why is that? He suddenly recognized that since arriving here, he no longer felt the incessant urge to erupt as before. No, it wasn't just upon arriving here. It was after waking from my previous slumber that I felt this way. Banner looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Mr. Lin, it was you, wasn't it? You have quelled the Hulk. Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. No. I cannot vanquish Hulk. I merely wish to coax him into being a good boy. Banner felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he was also immensely content, for he had not experienced such ease in a very long time. Banner, after this is over, why not come visit me? The top 10 floors of my Stark Tower are dedicated to research. I am certain you will find them delightful. Moreover, there is a room on the top floor that belongs to Lin. Tony held a deep admiration for Banner and sought to extend an invitation for him to join Stark Industries. Banner felt a stirring in his heart. He was weary of living in a state of perpetual frenzy, yet he hesitated, saying, I'll need some time to think it over. Let us finish these tasks first. Tony did not press the matter further, and the two resumed their various operations. Observing that both were engrossed in their work, Lin Yuan felt somewhat awkward merely watching. So he pondered a moment before heading to the control room to find Coulson. Old Coulson, Lin Yuan called out, tapping Coulson on the shoulder from behind, startling him. Lin, what are you doing? You gave me quite a fright. Oh, it's nothing. I just saw you standing there and thought I'd say hello. By the way, could you remind Fury that Barton might come to rescue Loki? Chapter 75. Sister, are you waiting for me? After Lin Yuan spoke, he did not wait for Coulson's response and turned to leave. As for Barton, Lin Yuan was certain he would come, though he was unsure of when. He could only offer a reminder to Fury, but judging by his estimation, Fury was overly confident about the spacecraft, and while he would remain vigilant, he would not take drastic measures. Regarding Loki, Lin Yuan pondered the reason for bringing him aboard the spacecraft. Primarily, he wished to resolve the Chitauri predicament once and for all. As long as the Tesseract remained on Earth, the Chitauri would inevitably return. This time, they sought Loki. But next time they would target someone else. Comparatively, Loki, with his penchant for theatrics, was more manageable. Facing them openly was preferable to being caught off guard by their stealthy incursions. As Lin Yuan meandered through the spacecraft, he discreetly marked everyone he encountered with a wild imprint. Though aware that there were numerous Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D., he recognized that many were not affiliated with them. One could not treat all individuals as Hydra simply because of their presence. Naturally, the bald man he knew for certain to be a Hydra agent would not receive any protective measures from him. After wandering for over an hour, Lin Yuan was uncertain of the number of people aboard the spacecraft, but he had already marked all he had seen. Upon returning to the laboratory, he sensed something was amiss. He knew that Tony and Steve would confront Nick Fury after uncovering evidence, but the atmosphere at the scene was peculiar. In the laboratory, Nick Fury, Natasha, Thor, Tony, Steve, and Banner were all present, engaged in mutual accusations. Fury charged that it was Thor's arrival that prompted S.H.I.E.L.D. to begin researching weapons to counter extraterrestrial threats, and this old fox brazenly declared that everyone was on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch list. Thor countered that it was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract that was the root cause, signaling Earth's intent to join in advanced warfare, and proceeded to mock the disunity among Earthlings. What was most bizarre was the exchange between Tony and the captain. These two, usually on amicable terms due to Lin Yuan, often bantered, but never to such an extreme as now. Steve pointed an accusatory finger at Tony, exclaiming, "What are you supposed to be? Without your facade, what are you?" Tony arrogantly retorted, "A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist." The others looked to Steve, nodding in agreement with Tony's declaration. Steve faltered, "Am I praising him?" Why is he acting so high and mighty? His frustration mounted. What are you flaunting? You're just slightly wealthier, more attractive, and a tad smarter. Many who are less than you have accomplished far more. You don't deserve to be a hero. Tony's ire flared as he locked eyes with Steve, each word striking at the heart of the other. Rogers, you're merely an experiment. You can only ever be a tool. The two stood at an impasse, their tempers escalating, each poised to strike. Nick Fury may have sensed a hint of unease as he suppressed the rising ire within him, instructing Natasha to take Banner to rest. At this moment, Banner had developed a deep mistrust of S.H.I.E.L.D., compounded by a surge of inexplicable anger, leading him to believe that Fury intended to confine him and ultimately eliminate him. He bellowed, "Do you wish to kill me? You cannot. I have tried." The room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Banner in astonishment. Suddenly, a bleak smile crept across his face as he continued. "I have attempted it. I once tried to take my own life, but the bullet entered my mouth and emerged from the other side." He lamented the loss of everything, his life, his future, before exclaiming, "And now I must form some kind of alliance with you inexplicable individuals." As his agitation mounted, he instinctively grasped Loki's scepter resting on the table, its gem radiating a pulsating blue light. Lin Yuan, observing the situation, realized that the Mind Stone within the scepter was at play. He shouted, "Banner, put down the scepter." Banner snapped back to reality, hurriedly returning the scepter to the table, startling everyone who turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, exasperated, remarked, "Do none of you feel something amiss? Especially you, Tony and Steve. How could you possibly speak to each other in such a manner?" Tony and Steve both recognized the absurdity of their earlier words. Lin Yuan continued, "You have all fallen under the influence of Loki's scepter. The gem possesses the ability to manipulate the mind, amplifying your inner turmoil. Reflect on whether your behavior has been somewhat uncharacteristic." The group, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, realizing the sinister nature of the artifact. Instinctively, they distanced themselves from the scepter. Suddenly, the gem flared brightly, and Banner sensed impending doom, shouting, "Run! The Hulk is about to emerge." Panic ensued, and Lin Yuan prepared to intervene with a sleep spell. With a deafening explosion, flames and shock waves erupted from the lab floor, propelling Lin Yuan out of the helicarrier. Natasha and Banner were hurled into the lower chambers of the vessel, while the others were left disoriented by the blast. Tony and Steve, nearest to the exit, hurried to gather their gear in preparation for battle. Fury, battling dizziness, made his way to the command center to coordinate rescue efforts and combat. Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan fell from the helicarrier, he swiftly cast a flicker of elven fire towards Banner. Transforming into a colossal rock, he soared back toward the helicarrier, musing, "Loki truly is the god of mischief. His schemes are intricately woven. This scepter serves as a treacherous trap." He knew he must return quickly. This was no mere film. Since arriving in this world, events had taken subtle yet significant turns, and he dared not gamble on Natasha's luck in being saved by Thor at this critical juncture. Though Natasha had long possessed nurturing abilities, she feared that if Hulk succumbed to rage, he would crush her beyond repair. Even if her powers could restore her once, they would not do so a second time. Sensing the location of the spirit fire, Lin Yuan swiftly returned to the aerial mothership. In the lower chamber of the mothership, Natasha found her foot pinned beneath a heavy object. Fortunately, her armor, marked by the wild sign, provided protection, preventing injury, yet her foot remained firmly trapped, unable to extricate itself. Not far away, Banner had already lost control and transformed into Hulk. Natasha desperately attempted to free her leg, but the weight pressed down with such force that she lacked the strength to pull it out. Hulk had spotted her and, with a deafening roar, charged in her direction. A wave of despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, bracing herself for death, something she had always been prepared for. "Sister Natasha, are you waiting for me?" A familiar voice echoed in her ear. Chapter 76. The clever Hulk. Natasha opened her eyes in surprise, only to see a diminutive rock swiftly approaching her. In an instant, the rock transformed into human form. With a powerful spell, a wall of wind sent the charging Hulk tumbling away. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, lifting a heavy object just enough for Natasha to extricate her foot. "Go ahead, sister. I will handle the Hulk." Natasha was not the type of woman who insisted on fighting alongside him. As a seasoned agent, she understood perfectly when to leave and when to stay. The Hulk charged again, but Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, morphing into a treant. With a swift motion, the treant raised a hand, casting an enhanced entangling vine that ensnared the Hulk completely, causing him to roll towards Lin Yuan due to inertia. The Hulk roared incessantly, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to break free from the vines. However, knowing that the vines could not contain the Hulk for long, Lin Yuan quickly transformed back into the rock, seizing the Hulk and soaring out of the airborne mothership, diving towards the ground. Lin Yuan's speed was astonishing. He nearly touched the ground in an instant. After releasing the Hulk, he too landed and reverted to his treant form. During his fall, the Hulk managed to snap the vines, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud that created a massive crater. Climbing out of the pit, the Hulk roared furiously at Lin Yuan, recognizing the bird. Today, he was determined to capture the creature again, and this time, he intended to do it multiple times. Lin Yuan, calm and collected, transformed back into the treant. As the Hulk charged closer, he unleashed an enhanced hurricane spell, sending the Hulk flying once again. After rising, the Hulk let out another furious roar and charged back. Lin Yuan raised a hand, and the enhanced entangling vines ensnared the Hulk once more, rolling him towards him like a tumbling caterpillar. As the Hulk rolled on the ground, his fury intensified and his strength grew. The vines could no longer contain him for long. With a series of loud cracks, the vines snapped one by one. The Hulk, with bloodshot eyes, gazed at Lin Yuan, charging with even greater ferocity, intent on tearing apart the little bug before him. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, pointing his finger and casting the enhanced hurricane spell again, sending the Hulk flying once more. The Hulk's rage escalated, and his movements became increasingly frenzied. He attempted various approaches to close the distance to Lin Yuan, but each time, Lin Yuan effortlessly countered him, even suppressing his jumps with the wind. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Lin Yuan began to feel a hint of frustration. The Hulk was indeed stubborn. He wasn't tiring, but Lin Yuan was. Perhaps it was time for a different approach. Lin Yuan sat down on the ground and unleashed an enhanced whirlwind towards the charging Hulk. This technique had a prolonged duration, and the Hulk would find it difficult to gain leverage in the air, making escape unlikely. The Hulk was caught in the tornado, and his roars sounded somewhat comical amidst the swirling winds, reminiscent of Lin Yuan's childhood days when he would shout at an electric fan. However, as he listened, Lin Yuan sensed something amiss. The sounds were transforming into an odd kind of noise. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Oh no, Hulk, you sly one." Letting Banner emerge at this moment, "You certainly know how to mess with me." However, Lin Yuan found himself in an inextricable situation. The skill could not be interrupted. Fortunately, the remaining time was brief, and he hoped Banner would endure. 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan patted the back of the retching Banner, his expression a mixture of laughter and tears. Anyone who dared to call Hulk foolish would face his wrath. Hulk was, in fact, quite astute. Meanwhile, aboard the airborne mothership, the third engine had ceased operation, and Tony and Steve were tasked with restarting the rotor blades. Due to enemy interference, Steve was unable to release the deceleration pull ring in time, resulting in Tony being drawn into the reactivated rotor blades. By the time Steve dealt with the adversaries and released the pull ring, Tony emerged from the ordeal with his armor battered. Yet he steadied himself and re-entered the mothership to confront the attacking foes. In the lower levels of the mothership, Natasha, racing upwards, encountered an ambush. "Barton!" she exclaimed, a blend of surprise and joy. Upon seeing Natasha, Barton, with eyes glowing blue from control, launched an immediate attack. The two, well acquainted, engaged in a fierce struggle. However, Natasha, aided by the protective wild mark upon her, quickly gained the upper hand. With a swift scissor kick, she trapped Barton's neck and incapacitated him with a punch to his head. As Barton's eyes regained clarity, he called out Natasha's name before losing consciousness. Breathing heavily, Natasha murmured, "Lin was right. It truly is best to deliver a beating first." Elsewhere, Thor observed the glass door of Loki's cell ajar, with Loki standing at the threshold. The single-minded Thor charged at Loki with a roar, only to realize he had once again been deceived. The Loki before him was but an illusion. Thor found himself lured into the glass chamber, as Loki mocked him from outside. "My dear brother, I have employed this trick countless times, and it remains just as effective." Loki then activated the control switch for the glass chamber, poised to send it plummeting at the press of a button. At this moment, Coulson, having received orders from Nick Fury, aimed a newly developed S-H-I-E-L-D weapon at Loki. "Since you sent the destroyer our way, we have been studying this weapon. I cannot say what the launch will be like. Would you care to find out?" Loki raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Coulson felt a surge of satisfaction within. "See, I am indeed capable of turning the tide." Suddenly, he felt someone wrap an arm around his neck, a sharp object pressing against his side. Before he could react, a blade appeared at his chest, and he slumped down. Loki, equally bewildered, had deceived Coulson with an illusion and used his own weapon to stab Coulson's lower back. Initially, the blade merely pierced the skin, but with a determined thrust, he penetrated deeper. Loki muttered to himself, "Now I have indeed stabbed Coulson in the kidney." Inside the glass chamber, Thor gritted his teeth in frustration. Rendered powerless as he watched Loki, staff in hand, stride triumphantly towards the control console. Until this moment, he clung to the last vestiges of hope. Loki, recalling the bond of brotherhood, hesitated to press the switch. After all, a fall from such a height would surely inflict injuries, if not death, even upon him. Yet, disappointment washed over him as Loki, without a hint of hesitation, pressed the button. Thor plummeted rapidly from the sky, entangled with the crate. Loki sneered derisively, preparing to depart. "You will not succeed. They will thwart your efforts." The feeble voice of Coulson halted Loki in his tracks. Turning back to gaze at the barely conscious Coulson, poised to utter further scorn, he was met with a sudden activation of Coulson's weapon. Loki was forcefully propelled out of the room by a tremendous fireball, and Coulson offered a faint smile, realizing the truth of the matter. He then bowed his head, falling silent thereafter. Chapter 77. The death of Coulson. At this moment, Lin Yuan was soaring through the skies, carrying Banner towards the celestial mothership. From a distance, he spotted a circular object plummeting from the vessel. He recognized it immediately as Loki's glass chamber, and surmised that Thor must be inside. It was likely that the foolish giant had once again fallen prey to Loki's tricks. Alas, did this simpleton truly lack common sense? How could he be deceived time and again? Or perhaps he willingly allowed himself to be misled. It was perplexing indeed. Lin Yuan was not concerned about Thor's potential demise. After all, the giant possessed regenerative abilities. Given his resilience, it was improbable that he would perish from the fall. As long as he did not meet an untimely end, his powers would surely restore him. Just as anticipated, Lin Yuan witnessed a figure burst forth from the chamber mere moments before impact, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dirt. Hastening over, Lin Yuan knelt beside the fallen Thor. "Thor, are you all right?" he inquired. Thor, upon seeing Lin Yuan, beamed with relief. "I'm fine, Lin. Just a bit of an injury to my arm." Quickly placing Banner down, Lin Yuan tended to Thor's wounds. Thor clenched his fist, marveling at the sensation of his injury healing completely. "Lin, your magic is truly remarkable," he exclaimed. With a smile, Lin Yuan replied, "I still have much to learn. In time, I shall grant you unparalleled exhilaration. Now, gather your hammer. I will carry you, for your speed is lacking." With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a great rock, allowing Banner and Thor to mount his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, they soared towards the mothership. Meanwhile, aboard the mothership, Tony had successfully repaired the third engine, halting its descent and restoring stability. Loki, having escaped in the aircraft brought by Barton, was no longer a threat. When Nick Fury arrived at the sealed chamber, he was met with the sight of Coulson lying on the ground. Rushing to assess Coulson's injuries, his heart sank. It was a fatal wound. Coulson weakly murmured, "Director, I need to rest." Overcome with sorrow, Nick Fury fought to maintain his composure. "No, you cannot rest. I still need you." Coulson managed a faint smile. "Director, it's all right. I have merely fulfilled my duty. I hope my heroes can accomplish theirs as well." With those words, Coulson fell silent, and Nick Fury's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at his unmoving friend. Unbeknownst to him, a faint green light began to emanate from Coulson's form. Suddenly, Coulson jolted awake, his eyes wide open. "What the hell?" Nick Fury nearly jumped out of his skin. Carlson, equally bewildered, felt an inexplicable surge of energy that revitalized him. He immediately thought of Lin Yuan. In his mind, only Lin Yuan possessed such extraordinary abilities. After a prolonged gaze, Nick Fury enveloped Carlson in a tight embrace. He discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and, as if struck by a sudden thought, turned to Carlson and said, "How about this, Carlson? Why don't you just die for a moment?" Carlson replied, "Director, what are you suggesting?" Within the communications channel of the aerial battleship, the mournful voice of Nick Fury resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, Carlson has fallen victim to Loki's treachery. Our medical team could not save him." The somber news left everyone in a state of shock, engulfed by profound grief. In the conference room, Nick Fury gazed at Tony and Steve, who sat in silence for what seemed like an eternity before he finally spoke. "I confess, we initially intended to utilize the Tesseract to forge weapons. Yet I never meant to place all our hopes upon it. My focus has always been directed towards another initiative, one that Stark should be well aware of." He glanced at Tony before continuing, "The Avengers Initiative. This plan aims to assemble individuals of your caliber from around the world to confront future crises." Carlson firmly believed in its potential for success. He was convinced that heroes exist. Suddenly, Tony rose abruptly, his expression grave as he exited the conference room, with Steve hastily following, leaving Fury to silently watch their retreating figures. "What are your thoughts, Tony?" Steve inquired as they stood in silence on the battleship's corridor, gazing out into the void. "What do you mean?" Tony replied tersely. "Carlson's death," Steve exclaimed. "He was foolish to confront Loki alone." "He was dutiful," Tony countered. "That was beyond his capabilities. He should have awaited reinforcements." After a brief silence, Steve turned to Tony and said, "You know, Tony, I've been to the rabbit's home with Clint. I've witnessed numerous tales like this. Like Carlson, these individuals willingly sacrificed their lives for a belief, even when outnumbered. And many among them were ordinary people. They are all heroes, Carlson included. We should aspire to be heroes too." After a prolonged silence, Tony responded, "I can join the Avengers Initiative, but I will not be manipulated by Fury. Neither will I. Both he and Loki must be held accountable for Carlson's demise. Now, Tony, let us first devise a plan to locate Loki. Loki craves the spotlight." Tony suddenly declared. "What? Does that matter?" Steve asked, puzzled. "It matters greatly. Loki seeks recognition. He requires a stage to demonstrate his prowess against us." Tony's fervor escalated as he continued. "Thus, he necessitates an iconic location, one that possesses the energy source he desires." Suddenly, Tony halted. After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "By heavens, I must go eliminate him." He hurried off to don his suit. Steve understood the urgency and ran alongside him, grumbling, "I told you not to design that tower so ostentatiously. Now it's ruined and will need reconstruction." As Tony sprinted, he cursed, "You jinx, I'll go ahead. Find a way to contact Clint. There's no time. You go on ahead. I'll find Natasha and have her fly me over." They parted ways, with Tony rushing to suit up and Steve seeking Natasha. Meanwhile, bound to a bed, Barton emitted anguished cries. "I must expel the thoughts tormenting my mind. Natasha, do you comprehend this sensation? It feels as though someone is forcibly implanting foreign thoughts into your mind." Natasha replied with calm assurance, "I have endured such experiences, as you well know." Barton fell into silence, redirecting the conversation by inquiring, "How did you manage to rouse me?" Natasha smiled slightly. "It was Clint who informed me that a good thrashing would suffice." Barton retorted, "I owe him my gratitude." "No need for that. I have already expressed my thanks on your behalf." Once Barton regained his composure, Natasha untied his restraints. At that moment, the door swung open, and Steve peeked in, calling out, "Natasha, it's time to depart. Can you pilot a plane?" "I can," Barton interjected. Natasha gestured to Steve, indicating that Barton was now unharmed. Steve nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let us proceed. It's time to take care of business."